Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Have you heard? The second class Luyi, the awakening is successful, the awakening world is 13 kilometers away. Hiss, what? 13 kilometers? Isn't this a step up to the sky? Gu Tian, I heard that all the colleges and universities have moved their minds and want to admit Luyi in advance. There is a world of 13 kilometers in the initial awakening, which is rare in the history of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, right? It's really rare. I heard that the most talented people in history have only awakened 15 kilometers away. The initial awakening is 13 kilometers away. The future is absolutely boundless. On the playground of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, noisy discussion sounded, crowds were crowded, and students were whispering to each other and whispering. But at this time, among the crowd, a young man with a handsome face and a tall and straight figure heard the discussions of his classmates, but his eyelids were raised. Once you traveled through time, you came to this strange world. His name is Qing, and he is a time traveler. She never expected that she would travel to a world where everyone can become the creator, and everyone can become the creator god. As long as you are 18 years old, you can awaken the world. If the awakening is successful, then you will be able to become the creator, dominate a world, evolve a world civilization, reach the sky in one step, and become an existence that countless mortals look up to. Someone developed the Xianxia system, immortalized the ninth world, slashed the stars with a sword, became the Taoist ancestor, inherited the immortal domain, and countless people flocked to it. There are also people who developed a fantasy system, breaking the void with martial arts, smashing the stars with fists, and blood like smoke. What other magic system, grudge system, etc.? It can be described as dazzling contention among 100 schools of thought. Call. Qing took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He subconsciously looked at the high platform. It can be seen that on the high platform, there is a huge stone, and the stone is shining with dense luster, as if there are laws gathering, surrounded by divine energy, mysterious and unpredictable. This is the awakening stone that can bestow divine power and awaken a small world. At this time, under the guidance of the teachers, a number of students came forward in an orderly manner. They put their hands on the stone, the halo flickered, someone awakened successfully, and the world projection surrounded them, ecstatic. Some people failed to awaken, and they were downcast, comforted each other, and cried with each other. This awakened world is more exciting than 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. If you succeed, you will naturally become a master and a noble creator. But if you fail, you will be unable to get up again in this life, and you will be mediocre and oblivious to everyone. The point is, the success rate of this awakening is really scary. Qing saw that there was even a class that didn't even have a single person who had successfully awakened. So far, there are only 7 or 8 people who have successfully awakened. What the hell? Qing's scalp tingled. What is this? Play luck? Do you look at your face? Rao, even if he traveled through a dynasty and was reborn as a human being, he was also a little apprehensive. Teacher of Class 8, please lead the students to play one after another. At this moment, on the high platform, the old principal shouted. Class 8. This is Qing's class. Finally it's my turn. Qing was a little nervous, of course, not only him, but also the classmates around him, all of them were also nervous for no reason. The head teacher of their class also led Qing and the others forward one after another with a feeling of apprehension. A classmate reached out to touch the awakening stone, accompanied by bursts of halo. Everyone was downcast, with tears in their eyes. Buzz! At this moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky, and a huge phantom of the world attracted everyone's attention. Another person has successfully awakened. Countless people were shocked. Class 8, Zhang Yuqing has successfully awakened, and the world area is 15 kilometers. The old principal's angry voice resounded throughout the playground. Quiet! At this moment, needles could be heard throughout the playground, and everyone stared blankly at the young girl who stood in front of the awakening stone. Zhang Yu is light, successfully awakened, and the initial area is 15 kilometers. After a little shock, the playground became noisy again, like a vegetable market. 15 kilometers? It's 15 kilometers? Did I hear correctly? The initial world is 15 kilometers long? This is close to the record of Guangling No. 1 Middle School. One step to the sky, the real one step to the sky. In the world of 15 kilometers, I'm afraid it's not the first in the whole school, right? Unexpectedly, the biggest dark horse this year is actually a girl. At this moment, everyone was discussing and couldn't hide their shock. Countless people looked at Zhang Yuqing standing in front of the awakening stone with complicated eyes. Even those who have successfully awakened, the way they look at Zhang Yuqing has changed. It turned out to be her. At this time, Qing looked at the girl standing in front of the awakening stone, and was also a little surprised. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuqing was no stranger to him. It's not just as simple as being in the same class, but living very close together, which can be regarded as a neighbor relationship. In addition, his academic performance has always been very good, and he has been overwhelming her, and that little girl is still unconvinced. But now, this little girl has successfully awakened, and the area of the world is still 15 kilometers. Tisk! This time, she was so awesome. At this time, Zhang Yuqing seemed to have sensed Qing's gaze. She turned her head and looked at Qing, showing a very confident smile. Little Huya seemed to be demonstrating. There is no doubt that, in her mind, she will definitely surpass Qing this time. Qing shook her head amusedly. What does a girl from every family have such a strong desire to win? However, to be honest, the initial world area of 15 kilometers really put him under a lot of pressure. At this moment, the teacher called by name and said, Qing, it's your turn. Qing's heart trembled, and she hurried forward, took a deep breath, and put her hand on the awakening stone. Buzz! The moment Qing put her hand on the stone, Qing felt refreshed, as if something exploded in her mind. Immediately, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. In the vast void, there is no distinction between up, down, left, and right, and there is no thought of time and space. Cold and dead, in a trance. At this moment, Qing only felt that she was about to sink. It's like a drowning person in the deep sea, trying to breathe hard, but can't get any oxygen. The cold and dead silence, just feeling it a little bit, makes people despair and makes people collapse. He also finally understood why so many people failed to awaken. Fortunately, he was reborn as a human being, and this feeling was nothing more than a little discomfort, and he could still bear it. I don't know how long it has passed, suddenly. In the boundless void, a little light appeared, and the light became bigger and bigger, just like the opening of the sky and the earth. The light shone on the body, expelling all discomfort, warm and very comfortable. Clean air rises, dirty air sinks. In just a blink of an eye, a new world with a boundless void appeared in front of Qing's eyes. Qing took a closer look with curiosity. He wanted to see how much the world he awakened had. Chapter 2. Buzz. At this moment, on the playground of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, a beam of light shot up into the sky again, and a huge phantom of the world dimly surrounded Qing's head, making it hard to see clearly. But obviously, the appearance of this golden light, surrounded by phantoms in this world, means that the awakening is successful. And the owner of the golden light is Qing. Another successful awakening. I don't know how big this world is. I'm really curious about how big his world is. Can he surpass Zhang Yuqing and become the biggest dark horse this year? Beyond Zhang Yuqing? Hee, classmate, what are you thinking? I have never heard of an initial world with an area of more than 15 kilometers. No matter how large the area is, from now on, it will be different from ordinary people like us. Really? At this moment, everyone looked at Qing with emotion, and it was hard to hide their envy and jealousy in their eyes. Even some classmates who were familiar with him before looked at Qing with complicated eyes. From then on, they are really people from two worlds. At the same time, everyone is waiting for the old principal to announce the world area where Qing awakened. And at this time, the old headmaster, and even all the teachers present looked at Qing with surprise, astonishment, and even inconceivable. Those students couldn't see clearly, but as the world masters, when they saw Qing's phantom of the world that emerged, they could clearly see the area of the phantom of the world. They were silent for a long time, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. They even wiped their eyes and looked again, but obviously, no matter how they confirmed it, the area of the world was as big as they saw. Good seedling, a genius appeared in my Guangling No. 1 middle school. The old headmaster sighed with emotion, and even his hands trembled a little. Genius? No, this is how a genius can describe it, this is simply a monstrosity. Absolutely. Since Guangling No. 1 middle school was established, there has never been a genius like Qing. Unprecedented in history, Qing will definitely be included in the history of Guangling No. 1 middle school. The old headmaster took a deep breath, and with some vibrato, finally, slowly announced the area of Qing's awakened world. Qing, Class 8, successfully awakened world, 33 kilometers. 33 kilometers. Quiet. At this moment, the huge playground was noisy before, but at this moment, it was silent. Everyone looked at Qing in a daze. They suspected that they had heard it wrong, but obviously, judging from the reactions of the students around them, they knew it wasn't that they heard it wrong. But the area of the world where Qing awakens is 33 kilometers. FK. 33 kilometers? Is it true? Are you sure it's not 3 kilometers? It's not 13 kilometers? It's 33 kilometers. FK, 33 kilometers? 33 kilometers in the initial world awakening? Does this break the school's record? What school-wide record? This has broken the record of the entire Jiangnan province. Fake it. 33 kilometers? Before Zhang Yuqing awakened for 15 kilometers, I felt a little unreal. In the end, this Qing is even more ruthless. 33 kilometers? Open it. I really suspect that he cheated. Dark horse, a proper dark horse. More than 10 kilometers can alarm the instructors of institutions of higher learning. This 33 kilometers? Is it possible to alarm the whole province? The whole province? Hehe, it's too small, classmate, the structure is too small. This is going to shock the whole country, 33 kilometers. If I can awaken a 3-kilometer world, I can wake up laughingly from my dreams. Witness to history. I am a witness to history, right? In the future college entrance examination, this Qing, I'm afraid he won't be the number 1 in the province. Number 1 in the province? Hehe, brother, you underestimated Qing. The initial awakening world is 33 kilometers away. That's the rhythm of the top scorer in the country. Damn it, our school can produce a monster genius who is rare in a millennium. I'm so excited to see it. At this moment, the playground was full of noise, like a vegetable market. This is much more shocking than Lu Yi, Zhang Yuqing, and the like before. They have only awakened a world of more than 10 kilometers, and Qing is indeed 33 kilometers away. That's more than twice as many as them. It's simply outrageous. Not to mention those students who failed to awaken. Even the few students who had successfully awakened looked at Qing in a daze, full of surprise. 33 kilometers. That's 33 kilometers. They just feel stressed. In the past, 13 kilometers was considered the first in the school. But this year, it's another 15 kilometers, another 33 kilometers. At this time, Zhang Yuqing looked at Qing with complicated eyes, and she was also a little annoyed. She thought that she could finally overwhelm Qing, but she didn't want to. Qing awakened the 33-kilometer world with a backhand, and looked down on the whole school with a crushing attitude. Is the gap that big? She bit her red lips lightly and subconsciously clenched her small fists. She never thought that Qing would fail to awaken. In her opinion, Qing's successful awakening is inevitable, but she never thought that Qing could awaken to a world of 33 kilometers. At this moment, countless complicated eyes fell on Qing. At this time, Qing finally came to his senses. 33 kilometers? He showed a gentle smile, which was more than he imagined. Evildoer? Genius? Let evildoers be evildoers, geniuses be geniuses. He didn't care about the clumsiness of hiding, and the words that Lin Feng would destroy Lin Fengzi. Since you are a genius, then crush everything with the attitude of a genius. In the world of great contention, it is necessary to fight, to grab, to show one's edge. Blindly pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger will only turn you into a pig in the end. Little Yezi, great job. At this time, the young female class teacher stepped forward, smiled, and praised Qing. Qing's grades are top-notch. She also thought that Qing would definitely awaken successfully, but she never thought that Qing could awaken a world area of 33 kilometers, which is simply against the sky. Up to now, she is still in a daze. It is really unimaginable that such a monstrous genius has appeared among the students she leads. Good boy, well done. Even the old headmaster stepped forward and patted Qing on the shoulder lightly. Qing just smiled at this. The headmaster gave a few more words of encouragement, and then, the rest continued to wake up. Next, there were also 2 awakenings that were successful, but in comparison, they seemed much more commonplace. In the end, according to statistics, a total of 15 people have successfully awakened this year. And Qing is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse this year. The news spread quickly, whether it was from various colleges or other groups. They all learned that Guangling No. 1 Middle School had a genius monster this year, who awakened the world of 33 kilometers. And the communication of the old headmaster was almost blown up. Regarding this, the old headmaster just curled his lips secretly. In the past, these guys never took the initiative to make a phone call. Today, they are all like cats smelling fishy. He ignored it, and soon, the old principal took Qing and other world masters who had successfully awakened from the world to the principal's office. The successful awakening of the world does not mean the end, there are more important things waiting for them. Along the way, the old principal looked at Qing again, and he became more and more satisfied. The 15-member team headed for the principal's office. However, before entering the principal's office, the door of the principal's office was already full of people. There was a person with a fairy air, wearing a Taoist robe, who looked like a fairy. Someone's blood is as condensed as a wolf's smoke, his muscles are knotted, his clothes are strong, and his face is rough. There is an elegant temperament, wearing a robe, decorated with stars, and holding a staff. There are also people wearing mechs, full of technology. There are so many things. These are the teachers of those universities. Chapter 3. At this moment, with the arrival of teachers from various universities, there was even more chaos in front of the principal's office. Finally, seeing the old principal bring Qing and others over, their eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, Lao Yang, you're not mean enough. Why don't you tell us about a good seedling? The man with condensed blood and muscular body smiled and said to the old principal. His eyes still glanced at Qing and the others from time to time. Principal Yang, I heard that there is a genius? My Xianxia Academy has always recruited geniuses, and I don't know who this genius is? Hurry up and recommend it. The fairy-like tutor of the Xianxia Academy also smiled. At the same time, his eyes turned to Yeqing and the others behind Principal Yang, wanting to find the genius who awakened a world area of 33 kilometers. Not only these two, everyone present was looking at Yeqing and others. Yeqing was fine, she was quite calm. The rest of the people were more or less apprehensive. This is the school tutor. It is the university they will enter in the future. Even, some universities still exist that they yearn for, how can they not be nervous? You guys! Principal Yang looked at the crowd with a dark face and curled his lips. It's not over yet, they came here? So anxious to recruit people? However, think about it. If it were him, after learning that Yeqing was such an evildoer, he would also be eager to arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Ahem, boy Yat, come on, the old man will introduce you. This is the tutor of Xianhuang Academy. This is the Immortal Field Academy. This is the Magic Academy. At this moment, old Principal Yang also smiled for introduction by Yeqing. That wrinkled face is full of pride. In the past, he always begged these old classmates to force students from his own school to enroll. But today is better, because of a Yeqing, these guys ran over in person. That's a face full of face. Yeqing responded with a smile. Although there were many people, he was not stage frightened. He chatted and laughed happily with the tutors from various universities, and he did not look shy at all. At this moment, Yeqing became the focus of the audience. The rest of the students who were also awakened looked at Yeqing with envy. They are also world lords, but Yeqing's treatment is completely different from theirs. But it's normal when you think about it, who made Yeqing such a monster? The halo of genius shrouded everyone that day, and everyone was a little out of breath. They only had wry smiles left in their hearts. It is their misfortune to be in the same class as Yeqing this year. Finally, after the greetings were over, the old headmaster had earned enough face, so he brought Yeqing and others into the headmaster's office. Teachers from various schools also entered the principal's office one after another. Everyone is acquaintances and old classmates of the old principal, and they also know that there is an important link next. After this link is over, it will not be too late to discuss enrollment matters. At this time, the huge principal's office has long been emptied, only a large sand table occupies most of the space. The old principal ignored the instructors of the various universities, looked at Yeqing and others, cleared his throat, and then said, "Students, you have indeed successfully awakened the world, but if you want to become the real world master, you must create the first batch of creatures in the world. The characteristics of the creatures created also depend on the potential of the world. Create creatures." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. This is the first time they know that after awakening the world, only those who create the first batch of creatures can be regarded as qualified world masters. "Principal, is there any point in creating creatures?" Yeqing asked curiously. As soon as these words came out, everyone also looked at the old principal, their eyes full of inquiry and curiosity. It's natural to pay attention to it. The old headmaster smiled and said, "The first batch of creatures you created are bound to the characteristics of your own world. For example, the first batch of creatures you created were mechanical creatures. Then, in the future, your world will naturally be based on technological machinery. Lord, enjoy the bonus of technology. In creating technology and then researching technology, you can get twice the result with half the effort. On the contrary, if you evolve something that conflicts with technology, you will be restricted to a certain extent. If you want to cultivate immortality with technology, it is almost impossible." "Possible." Then, the old principal gave a few more examples. For example, to create elemental creatures, it is best to take the magic route, but the Xianxia fantasy route is average. "Principal, what if we create humans? Or animals?" Zhang Yuqing also asked curiously. "Those non-traditional beings have mentioned it, but traditional ones have not yet been mentioned. Humans or animals are naturally the existence of panacea. The old headmaster explained, whether it is cultivating immortals, fantasy, or technology, they can all develop in a balanced manner. However, compared with those unique creatures, human beings and ordinary animals have lost the blessing of the world for certain characteristics. Therefore, the first batch of creatures created is very important. It depends on your future path. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Regarding their future path, we have to be cautious. Ye Qing, what creature do you want to create? At this time, Zhang Yu gently tugged at Ye Qing's sleeve, blinking her big eyes, and asked in a low voice. Not ready yet. Ye Qing shook his head. Technology? Fantasy? Cultivation? Or magic? Although it will not be too restrictive, you can create anything you want. However, the main world characteristics are still very important. Correct. Suddenly, Ye Qing thought of something, looked at the old principal, and asked, Principal, I remember, isn't there an original system? Original system? As soon as these words came out, the students present were also slightly pondering, and then, their eyes lit up, and they all looked at the old principal. The so-called original system is to create an unprecedented system by oneself. Just like the deist who created the Xianxia system. Before creating the Xianxia system, no one has ever opened up the Xianxia world, and he is the first to create the Xianxia world. Others saw the potential of the immortal domain, wanted to follow suit, and developed similar things, but they were automatically classified under the immortal domain system and became vassals of the immortal domain. He is the source of all immortals, the source of all dharmas, originating in the fairyland. While those worlds enjoy the bonus of the fairyland, they will also give back to the original fairyland. No matter how stunningly talented the affiliated fairyland is, how talented it is, how heaven-defying the world it creates, how huge the system is, how perfect it is. That is also a vassal after all, and can never surpass the original fairyland, because when you become stronger, the original fairyland also becomes stronger because of you. This is the anti-sky feature of the original God-type World Master. Opening up a God line on your own, becoming a clan and being the ancestor, isn't it better than living under someone else's fence and becoming someone else's vassal? Apparently, everyone has thought about becoming the ancestor of one party, who will be followed by hundreds of millions of world masters in the future. But on this, the old headmaster just shook his head amusedly. Everyone wants to become that one in a million existence, and everyone wants to open up a divine domain, become a clan and become an ancestor. But in this day and age, how can it be so easy? As soon as these words came out, everyone was also dejected. That's right, how can it be so easy to open up an unprecedented God's domain? How many geniuses have embarked on this road? In the end, the halberd fell to the ground. The original God system, the system is unknown, you need to explore and explore by yourself. If you make a wrong step, you will be in the abyss. But it's different if you join other gods, you don't even need to think about it. Joining the fairyland, it's a great way to cultivate immortals. You can just copy the demons, ghosts, immortals, and gods created by others and you're done. Even, if you are talented enough, there will be countless resources tilted to train you to become stronger. It can be said that one can become stronger by lying down. One is to rack his brains and do everything possible to become a little bit stronger. Which is the best deal? Everyone looks sad. Even Ye Qing fell silent. Okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The old principal said, and with a wave of his hand, a square box appeared in front of everyone. The box is engraved with inscriptions and surrounded by mysterious laws, which looks extremely mysterious. Then the old principal said again, this is the source of the gods that the school gives you to create creatures, and this is also the school's last investment in you. Okay, you stand in front of the sand table and project the world, you can create creatures. As the old principal said, he patted the huge sand table. Now, Even the tutors from the various universities stood up and looked curiously at Qing and the others one by one. Of course, the most important thing is to look at Qing. Although it is not a matter of choosing a school to create a living being, it can also tell the direction to a large extent. I just don't know what kind of creature Qing is going to create. Qing was also full of confusion, standing in front of the sand table thinking hard. In the end, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and planned to project the world. However, at this moment, a cold mechatronic sound suddenly sounded in Qing's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host meets the conditions, and the system is being bound. The system is bound successfully. Congratulations to the host, the binding of the Whimsical Containment System is successful. Chapter 4. Okay. At this moment, Qing was taken aback. He looked around subconsciously, but found that others didn't notice it, just like the voice resounded in his mind. Then, he had a thought. System? Goldfinger? He was short of breath. As a traveler, how could he not understand the golden finger of the system? He thought before that his golden finger was the huge area of the world and his terrifying talent, but now that he looked at it, his golden finger should be a system? But what is the use of this system? Just as he was thinking about it, the system seemed to understand his inner voice, and the cold mechanical electronic sound sounded again. This system is a strange containment system, which can help the host create a strange body, summon the containment, create a new civilized world, and become a new god. Hey! Qing was taken aback. Abnormal body? Containment? The corresponding thing instantly came to his mind. Isn't this the universe where divinity is everywhere and the supreme divinity is as numerous as dogs? In that universe, even an ordinary containment object, an ordinary abnormal body, as long as it doesn't understand its characteristics, can cause a world-destroying disaster. No, the pattern of destroying the world is too small, so it is the existence of destroying the universe. This thing turned out to be his golden finger? He was a little surprised. Moreover, as far as he knows, it seems that in this world, no one has created any divinity related to contained objects or abnormal bodies. In other words, there is a blank in this world in terms of containment objects and even abnormalities. If he creates containment objects, doesn't that mean that he becomes the originator of the containment object universe? Can this abnormal body god system become his original system? Hiss. He took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling instantly. This is really true, Sleepy is here to send a pillow. Before, he was still struggling with what kind of creatures to create. But no matter what creature he creates, his future path must be to join other people's gods and live under others. No matter how evil or genius he is, in the end, all his hard work will only turn into the merits of others and help others grow. No matter what height he grows to in the future, there will always be a Dao ancestor or some god on his head. For others, it is good to lie flat, not to be number one in the world, but to be number two in the world is also good. But the more Qing thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. It's all right now, the cheat is in the account. Then there is no need to think about it. Of course it was to create the abnormal body and summon the contained object. Of course, for this kind of thing, you have to find the system. System, is there any novice gift package or something? Qing pondered, subconsciously communicating in his mind. Create abnormality, summon containment. As the world lord, he has the talent to create creatures, but obviously, creatures are creatures, the strange bodies of strange bodies. Wanting to create abnormal bodies and containment objects is even more difficult than directly creating extraordinary mythical creatures. Just when Qing asked, a cold mechatronic sound sounded in his mind again. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a inheritance entry card. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a divinity card. Congratulations to the host, you got a mem card. Congratulations to the host, get a white card. Congratulations to the host, get a black card. At this moment, with the prompt sound, a virtual panel that only he can see appeared in front of Yeqing's eyes out of thin air. On the virtual board, there were 5 cards with their backs facing up. There are similar patterns emerging on the edge of each card, mysterious and unpredictable, making it hard to see clearly. At the same time, behind the respective cards, there are corresponding names. Legacy entries, divinities, memes. And a pure white card on the back except for the pattern, and a pure black card except for the pattern on the back. Yeqing looked at it and fell silent. These cards naturally correspond to different types of containment. According to the system's explanation, these cards are used by Yeqing to create the containment. This point, Yeqing can probably understand. The key is the last white card and black card. The corner of his mouth twitched, quite speechless. System, you're actually 3301 in disguise, right? Yeqing complained. The so-called 3301 is no 3301 Foundation game. This thing is also one of the many containment objects. It is a very weird, game-like containment object. In this game, there are many cards of different colors, and this white and black are 2 of them. The white card is called a good luck card, which can buff people, which is very rare in the game. Black cards are called doom cards, and they all have serious negative effects, even rarer than white cards. He never thought that the system even rewarded himself with these 2 cards. White cards are fine, what do you do with black cards? Give yourself a negative buff? But obviously, facing Yeqing's questioning, the system didn't mean to respond at all. Never mind. Yeqing took a deep breath, and ignored the white and black cards for now. Now, he created creatures first and officially became the master of the world. He was in a daze. At this time, the other students have also turned on the world projection one by one, and are using the resources given by the school to start creating creatures. He glanced. Most of them are normal existences, either element life or mechanical life. Of course, there are also people who create giant beasts and legendary wild beasts and fierce birds. There is no doubt that this classmate will definitely want to take the fantasy route or the fairy tale route in the future. Around them, there were also many instructors from the school who went to watch, and some people kindly guided them, so that those students felt like they had found a treasure, and quickly added and modified it. Yeqing looked at Zhang Yuqing again, only to find that this little girl projected the world, but she hadn't started to create creatures yet. Her big black eyes just looked at him like that. What are you looking at? Yeqing asked with some amusement. Humph, can't you see it? Zhang Yu snorted lightly. Yeqing was a little helpless, he naturally guessed what this little girl was thinking. It's nothing more than thinking about what kind of creatures he created, and then she also created what kind of creatures. It's better to compare with him in the future. But this time, I will disappoint you. Yeqing shook his head secretly, he has a system, so he naturally wants to create the containment. Each containment has different characteristics. If you just look at the appearance, you will end up with a nondescript existence. Of course, he couldn't tell the little girl about the system. However, for the sake of this little girl's future, he still told her twice to let her figure out her own direction and decide her own future. I don't know whether Zhang Yuqing listened to it or not. Yeqing didn't care anymore, with the thought in his mind, he had a little connection with his own world. His heart froze, and he spoke in a deep voice. Projecting the world. Buzz. At this moment, with a flash of light, a huge phantom of the world is instantly projected onto the sand table. At the same time, along with Yeqing's projection, the tutors from all universities also looked over in unison. The drama has begun. Chapter 5. At this moment, with Yeqing projecting the world, the tutors from the surrounding schools stepped forward one after another. Some of the students even left behind the previous instruction to see what kind of creatures Qing would create. This made those students resent Qing. Qing didn't care about this either. At this time, with the world projection, his small world with a world area of 33 kilometers was also projected onto the sand table. Big is really big, even though it is just a projection, even though it has been reduced countless times, it can be placed on the sand table, and it is also at the crushing level. Other people's world is projected in front of Qing, really like a younger brother. The vast area of the world is barren, without any living animals and plants. This is what the initial world size looks like for everyone. Pata. Qing opened the box given by the old principal again. Inside the box, lay 3 spars emitting a hazy halo. This is Shenyuan, a spar that contains extremely huge energy. It is specially used for the creation of creatures by the World Lord and the necessities consumed by the development of civilization. An ordinary Shenyuan is worth 11,000 pieces in the external market. But the school gave everyone 3 coins. Although not much, but not everyone can come up with 30,000 yuan. Qing looked at the Shenyuan shimmering with a misty halo, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. The Shenyuan fell directly into the projected world, and soon turned into 3 small light spots and disappeared. At the same time, Qing also had a thought, and the spiritual power passed through layers of illusion, turned into a human form, and descended into this world. As if passing through a space-time tunnel, Qing only feels that her perspective is getting wider and wider. Finally, he stood on the ground, looking at the vast land around him. Suddenly an indescribable pride rose in his heart. This is my world. He murmured, even though it still looks barren now, he believes that in the near future, this place will be extremely prosperous, and a bright and big universe will be opened up. After watching quietly for a while, Qing didn't forget the business system. He called softly, and in the next second, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. On the virtual panel, 5 cards are neatly arranged. The white and black cards were automatically ignored by him. His gaze mainly fell on the first 3 cards. Legacy entries, divinities, memes. The so-called inheritance item is a collective term consisting of 14 storage objects. It's not a specific category, it's just a hall of fame. In the inheritance entry, there are all kinds of containment objects, even including divinity, including memes. As for the so-called divinity and meme-type containment objects, there are many, anyway. Moreover, as far as the resources in his hands are concerned, let alone divinity, he cannot even create meme-type containment objects. In the end, his eyes fell on the inheritance item. With a thought, he stretched out his hand, and in the next second, the card with the words inheritance item was pinched in his hand. I don't know which one is below. Qing pondered. Immediately, without hesitation, he turned over the cards in his hand without saying a word. Buzz. But I saw, on the card, rays of light flickered, streams of light intertwined, and finally, a figure appeared on the card. It was a statue that looked like it was cast from reinforced concrete. The statue as a whole is like a peanut. Probably there are some inexplicable spray paints on the parts of the face, like eyes, or something else. Big head, tiny hands, looks as funny as it needs to be. This is number 173 statue. Good guy, isn't this little peanut? Qing's eyes lit up. Number -173 little peanut, this thing is as classic as it is classic. It can be said that it is simply one of the representatives of the containment universe. Got this thing for the first time. The most important thing is that he roughly estimated that the source of the gods in his hand can just create this little peanut. It's done. Qing smiled and waved his hand, and the 3 divine sources appeared directly in his hand. Buzz. Under Qing's control, the divine source started to rotate like a streamer, and began to revolve around Qing. One after another void runes are intertwined, vaguely outlining the outline of number -173. Immediately afterwards, another divine source filled the interior, gradually filled it up, and gradually transformed into a reinforced concrete appearance, covering and converging little by little. The last divine source, surrounding the outside, began to outline the inexplicable pattern on the outside of the little peanut. Surrounded by strands of mysterious aura, various laws are condensed. Until the end, a tall reinforced concrete peanut statue appeared in front of Qing. You can clearly feel the extraordinariness of this statue, and you can clearly feel the mysterious atmosphere in the statue. In other worlds, this is a stone man, and it can also be called something else. Of course, this is not the most important thing, the most important thing is the characteristics. Qing stretched out his hand, and he stuck the 173 statue cards on the forehead of the statue in front of him. The card gradually melted away, wrapped around the statue in front of him in an instant, and began to gradually add features. One by one, the characteristics are given. Indestructible, stand still, observe the impact, lock throat, obliterate, move at high speed. Accompanied by a series of characteristics being blessed. The statue trembled faintly. Crack, crack. There was a clear cracking sound, and the statue seemed to be unable to hold on, as if it would collapse in the next second. Qing's eyelids twitched when he heard the magic sound of clicking. 3 gods, this is 3 gods. Putting it on other people can create a race and create an extraordinary creature. And when it came to him, he built a 173, and there were still some signs of collapse. Qing was frightened for a while. Fortunately, the golden light flickered on the statue for a while, and finally, it completely quieted down. The mysterious and lawful aura around him was introverted, and he was like an ordinary cement statue of an abstract painting that could no longer be ordinary, just standing there motionless. But Qing was overjoyed. As the World Lord, he has absolute control over the world. At this moment, he knows that he has succeeded. Chapter 6 Log, the World Lord created the first unknown creature, please name it. At this moment, following Qing's creation of 173 successes, a panel appeared in front of Qing. This is not a system panel, but a panel generated by the connection between the World Master and the world. This panel can be used to view the situation of the world in order to avoid unknown changes. World, unnamed. World area, 33 kilometers. Total population, 1. Civilization level, 0. System : Very simple panel. The system is unknown. It can only be said that this world does not include a system related to the contained objects. It doesn't matter, he can add it himself. With a thought, Qing called up the panel about 173 again. See you. Name, statue, no 173 peanut. Race : Level, extraordinary. Type, inheritance entry. Talent: skills, neck twist, active, overspeed warning, passive. Description: it is the first creature created by the World Lord himself. It has unfathomable potential and is born with magic immunity. Very good. Qing nodded in satisfaction. He looked at little peanut in front of him a few more times. There is no doubt that as long as someone is watching, he will remain motionless, just like a real ordinary statue. Of course, even if Qing turned his head and looked elsewhere, this 173 would still stand there motionless. Obviously, he also knew who was the creator and who was his real master. This is Qing, but if you were an ordinary person here, you would have to bend your neck and sink into a dead body today. It wasn't until this moment that Qing had a thought, and her consciousness returned to her body. Of course, he didn't forget to name the world, name the system. In the world, it is called Containment World. Now it's called the Containment World, in the future it can even be called the Containment Universe. As for the system, it is called Abnormality. Isn't it anomalies? All contained objects are a mistake, a bug, to the universe and the world. The existence that cannot be explained by scientific principles, nor can it be explained by metaphysical theories, isn't this anomaly? Hey! The consciousness returned to the body, and Yeqing let out a long breath. When he's in the world he's created, he feels omnipotent, feels like he's in control. But when he returned to this mortal body, that feeling receded like a tide, making him feel a little dazed. Fortunately, he quickly adapted. It was at the moment when he came back to his senses that he realized the strangeness of the scene. At this moment, not only the principal, but also the tutors of the universities, and even the students all looked at Yeqing with strange eyes. What's wrong? What are you looking at me for? Yeqing frowned. Cough, cough, cough. Principal Yang was the first to come back to his senses, looked at Yeqing with strange eyes, and then looked at a certain statue in the world projection sand table, and then asked curiously, Xiaoye, you used Shen Yuan to create such a… the statue came out. Yeah. Yeqing nodded. But no. He almost felt that 3 divine resources were not enough. So, what did you create? 3 gods? Just such an ugly statue. Even Zhang Yuqing looked curiously at Yeqing. Ugly statue. The corners of Yeqing's mouth twitched. I have created a creature whose strength is close to high level. The little girl said triumphantly again, and showed Yeqing her own world as she spoke. But at this moment, Zhang Yuqing's world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The previous barrenness was replaced by green mountains and green waters, and a large group of primitive people were running around in the center of the world. Among them, the primitive man with the strongest aura has a faint high-level level. In this world, whether it is the creatures in the world of the World Lord or the World Lord himself, there are different levels of division. The lowest level is naturally the ordinary level without any supernatural means. Further up, it is medium, and further up is high level. The ordinary world master, the strongest world creature cultivated at the beginning, is in the middle of the sky, and Zhang Yuqing is obviously a genius. With limited resources, he not only changed the world's ecology, but also created a monster whose strength is close to high level. Creatures. Just look at the envious eyes cast by other students. The little girl was so proud, she ran to Yeqing to show off. Awesome! Yeqing also admired. Right. Zhang Yu smiled lightly, her tiny canine teeth were shining brightly, as if announcing her victory. She felt that she could finally overwhelm Yeqing. Hehe, classmate Zhang is wrong. At this time, the old principal smiled and said, glanced at the statue in Yeqing's world projection, and said in an inexplicable tone, this, statue, created by Xiao, has steadily reached the extraordinary level. To be honest, even the old principal was shocked by Yeqing. The initial world awakens, and the awakening is only 33 kilometers away. This initial creation of creatures can also directly create an extraordinary level of creatures is even more against the sky. At this time, everyone was in an uproar after hearing what the old principal said. FK? What? Real or fake? Extraordinary? Yeqing actually created an extraordinary creature. Is it fake? Principal, you can't be mistaken, right? How is it possible? Everyone has 3 gods, even if these 3 gods are piled up to death, they can't make a Superman. I'm crying to death. I finally managed to cultivate a medium-sized creature, and they are all extraordinary. Damn, this is not for people to play with. It's numb, what the hell, is it hanging up? Extraordinary creature. So it's an extraordinary creature, so it's made. Damn it, it was pretended by him. All the students stared wide-eyed at Yeqing, full of incredulity, and some even clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and looked at Yeqing sourly. Zhang Yuqing's beautiful eyes also widened, and her small mouth opened into an O shape. She was really shocked. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. Extraordinary. There is already an essential difference between extraordinary and below high level, and there has been a qualitative leap. Just pull out any extraordinary creature, the kind that can hit a large area. Yeqing's unattractive statue with unknown reasons turned out to be an extraordinary creature? Really? But obviously, the old headmaster couldn't lie to them. Extraordinary is really extraordinary. Only. At this time, the old headmaster looked at Yeqing again, hesitantly said, although this statue is extraordinary, but with the characteristics of this statue, what route do you plan to take in the future? Chapter 7. What route can Yeqing take? Of course I'm taking the route of magic civilization. Although this statue is a bit weird, there are also gargoyles in my magic system, so it's perfect to take the magic route. At this moment, the instructor of the School of Magic, wearing a robe and holding a magic wand, spoke first. When he saw Yeqing create this statue, he instantly thought of similar gargoyles. However, upon hearing this, the instructor of Xianxia Academy was not happy. He snorted coldly and said, "What is most suitable for magic civilization? It is clear that my fantasy civilization is the most suitable. This kind of stone statue full of unknown atmosphere is simply too much. The ancient stone statue that fits my fantasy civilization. My Xianxia civilization also has stone statues, which can be used to collect incense, and incense can become immortals and gods. This stone statue should be in line with my Xianxia civilization." At this moment, the instructor of the Xianyu Academy also said. Not only these three, but also the instructors of the other universities all said that Yeqing is in line with their civilization system. Stone statue. Which civilization system does not have a stone statue? Even the instructors of science and technology institutes can say 1, 2, 3. In short, at this moment, Yeqing has become a hot figure in various universities. Yeqing is really too monstrous. The initial awakening world covers only 33 kilometers, and he even created an extraordinary creature with 3 divine sources. As far as this kind of potential is concerned, anyone who can bring down their school can be regarded as the existence of core training. The principal's office was in chaos. Yeqing was quite speechless. How could this group of mentors blame them for everything? Seeing the tutors from various colleges arguing, he was so red-faced and thick-necked that he even wanted to fight. Principal Yang stood aside and watched cheerfully. In the past, the tutors of various universities who were so superior that they had to look at people with their nostrils, are now arguing because of a student in his school. That feeling, tisk tisk, is really cool. Finally, Principal Yang spoke up and said with a smile, "Everyone, it's useless to use your brains today. Which school Yeziazi wants to join depends on his own wishes." Okay. As soon as these words came out, the instructors of all the schools came back to their senses. Coughed twice, pretending that nothing happened before. Then, they approached Yeqing to chat with Yeqing. "Student Yet, your talent and potential are unquestionable. My Xianyu Academy is naturally the largest institution in Daxia, with strong teachers and sufficient resources. If you join my Xianyu Academy can even allocate part of the resources in advance. 10 million bursaries. 10 divine sources. There are even law fragments, which can perfect the original laws of the world. Help you in the college entrance examination in 7 days." The instructor of the Xianyu Academy smiled and said, full of sincerity. "Thousands of bursaries. 10 gods. Fragments of the law. Good guy, big deal." At this moment, all the students were drooling enviously. This is just a part of the resource allocation. If you really join the Xianyu Academy, can the resources be less? Envious. Envy makes people jealous, and envy makes people go crazy with envy. Damn, a genius can really do whatever he wants. At this moment, they can't wait to replace Yeqing and promise Yeqing. "Hey, what is this? Are you willing to get these things?" "But I didn't want to, at this time," the instructor of the Xianhuang Academy also said, "Join my Xianhuang Academy. My Xianhuang Academy can provide 30 million scholarships. 20 Shenyuan. There are also law fragments. At the same time, I will personally give it to classmate Ye a divine beast egg." Saying that, the instructor of Xianhuang Academy looked at the instructor of Xianyu Academy provocatively. The instructor of Xianyu Academy frowned slightly. And listening to the words of the instructor of Xianhuang Academy, all the students were speechless again. Good guy, not to mention doubling the resources, and the beast eggs? FK. Divine beast egg. Then it's a beast. There is a price but no market, so you can give it away. As long as a world master can cultivate a divine beast, he is considered a famous existence in the circle. If I have a divine beast egg, I can blow it for a lifetime. All the students sighed. Until now, they didn't understand what a big deal is. When they looked at Ye Qing again, their expressions became complicated. It would be great if it was them, but it's a pity. Don't talk about these students. Even the other teachers from various universities were all speechless. In terms of handwriting, they are naturally inferior to the two behemoths of Xianyu Academy and Xianhuang Academy. One represents the Xianxia system, and the other represents the fantasy system. In the early years, they fought each other. The so-called fairy tales and fantasy are not against each other. Some people say that Xianxia is the highest, and naturally some people say that fantasy is against the sky. But there is no doubt that Xianhuan and Xianxia are definitely the two overlords above Daxia. But now, the two universities are fighting each other, so there is nothing wrong with them. They can't provide law fragments, and they can't provide divine beast eggs, how can they argue? However, they still stepped forward and set their own conditions. It is nothing more than an increase in the basic conditions, what provides tens of millions of stipends, or dozens of shenyuan and the like. They thought that if Ye Qing was tempted and joined their school, they would make a lot of money. But on this, Ye Qing shook her head. "Sorry, mentors, I still want to make another breakthrough, and make plans after the college entrance examination is over." Ye Qing smiled and politely refused. "Join universities? Joke. If you join now, you will directly become a vassal. No matter how high his achievements are in the future, he will just depend on others. No matter how tempting the conditions they offer, he will categorically refuse them." However, when Ye Qing said this, all the tutors and even the principal frowned. Ye Qing wants to take the path of creating a unique god system. "Xiao Ye, you have to think clearly," the principal asked in a deep voice. Over the years, he has also seen many geniuses, all of whom are arrogant and want to achieve great things. But what happened? Most of them delayed the development time in the early stage, and then disappeared from everyone. As for rising, well, let's put it this way, the last world master who created a complete system and unique god system was 200 years ago. I've already figured it out, this statue is the first step I've taken. Ye responded with a smile, and said, stretching out his hand a little, the 173 statue gradually grew bigger and appeared on the sand table in the form of a phantom superior. The tutors of all the schools looked over in unison. They looked at the 173 statues carefully, feeling some unique characteristics of this statue. Well, it doesn't fit with the laws of the immortal Dao. The instructor of the Immortal Domain Academy murmured. It's not compatible with Xuanhuang's law. The instructor of Xianhuang Academy frowned. It doesn't blend with the rules of magic. The instructor of the School of Magic said silently. Conflicts with the laws of science. The instructor of the Institute of Science and Technology is also silent. Accompanied by the narration of one teacher after another. The office, which was still noisy before, was quiet at this moment, and a needle could be heard. Chapter 8. In the principal's office, it was surprisingly quiet. Everyone looked at Ye Qing, at the projection of 173 in front of Ye Qing. The other students couldn't feel it, but the tutors of the various universities, and even Principal Yang could clearly feel the strange aura of law on 173's body. Unspeakably weird, indescribably grotesque. There is a sense of confusion, and a bug-like uncomfortable feeling. This is the breath of the world that comes with the No 173 statue. It is incompatible with all the systems present, and even conflicts with many systems, which is extremely repulsive. This is the tone of Yeqing's world today. Cultivate a fart fairy. Practice martial arts. Learn the magic of a hammer. When they came to Yeqing's shelter, they all had to be caught blind. Abandoned. At this moment, the same word appeared in the minds of all the school tutors present. The way they looked at Yeqing in Chengdu changed. Some sighed with regret, some were heartbroken. What a genius, he was just ruined by himself. Other geniuses who create their own divine system will leave a way out for themselves anyway. If they can't create their own, they can change their system. But what about Yeqing? That's not leaving a back road, just blocking all the roads. It's okay if this path works out, but if it doesn't work out, if you want to change in the future, you will have to pay a higher price, and the gain outweighs the loss. As for whether Yeqing can follow this path? Yeqing is indeed a genius, but in the past 200 years, it's not like there haven't been geniuses who are more evil than Yeqing. But what happened? There will be no new gods in 200 years. Principal Yang, I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first, the teacher at Xianxia Academy said, then turned around and left. Old Yang, I also have something to do. The tutor of the Xianxia Academy also spoke, talking and walking. Not only these two, but also the instructors from other schools, they just found excuses, turned around and left without delay. In a blink of an eye, the principal's office, which was crowded and lively before, seemed empty and deserted. As long as Yeqing cultivates a group of normal primitive people, there is still some value in attracting them, but now their faces are very ugly. I have some resentment toward Yeqing in my heart. It was because of Yeqing that they were really upset that they made a trip for nothing. Yeqing's operation really broke their minds. Boy yeah, you, oh. The old headmaster looked at Yeqing, frowned, hesitated to speak, and sighed. Hee, principal, what are you doing? Yeqing smiled, showing no concern at all. Are you really ignorant or fake? The old headmaster was speechless. Can't you see it now? Young people, if you don't rush, just rush, how can you be called a young person? Yeqing still doesn't care. Hey, the matter has come to this, it's useless for me to say anything, you guys, go back and prepare for the college entrance examination in 7 days. The old principal sighed, hands behind his back, and slowly left the principal's office. That back view is more or less lonely. The old headmaster managed to elevate his eyebrows once, but just saw the dawn, and was extinguished like this. His heart can be said to be shattered. He really couldn't figure it out, how could such a monstrous genius become like this? At this time, as the old principal left the office, the remaining students all looked at Yeqing with strange eyes. Although the tutors of the previous schools, and even the old headmaster didn't say anything. However, looking at their faces and seeing their attitudes change sharply, it seems that they have said everything. They vaguely understood that although Yeqing was still that genius, he was no longer the genius they imagined. Perhaps, Yeqing, a genius, is just so useless. Everyone has different thoughts. The awe and even envious eyes that looked at Yeqing earlier disappeared at this moment. There was even jokes and sarcasm in their eyes. A once-in-a-millennium genius? The area of the initial awakening world is 33 kilometers. 3 divine sources created extraordinary creatures? Tutors from various universities fawning over? Hee. Shit. Now, he, Yeqing, is an existence that the tutors of various universities despise. Genius? Well, maybe Yeqing is a genius. However, this genius has some problems in his mind. What's the matter? The game started off in a crazy way, but it was abruptly destroyed by Ye Qing. Puff! Someone couldn't bear it anymore and made a sound. This sound was like a signal, and the eyes of each of them looking at Ye Qing became more and more playful. Student Ye is worthy of the name of a genius. He created an original god system. Admire, admire. Tisk tisk, in the future we will have to rely on classmate Ye, the ancestor of the gods, the sect of all laws. Student Ye, the college entrance examination is 7 days later, I hope you will be merciful, we just created ordinary monsters, and it will only be our destiny to join the Immortal Academy in the future. They spoke in a strange way, completely losing their previous promises. At this moment, they finally let out a breath of anger, and they were sneering at Ye Qing. A generation of geniuses just fell away. While they felt pity, they also felt extremely happy, and their mood was extremely comfortable. The former Ye Qing, they can't afford it. The halo of genius made them suffocate that day. But the future Ye Qing, hee. Today, they finally understood what twists and turns are, reversals and reversals. The 13 people were so excited and mocked there, they didn't regard this place as the principal's office at all. Ha ha ha, student Ye, I don't know when we can join your god system? We are all classmates, so please help if you can. At this time, a male student came out of the crowd. With an ordinary face and a bit sinister eyes, this is Liu Yi from the 2nd class, who has awakened the World Lord with a world area of 13 kilometers. He is equally yin and yang, tit for tat. Ye Qing was in the limelight before, the whole school was paying attention, the old principal took care of him, and even the tutors of the various universities had Ye Qing as the core. But these beings who are also world masters have become Ye Qing's foil. It's really refreshing to be able to breathe out now. Humph, who is the yin and yang weirdness? Zhang Yu couldn't stand it any longer, her brows stood on end, she stared angrily, and wanted to say a few more words. However, her hand was held by Ye Qing. Ye Qing took 2 steps forward and looked at Liu Yi with a mocking smile on his face. Fallen genius? Hee, even if it's really a fallen genius, you can't mock him. Liu Yi was disdainful, and wanted to say something more. However, Ye Qing's face turned cold, and his aura suddenly changed. Buzz! A terrifying coercion that only extraordinary creatures possessed appeared on Ye Qing. That extraordinary coercion instantly pressed towards Liu Yi. Liu Yi's expression changed, his whole body trembled, and fear gradually appeared in his eyes. He bent down uncontrollably, his knees trembled even more, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Extraordinary coercion. He gritted his teeth, his eyes were about to burst. Ye Qing looked down at Liu Yi condescendingly, his eyes were indifferent, he didn't even say any cruel words, he turned around and left with Zhang Yuqing. Shame! At this moment, Liu Yi only felt that he had been deeply insulted. Without saying a word, looking down at him is more uncomfortable than mocking him. In Ye Qing's eyes, he is like an ant, like a clown. Damn it, Ye Qing, you wait for me, what a down-and-out genius, what a big deal. Liu Yi knelt on the ground, looked at Ye Qing's back, clenched his teeth, his eyes were full of resentment. The college entrance examination in 7 days, I will let you die without a place to bury you. Chapter 9. Ye Qing took Zhang Yuqing out of school and returned to the community. On the way, Zhang Yuqing was still a little angry at those classmates. The eyes that looked at Ye Qing one by one before were called fear and envy. However, in a blink of an eye, they seemed to change their faces and began to mock. The change of attitude was faster than flipping through a book. She was so angry that she couldn't see this kind of person. But, Ye Qing, what are you going to do about the college entrance examination in 7 days? Zhang Yu looked at Ye Qing lightly. She also knew very well that creating an original god system is difficult, and not everyone can create it successfully. Others can learn from other gods and develop rapidly within these 7 days. And what about Qing? In 7 days, racking my brains, what complete system can I come up with? She is really worried. Hee, don't worry, don't I still have a supernatural creature here? Qing smiled lightly and said with a relaxed face, not thinking about the college entrance examination in 7 days at all. This college entrance examination is naturally not the ordinary college entrance examination in the previous life. It is an exam between the world masters. Compete with each other, fight each other. This is a confrontation between the two main civilizations of the world. No matter which world you are in, this college entrance examination is very important. But Zhang Yuqing wanted to say something else. Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing with some amusement, and raised his eyebrows. What? You care about me so much? Dai, who cares about you? Zhang Yuqing blushed slightly, then pouted her lips. You can clearly stand out from your peers and become a shining new star. She was obviously talking about the resources promised by the universities. Considering Qing's degree of genius, coupled with the resources of various universities, Qing is definitely a dark horse in this year's college entrance examination. At that time, enjoy endless glory and wealth. But Qing just gave up. She didn't believe that Qing didn't understand these things, so she could only say that she didn't know what Qing was thinking. Hee, isn't this giving you a chance to surpass me? Qing smiled and said, otherwise, in the future, you won't be able to surpass me. Humph. Zhang Yu snorted coldly, she couldn't believe Qing's nonsense reason. Turning her head, she flicked her ponytail, ignored Qing, turned around and left. This girl. Qing was a little amused, ignored Zhang Yuqing, and went straight home. At the entrance of the unit, Zhang Yu turned her head lightly, looked at Qing's back, and bit her red lips. There was a little worry in her eyes, but in the end, she sighed. Call. Back home, Qing felt a familiar strangeness in the empty and even cold room. 7 days later, the college entrance examination. He smiled confidently. A duel between world lords? That is really looking forward to it. There is a golden light in his eyes. However, taking advantage of this time, we still have to develop the world quickly. Although he is confident that Little Peanut can sweep everything, Little Peanut is not without weaknesses. For the world master who wants to sweep all the schools, a 173 is not enough. With a thought, a system panel appeared in front of him. Above, there are still 4 cards that have not been turned up. A divinity card, a mim card, a white card, and a black card. I don't know what this divine card can turn out. Qing pondered, the various divine containments flickered in his mind, there is no doubt that each divine containment is powerful. Now, there is no one else, so without further ado, he directly chose to open the card of the divine containment. Buzz! In an instant, streaks of golden light gathered in the card, surrounded by streams of divine aura, a terrifying, suffocating aura condensed in the card. In the end, the cards condensed into a golden figure. The human figure shone with golden light, and there seemed to be 2 pairs of glowing wings on the shoulders, and it held a burning holy sword in its hand. With the tip of the sword pointing down, the figure bowed its head in prayer. This is... Qing's pupils shrank, and then, joy flashed in his eyes. Good guy, worthy of divinity. Isn't this the famous number 001 gatekeeper in the containment universe? Divine containment, gatekeeper. One shot into the soul. This is really a hit, right? He was a little surprised. Gatekeeper, that can definitely be regarded as a powerful divine containment. Under normal circumstances, he would not take the initiative to attack others. When someone approached, he would give an irresistible order. Among them, the most common commands are leave or forget. If you attack him, or any hostile behavior, the gatekeeper will take the initiative to attack and lead to its destruction. And ignore the distance. At this time, before Qing's eyes, information about the gatekeeper also appeared. Name, Gatekeeper, number 001 Uriel. Race, Angel. Level, Legend. Type, Divinity. Talent skills, Thinking interference, active, Causal destruction, active, Sacred body, passive. Description, when the time comes, Uriel will hold the holy sword, open the door, follow God and lead the army of angels to reshape the world. As expected of a gatekeeper. Qing sighed, he was dazzled by the 3 innate skills alone. Thought interference, can give orders, making people follow his orders unconsciously. Karmic destruction, not only can you destroy malicious enemies, but even the person who gave the order, no matter how far away. Sacred body, as long as you don't suffer fatal injuries, you can recover in a very short time. The so-called evil is not invaded, and all magic is not touched. There is a natural resistance to spells and all evil things. At this moment, Qing was so flattered. Then, the materials needed to create the gatekeeper jumped out of his eyes. Angel Ring, 0/1. Holy Blood, 0/1. Holy Sword of Flame, 0/1. Creation God Source, 0/10. I wipe. Qing looked at the consumption in amazement, and his face changed immediately. He hurried to the official website of the main world to have a look. He checked the prices separately. The Ring of Angels, the most rubbish of the lower angels, also needs 10 million. Sacred Blood, the most common divine blood needs 8 million. The Flame Holy Sword, the cheapest one, also costs 15 million. Plus 100,000 gods of creation. Combined, it's 33.1 million. Qing silently glanced at her savings. Well, both parents died, no car and no house. Kari's only savings is his parents' pension, which is only 1 million in total. It's not even a fraction enough. Damn, hot eyes. Qing covered his eyes, quickly closed the main official website of the world, and buckled the card of the gatekeeper. Is it expensive? To be honest, it's not very expensive. As long as you let others know, you can have a legendary creature for 33.1 million, and countless people will flock to it. But Qing has no money. 33.1 million, to him, is an astronomical figure. It seems that we have to earn money and grab resources. Qing muttered, thinking about earning money and grabbing resources in his mind. However, at this moment, buzz. He suddenly had a warning in his heart, it was from the containment world. Containment world, something went wrong. Qing's expression froze, without saying a word, his mind sank into the world. Chapter 10. In the boundless void, a small world that is not too big is floating in emptiness. This continent is only 33 kilometers away. This is the small world where Qing awakened. Of course, this world is no different from before, barren is still barren, lifeless. In a world without the management of the World Master, it will still be the same even after thousands of years. Even, because 173 is not a real ancient creature, it always stands in place, motionless. Until, Qing reappeared in this world. Qing didn't have time to observe the world, and he didn't pay attention to the 173 standing there motionless. He just stared at the void, watching the warning that the world reminded. The void is boundless, with a little bit of starlight shining. But at this time, in another direction, there is a huge shadow gradually approaching this world. That is the world warning. Suspected foreign enemy creatures are approaching the containment area. I've just become the world lord, and I'm being targeted. Qing frowned slightly as he looked at the huge shadow. At the same time, something of this kind came to his mind. In the shadowless void, there are endless creatures of the abyss. About 400 or 500 years ago, this world was pretty much the same as the world Qing lived in his previous life. Until one day, a monster from the abyss descended on Blue Star. Humanity almost went extinct. Fortunately, together with the monsters from the abyss, there is also the kind of stone that can awaken the world, and the decline of human beings has been reversed. After hundreds of years of fighting, countless amazing and brilliant existences have been born. Today, those abyssal monsters have been driven to the depths of the starry sky, and humans have regained control of the Blue Star. But the creatures of the abyss always want to invade the world, whether it is the Blue Star or the world created by the World Master. Seeing the new world, this group of abyssal creatures are like cats smelling fishy, destroying, occupying, devouring the origin of the world, and then becoming stronger. Every abyssal monster is very powerful. There are very few world lords who can be repelled and wiped out after being targeted. And now, this group of abyssal monsters are eyeing the world where Qing lives. The point is, it's not just one or two. Look at the shadow area, it's still a large group. Qing's complexion was a little ugly, and she just felt that it was very troublesome. He thought he could develop the world with peace of mind. 7 days later, those who took the college entrance examination. Now it seems that if the abyss monster is not dealt with, let alone the college entrance examination, it will be a problem whether he is the world master or not. He stared intently at the huge group of shadows in the void. The faint breath of abyss coming from above made him feel dignified. Malice, destruction. This is the abyss monster. They are here for Qing's world. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow jumped down in the endless void. Boom! Following the fall of that figure, the whole world where Qing was located began to tremble. Qing's heart shuddered, and he chose to hide without saying a word. Looking intently at the void monster, he finally saw the whole picture of the monster. His skin is dark grey and he has a burly body. On his arms and legs, there are unknown metal shackle arm guards. On his shoulders and legs, there are many rock-like skins. Unicorn. The most important thing is that he is also carrying a thick pillar as tall as a person, which is full of deterrent force and oppression. Well, it's a world of nothingness. As soon as he landed, he looked at the vast and empty world around him, and curled his lips. Immediately, his unicorn shone with light, leading towards the void. In the void, a huge warship docked slowly, the lights flickered, the hatch opened, and phantom human figures also fell down. They are slender, their legs are like sharp swords, they also hold wrist guards and long swords in their hands, and there is a reactor-like device on their chests. Their heads are small, with either 2 horns or 1 horn. Red or blue lights flashed on their bodies, and the aura of an abyssal demon spread, making people shudder. Each body has a vague high-level aura, and the burly demon before has an extraordinary aura. There are 7 demons in total, 1 extraordinary and 6 high-level ones. A demon squad. For any newly awakened world lord, if he encounters this lineup, he will definitely die. But for Qing. Fortunately, Qing let out a long sigh of relief. His little peanut is also an extraordinary creature, so if he tries his best, it shouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, there is him, the World Lord, directing at the side. Today, he is 70% sure to win the Devil Squad. A new world? Although it's small, the origin of this world is extremely dynamic. One of the slender demons looked at the world and said, "Hee, it's unlucky for the World Lord to meet us." Another slender demon also said, "Don't talk nonsense, quickly destroy this world and take away the origin of the world." The burly demon said in a low voice, the red light in his eyes looked at the slender demons indifferently. Yes. All the demons trembled, nodded in agreement, and then, one by one, they took out pieces of equipment from their bodies. Ka ka ka. The devices of the 6 demons combined with each other, and finally, a huge disc unknown device was formed. The device was cold and dark, a bit like a technological creation. Boom! After the device was successfully assembled, it began to run crazily. A drill bit protruded from the bottom of the device, and it was directly stuck on the ground. When the device started, the surrounding soil and gravel began to be crushed and annihilated. There is even a wave of suction, which absorbs everything around the device, annihilates, shatters. There is no doubt that just such a device can destroy a world, not to mention that there are so many demons. After a whole set of procedures, it is clean and tidy, without muddle along. Obviously, these guys have destroyed the World Lord's small world not once or twice. A habitual offender, definitely a habitual offender. It's really boring. I don't know which weak human world master is running the world so barren. At this time, a slender demon clasped his hands, watching the world crusher running, quite boring. Oh, presumably, this world lord is also a weak world lord on the human side, another slender demon said with a smile. In the past, after they put down the world shredder, they would go to fight against the creatures of these small worlds. They are abyssal demons, destroying the world and devouring the origin of the world is their way to become stronger. It is their nature to enjoy the joy of fighting and killing. But now, they can only wait, it's really boring. Hey, why is there a statue here? Suddenly, a voice came, which instantly attracted the thoughts of all the slender demons. Chapter 11. A statue, an ordinary statue that can no longer be ordinary, has attracted all the demons. But in the past, they would never look at this kind of statue. But now they are so boring. The burly leader of the demon team just glanced at him, but didn't pay attention, and continued to wait for the world crusher to operate. Soon, 6 demons surrounded the statue. They looked at it a bit ugly, like a large peanut-like statue, and they discussed it one by one. This statue seems to have existed in this world for a long time. It is possible that the world lord of this world has fallen, and the world collapsed. In the end, only this statue is left. I just don't know what kind of civilization this world is, and how brilliant it was when it was shining. Oh, it's a pity that I couldn't slaughter and destroy it in its glory. They discussed it, and that was a real pity. Soon, they stopped paying attention to the statue. That statue is too ordinary and has no research value at all. Besides, they don't need to study anything, the purpose of their existence is to destroy, to kill. This world is so desolate, it is impossible for them to kill a statue, right? The demons turn their heads. However, what they didn't know was that after leaving the statue suddenly moved. There are no signs of life, and the whole body is made of reinforced concrete, but it just moves like this. Those demons haven't reacted at all. Then, whoosh! A phantom flashed, and in an instant, the statue appeared behind the last demon, and then, pfft! There was an abrupt sound, and the last slender demon fell to the ground abruptly, his head twisted and turned 180 degrees. His eyes were full of astonishment and ferocity. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The vitality of the abyssal demon is strong, but his neck is broken. No matter how strong his vitality is, what he feels is endless pain. Plop! In the end, the abyssal demon fell to the ground straight, lifeless. Shua! At this moment, the other 5 demons felt abnormal, turned their heads in unison, and entered the state of combat readiness in an instant. What happened? What happened? Number 6 is dead. Where did the enemy come from? At this moment, all the demons looked wary, looking at the number 6 demon lying on the ground with an abnormally twisted neck, their hearts were awe-inspiring. Where did the enemy come from? They looked around, there was obviously nothing here, but unfortunately, number 6 just died for no reason. The strangeness of death, the horror of death. There was also a look of extreme pain on that face. This abnormality quickly attracted the attention of the leading squad leader, the devil. What's going on? The squad leader stepped forward, frowning and looking at the demon lying on the ground, looking at the abnormal twist of the neck. 1 blow kills. This is a proper blow to kill. The vitality of demons is tyrannical, and normal fatal injuries are nothing to them. But now, the demon died like this, it was so strange. But obviously, there is nothing here, only that weird statue. He noticed the statue when it first landed, and after realizing that it was an ordinary statue that couldn't be more ordinary, he didn't care anymore. In other words, this seemingly barren world is far from being as simple as it seems. An invisible enemy has launched an attack on them. His heart trembled, and he made a decision in an instant. Test! He ordered in a deep voice. Buzz! At the same time, light waves suddenly appeared on the mechanical device in his hand, and began to scan the dead demon's body. He wants to test how the demon died, because of what? It is not once or twice that they have dealt with the main players of the human world. The civilizations I have seen are also varied and diverse, including most of the systems in the current human world. As long as it is tested, you can find out why this demon died. Whether it's fairy art, ghost energy, or any other system, they can detect it, and then destroy the world in a targeted manner. Panels appeared in front of the leading demon. The rest of the demons also looked curiously. On the panel, bursts of devil patterns emerged, and then formed a series of meaningless gibberish. That is to say, unknown. The leading demon's expression turned ugly. Crack! Plop! However, at this moment, there was a sound of bone cracking, and immediately, another sound of a demon falling to the ground sounded. Another demon, dead. The faces of all the demons changed drastically, and they guarded their surroundings in surprise and uncertainty. But obviously, there is nothing around. And the death condition of that demon was exactly the same as that of the previous one, the neck was twisted abnormally, the neck was broken, and the eyes were wide open, full of panic. Scatter! The leading demon ordered with an ugly expression. In the next second, all the demons dispersed in unison, guarding each other. Buzzing, buzzing. In the silent void of the world, only the world crusher was still operating, and the dull rumbling sound seemed to shroud the whole world in a haze. They waited nervously, waiting for the next raid to appear. However, a minute passed and nothing happened here. Half a quarter of an hour passed, and nothing happened here. Come out! The leading demon shouted loudly, looking at everything around him with tyrannical eyes. It's not that they haven't heard of this invisible enemy. It's just that this enemy is even weirder now. He shouted loudly, but obviously, he didn't get any response. Activate the magnetic field. The leading demon shouted at the other 4 demons. Yes. The 4 demons spoke at the same time. Buzz buzz. The reactors in their chests flickered. 2 red lights, 2 blue lights. There was a red light, and a horrible magnetic force erupted. Affected by the magnetic force, the ground began to vibrate, and the gravel began to float. With a blue light, a terrifying blue arc appeared, circling around them and spreading towards the surroundings. Boom! The electromagnetic power erupted and spread towards the surroundings suddenly. That day, the ground, front, back, left, and right were filled with terrifying electromagnetic forces. Gravity is affected, magnetic poles are affected. Even, for a moment, the world crusher stopped working. The electromagnetic force oscillated everything, swept everything, spread to the statue, spread to the team. Driven by the abnormal electromagnetic force, the statue floated slightly, and under the influence of this electromagnetic force, the squad leader's demon also vibrated slightly. Finally, the electromagnetic force exploded and spread, obliterating a large hole in the ground. Boom! The gravel fell, the boulder fell to the ground, and the statue also fell to the ground. Everything is normal. No ghosts, no spooky horrors. There is no enemy hidden in that void. All the demons looked at each other. This time it is really numb. Buzzing! The world shredder was still running, everything around it was being annihilated. It's just that that voice made all the demons feel uncomfortable, making their hair grow weird. They are abyssal demons that roam the void. When others heard their names, they were terrified. But now, they are in an even weirder world, creepy. Chapter 12. Silent Void, Cold World. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of all the abyssal demons present. The unknown enemy is the most feared. The neck-broken, invisible monster was right beside them, and it might come up and break their necks at any time, killing them. Tisk tisk, this IQ is even worse than the abyssal demon. In the void, Qing observed everything happening in the world from a high-dimensional perspective. Of course, he saw Peanut's sneak attack clearly. The speed is very fast, it can almost be said to be supersonic. As long as the line of sight does not fall on him, then a demon will definitely fall to the ground. The most important thing is that these guys don't even know who the enemy is. He almost laughed out loud. The enemy is by your side, but you choose not to see it, right? However, Qing thought about it carefully, it seems that it is also normal. To them, that statue is an ordinary statue that cannot be more ordinary. How could a statue kill someone? It must be those invisible enemies, ghosts, or other things that are attacking them. Crack! Plop! However, at this moment, there was a burst of bone-shattering sound again, and immediately, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came. Another demon fell to the ground. Obviously, they didn't pay attention, and their eyes didn't fall on 173, and their necks were broken again. The demon's death was miserable, with a ferocious face, and his neck was twisted abnormally. He couldn't die anymore. Another dead. At this moment, the hearts of all the demons were already chilling. They couldn't find the enemy, couldn't find the murderer, they could only watch helplessly as their companions got their necks broken and died one by one. They were terrified, and even began to think that it was wrong to come to this world. This is scarier than the abyss, scarier than the devil. This is simply the tomb of the abyss, the forbidden land of demons. Panic. At this moment, those slender and ferocious demons panicked. Suddenly, the burly captain of the devil squad frowned. He looked at the statue in amazement, is this statue originally here? With this reminder, all the demons also came back to their senses, and looked at the statue one by one, and were a little surprised. Statues are always there. This statue has been in this place from the time of their coming into the world. This statue is a bit strange. A slender demon said, frowning and looking at the statue, a little surprised. There's an indescribable feeling. Another slender demon also said, always feeling weird. It seems that he was not in this position before. The last slender demon also said, frowning and looking at the statue. At the same time, he also tried to distinguish the position of the traces on the ground. But because they used the electromagnetic force to vibrate before, the barren ground seemed to have been plowed once, and there were no traces at all, let alone find the original location of the statue. This statue. The leader of the abyssal demon frowned, and then directly took out the inspection device, intending to scan the statue up and down, inside and out. Buzz. Waves of light emerged and began to scan the inside and outside of the statue. Diddy. Finally, the test results came out. The leader of the abyssal demon looked down, and at the same time, the other three also looked down. The test results showed that this statue was made of ordinary, low-tech world of reinforced concrete poured, and even analyzed the composition of the patterned paint on the statue's face. Contains a little divine breath. This is also very normal, after all, many small worlds are created by the World Lord consuming the divine source, and everything in the world may be contaminated with the divine source. In short, upon inspection, this statue is really an ordinary statue that can no longer be ordinary. There should be no problem with this statue, said the head demon. However, catch, catch, puff, puff. There were two sounds of bones breaking, and at the same time, Two sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. Two more demons fell to the ground. The death looks miserable, exactly the same as the previous devil's death outfit. Whizzing! At the same time as they heard that voice, the steel pipe demon and the last electric demon had their scalps numb, their figures exploded, and they separated instantly, looking at the two companions who fell to the ground in surprise. Just for a while. They came down to a small team, and in the end, only the two of them were left dead. Weird. It's so weird. The statue stood straight on the spot, the weird pattern on its face seemed to be laughing, mocking them demons. Come out! The leader demon yelled furiously, the terrifying extraordinary aura erupted from his body, and the single horn on his forehead also shone with golden light. He roared ferociously, grabbed the thick pillar and waved it around. His mentality is really broken. He thought he had encountered a small barren world, so he swallowed a wave of the origin of the world. But he didn't think that this small world was even weirder and more terrifying than he had imagined. This is simply playing with their demon mentality. Who the hell is the devil? Boss, let's get out. The electric demon said with a numb scalp, looking at the boss, his eyes were full of horror. Waste. Unexpectedly, the leader demon was furious, and slapped the electric demon directly. Retreat? This is simply insulting their abyssal demons. They should be an existence that everyone fears. Now, he actually said that he wanted to withdraw? What do you say when you go back? The electric demon got up, his face was full of shame. He was about to say something, however, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see something move. Hey! He was a little stunned, and subconsciously turned his head to look at the black shadow. Then, he saw the statue. Statue! He stared blankly at the ugly statue, and that indescribably weird feeling came to his mind again. Boss, does this statue really seem to be moving? That's an ordinary statue, why do you care about the statue? The boss was a little impatient. But the electric demon still frowned, looked at the statue, then at the corpse of his companion on the ground, and then... swoosh! A huge shadow appeared in front of him. He looked up, his pupils shrank. What is it if it's not a statue? The soul of the dead that he killed was terrified, and the electricity flashed on his body, and he suddenly pulled away. Boss, the statue, it's a statue, the electric demon shouted. However, he just turned his head and blinked. Kaka! Before he knew it, the statue had circled behind the electric demon at an extremely fast speed. With a twist of his little hand, his neck broke. The corpse slipped powerlessly to the ground, and its face was still full of panic and despair. He understood that the statue was playing tricks, but he didn't understand why the statue killed people. Got it, but not fully. But this scene happened to be seen by the leader demon. He watched helplessly as the electric demon fell powerlessly to the ground, and behind the electric demon was the statue. Weird statue. Chapter 13. Boom boom boom. The containment world has ushered in an unprecedented indiscriminate bombing. The leading demon, with a ferocious expression, was floating in the sky, and the pillars in his hand were thrown to the ground one by one. The unicorn above his head shone with golden light, dark clouds gathered together, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the terrifying thunder and lightning blasted towards the statue. There was a faint stench of burning in the air. Desperate, howl! No matter what you are, surrender to the mighty strength of an Xianxia. The leading demon grinned. At this moment, he really looked like a condescending lunatic, completely insane. The pillar bombarded Little Peanut like it didn't want money, and there were endless thunder and lightning surrounding it, and the top was covered by dark clouds. It was simply a scene of apocalyptic natural disasters. After confirming that the statue was the culprit of everything, he chose to zoom in without hesitation. He won't give the statue another chance to break his neck. Finally, he had had enough blasting and smashing enough, and the desolate world was full of smoke and dust. The corpses of those abyssal demons were smashed to pieces. There are countless potholes on the ground, and the violent thunder and lightning are raging, destroying this small world into a mess. Only in the very center of the bombardment, the statue still stands. There is not even the slightest crack on the body. How is it possible? He looked at the statue in horror, his eyes were full of disbelief and horror. After one round of his big move, the statue didn't react at all? Really? This is absolutely fake, right? Really or not, don't you know if you go down and have a look? Suddenly, a chuckle came from behind the demon. Who? The demon was startled, turned his head suddenly, and then saw a human. Before he could do anything, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his vision turned 360 degrees. He saw a human standing in the void, and a statue that appeared behind him at some point. Forehead. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, and his body began to fall weakly to the ground. His eyes gradually faded, looking at the battleship that had gone away above the void, his unicorn shone brightly, as if he wanted to summon, and wanted to tell what he had seen and heard in this world. But the battleship is too far away from this world, and his signal cannot be transmitted at all. Plop! In the end, his body hit the ground heavily, creating a big hole. Then, he saw two figures appear in front of him. One is human, and the other is the statue. Hat. He is worthy of being a demon of the extraordinary level. Even if his neck is broken, he can still laugh and talk, and his vitality is extremely strong. Unexpectedly, there is a world lord like you on the human side. He stared at the human in front of him, he only felt that he was deceived, the majestic abyssal demon, was deceived into this. Well, I didn't expect that there is such a stupid demon like you on the side of the abyss. Qing looked at the demon in front of him with a chuckle. Humans, don't be arrogant. 7 worlds later, the army of the abyss, surely, will flatten this world. The abyssal demon stared at Qing and said angrily. After saying this, his eyes gradually turned grey, completely dead. Okay. Hearing this, Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. 7 world days? 7 days? He pondered, will the army of the abyss return after 7 days? He had seen that the battleship of the abyssal demon tended to stay away before, so he didn't panic. But now... Boom boom boom! Just when Qing was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of the World Crusher running in his ears. Just at this moment, the World Crusher has crushed a lot of land. Qing's heart trembled, and he hurried forward to check, looked at the running World Crusher, calculated a little, and then heaved a sigh of relief. At this speed, let alone 7 days, even 7 years may not be able to kill him. This little world is destroyed. Etc. Qing's heart suddenly trembled. The 7 days mentioned by the devil couldn't be the 7th day on the blue star, right? The flow of time is naturally different from world to world. 7 days on the blue star, placed in a small world, at least it is a change of hundreds of years. The world destroyer wants to completely destroy a world and extract the origin of a world, and it also takes time. Of course, the time in the small world is not time at all. These abyssal demons only need to go to other places for a stroll, and then come back, the world will be completely destroyed. No wonder those demon battleships are gone, this is the reason for co-authoring. Anyway, no matter whether the world is destroyed or not, the world of Qing has already been targeted by the demons of the abyss. FK. Qing's expression turned ugly. However, at this time, he can't control so much anymore, let's smash the world first. He had watched these guys operate the world destroyer the whole time before, and he could turn it off by operating it twice. It was only at this moment that Qing began to liquidate the spoils. Extraordinary Abyssal Demon Corpse *1. World Smasher *1. High-level Abyssal Demon Corpse *6, but it turned into mud and mixed into the soil, and the blood of the demon infected one side. Only a few adulterated fragments remain. Half a day later. Poor, bah! Qing spat on the corpse of the extraordinary demon with an ugly face. He fumbled for a long time, but he didn't find anything good. So poor. Fighting monsters without dropping equipment? Perhaps, the only harvest is the World Crusher. Well, by the way, I don't know if this devil's blood can be sold for money. Saying that, Qing quickly exited the small world, returned to reality, quickly opened the main official website of the world, and began to check everything about demons. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. Fighting monsters and exploding equipment is of course nonsense. However, the corpse of the abyssal demon is really useful, and the blood of the demon can really be sold for money. Some world lords create worlds that breed monsters related to demons. The blood of abyss demons can make their demons advanced. Moreover, this thing is still in short supply. The abyssal demons are all powerful, and the blood of a high-level demon is worth hundreds of thousands. A tube of extraordinary demon's blood is even more valuable, 1 million. And that world shredder, an ordinary world shredder, is worth 3 million. Very well, poverty alleviation is just around the corner. After a long time, Qing came back to reality holding 100 tubes of crimson abyssal demon blood and a black world destroyer. In the small world, there is only one mummy left. Looks like it's finally possible to create a gatekeeper. Qing's eyes flashed green. As long as the gatekeeper creates it, whether you are a demon worship or an army of demons, if you cut it down with a sword, I want to see how many lives you have left. 7 days? I let you come and go. Chapter 14. Qing collected the blood of the extraordinary abyssal demon, took the world-destroying machine, and went straight out. He naturally wants to exchange these things into money, so that he has enough funds to buy corresponding things and create a gatekeeper. Soon, Qing took a taxi and arrived at the largest transcendent guild in Guangling City. The so-called Transcendent Guild is actually an existence similar to a business center. However, this is a business center dedicated to serving the Lord of the world. Inside, basically everything related to the World Lord is sold. At the same time, some special products unique to the World Master will also be purchased here. In Guangling City, this extraordinary guild Yanran has become the largest business center. Whether it is ordinary people or World Masters, they will gather here. After all, this place is not only for buying and selling items, but also various entertainment and catering services. This also leads to people coming and going, which is called a bustling. It's really big. Qing looked at the extraordinary guild, full of emotion. The towering buildings, at least hundreds of floors, are definitely the landmark buildings of Guangling City. The big characters of the Transcendent Guild on the top are even more shining and dazzling. This is his first time here. After a little emotion, he soon joined the Extraordinary Guild. As soon as you enter, the senses are different again. It looks huge from the outside, but after entering, I found that the interior space is even bigger, and it can't be seen at a glance, surrounded by various shops. There are a lot of people, but because the interior space is large enough, it doesn't look crowded. This should be using some kind of space folding technology. Qing just glanced at those shops from a distance, and was speechless. The things they sell are expensive, and the cheapest ones cost less than 10,000 yuan. Qing is dazzled by all kinds of specialties from the extraordinary world. Walk and watch. Even, the most peculiar thing is that he also saw a lot of abstract supernatural objects. For example, in a certain store, there is a sale of aura of Jiangji. Wearing the intelligence-reducing aura, your enemies will automatically reduce their intelligence by 30%. There's even a luck halo. Wearing a halo of luck can enhance your luck and bring you good luck. The most against the sky is the protagonist halo that combines many features. Wearing the protagonist's halo, you can have the same luck as the protagonist, and rise against the sky. Of course, there is no doubt that these things can only be used in the small world. Blue Star's personality is too high, and human beings are the masters of the world. These auras are useless to human beings. However, these things are still against the sky. The improvement of the creation of the world can also drive the world master to become stronger. Ye Qing was moved, but when he saw the price, he was secretly dumbfounded. Forget it. He's still going to create the containment obediently. He turned around and left without going shopping. Soon, he arrived at one of the largest recycling shops. Guest, what do you need to recycle? As soon as Ye Qing sat down, a fair-skinned and beautiful young lady came up and asked with a light smile while pouring tea for Ye Qing. Well, here are a few tubes of extraordinary blood, I want you to take them back. Ye Qing smiled and said, at the same time, he turned his hand, and a tube of dark red blood appeared in his hand. This was the blood of that extraordinary demon before. Okay, guest, please wait a moment, we need to be firm, the young lady said, holding the extraordinary blood and planning to get up. Wow! At this moment, there was movement from the inner room, and soon the door opened, and a young man and an old man with grey hair came out. They talked and laughed, as if they had negotiated some big business. There was also a piece of special metal on the tray in the old man's hand, which was dark and reflective, with a strange aura, and an abyssal aura. And that young man? Ye Qing raised his eyebrows, he knew this person. Lub. Good guy, the world is so big, you can meet them everywhere you go? But thinking about it carefully, this is also quite normal. The Extraordinary Guild exists exclusively to accept world masters, and this store is also the largest recycling store. Generally, the world masters in the early stage come to this kind of place to exchange resources. It's normal to meet Lu Yi here. Only. Hey, isn't this the great genius Ye Qing? Obviously, Lu Yi also noticed Ye Qing. The moment he saw Ye Qing, his face changed, thinking of the scene at school, then his face sank, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't care about the old man anymore, he stepped forward, looked at Ye Qing, and then at the tube of black and red blood on the young lady's tray, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with Ye Qing? Have you started selling blood? Ye Qing stood up. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is outside, if you dare to provoke trouble, I dare someone to entrust you away. Lu Yi took 2 steps back subconsciously, looking at Ye Qing with vigilance. Ha! Ye Qing laughed mockingly. A clown is a clown. He didn't care about Lu Yi, but turned his head to look at the young lady, and said, go and appraise it. Okay. The young lady nodded and walked towards the back room with a light body. Hey, genius, you're so downcast that you've started selling blood, why are you so proud? Lu Yi was upset, and started looking for a sense of existence again. He knew very well that Ye Qing had created a statue, but obviously, it was impossible for the statue to have blood. This blood is not from Ye Qing, could it be from some other creature? It's all like this, are you still proud? Genius? Just a joke. What are you barking at? Ye Qing looked at Lu Yi indifferently. He didn't understand, he was obviously an ant, but why did he want to run in front of him to show his presence? Who gave you the guts? Who gave you the courage? This is also in the Extraordinary Guild, but if it was changed to other places, he would have passed by a long time ago. Some people are like this, don't want to be cheap, even if you teach him a lesson, it's useless, if you don't hurt him, he will still bark and become more and more arrogant. You. However, these words fell into Lu Yi's ears, but made his face turn blue and purple. He gritted his teeth and looked at Ye Qing, his eyes were terrifying. It was humiliating to be pinned down on the ground by extraordinary coercion before and couldn't move. Now, this Ye Qing is taunting him again. He also said that he would teach Ye Qing a profound lesson in the college entrance examination 7 days later. Now it seems that there is no need. Ye Qing, what's the use of shouting? Didn't you create a supernatural creature? Are you capable of competing with me? He opened his mouth with a sneer. Oh! Hearing this, Ye Qing looked Lui up and down. How long is this? Does Lui dare to challenge himself? Who gave him the guts? Who gave him the courage? What? You are not afraid of me, the little world master who has only awakened a world of 13 kilometers and only created medium-level creatures. Lui provocatively, the expression on his face is as arrogant as it is. I don't know, I thought the world he awakened was 30 kilometers away. Have an adventure. Ye Qing's heart moved, and he looked at the metal fragments on the old man's tray. Soon, he understood. This kid must have had some kind of adventure, his strength improved, and then he swelled up? Not interested. Ye Qing shook his head, not caring at all. He's not afraid of losing. As soon as Little Peanut comes out, he can be said to sweep his peers. No matter what adventure you have, in front of Little Peanut, you'll be dead. There is absolutely no chance of a comeback. He just doesn't want to waste time here. He sold these things, and he has to go back and create the gatekeeper. Who has time to play house with a child? Seeing Ye Qing's indifferent expression, Lui felt as if he had punched the cotton with his fist, and it was extremely uncomfortable to hold back. He really wanted to avenge his shame and trample Ye Qing under his feet, but Ye Qing just didn't cooperate. He thought for a while, and suddenly he said, Ye Qing, I don't need you to place any bets. In this way, if I win you, you just need to bow in front of me and apologize. But if you win, how about I give this to you? With that said, Lui picked up the metal fragment from the tray. The metal fragments shone with black light, surrounded by the aura of abyssal demons. Not interested. Ye Qing curled her lips, but still shook her head. Lui was anxious, staring and said, Do you know what this is? This is a fragment of the abyssal demon armor, which has the law of the abyssal demon on it. Just one fragment contains unpredictable power, and the market value is 1 million. There is no price. Abyssal demon armor fragments. Ye Qing paused, carefully looked at the so-called battle armor fragments, and then fell silent. What kind of armor fragments? Aren't they the various devices on those abyssal demons? Damn, is this thing so valuable? It's not that the abyssal demon didn't explode the equipment, but that he did, and he didn't take the initiative to pick it up? FK. He also thought that there should be some space props on these abyssal demons. As a result, you wear it on your body? Hey, haven't you seen it? Lui smiled and said, If you beat me, this thing is yours. How about it? Not interested. Ye Qing pouted, the same sentence. You. Lui felt aggrieved. Wow. At this moment, the door of the inner room opened, and the young lady came out with the tube of dark red blood, with a smile on her face, and said softly to Ye Qing, My guest, this tube of blood has been successfully identified, is the blood of the transcendent level abyssal demon. The market value of this tube is about 1 million. We will accept as much as you have. That's it. Ye Qing smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, on the table, test tubes filled with dark red blood appeared densely. Including the tube in the young lady's hand, there are a total of 100 tubes. It's all the blood of the extraordinary abyssal demons. Surprised? At this moment, not only Lui, but even the old man who was tested by Lui earlier were shocked. This is 100 tubes. Is this poking into the pit of the abyss? By the way, there's this. Ye Qing said, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the World Shredder, and smashed it on the table so hard. World Crusher, surrounded by icy metal luster, a terrifying breath of world destruction vibrates. The old man just glanced at him, his pupils constricted immediately, and he exclaimed, World Crusher. Chapter 15. World Shredder. The old man was stunned. At the same time, along with his exclamation, the discussion on the entire floor also died down at this moment. As the master of the world, he is naturally a person with sharp eyes and ears. At this moment, everyone looked over in unison, and even those who were interested went up to the door, looking inside one by one. Countless people were stunned again when they saw the world crusher placed on the table. Is it really a world shredder? Good guy, it turned out to be a world shredder? Did this person take over the lair of the abyssal demon? He actually got the world shredder. The world shredder, is it really a world shredder? It's still so complete. In the past, a fragment of a world shredder could be looted, but I don't think there is such a complete world shredder. This is the first time I have seen such a complete world crusher. That's right, those abyssal demons would rather destroy the world smasher than let us get it, but they don't want to. Young man, what level of world shredder is that? No matter what it is, make an offer, and I'll take it. At this moment, at the entrance of the shop, everyone was talking about it, and even the bosses of the shops asked for this world shredder. The popularity is no less than that of a peerless goddess. World crusher, that can destroy the world. Even if it is the most ordinary world shredder, it is only a matter of time before it destroys a magnified world. For the major world masters, whether it is conquest of other fallen worlds or the value of scientific research, they are all rare treasures. It's just that I didn't expect that the young man would actually sell it. Simply incredible. Go, what's the matter with you here? The world crusher was brought to the old man's shop, that's the old man's business, what are you doing here to make fun of? At this time, the old man also said in a deep voice, and then, hurry up to the world crusher. The more he looked at it, the brighter his cloudy old eyes became. The function is complete, it is not damaged, and it can still be used. Moreover, it is a high-level world shredder. Advanced world shredder. Young man, with the blood of your extraordinary abyssal demons, plus this high-level world crusher, I'll pay you 300 million, how about it? The old man said, looking at Qing. The blood of the extraordinary abyssal demon, 1 tube is 1 million, and it should be 100 tubes, that is 100 million. And this high-end world shredder is actually worth 200 million? Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. He just thought before that the ordinary world crusher is worth 3 million, even if it is a medium or high-end one, the price is not much different. But now... Wait a minute, little brother, I'm the manager of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce. I want this high-level world crusher and this extraordinary abyssal demon blood. I'll pay 500 million. How about it? Fluttering, the middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing came and said to Ye with a smile. However, before Qing could react, the people around were in an uproar. 500 million? It turned out to be 500 million. Good guy, this Fairyland Chamber of Commerce is really generous. 500 million is definitely a premium, right? Premium? The market price is just a nice talk. The market price of an ordinary world shredder is 3 million, but who sells it? This high-end world shredder has a market price of 150 million. But who do you think will sell it? You said so, so it is. 500 million. If I have 500 million, I can lie flat for the rest of my life. Hehe, look at your potential. For some high-level world masters, what is this 500 million? It's just a small amount of money, not enough to develop a round of their own world. At this moment, everyone was discussing. Of course, these words fell into Qing's ears verbatim. He also had a clear idea of the world shredder. Co-authoring this thing is actually very rare. However, it doesn't matter anymore, for him, no matter how rare something is, it is not as important as the development. Hey, you came to my Xianxia Chamber of Commerce to grab treasures, isn't that unreasonable? At this time, the old man squinted at the manager of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce and snorted coldly. Everyone is in business. Of course, the highest price wins. Besides, this little brother must also want to sell these things at a higher price. The manager of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. This is true. Qing also nodded with a smile. Apparently, the old man also understood this reason. Without further ado, he said, I'll pay 550 million. 550 million? Hehe, where are you going to send the beggar? I'll pay you 800 million. The manager of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce said. 800 million. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar again. This is no longer a question of premium or not. People add 50 million, you directly add 250 million? This is so innocent to make trouble. Even Qing was a little speechless. This guy is definitely here to make trouble, right? And the manager of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce smiled lightly. That's right, he's here to make trouble. He knew that in the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce, he had obtained a teleportation scroll from a fallen world. To conquer this world, manpower is one aspect, and the most important thing is this world shredder. To destroy the world and seize the source, this is called conquering. Therefore, they are in urgent need of a world shredder. Recently, they have been looking for materials everywhere, trying to piece together one, which made him get wind. Originally, he didn't care about it, but he didn't want to. Qing actually came out with a high-end world shredder. One represents Xianxia, and the other represents Xianxia, so they naturally dislike each other. The other party wants it, but he refuses to give it. He can buy this world crusher at a premium, and at that time, he can take advantage of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce. 800 million. At this moment, the old man gritted his teeth. 800 million? It's not that they can't spend it, it's just that the recent funds have been used to enhance the strength of their internal world masters, and for a while, they really can't spend so much money. It's only 800 million, so it won't work? Tisk tisk, old man Lu, I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so slow? The manager of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. 850 million. As Mr. Lu said, he looked at the manager of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce, cupped his hands and said, Manager son, give me this world shredder, and treat it as if I owe you a favor. I don't care about favors. Manager son of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce smiled and said quietly, I only need one quota. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Mr. Lu of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce shrank, and he was a little shocked. Why do you? Hehe, who doesn't know that your Xianxia Chamber of Commerce has obtained a teleportation scroll of a third-order fallen world? Manager Sun said with a smile. Old Lu looked surprised and uncertain. Qing on the side watched with gusto. Good guy, third-order fallen world? The so-called fallen world means that after the fall of some world masters, the world opened up was infected by the breath of the abyss, and then fell. That is a big world without an owner, and there are countless resources. Whether it is the world resources or the origin of the world, it is an existence that can eat fat for the world owner. It is good. At this moment, Mr. Liu's voice sounded. Obviously, he agreed to the manager of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he turned his head and said to Qing, 850 million, little brother, is this price satisfactory? Naturally satisfied. Qing nodded with a smile, and he didn't have any intention of selling for a price. There are some things that he can't participate in, and the third-level degenerate world is not something that a junior world master like him can touch. On the contrary, because of being the manager of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce, he made a fortune. It's just that the manager of the Immortal Domain Chamber of Commerce is really a thief. It's just a white wolf with empty gloves. There is no price to pay, let alone just talking about it, you can earn a spot for nothing. Tisk. Qing shook his head, forget it, it's none of his business, as long as he doesn't lose money anyway. Soon, a text message from the bank came from Qing's communicator. 850 million has already arrived. He is about to leave. Little brother, this is my business card, please give me a call. If there are treasures to be recovered in this area in the future, just call me. Manager Sun of the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce handed Qing a business card with a smile. Of course, not only Manager Sun, but also Mr. Lu handed Qing a business card. Qing nodded with a smile, put the two business cards away, and then left in a good mood. At this time, Lu Yi, who was dumbfounded all the time, looked at Qing's leaving back, subconsciously clenched his fists, and his face gradually distorted. Qing once again became the focus of all. And he became a clown again. Chapter 16. With a huge sum of 850 million yuan. At this moment, Qing directly activated the mopping mode. Angel Halo, Holy Blood, Holy Flame Sword. These necessities naturally have to be bought. And the God of creation is easy to handle, this thing is just needed, whether it is to create containment objects or ordinary creatures, it is needed, so buy 1,000 first and then talk. Adding all these up, it only took 43 million. 43 million is not enough for a fraction of him. However, Qing did not spend too much money. 800 million seems a lot, but there are also a lot of containment objects he needs to create. So, you still have to save some money. As for the protagonist Halo, spiritual Halo that he was very excited about before, he thought about it and let it go. It might be useful to create civilization normally, but what he created was containment, so there is no need for these. Soon, he returned home with these things. In the future, if there is any need, just buy it online, and I am too lazy to go out for a trip. Buzz. At this moment, Qing was holding an angel halo, a cup of holy blood, and a holy sword shining with flames. With a thought, he re-entered the small world in an instant. Well. Just after entering, Qing noticed the abnormality. His small world is no longer in a trance, and now the center of the Great War has grown some strange red flowers. Bewitching like an abyss magic flower. On that land, there are countless red grasses, and even red magic trees. Densely covered the whole earth. He even saw puddles appear in many places. Hey! Qing looked at the changes in his world with some surprise. Where did this flower come from? Where did this grass come from? Where did the pool come from? He opened the journal, looked at it, and smiled. Log, in the 138th year, due to the fall of the abyss monster, the land was infested with demonic blood. Due to the ancient times of the demonic blood, the world's first red leaf magic grass grew. Log, in the 139th year, since the red leaf magic grass has no natural enemies, it began to multiply rapidly and gradually covered the entire world. Log, in the 145th year, the land resources began to be scarce, the red leaf magic grass became more and more rampant, internal competition began, and the land resources could no longer satisfy them. They began to grow taller and gradually develop in other directions. Log, in the 147th year, a red leaf magic grass absorbed the energy of the void universe and began to grow flowers. The first red leaf magic flower was born, and the petals could absorb the energy of the void universe. Log, in the 150th year, more and more red leaves are demonized. Log, in the 153rd year, there was a meteorite shock outside the sky. A small meteorite fell into the containment area, bringing some water resources, but the powerful shock wave caused unprecedented damage to the red leaf magic flower, which had no natural enemies. The red leaves around the meteorite, the magic grass and the red leaf magic flower are extinct. Log, in the 157th year, around the meteorite, the red leaf magic grass survived by sucking water, was mutated by the radiation of the meteorite, and began to grow gradually, began to lignify, and began to grow. Log, in the 170th year, the first red leaf magic tree was born. Log, In the 171st year, the red leaf magic tree began to multiply. Tisk, the red leaf magic grass, the red leaf magic flower, the red leaf magic tree. Qing was amazed. At this moment, a cold mechanical electronic sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating the containment object red leaf magic grass, containment point +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment object, Hongyi demonization, containment point +2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment red leaf magic tree, containment point +3. What? Qing was taken aback for another moment, and then hurriedly asked, System, what is this containment point? After the words fell, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Reminder, storage points can be used to draw storage cards, and each time you draw one, you need to consume 100 storage points. 100 points. Qing was stunned. Good guy, he only has 6 points of containment points in total, but when it comes to him, it takes 100 points to draw one time? Then is there any other use for this containment point? Qing asked again. Hint, please store more objects and explain more functions. Whispering sound. Qing pouted, and then, with a thought, the system said that the red leaf magic grass, red leaf magic flower, and red leaf magic tree belong to the containment? He pondered for a moment, and then, with the authority of the World Lord, he opened the panel about the red leaf magic grass, the red leaf magic flower, and the red leaf magic tree. Name, red leaf magic grass. Race, plant. Level, normal. Type, containment. Talent skill, sword leaf, passive. Description, the magic grass irrigated by magic blood looks soft, but it can pierce your foot into a hole when you step on it. Name, red leaf magic flower. Race, plant. Level, normal. Type, containment. Talent skills, magnetism, passive, electricity, passive, charm, passive. Description, evolved from the red leaf magic grass, the pollen can cause hallucinations and charm the enemy. When the enemy comes close to touch, it will burst out with terrifying electromagnetic force, and then hunt. Name, red leaf demon tree. Race, plant. Level, medium. Type, containment. Talent skill, contagion, passive. Description, the magic tree is mutated by the rhizome of the magic flower magic grass by cosmic radiation. After long-term contact with animals and plants, it will gradually transform into an individual red leaf magic tree. Good guy. After Qing finished watching, he called him a good guy. The red leaf magic grass, the red leaf demonization is nothing more than that, even if it is a bit weird, but that's it. But this red leaf magic tree. Contagious properties. Cowhide. Now he can only speak cowhide. Moreover, this red leaf magic tree is still a mid-level existence. The silk thread fell to those red leaf magic trees. Sure enough, those red leaf magic trees grew densely around the pool, and even began to spread outward again. Thinking about it, it won't take long, whether it is the red leaf magic grass or the red leaf magic, will be transformed into the red leaf magic tree. At that time, his containment world can no longer be called the containment world, and it can simply be renamed the demon tree world. Therefore, he has to intervene. First, divide an area, let the red leaf magic tree grow by itself, and isolate the red leaf magic tree from the red leaf magic grass and the red leaf magic flower. Then, spread the flow of water gradually to the whole world, so that these flowers and plants can grow. It was not until the end that Qing took out the meteorite from the bottom of the pool. However, Qing was taken aback slightly by seeing this. Chapter 17. Name, Meteorite Ice. Description, it used to be a huge piece of extraterrestrial ice. After falling into the small world, the ice layer melted, exposing the meteorite inside. The meteorite is essentially a detector connected to a world. Detector. Qing blinked, looking at the palm-sized, bumpy thing in his hand, which was no different from a stone, and fell into thought. This thing turned out to be a detector? Moreover, it is also connected to a world? The probes of other worlds, the purpose, to explore the starry sky, find other worlds, and then plunder and grow. Qing pondered, and quickly analyzed the general purpose of the probe. The World Lord wants to grow, the only way is to let the world advance, and the world advances, using money piles is one aspect, and the other aspect is to go to the starry sky road to snatch meteorite veins, or go to other worlds to plunder the population of other worlds, plunder the resources of other worlds, plunder the origin of other worlds. The civilization level of the world that can build detectors is definitely not low, and the world level is definitely not low. What the hell, was targeted by the abyss first, and now a separate world appears. Qing complained, is his world so sweet? Anyone want to come up and have a bite? He could only shake his head and sigh, the world is so big, anything is possible. Not to mention the abyssal monster, he was wandering the starry sky, looking for the world everywhere, and his world was just one of the battles of the abyssal monster. As for this detector, one could tell from the description that it had been released for an unknown amount of time, and it happened to fall into his world. Forget it, never mind. Qing shook his head and put the detector away. Get rid of these trivial matters, and this is the beginning of this big event. Create a gatekeeper. Call. Qing let out a long breath, sitting cross-legged in the void, with deep eyes, waved his hand, and a circle of shining golden angel halos appeared, a cup of divine blood exuding sacred aura, and even a sacred holy weapon shining with flames. Sword. The moment these three things appear, the whole world lights up. Buzz. Qing waved his hand, one after another divine source surrounded, each divine source shone with light, interweaving the void, according to Qing's wish, began to shape the divine body, and began to weave flesh and blood. The outer humanoid silhouette, and two pairs of golden light wings. A phantom angel in human form appeared in front of Qing. Soon, another injection of divine blood made the whole angel even more red, and began to exaggerate the divine aura. At this moment, what Qing was facing was not like a creation, but more like a god. The angel halo appeared above the figure's head, and the flaming holy sword appeared in the figure's hands. The fusion of the gods began to outline the body, fill the interior, solidify little by little, and cast the sacred body little by little. Buzz. Finally, when the golden light shone, a sacred and peaceful atmosphere spread. A phantom figure with shining golden light, two pairs of flapping wings, an angel halo above his head, and holding a flaming holy sword floated in front of Qing. His eyes turned from cloudy to clear, and a wave of innate and sacred breath spread. When he saw Qing, he knelt down on one knee, with the flaming holy sword in his hand pointing down, bowed his head respectfully, and said frantically, "Follow your will. Wait for your oracle. Greet my lord." Qing smiled. Is this the first intelligent creature created by oneself? He checked the information of the angel in front of him again, and immediately shook his head. His level is not even comparable to that of Peanut. On the level of the attribute panel, he is only a high-level angel. Sure enough, without the blessing of system cards, angels are just ordinary angels without any particularity. From now on, your name is Uriel, and you are the guardian of this world. Are you willing to take on this important task? Qing said in a deep voice. I have heard your will, I obey your will, this is my mission. My lord, my god. Uriel spoke frantically. However, the current you are still too weak. Qing chuckled, and immediately there was an extra card in his hand. That card is the gatekeeper with number -001. I will grant you divine power, and from now on, you will protect this world. Qing said, his expression froze, and the card in his hand was directly attached to Uriel's forehead. Buzz. The moment the card was attached to Uriel's forehead, the card instantly turned into a stream of light, enveloping Uriel's whole body, and strands of mysterious and terrifying divine energy began to gather, filling Uriel's whole body. Forehead. Uriel's eyes widened at first, and then he felt as if his body was about to explode. A stream of terrifying divine energy filled his body, streams of characteristics began to be added, and rules began to be condensed. Crack, crack. Cracks gradually appeared in his body, and streaks of golden light overflowed from the inside out. He looked at his hands and saw the cracks appearing. His complexion became more and more painful. It was a heart-piercing pain, as if the soul was about to be swallowed. His complexion was painful and distorted, and the wings behind him were torn and grew back. The angel halo above his head collapsed and gathered again. He gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. On the blushing forehead, even traces of sweat flowed. He knew that this was a trial given to him by the Lord God, and an opportunity given to him by the Lord God, so he had to persevere no matter what, and he could not live up to the expectations of the Lord God. He bears the interweaving of laws, and bears the strange but strange characteristics. Finally. The golden light intertwined, the cracks on the gatekeeper's body were repaired at this moment, his body became more and more illusory and sacred, his whole body was wrapped in golden light, the angel ring on the top of his head also appeared behind his head, and the wings behind him became bigger and bigger, looking vaguely, it seems that there are hundreds of pairs. The flaming holy sword in his hand was shining with raging fire, and his slender body was shining with luster. No 001 goalkeeper, creating success. At this moment, the gatekeeper held the holy sword and swung it towards the sky. In an instant, the golden light spread to the entire containment area, and the light shone like a little sun. He stood in the void, his expression indifferent and arrogant. At this moment, he is a god, he is the gatekeeper Uriel. I am Uriel, the gatekeeper, guarding this world with God's will. At this moment, a loud and holy voice spread throughout the containment world. Whether it's the little peanut, or the flowers and trees, at this moment, they all stare at the golden light on the sky. He is a legend. Chapter 18. Qing looked at the gatekeeper standing tall in the sky, shining with golden light, and smiled with satisfaction. Legendary creature, Uriel the gatekeeper. Very good. Qing nodded, his containment circle has finally formed an effective combat power. Before, he only had a little peanut. Although he wiped out a team of abyssal monsters, there were still monsters coming. However, it's all right now, with the legendary gatekeeper, even if the monsters from the abyss come again, he can effectively wipe them out. Now, it would be good to let the gatekeeper be the sun of this world. Until now, his containment world finally had light. And that light source is the gatekeeper. From a distance, the gatekeeper really looks like the sun. It's time to look at the next storage. Qing pondered, opened the system panel, looked at the last MIM storage card, pondered for a while, and finally picked it up. Now that he has money and resources, even if the MIM is against the sky, he will get it out. This is the essence of a world. He smiled confidently and opened the card directly. At the moment when the card was opened, streaks of golden light converged on the card, and the case began to distort. In the end, a figure appeared on the card. It was a cat, a big cat with yellow and white hair and black stripes. The big eyes are blinking, the face is harmless, and the face is cute. However, Qing's eyelids twitched. This is number -247, harmless kitten. Don't look at this thing as a cat, but in fact, he is actually a tiger. However, due to the MIM infection, in the eyes of any observer, this tiger is a very harmless juvenile female a cat with black and orange stripes resembling a tiger. When it gets close to 247, it will purr or meow, and the victim will find it cute, and start to pet it, and then, it will be eaten by 247. Even in the process of being eaten by 247, the victim will not rise up to resist and hurt 247. Even if ordered to harm 247, the victim would be extremely reluctant. That's a big mimcat. Large gold gradient. As long as there is no mental resistance in terms of memes, being eaten is almost a certainty. Tisk tisk. Qing was amazed, although the containment didn't have any strong attack methods, but its deceptiveness was enough for many existences to drink a pot. Soon, he saw the materials needed for the creation of this mimetic containment. The material is very simple, it is a tiger. As for whether the tiger is strong or weak, it doesn't matter. This mime will not change the functional characteristics of the tiger itself, it just adds a layer of mimetic anomalies to it. That's easy. Qing smiled. He is the lord of the world, and he can create extraordinary creatures. Extraordinary creatures, coupled with deceptive mimetic properties. Tisk tisk, what a proper artifact to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. It seems that it's time for us to create some ordinary creatures. Qing smiled. Qing returned to reality and started browsing the main official website of the world. Soon, Qing locked on several targets. Hourglass of time, 10 times the speed of time can be adjusted, price, 300 million. The source of life, it can make the world's creatures have stronger adaptability and increase their ability to reproduce. Price, 1.2 million. Civilization monument, it can enhance the biological thinking of the world, enhance the development of the brain domain, and derive civilization faster. Price, 10 million. These things can be said to be the standard equipment for the evolution world of the world's leading actors. The hourglass of time is very interesting. There are one-time and permanent. A one-off is naturally cheap, and hundreds of thousands or millions can be won. The degree of time regulation is also different, there are 10 times of regulation, and 100 times of regulation. But the permanent ones are very expensive. In the end, Qing chose a permanent hourglass with 10 times the flow rate, 300 million, which is still affordable. Needless to say the latter, the foundation of the foundation, if you want the world civilization to develop well, these two things are essential. Very open, Qing placed an order online. Buzz. At the moment Qing placed the order, a spatial passage suddenly appeared in front of him. In the golden space channel, a small humanoid robot appeared. The little robot was still holding a few packages in its hands. The little robot looked at Qing, as if confirming Qing's identity. Then, a cold mechatronic sound came from the speaker. Kamikaze Express, the mission must be fulfilled, please sign for it. With that said, he also handed over a list. It's quite interesting. Qing smiled, and directly stamped the direct mark on the list. After the little robot checked and confirmed that it was correct, he left. Seeing the space channel disappear, Qing was amazed, just placed an order, and it could be delivered in the next second, which is simply ridiculously convenient. He was almost caught off guard. After a while of emotion, he opened the package and checked the 3 things he bought. The hourglass of time, an hourglass shining with golden light, a sacred law of time flows, just turn it slightly, then the hourglass of time will start to run, and 10 times the speed of time will affect the small world. After playing for a while, Qing opened the other 2 packages separately. A monument, looks like a tombstone, with some crooked ghostly symbols on it, probably runes that enlighten the soul. The last one looks a little ordinary. A bowl made of stone, with some clear spring water in it. The spring water is fragrant, and 1 sip will make people feel refreshed. 3 things cost him 311.2 million. Now, with the previous 1 million savings, he has a total of 496.8 million left. This money is really worthless. Qing sighed. It's true that it doesn't cost much, but as long as he is an ordinary person, the 800 million is enough for him to live for a lifetime. But he is a world lord. Why doesn't the World Lord spend money? However, he quickly put these things behind him. If the World Master still worries about money, then he is not the World Master. Soon, he took the purchased treasures and sank his mind into the world again. Buzz! The source of life was injected, and soon, a Chuan eye appeared in the very center of the world. The spring gurgled and began to spread towards the surroundings, gradually forming streams and spreading towards the surroundings. At the same time, with the wave of Yeqing's hand, a mountain range rose up, and the monument of civilization was also placed on the top of the mountain range. Finally, the hourglass of time. The moment he reversed the hourglass of time, the flow of time in the world began to run at 10 times the speed. The hourglass at that time also disappeared in the void, and was summoned by Yeqing when needed. 10 times the speed of time flow, plus the time flow speed of the small world is nearly 100 times faster than that of Blue Star, the speed of evolution of civilization will only be faster. Finally, after finishing all these, Yeqing exited the small world. At the same time, a world log panel appeared in front of him. Log, the World Lord has placed the source of life, the monument of civilization, and increased the flow of time by 10 times. World Evolution, Start. Chapter 19. Log, in the 171st year of the beginning of the world, because the World Lord put in the source of life, the red leaf magic grass, the red leaf grinding flower, the red leaf magic tree began to multiply. In the 175th year of the beginning of the world was peaceful and unchanged. In the 180th year of the beginning of the world, the red leaf magic grass, red leaf magic flower, and red leaf magic tree are getting taller and taller. A grass is 3 meters high, a flower is 5 meters high, and a flower is 3 meters wide. A tree it is even more than 100 meters high, and the world has entered the era of wild plants. In the 200th year of the beginning of the world gradually formed natural landforms with mountains and rivers, and the source of life and water gathered to irrigate one side. In the 300th year of the beginning of the world, plants underwent slow development and evolution, and under the light of the gatekeeper, they gradually carried out photosynthesis, filling the whole world with oxygen. In the 350th year of the beginning of the world, the natural climate formed, clouds began to appear in the sky, covered by the atmosphere, covered with dark clouds, and the world's first rain began. In the 351st year of the beginning of the world, there was heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and thunder and lightning. A tall red leaf magic tree was struck by lightning, and the fire started to spread. Large tracts of plants withered and died. Hey! Seeing this, Yeqing was taken aback. He wanted to stop it, after all, these are the background of his world. But after thinking about it, I finally held back my thoughts and let them be tortured, otherwise, this world would be too comfortable. This group of magic grasses, flowers, and trees have no natural enemies. Only when a big fire sweeps them can they grow. Besides, the vitality of plants is very strong. The so-called wildfire is endless, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. He continued to read. In the 352nd year of the beginning of the world, a large amount of oxygen with nowhere to be consumed caused the containment world to continue burning for a year, and the world became barren again. The statue of 173 Little Peanut gradually showed signs of time. In the 353rd year of the beginning of the world, buds sprouted again on the earth, plants broke through the ground, and the red leaf magic grass grew again. Under the irrigation of the source of life, it gradually spread to the whole world, and the containment world was once again covered by red. Cover. In the 360th year of the beginning of the world, the red leaf magic flower and the red leaf magic tree also grew one after another, began to cover an area, and began to invade the land everywhere. They grow more lush and stronger than before. In the 380th year of the beginning of the world, history began to repeat itself, a large amount of oxygen flooded the containment world, lightning flashed and thunder struck, and the fire once again ravaged the entire Tianyuan world. In the 381st year of the beginning of the world, the fire continued to burn for a year. Most of the red leaf magic grass, red leaf magic flower, and red leaf magic tree were burned into scorched earth. Only one plant seemed to be affected by radiation and developed fire resistance. He carried the flame, and began to absorb the flame, assimilate the flame. In the 383rd year of the beginning of the world, a new species was born, the red leaf fire demon tree. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment red leaf fire demon tree, containment point +5. At this moment, with the appearance of the world log, a cold system notification sounded in Yeqing's mind. Red leaf fire demon tree. Yeqing blinked, and in the next second, the panel of the red leaf fire demon tree appeared in front of his eyes. Name: Red leaf fire demon tree. Race: plant. Level: advanced. Type: containment. Talent skills: flame, passive, contagion, passive. Description: the magic tree mutated from the red leaf magic tree also has the characteristic of fire. After a certain distance from the red leaf fire magic tree, the enemy will ignite the flame. When it is completely burned, the individual will be reborn in the flame. Transform into a new red leaf fire demon tree individual. Oh, not bad. Yeqing's eyes lit up. Although the previous red leaf demon tree was also contagious, the time it took for the infection was too long, and you had to touch it. And this red leaf fire demon tree is different, the contagiousness is ridiculously strong. Yeqing read on. In the 390th year of the beginning of the world, plants reoccupied the entire continent. In the 500th year of the beginning of the world began to enter an endless cycle repeatedly: thunder, fire, destruction, rebirth. Plants became stronger and stronger, and fire resistance became more tenacious. In the 1000th year of the beginning of the world, after hundreds of years of development, the red leaf magic grass, red leaf magic flower, and red leaf magic tree have greatly improved their resistance to fire, and it is almost impossible to burn them with ordinary flames. The plants in the whole world are developing at a high speed. In the 1500th year of the beginning of the world, plants were generally on the high side. The height of the magic tree was several hundred meters, and the height of the red leaf magic grass and red leaf magic flower ranged from tens to hundreds of meters. In the 2000th year of the beginning of the world, a large group of meteorites fell into the containment area, and the plants suffered a devastating blow. Due to the meteorites, the world area expanded to 35 kilometers. In the 2500th year of the beginning of the world, plants reoccupied the containment world, and the expanded world area gave plants more space to reproduce. In the 5000th year of the beginning of the world, after thousands of years of precipitation, a new life was finally born in the water. Single-cell planktonic life. Seeing this, Yeqing was slightly excited. In his world, there are finally the first batch of primitive life forms. I am tired of looking at those flowers, grasses, trees, and the like. These single-celled life can be different from the one he created. This is the natural evolution of the world, and it is most suitable for life in this world. Yeqing is also looking forward to it, wondering if these single-cell life can evolve into the life he wants. But Yeqing thought about it carefully again, from single-cell life to multi-cell life, then to nerve center, and then to vertebrates. There are at least tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years of development and evolution. Even if there is a source of life to accelerate evolution and reproduction, it is not possible to burst out a variety of life in a short period of time. Ugh! Yeqing sighed, even though single-celled plankton appeared, but if he really wanted to evolve animals, there was still a long way to go. Well, Yeqing looked out the window, but found that it was already dark, and then looked at the time. Before he knew it, it was already 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. It's really... Forget it, sleep and watch it tomorrow. Yeqing stopped reading the world log. The evolution of life cannot be formed in a short time. Get some sleep and watch it tomorrow, maybe you can give him a surprise. Thinking about it, Qing directly turned off the panel, tidied up and washed, and went straight to sleep. Chapter 20. Early the next morning, Qing was woken up by a series of system prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment object, strange shrimp, containment point +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment bonefish, containment point +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment crab, containment point +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, creating a containment object, demo crocodile, containment point +8. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Well. Qing looked at the system panel that appeared in front of him, looked at the long list of densely packed, unknown so-called various storage objects, storage points for various acquisitions, and fell into deep thought. I slept for one night, and so many things happened? He flipped through it carefully. Good guy, it's not as simple as a few dozens, it's a full 2 pages. There are all kinds of containment, vertebrates, oviparous animals, mammals, and even lactating oviparous animals. All of them are containment objects. Look at your storage point balance. Good guy, it's already 272 o'clock in one night. Worry, what happened last night? Qing was at a loss, his heart moved, and he didn't care whether he washed or not, and his mind instantly sank into the small world. Then, he was shocked. Is this still my containment world? He looked in shock at the small world that had developed overnight. The old tree is tall and straight, and the red leaves reflect half of the sky. The ground is even more fiery red and the sky is full of red grass. Even, some green appeared, green grass grew, and green trees grew. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are insects and big birds flying that day. There are strange shrimps and big fish swimming in the water. Running on the ground, there are dinosaur-like existences, lizards, four-legged snakes, and even some incomprehensible, grotesque beasts. There are herbivorous ones, gnawing on the red grass on the ground, and they are huge in size. Carnivorous, hunting everywhere, with red eyes. This is like an immemorial wild world. Progenitor fish, progenitor shrimp, progenitor beast. There are even some weird, tribe-like existences. What a primitive ancient world. Qing is numb. What happened? I fell asleep by myself, and the world was turned upside down? The most important thing is that even the area of the world has increased a lot. Now, it is a full 40 kilometers. Qing quickly called up the log and began to check it. Log, in the 5100th year of the beginning of the world, due to the source of life, these single-celled plankton began to evolve, develop, and reproduce crazily. In the 10,000th year of the beginning of the world, after thousands of years of development, countless species of creatures were born in the water, and among them, the strange shrimp is undoubtedly the overlord of the water. In the 15,000th year of the beginning of the world, aquatic organisms gradually began to move to land, and the red leaf magic grass on land became their cheapest food. They had no natural enemies, and the red leaf magic grass spread all over the mainland. They began to develop rapidly and evolve rapidly. The first herbivores evolved. In the 20,000th year of the beginning of the world, with more and more herbivores, the red leaf magic grass was not enough to eat. Some animals targeted other herbivores, and the first carnivorous animals were born. Herbivorous animals, carnivorous animals, and red leaf magic grass and red leaf magic flower form a perfect biological chain. In the 30,000th year of the beginning of the world, a meteorite belt from stars smashed into the containment world, and the containment world ushered in the first mass extinction of life. The world is devastated, large animals are almost extinct, and plants are destroyed. Only some small animals escaped by hiding in the ground. In the 35,000th year of the beginning of the world, the area of the world increased, and animals and plants reproduced on land again. Affected by the source of life, the speed of animal reproduction and evolution accelerated, and the earliest mammals and oviparous animals appeared. In the 50,000th year of the beginning of the world, the ecology gradually returned to the state before the meteorite landed, and large mammals dominated the land. In the 80,000th year of the beginning of the world, a group of weak sheep creatures were driven to the mountains, where they discovered the monument of civilization. They observed the monument of civilization, and began to give birth to the most preliminary wisdom thinking. In the 90,000th year of the beginning of the world, the goats on the high mountain gradually learned to stand and walk in order to better climb rocks. Inheritance, the initial tribal civilization was born. In the 95,000th year of the beginning of the world, the alpine goat tribe began to march towards the mainland. They began to hunt the former enemies and the huge beasts. The overlord of the new era was born. In the 100,000th year of the beginning of the world, the alpine goat clan has conquered the whole world. Their clansmen spread all over the world, building camps and houses, and after observing the red leaf fire demon tree, they learned to use flames. At the beginning of the world in the 122,600th century, the end of the first era, the alpine goats have begun to use tools, enslave other animals, cultivate fields, and enter agricultural civilization. Qing stared blankly at the evolution of the world this time. Good guy. He called it a good guy. In the time it takes for him to sleep, an era has passed in the small world? The point is, this alpine goat family. What the hell, it's on, right? Follow the human path, right? But this monument of civilization was put down by him. He naturally hopes that civilization can be born. Only. It's a pity, many overlords have become extinct in this long period of time. Qing felt a little emotional. Had he been awake, he would have intervened during the first mass extinction. But he took a closer look at the weird contained items recorded on the panel. Well, many containment objects, he can actually recreate them with Shen Yuan. The blueprint has been recorded, so he, the world master, can create it however he wants. Today's overlord, today's son of the plain, the lucky one chosen by heaven, is naturally the alpine goat clan. It's just that what Qing wants is not some alpine goat family. He quickly started looking around the world. Finally, his eyes lit up. Immediately, the creature's panel appeared in front of Qing's eyes. Name, Yuhu. Race, animal. Level, medium. Type, containment. Talent skills, shock, active, steel whip, passive. Description, a strange creature that has evolved in the world. It has the shape of a tiger, but it has a tail like a cow. The tail is as tough as a steel whip. With the roar of a tiger, it shocks one side. Tiger. Isn't that what it is? Although it's a bit strange, this containment card happened to be used on him. At this moment, Qing's eyes were shining brightly. Chapter 21. Alien Tiger. In the containment world, it is still a relatively large group. All the different tigers add up to about 300. Don't think that 300 is a small number, and the containment area is only 40 kilometers in total. 300 are really a large-scale group. Soon, Qing found one of the different tigers. This alien tiger is not only the largest in size, but also the strongest alien tiger. Roar! In the void, a large golden man bound by an invisible force, with eyes full of terror and four legs kicking around, was gradually confused, looking around, completely unaware of what happened. Its intelligence is not high, it only knows that it is preparing to lead the group to hunt, and in the end, it suddenly appeared in this inexplicable void. It yelled in panic, but obviously, it was useless. Then, it saw that a phantom of a golden human figure appeared in front of it. Roar! It roared subconsciously, and strands of spiritual shock emerged, making people want to tremble, and feel like they would be eaten if they stayed motionless. Qing smiled. Naturally he didn't care, he still didn't pay attention to these shocking spirits. Seeing that the deterrence didn't work, the strange tiger subconsciously twitched his tail. Crack! The void trembled, and a terrifying sonic boom sounded, and the tail was like a steel whip, yanking towards Qing. Tisk, not honest. Qing smiled helplessly, flicked her fingers lightly. Boom! The terrifying shock wave spread, and a golden light fell on the top of Yuhu's head, making it dizzy, limp all over, unable to stand up anymore. It whimpered and looked at Qing with fear. Now, finally be honest. Qing waved his hand, and immediately, a card fell into his hand. That's the mem card number -247. The card was placed on Yuhu's forehead by Qing, and in an instant, the card turned into a ray of light and penetrated into Yuhu's body. Hey! The strange tiger yelled in horror, looking at the golden light that penetrated into the body around him in a daze. It doesn't hurt or feel any discomfort. It's just dazed and overwhelmed. This time the mem card does not change itself, but adds a layer of mem characteristics to it. At the moment when the golden light disappeared completely, in anyone's eyes, the originally burly and oppressive Yuhu turned into a very young, harmless kitten with black and yellow stripes. Meow! The little cat in front of him looked at Qing pitifully, with big eyes slamming. It looked so cute and bleeding. Of course, Qing is the master of the world after all, he can be both an observer and a narrator. In his eyes, this is not only a small gold gradient, but also a large gold gradient. Qing walked forward slowly, and as he approached, the kitten in front of him even began to purr, just like a harmless, cute kitten. He smiled, and gently hugged the kitten in his arms, the soft fur, the purring sound, it really felt like stroking a cat. At the same time, before his eyes, the modified Yuhu information appeared again. Name, Harmless Kitten, No 247. Race, Animal. Level, Medium. Type, Mem. Talent skills, Shock, Active, Steel Whip, Passive, Cognitive Hazard, Passive. Description, a strange creature that has evolved in the world. It has the shape of a tiger, but it has a tail like a cow. The tail is as tough as a steel whip. With the roar of a tiger, it shocks one side. After being infected by Mem, it is extremely info-hazardous, and in the eyes of any creature, it is just a harmless kitten. Now I have 3 official containment objects. Peanut, Gatekeeper, and this harmless kitten. Although the strength of this harmless kitten is only moderate, it is a growthable existence in itself. Moreover, the total development time of the Yuhu clan is only that little. When time is enough, he believes that the Yuhu clan will definitely rise. Oh, it depends on whether those little goatmen agree. I have to say that having wisdom is simply cheating. A group of existences that were originally at the low end of the food chain, but relying on tens of thousands of years of development, relying on the opening of the monument of civilization, they developed their brains, possessed wisdom, and became a new intelligent life, the Lamb people. Don't look at the intelligence of these Lamb people as not a little bit worse than that of human beings, but being placed in the containment world is a real dimensionality reduction blow. If the Tiger clan wants to rise, it can only be said to be difficult. It is too difficult. However, he didn't bother. With a wave of his hand, where did the golden gradient come from, and it fell into the original tiger group in an instant. Let the tiger go back to the mountain, the tiger howls in the forest. 247 The tiger roared and ordered the heroes. Meow. The TS are so fierce that they can bleed. Following the different gazes of the tigers around him, and 247's dazed expression, Qing almost laughed out loud. There is no doubt that within the tiger group, there will be another battle for the leader. Of course, it's not a big problem. Although 247 has been transformed into a cat on the outside, it is actually still a tiger, with the same physical function as before. If there really is a tiger that doesn't open its eyes and asks 247 to make gestures, then Qing can only say that it will die a miserable death. He didn't care about the situation of the Yuhu clan anymore, and he set his sights on the containment world again. An epoch has passed. The once barren containment world has long since turned into a different scene. On the sky, the gatekeeper dutifully faced the sun, motionless. As for Peanut, the changes of the years, the erosion of time, the vicissitudes of life. The once big crater in the center of the world has long been turned into a mountain range. Little Peanut just stood there quietly on the top of the mountain, motionless. It's not that no lambs found Little Peanut. As a result, many people never returned. Over time, this mountain area became a restricted area, and no lambs dared to go up there. Although the lamb man is the chosen one, his strength and wisdom are still inferior after all. Qing shook his head. He intends to continue to deduce the world. Only by creating more containment objects can he obtain more containment points. As long as there are enough storage points, he can continue to draw cards. 10 consecutive draws are eternal gods, and single draws are all heresies. Qing is thinking so. Just then. Buzz. In the center of the world, there was a burst of spatial fluctuation suddenly. Immediately, a space light door suddenly descended. Qing's expression froze. This is alien invasion. Chapter 22. Alien invasion? Where did it come from? Qing looked at the light gate that suddenly appeared, and was slightly taken aback. But soon, he thought of something, waved his hand, and immediately, a bumpy, meteorite-like thing appeared in his hand. This is obviously the probe that was wrapped in the first meteorite landing. Sure enough, at this time, a little light was shining on the detector, which seemed to echo the space door. Qing almost forgot. Until now, when I saw the arrival of the space door, I didn't remember it. Qing's heart couldn't help sinking slightly. But at this time, he still wants to evolve another era. At that time, he will have enough containment points, and maybe he can make up 10 consecutive draws. Never mind. Qing sighed, there is no way, this is not something he can decide. Now that you have a problem, go to solve it. With the thought in Qing's mind, her body immediately appeared. The golden light was hazy, and he was like a real god, above the sky. At this moment, he attracted the attention of all living things. With just one glance, countless creatures feel as if they have seen a true god, as if they have seen the Creator, the God of creation. The lamb man bowed when he accepted his head, and countless animals also bowed and bowed. Even the fiery sun on the sky, at this moment, unfolded its form, its golden wings bowed slightly, and saluted Qing. Welcome, my lord. The gatekeeper's voice was loud, spreading throughout the containment world. Help my lord, my god. Countless creatures are also blessed at this moment, and they all follow suit, and those who can't speak also whimper with the same meaning. Countless thoughts gathered in the void, forming fanatical worship and belief. That is faith and worship from the heart. Qing is the creator god of this world, the creator of this world. They are fear, respect, and worship from instinct. In the void, there were spiritual ripples spreading towards Qing, surrounding Qing's body. This is. Qing was a little surprised, but soon, he realized. Isn't this the power of faith? In fact, there were also before, but at that time, only a little bit, and only the gatekeeper had faith, not a lot, and he didn't notice it. And now, as soon as he shows up, let all creatures in the containment world know his existence and understand his true meaning. The power of faith like a tsunami frantically gathered towards Qing. The power of faith. This thing is used well, it is definitely the existence of panacea, it can be believed to become a god, and it can also consume the power of faith to perform magic in the small world, enhance blessings, and the power of faith is also one of the power sources of the world lord. Many world masters will take the route of becoming a god through faith. In the fantasy system of the Xianxia system, this thing is also called the power of incense. But Qing pondered slightly, he did not go this way. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, "System, can you accept the power of faith?" When the voice fell, a system prompt sounded in his mind at the same time. Ding! 100 power of faith can be transformed into 1 containment point. Is it converted? I'll wipe. Qing stared. What a system, black businessman, right? 100 powers of faith can only transform a little? Forget it, let's transform. He had no choice but to accept it in the end. After the words fell, Qing could only feel that the power of faith around him was emptied at this moment. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. The power of 120,000 beliefs transformed a total of 1,200 containment points. Very good. Qing took a deep breath, 100 to 1 transformation. He took a deep breath, took a deep breath. Forget it, it's better than nothing, right? Moreover, the containment point is indeed more precious than the power of faith. The power of faith is common, but the containment point is not common. At least, these 1,200 containment points are enough for him to draw 10 times in a row. However, there are more important things at the moment. He came back to his senses, looked at the creatures in the containment world who were still fanatically worshipping him. He opened his mouth slightly, and his voice seemed to resound in the hearts of all creatures. You are all creatures of the containment world. Now that another world has descended, you should guard this world and defeat the invading enemies. Another world came? Everyone was stunned and their hearts trembled. What does it mean to come from another world? They instinctively thought it was not a good thing. If it is a good thing, their creator will not come out to speak personally. They were chilled and apprehensive. Listen to your oracle. Follow your will. I will defend the containment world with the sword in my hand. The gatekeeper said in a deep voice, the flaming holy sword in his hand shone with dazzling brilliance. The 4 wings vibrate, and the light surrounds the sky. Accompanied by the gatekeeper's words, all the creatures' hearts trembled, and they shouted loudly one by one. Defend the containment world to the death. Follow your oracle. Defend the containment world to the death. Follow your will, my lord, my god. At this moment, no matter if it is the Lam people, the Yuhu tribe, or other major ethnic groups, at this moment, they are all shouting and their eyes are full of fanaticism. Qing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, in the void, the door of space became more and more solid. In an instant, a feeling of heart palpitations spread throughout the containment world, and spread to the apex of countless people. Everyone was stunned, turned their heads in unison, and looked at the door of space. The lambs grabbed their weapons, spears and spears, stone axes and hammers, and they were all ready to go. The alien tiger family, the lizard family, the crocodile family, and other large and ferocious predators all had tyrannical eyes, looking at the space gate full of murderous intent. In the face of the real enemy, all the food chains inside them are put aside. At this moment, unanimously external. Under the blessing of the will of the world, even if it's just a blade of grass, it still shimmers with a little blood. Finally, in the space channel, someone crossed the 2 worlds and descended to the containment world. But you see, it's a man wearing a black cloak and armor, the cold black gloss is full of technology, even the helmet mask is black. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay looking at this unprecedented technological style. The man coldly glanced at everyone in the containment world, his eyes were full of coldness and contempt, which made people shudder. Immediately, I heard the cold words coming from under the mask. Peace is a lie, only desire exists. Desire produces strength. Strength produces power. Power produces victory. Victory breaks shackles. The force is free. Buzz. At this moment, the man shook his hand, and in an instant, a plasma lightsaber emitting red light appeared in his hand. The terrifying and oppressive momentum spread. Dark Jedi, attack! Chapter 23. Wally. Qing looked at the guy with black armor and black cloak holding a red lightsaber, and his brain froze instantly. FK. What the hell is this? Jedi? Force system? I haven't even had a civilization yet, and your Jedi Knight ran out? At this moment, Qing's face was dark, and he clenched his fist subconsciously. The original Force system can be regarded as a very characteristic large system on Blue Star. This one not only takes the technology side route, but also the mysterious side route. The most important thing is that this technological side is extremely compatible with the mysterious side, and the so-called Force system was born. Trouble. Qing was quite troubled, and asked his group of lambs to lead a group of wild beasts to fight the Jedi Knights of the Force system. Maybe they were there to deliver food? The most important thing is... Qing looked intently at the man in black robe and black armor holding a red lightsaber, and after careful feeling, he instantly sensed the strength level of the other party. Extraordinary. Fine. Qing breathed a sigh of relief, luckily it was just supernatural. An extraordinary word should be able to solve it. Just when Qing thought so. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of dull footsteps came from the door of space, and immediately, soldiers wearing black armor and holding red plasma lightsabers stepped across the door of space with uniform steps. There are tens of thousands of them. All Jedi Knights. Looking around again, they are all high level. FK. This time, Qing's face was really dark. Tens of thousands of Jedi soldiers? All high-end? Plus a Jedi Knight of extraordinary rank. This is amazing. It was dark, at this moment, Qing's face was really dark. Can't compare. It really couldn't be better. Basic strength, tens of thousands of high-level people. And him? Although there are tens of thousands of creatures, they are all middle level, and none of them are high level. It has to be said that at this moment, Qing admitted that his containment system was a bit crooked. The combat power of the middle and lower levels is absolutely crushing level, and the creatures in his containment world have no power to resist. But combat strength doesn't only depend on the middle and low levels, but also depends on the top combat strength. He also has a gatekeeper, and a legendary creature. No matter what extraordinary high level you are, you will die as many times as you come. But then again, Qing looked at the trembling creatures in his own world looking at the army of Jedi warriors, and fell into deep thought. After all, he has never experienced the experience of blood and fire, and has no fighting spirit at all. It's time for a baptism. Only after the baptism of blood can they be qualified. Maybe it's cruel. But this is what plane wars have to go through. In the future, there will be wars with more planes. If they can't even pass this level, they are worthless. With this thought in mind, Qing directly ordered the gatekeeper not to make a move for the time being, but to act as the sun in the sky honestly, and wait until he has to, before making a move. So, next, the creatures on the containment world will undoubtedly experience a bloody battle. It's even a bloody battle of life. This is not a simulation exercise. If you die, you are really dead. Sure enough, what followed was a unilateral massacre. After the group of Jedi soldiers, armed with red lightsabers, entered the containment world, a bloodbath started. 10,000 Jedi soldiers, one person can even single out hundreds of creatures in the containment world. The crude equipment of the Lamb people is no match for them at all, even more so than their wisdom. Yuho is not their opponent either. What crocodiles, dinosaurs, lizards, and other large beasts are not their opponents? In the containment world, there is a river of blood, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The lightsaber I saw drew arcs of death in the air, and the creatures fell into a pool of blood one by one. Without skills and feelings, it's all unilateral crushing. Even the leader, the Dark Jedi, had no intention of doing anything at all. An extraordinary, indeed, disdains to attack a group of ordinary medium-sized creatures. Even if his men suffered some casualties, he didn't intend to do anything. Yes, the Jedi soldiers did suffer casualties. After all, this is the home field of the containment world, so there is a certain bonus. Although generally speaking, the living beings in the containment world are only at the middle level, but there are so many ants that they kill elephants. Moreover, in the alien tiger group, there is another alien. Roar! Chi chi chi! In the group of alien tigers, each alien tiger roared angrily, launching a deterrent, and its tail, like a steel whip, lashed at those Jedi soldiers. But obviously, the damage they caused was minimal. The awe they were proud of, to these high-ranking Jedi Knights, was more like the whimper of a beast. Their steel whip-like tails lashed at the soldiers, but it only made some white marks appear on the armor of the Jedi soldiers. They want to fight at close quarters, but their fangs and claws, how can they be the opponent of plasma lightsaber? With a flick of the lightsaber and a flash of red light, a strange tiger was pierced through its body and split in half, causing serious casualties. Meow! However, at this moment, a cry of a milk cat that was incompatible with this bloody battlefield resounded abruptly, instantly attracting the Jedi soldiers who were slaughtering the alien tiger clan. All the soldiers turned their heads in unison, looking in the direction of the sound. Then, they saw a completely harmless kitten squatting on the grass with big blinking eyes, a cute face, and yellow and black hair. A young, like a newborn, completely harmless kitten cub. Kind of cute. This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of all the soldiers. Meow! The kitten yelled again, tilting its head, looking at the soldiers with big watery eyes. So cute! This is the second thought that flashed through the minds of all the soldiers. Meow! There were bursts of soft, coquettish, and cute cries again, and even started to purr, as if begging for touch and hug. So FG cute! Unbearable! At this moment, all the soldiers unanimously put away the lightsabers in their hands, and the 5 of them went straight forward, without saying a word, and started to lick the cat. They even took off their helmets, revealing a humanoid face. They stroked the kitten with enjoyment on their faces. The 5 strong men just fell into the gentleness of this soft and cute kitten. The fights around are so hot, and they are still here masturbating cats. But for some reason, this group of soldiers didn't care, as if this war had nothing to do with them. Immersive on. That purr, that meow. Catchy catchy. Well, even the sound of the kitten chewing bones is so cute and nice. Eat it, it's not enough for me. A Jedi soldier said with a smile, took his companion's arm, rolled up his sleeve by the way, and took off his armor. Chapter 24. Silent. At this moment, no matter if it was the Lamb people, the Yuha clan, or any other race, after seeing the picture of those Jedi soldiers cutting meat and feeding cats, they all fell silent. What the hell are we here to fight to the death, but you are popular there and drink spicy food? And enemies? What kind of world is this? What the hell is wrong with this? It's war. Can you be more serious? At this moment, all the beings in the containment world were full of question marks after seeing this scene. Not to mention these creatures in the containment world. Even those Jedi soldiers who were a little further away were silenced when they saw their own people feeding the enemy. Play? What the hell, is it okay to feed yourself to a cat? However, these Jedi soldiers quickly reacted. It seems that there is a mind-controlled creature. Cheer up, everyone stay away from that cat. Repeat again, that cat is suspected of being mind-controlled, stay away from it. At this time, all Jedi soldiers received this message. That cat is really weird, it is definitely mind control. If it wasn't mind control, why would you cut off your own flesh and feed it to it? Moreover, it's not as simple as cutting a little bit of meat, it's not even life-threatening, just let the cat swallow it. At this moment, all the Jedi soldiers trembled, one by one, staying away from the cat, for fear that they would also be controlled by the mind. At the same time, word of the cat's mind control quickly reached the ears of the Dark Jedi as well. He originally sat at the gate of the space, with sharp eyes, seeing all directions and listening to all directions, but if there are any hidden strong men in this containment world, he will take action immediately. Now, finally met something special. Stand back! He looked at the soldiers surrounding the cat, shouted, and stepped forward by himself. This is not a play, this is a war of planes. If he loses, it will not affect him personally, but the entire plane. The purpose of his existence is to prevent this kind of thing from happening. He stood far enough away from the kitten to ensure that he would not be affected by the mind control. Although it looked like a harmless kitten, its ferocity was simply outrageous. This kind of monster can be killed remotely. With a thought in his mind, he volleyed towards the harmless kitten. Buzz! At this moment, the terrifying, powerful, and malicious force erupted, and an invisible force instantly strangled the little cat's throat. Forehead. 247's eyes widened, his four legs flew into the air, a feeling of suffocation came, making it difficult to breathe, this familiar feeling, this powerless frustration. The last time it was like this was because of Qing. But Qing is the creator, the god of creation, and he will not kill it. But this one in front of him is its enemy. Being strangled by the throat of fate, trying to struggle is futile. Its deterrence, its tail, and its claws are useless at all. In the face of this kind of enemy with supernatural power, it is really just a harmless kitten. Pfft! The next second, a plasma lightsaber emitting scarlet light floated in the air, piercing its chest in an instant. It looked at the plasma lightsaber piercing its chest, opened its mouth, and wanted to call out twice, but felt that all the strength in its body was being sucked away, and its consciousness gradually fell into the cold and dead darkness. Patter! The kitten's body slowly fell to the ground, and there was no more movement. The Dark Jedi gestured to the soldier next to him. The soldier understood and hurried forward to check. Really dead? There is no feeling of being controlled by the mind. Loot! The Dark Jedi snorted coldly, all these lowly sheep-headed men will be taken back as slaves, and the rest, whether it is land or plants, will be taken away. Loot! This is the way they act in the Force world. Yes. The battle has come to an end. After that 247 was beheaded, the world could no longer form an effective resistance. This is an absolute crush of strength, and it is also an absolute crush of technology. The plasma lightsaber can be said to cut everything, and it is the highest creation of technology. They themselves are practitioners of the Force, and their own strength is even stronger. Science and technology match the Force. Gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. It's unimaginable. Alas! In the void, Qing watched such a disastrous defeat and sighed. He had thought that his side would lose, but he never thought that he would lose so thoroughly. Even 247 was killed. Although 247 itself has nothing too brilliant, there is only one mim that modifies the appearance, leading to tampering with cognition. But once encountering a long-range attack and killing, they will stop cooking immediately. It seems that it is necessary to strengthen a wave against 247. And, not just 247. Even those trees with infection characteristics, after being found abnormal by these Jedi soldiers, began to cut them remotely, directly cutting down the big trees, and chopping them finely. That alluring magic flower doesn't work as well as 247's mim. Big defeat. A real defeat. In fact, from the beginning, Qing had a premonition that the civilization that can launch probes into the void of the universe is absolutely powerful. Unexpectedly, a group of Jedi arrived. He subconsciously stared at the top of the mountain, looking at the statue that has always stood on the top of the mountain. Then, he shook his head again. Little Peanut is fine against a few people, but against thousands of Jedi. That was restrained to death. Do it! Qing murmured. At this moment, his voice resounded and fell into the ears of the golden figure standing above the sky. "Follow your will, my lord." The gatekeeper knelt down on one knee and saluted in the direction of Qing. Immediately. Buzz. A beam of light falling from the sky to the ground, just like the sun falling. The beam of light stopped in front of the group of Jedi warriors. A terrifying statue, nearly 300 meters high, with golden wings floating up and down behind it, and a god-man holding a flaming holy sword descended from the sky. At this moment, all the Jedi soldiers rioted. They thought that the war was over and they had already started harvesting the spoils, but they didn't expect that there would be a more powerful existence. Leave. At this moment, all the Jedi soldiers, even the Dark Jedi, heard such a word in their hearts. It doesn't belong to any language, but they can understand it and understand its meaning. Those Jedi soldiers with weak willpower subconsciously walked back, obeying the gatekeeper's will, and wanted to leave this world. Pfft. However, in the next second, a plasma lightsaber instantly pierced the chests of those Jedi soldiers who turned and left. Swish! In the end, the lightsaber fell into the hands of the leading Dark Jedi. Laugh! There were puffs of steam coming out of his helmet. He didn't look at the Jedi soldiers to the end, but just stared at the gatekeeper in front of him coldly. The malice spread undisguisedly. "You know nothing about the Force." As he said, his tone became more and more cold. "Pretending to be a ghost will not become a true god, you will be buried with this world." Tsitsizi. At this moment, the Dark Jedi stretched out his hand directly, and a terrifying electric arc erupted between those 5 fingers. Boom! The electric arc violently blasted towards the gatekeeper in front of him, trying to destroy the person in front of him. He is extraordinary. He is an extraordinary Dark Jedi Knight, the most powerful Jedi Knight. He is confident that if this move continues, the pretending guy in front of him will definitely die, and there will be no scum left. However, Tsitsizi. The arc landed on the gatekeeper's body, just hovering and circling around, unable to harm him at all. What? At this moment, not only the Dark Jedi was astonished, but even the soldiers behind him looked at the giant in front of them in astonishment. The gatekeeper looked indifferently at the ant-like creatures below. Extraordinary? Sorry, he's a legend. It is an existence beyond the 2 ranks of extraordinary. At this moment, he slowly raised the flame holy sword in his hand. Chapter 25. One sword. It only took a short sword. At this moment, the entire containment world fell into silence. Whether it's the surviving lambs or those creatures, at this moment, all eyes are staring blankly at the figure standing on the ground. Just a sword. All the Jedi soldiers fell to the ground. Even that mighty Dark Jedi fell at this moment. Crush. This is the real crush. They worked so hard before that hundreds of people could kill a Jedi soldier. In the end, they failed miserably. Unexpectedly, after the arrival of this terrifying god-man, everything was reversed. At this moment, countless creatures looked at the gatekeeper frantically. Powerful. It is too strong. Fulfilling the mission. However, at this moment, the gatekeeper they fanatically admired suddenly knelt down on one knee and spoke in a deep voice to a human-shaped light and shadow in the void. Good job. In the void, Qing smiled and nodded. This result was no surprise to him. After all, the gatekeeper is also a divine containment, a legendary existence. If you can't even solve these Jedi, then what kind of legend is it? The God of Creation. The God of Creation has descended. The Creator, the Creator. At this moment, with the arrival of Qing, countless creatures began to cheer, and countless creatures began to bow down. They looked at Qing even more frantically. If it weren't for the gatekeepers, they might have become slaves and taken out of the containment world. And if it wasn't Qing, the Creator, where would the gatekeeper come from? So, at this moment, all the gratitude, all the fanaticism, all fell on Qing. More and more fanatical beliefs began to fall on Qing. There are all kinds of things, and they add up to 30 to 50,000. After all, a large number of creatures have died, and the remaining people can contribute 30,000 to 50,000 beliefs, which is not a lot. In this regard, Qing just accepted it with a smile. Qing took a little inventory. In the past, there were many major ethnic groups in the containment world, and they were called a variety. And now, there are only 800 people left in the Xianxia clan, all of them are old and weak. Of the alien tiger clan, there are only 3 left, and they are still cubs. Dinosaurs, crocodiles, those ferocious ones, and the key care objects of those Jedi soldiers, are all dead. It can be said that the containment world is miserable, all the ferocious ones are dead, and the rest are non-threatening ones. Even those trees with infectious properties were uprooted and chopped into pieces. Tens of thousands of Jedi soldiers almost wiped out the world in just a quarter of an hour. The truth is miserable. But there is no way, their development time is still too short. However, this battle was actually pretty good. In the case of defeating the strong with the weak, 300 Jedi soldiers were killed. So, Qing's heart moved, and with a wave of his hand, the sources of light turned into light spots, leaning towards the bodies of those dead creatures. The wounds on the dead creatures began to heal, one after another divine energy gathered, the spirit bodies in the void began to be pulled, and began to re-enter the body. After a long time, creatures woke up from the darkness one by one. They looked at everything around them in a daze, wondering why they came back to life when they were clearly dead. Then, they saw Qing standing above the void. Understood. At this moment, they instantly understood what happened. Definitely the Creator brought them back to life. They knelt on the ground fanatically, and began to shout the name of the Creator, fanatical worship, devout faith. Nothing wins hearts over like death and resurrection. Of course, Qing didn't resurrect all the dead. He just resurrected those warriors who had military exploits and killed Jedi soldiers. The consumption is not much, a total of 2 divine sources. Next, it's time for you to fight back. Qing looked at the gate of space with a concentrated expression. Up to now, the door of space has not been closed yet. Kill! 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 At this moment, all the little goatmen and all the beasts roared, their eyes were red, their murderous intent was boiling, and their murderous aura was overwhelming. The lambs put on their Jedi armor and their lightsabers. That is simply 1 or 2 lightsabers in hand and 5 spare lightsabers. Leaping aggressively towards the gate of space. Qing ordered the gatekeeper to guard the house, and he, of course, followed the group of lambs across the gate of space. He is really curious about what the other world is like. Buzz! The moment he stepped through the door of space, a dim light came into Qing's eyes. The world is empty, depressing, dull, and dead. They stood on a huge altar surrounded by many cold steel pillars. The sky is gloomy, the twilight on the other side is about to fall, and the world is about to lose its last light. Surrounded by cold buildings and buildings, looking around, there is no life, no green plants. In the air, there were still black catkins floating, and a deadly desolate atmosphere spread. The level of civilization in this world is very high, at least it can be seen from the skyscrapers and the cold metal ground. However, this world has come to an end, the world is about to be destroyed, and there is no way out. At this moment, not only Qing was stunned, but even the lamb who came to this world was also stunned. The world I have never seen before is so desolate. Qing originally thought that what greeted him was an endless array of soldiers, an extremely prosperous and highly civilized world of the Force system. But I didn't expect it to be such a desolate world. Soon, the lambs began to search. Well, there are still many aborigines here. They await the triumphant return of their warrior. Unexpectedly, what they waited for was the enemy. They couldn't form an effective resistance at all, and all those who could fight were sent out. If they stayed here, they could only be slaughtered. Along with the search, Qing also discovered that this force world has plundered at least dozens of civilizations. There are thousands of species of organisms in the laboratory alone. A misfit in this icy technological world. Also, the world is huge. A total of 2,100 kilometers, according to the division of world levels. These 2,100 kilometers are all a second-order world. Unfortunately, it is a second-order world that is about to be destroyed. There is no doubt that the creator of this world should have fallen, otherwise, the world would not be on the brink of destruction. Without a world run by the creator, the world will be destroyed sooner or later. No matter how big the world is, it cannot withstand the brilliance of the void storm. Not to mention 2,100 kilometers, even 21,000 kilometers can't carry it. Qing sighed. If the creator of this world is still alive, he will grow into a true god in the future. It's just a pity that such a big world. But Qing laughed. This lost second-order world has become his wedding dress. Plunder. Accompanied by Qing's low shout, the next second, the world consciousness of the containment world descended from the space gate and began to take over everything in this world. The world consciousness of this force world still wants to resist, but unfortunately, it is already lingering, and without the blessing of the world master, even if it is the world consciousness of the second-order world, it cannot compare with the world consciousness of Qing, the first-order world. In less than a quarter of an hour, everything in this world began to be taken over. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, every plant and tree, and even the various forces, laws, and origins contained in their bodies have all been taken over. This second-order force world is completely controlled by Qing. Devour, begin. Boom. The force world and the containment world began to shake. The difference is that the force world began to collapse, the law began to collapse, the earth began to collapse, and the climate gradually became abnormal. That mountain, that river, seemed to be swallowed up, disappearing inch by inch, annihilated inch by inch. On the other hand, the containment world began to skyrocket, began to grow, and the world began to expand. A trace of the origin began to strengthen, and the world fragments began to devour. When it acts on Qing, it makes Qing even more sacred. The force world survives by plundering other worlds. Originally, Qing's containment circle was also one of them, but Qing had a stronger legendary creature, which destroyed the force world. Finally, it's all over. From Qing's high-dimensional perspective, the world of the force is collapsing inch by inch. Presumably, it won't be long before this world will be completely destroyed. Qing didn't intend to stay any longer, and ordered his subordinates to retreat. As for those subordinates, the harvest this time is naturally rich. The most important thing is the technological creation that spans an unknown number of levels. There is no spaceship, but the technological blueprints of the plasma lightsaber and even the creation equipment were all packaged and taken away by the lambs. Finally, Qing returned to her own world, looked at the size of the world again, and smiled. 340 kilometers. Damn, a wave of fat. This is a proper wave of fat. It was only 40 kilometers before, but now it has skyrocketed by 300 kilometers. It's really cool to defeat the strong with the weak. Draw a card, draw a card. Qing smiled. This wave of Ohuang is possessed. It's time to draw cards. Chapter 26. System, Draw. As soon as Qing returned to the containment world, she planned to order a lottery draw for the system. However, before Qing could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that some creatures seemed to become stronger at this moment. They have indeed become stronger. Originally, they were only middle-level creatures, and they directly became high-level creatures. 247 kittens, 2 resurrected Tyrannosaurus rex, a lizard, and even some lamb warriors. From medium to high level, let it be, just like it will happen naturally. They seem to have finally broken through the shackles, with unconcealable joy. Qing was a little surprised. It is a good thing to become stronger, and it can also increase one's own background, but the reason for becoming stronger. By the way, the world. Qing suddenly thought that the world is closely related to the creatures in the world. Only when the area of the world is large enough can it accommodate the birth of more and stronger creatures. In such a small world as his, it is even more difficult to evolve high-level creatures on their own. The world before him was too small. After 120,000 years of development, no high-level creatures were born. But once the area of the world increased, it directly raised his biological level to a higher level. He opened the world panel again and began to check. World, containment world. World area, 340 kilometers. Total population, 1300. Races, sheep, monitor lizard, dinosaur, alien tiger. Civilization level, 0. System, abnormal. Natural evolution upper limit, high level. In the past, the population was tens of thousands, but now it has plummeted, leaving only 1,300. Among them, the goats accounted for the vast majority, and there were only 3 giant lizards left, 2 Tyrannosaurus rex, and 7 different tigers. Of course, other small insects, small fish, and shrimps are not counted. These can only be regarded as world resources. Similarly, the goalkeeper and peanut are not counted. The most important thing is the last one, the upper limit of natural evolution. What didn't exist before, is now a new addition. Sure enough, just as Qing guessed, in the world, the order of creatures born naturally is closely related to the area of the world. Strange. Qing waved his hand to close the panel, but frowned. What is strange about him is not his own world, but the previously harvested Force world. The Force world has a world area of 2,100 kilometers. Logically speaking, even if it is born naturally, there will be creatures above the extraordinary level, right? There is an epic above the extraordinary, and above the epic is the legend. As far as the case is concerned, there must be at least one epic creature in the world of Force to be eligible, but why, there is only one extraordinary, tens of thousands of high-level creatures? Could it be that the high-level combat power has fallen with the World Lord's battle? Well, it's not impossible. It's just that Qing always feels that something is wrong. Soon, Qing returned to reality, and began to look up news about the world of the Force on the main official website of the world. But after checking and checking, there was no answer he wanted. This is not a big deal, but he just feels a little problem. Great Creator, please listen to the prayers of your most devout believers. Suddenly, a faint voice conveyed Qing's heart. Qing's heart came to him, and he returned to the containment world in a moment of thought. In the next second, he appeared in front of the sun's gatekeeper. What's the matter? Qing asked. Yes, it was the gatekeeper who called before. My lord, this is what was left over when the Force world collapsed. The collapse of the world did not damage it at all. I think it must be a treasure, and it is dedicated to my lord. The gatekeeper said respectfully, the golden light his hands are also holding a round badge. The badge looked like a dead planet that had collapsed. No, to be more precise, this is more like an artificial planet. The lines on it are full of gun barrels, there is a side entrance and exit, and there is even a huge thing like a launch pad. Death Star. Qing's eyelids twitched. He instantly recognized what the hell this artificial planet was. This is an extremely famous star-killing destruction weapon in the Force world. Yes, if this thing is fired, the planet can be destroyed. This is much more cowhide than the world smasher of the Abyss monster. This Death Star is definitely the legendary ultimate star-killing weapon. Qing looked at the badge over and over again. You can't see anything just by looking at it. You only know that the material of this thing is extremely special. The world is destroyed but it is not destroyed. This alone is enough to see the value of this badge. It's just that Qing doesn't know exactly what this thing is. All he knew was that it must have something to do with the Death Star. Since this thing is related to the Death Star, maybe the original creator of the Force world also died because of it. Forget it, don't care about it. Qing shook his head, put this thing away first, and ask someone later. Now, of course, becoming stronger is the most important thing. System, draw cards, 10 consecutive draws. Qing said with a confident smile on his face. As Qing's voice fell, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Immediately, the panel appeared, and cards gradually emerged. At the same time, Qing's ears also heard system notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a inheritance entry card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a mem card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a green card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got an orange card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a blue card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a red card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a red card. So, where's my divinity card? Qing looked at the card extraction panel with a blank expression, the corner of his mouth twitched, a little speechless. Okay. He now admits that divinity cards are indeed very rare. Well, not only divinity is rare, even the white and black cards are also rare. However, it would be nice to have an inheritance entry. Qing smiled in satisfaction at the inheritance entry. But he sighed again for the cards of various colors behind. He really suspects that this system is Containment 3301. However, it is not to say that color cards are not good. I haven't used this color card yet. If it's green, it should be a card like Building Terrain. Qing pondered, and immediately stretched out his hand, and the orange card fell directly into his hand. What a joke, how can a green card be as good as an orange card? Of course it's an orange card. At this moment, as the card was flipped, streaks of orange and golden light converged, and a figure gradually appeared on the card. Chapter 27. It turned out to be him. Qing looked at the phantom figure in the orange card, slightly surprised. Orange cards, which are often some powerful containment objects. There are all kinds of containment, divinity, even the highest divinity. And the contents opened by the Qing orange card. But see, on the card, lines of text appeared. Card title, Erosion Man. Subtitle, Abductor. Category, Abnormal, Intellectual, Humanoid. Description, a terrifying ex-soldier turned living nightmare steals children for perhaps horrific reasons. Living in the attic above the dimensional gap. Yes, this is no 106 scary old man. An old man with a rotten body, the mucus on his body has a corrosive effect, and he can even open the dimensional pocket to enter a different dimensional space. Unexpectedly, he won this one. This terrifying old man can definitely be regarded as a powerful containment object. Qing smiled and waved his hands. The next second, the card turned into fluorescent dots. With the appearance of light, a terrifying old man with a hideous and rotten face appeared in front of Qing very soon. Yes, these color cards do not need Qing to create a container, just use the card to summon it directly. Accompanied by the appearance of the terrifying old man, an attribute panel appeared before Qing's eyes. Name, Scary Old Man, No 106. Race, Human / Level, Extraordinary. Type, Ultra Dimension. Talent Skills, Dimensional Pocket, Active, Corrosive Slime, Passive, Description, the old man who lives in the attic above the dimensional gap has the ability to open the dimensional space at will, and he comes and goes without a trace. He is an extremely patient predator. As soon as the scary old man came out, he stood upright in front of Qing, looking straight at Qing with his terrifying eyes. Stupid, doesn't look very smart. Qing shook his head. Although he was a bit disgusted with the corrosive slime on the scary old man, he was really pleasantly surprised to be able to draw this scary old man. Extraordinary. It is simply equivalent to whoring a transcendent for nothing. He didn't need to spend any price to get a transcendent, wouldn't he be happy? Well, the next one. Qing divided an area on the edge of the world, threw the scary old man over there, rubbed his hands, and looked at the remaining cards excitedly. Green card. Buzz. As Qing flipped, streaks of green light converged on the card, and finally, paragraphs of text appeared on the card, and even a deep dark scarlet. Card title, Dimensional Gap. Subtitle, A Piece of Red Reality. Category, Land. Description, generate a machine that, after a random time, teleports all nearby objects into the dark gap in the dimension. Creatures in the dimensional rift can be rescued by divine grace, or with the item Scrandon's grappling hook. Creatures are sent back to reality after a random amount of time. They'll come back, squishier. Good guy, am I on the fence with the dimensional dark gap? Qing looked at this card with some surprise. It was 106 before, living in the attic above the dark gap in the dimension, and now the dark gap in the dimension is directly moved out. But... Qing looked at this dimensional gap, but smiled. This is a big killer. Put it away, put it away. The next one, blue. Qing slid his fingers, and finally landed on the blue. The blue card belongs to the companion card, if you draw it well, it all depends on your face. Well, I got a crake. Quack quack's self-proclaimed Spanko drive. Those high decibels can annoy people to death. Qing threw him into the world with a blank face. A useless partner, it's better not to have a containment object. In the end, he set his sights on the red card. This is the main event. As the red light gathered, a icy light gradually reflected on the card. Finally, when the red color faded, revealing a big sword inside. Qing was still expressionless. Card title, Extraordinary Sword. Subtitle, ABFS. Category, Weapon, Melee. Description, a big sword that requires dual wielding. Cut iron like mud. Reduce concealment and improve upper arm strength. Yes, it's just a very sharp sword, not a containment object. Qing shook his head, he could make as many of these things as he wanted. However, he still threw it to the lamb. Although they all started playing with lightsabers. It's the last card. Qing took a deep breath, looking at the last red card rather solemnly. Red cards, equipment cards, the equipment inside can be said to be everything, the legendary weapons all exist, and the effects are even more powerful. But there are powerful ones and there are also trashy ones. This extraordinary sword is considered to be of the ordinary grade. Hey! Qing let out a long breath. Whether it can be done or not depends on this time. He stretched out his hand and slowly flipped over the last red card. As the red card flipped, streaks of red light converged, runes appeared one after another, and golden lights shone one after another. It was a huge harpoon gun on the bow. However, Qing's eyes lit up the moment he saw the harpoon gun. Card title, Spear of the Faithless. Subtitle, What is a King to God? Category, Weapon, Ranged. Description, a large harpoon gun specially designed for killing gods. Can only be used on cosmos, divinity, and supreme being. Damn it, get into your soul. Laughed, at this moment, Qing really laughed. Ecstasy. He is truly ecstatic. Excited heart, trembling hands. Ha ha ha, Shenshen Wu. FK, I finally got Shenzhen Yu. Qing smiled unscrupulously. If the previous dimensional gap is the backhand, then his spear of the unbelievers is the real bottom line. Although there are restrictions on the use of this thing, having it and not having it are completely two concepts. Put it away. Qing happily put the card away. Now, he has two cards at the bottom of the box. Oh, and a black and white. Black can't mess around, this thing is very cruel, once it is opened, it is equivalent to using it, and it is also a negative buff. This black card must be used by the enemy. If it's white, it won't be used for the time being, let's see again. Now, it's time to turn over the real containment cards. Chapter 28. The color card, although the one drawn may also be the storage object, but compared with the summoned containment, Qing always feels that the containment he created with the materials he spends is the same as his own. Qing looked at the remaining 5 cards on the panel in front of him. There is no need to say more about inheritance items and mim cards. There are a total of 3 containment cards. I don't know what I can smoke. Qing murmured, the scope of the storage is quite wide. There are extremely heaven-defying containments, and likewise, there are crappy containments of rubbish. Hey! He let out a long breath with a dignified expression. Without saying a word, he selected a storage card and slowly opened it. Then, I saw a palm-sized snail appearing in the card. Oh, it! Qing looked at the snail in the containment card and smiled. At the same time, a related information panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Dragon Snail, No 111. Race, Snail. Level, Medium. Type, Containment. Talent skills, Fire breathing, Active, Wisdom, Passive. Description, this snail is a highly intelligent man-made container. The fire emitted by the methane stored in the body is extremely high temperature, and a careless one will cause a fire. Dragon Snail. That's it. Not only has high intelligence, but also can breathe fire, and even, when there are more ethnic groups, civilization will even be born independently. It's a pity that it's only average, but it's not bad. Qing smiled. After all, the dragon snail is a living thing, and it can even reproduce. Wait for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, maybe these dragon snails will automatically evolve woolen cloth? Take another look at the materials needed. Well, there are very few materials, ordinary snails, plus a god source, you can create a group. As far as snails are concerned, he really has them in his containment world. With a quick copy, Qing has a lot of snails in his hand. These snails are bright red, obviously eating too much red leaf magic grass, causing many herbivores to be red. Not to mention, apart from the difference between the 2 dragon horns and the face, everything else is really similar to this dragon snail. With a casual move, another divine source fell into his hand. With the blessing of Shen Yuan, the cards converged, and a single card scattered several light spots, just like that straight into the bodies of these snails. Crack, click. The old shell receded, the new shell grew, and even 2 horns grew, and they began to modify their oral organs, store methane, open up empty pockets, and even modify the ignition device. Eventually, a group of dragon snails appeared in Qing's hands. Originally, these dragon snails were just a group of ordinary creatures. But under the blessing of this divine source and cards, he became a medium-sized creature abruptly. Their compound eyes turned, and their small brains seemed to understand more things. They curiously look at everything around them, touch everything around them, and are full of novelty about everything around them. They looked at Qing, instinctively showing off from the bottom of their hearts. They opened their mouths and babbled. Qing smiled, he had nothing to look forward to for these dragon snails, and he circled a corner of the world to let them develop freely. After finishing all this, Qing opened a new card. The same rays of light converged, and finally, surrounded by golden lights, a black and white rabbit appeared in the storage card. Name, Gluttonous Rabbit, number -524 Walter. Race, Rabbit. Level, Epic. Type, Containment. Talent skills, Devour, Active, Rebirth, Passive. Description, a rabbit like a glutton can eat all objects in the world, no matter whether the object is harmful or harmless, it will even eat itself, and then be reborn from the blood. Qing's eyes lit up. Hey guys, epic creatures? This rabbit turned out to be an epic creature? However, it's relieved to think about his terrifying devouring ability. It's not surprising that this thing is an epic creature. Only. Qing looked at the rabbit and it became more and more awkward. Good guy, this rabbit won't destroy his containment world, will it? Forget it, never mind, this is one of the trump cards of the killer. Qing smiled, epic. This thing is epic. It's not like a cat or a dog can compare. However, when he saw the materials that the rabbit needed to consume, his vision went dark again. Phoenix's blood, gluttonous stomach, plus an ordinary rabbit as a sample, 8 gods. Phoenix, this thing is a divine beast, even though it is only the blood of the phoenix, the price is not something ordinary world masters can afford. And that gluttonous stomach. Dowdy is also a fierce beast, and it is not something that ordinary world masters can see and buy. Alas! Qing sighed. There are 490 million left, and I don't know if it is enough. If it's not enough, he has to find a way to make money. Qing quickly returned to reality, went to the main official website of the world to look around, and then, his eyes went dark again. Phoenix blood, the cheapest drop costs 300 million. Dowdy's stomach is cheaper, but it costs 150 million. Alas! Qing sighed, a little speechless. 450 million. This thing is more expensive than the gatekeeper. However, thinking about it, it seems to be very heavy and normal. Phoenix blood and gluttonous stomach are the most important things for each. The phoenix can be nirvana. Drinking the blood of the phoenix can even create a batch of phoenix blood warriors. Immortality is not a problem. That gluttonous stomach is even more heaven-defying, it can almost be used as a treasure bag, even if it is refined into a magic weapon, it is not bad. Gatekeepers are different, just go for the cheapest one. 450 million, it's not that he can't pay the price, it's just. Qing looked at the cards behind, gritted his teeth, and chose to open the last storage card. He wants to see what these containment cards can reveal today. Buzz. As the card was opened, streaks of black light converged, and finally, a phantom in the shape of a human was formed in the card. At the same time, a corresponding information panel appeared before Qing's eyes. Name, Epidemic Doctor, No 049. Race, Human / Level, Advanced. Type, Containment. Talent skills, Healing, Active, Tentacle of Death, Passive. Description, a powerful immortal creature with super high potential. Chapter 29. Hey! Qing looked at the panel about the epidemic doctor in front of him, and was slightly taken aback. He looked carefully at the image on the panel again. It was indeed the epidemic doctor he knew, and the number was correct. But, this system, are you sure you did not describe it wrong? I agree that this thing is an immortal creature, but does it have anything to do with being powerful? Also, what the hell is this super high potential? Qing asked subconsciously. Powerful immortal creatures? Well, then there is a high order. Super high potential? Laughing dead, what potential does this thing have? Is it possible to super evolve into number 049J? Funny, isn't it? At this time, the system's notification sound also resounded in Qing's mind at the same time. Ding, after testing, the epidemic doctor number -049 does have super potential, and eventually evolves, comparable to legendary creatures. Really? Qing looked at the epidemic doctor in the card, feeling a little confused. How can the epidemic doctor evolve? Also legendary creatures? Etc. Suddenly, Qing's expression froze, and he suddenly thought of it. Not only is there a plague doctor in the containment universe, but there is also a parallel world, that abnormal body universe, which also has a plague doctor. And the epidemic doctor of the abnormal universe, after evolution, is indeed very good. Laughed. At this moment, Qing really smiled. He couldn't wait to start looking at the materials needed to create the epidemic doctor. Water of life? Well, this thing is not too expensive. The source of the plague? Is this thing for sale? Beak mask and black windbreaker? Do you need a box of space? Qing looked at the materials needed, sighed, very helpless. He quickly entered the main official website of the world to check the corresponding price. Then, with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this water of life is not expensive. For 100 million, you can get a spring bird beak mask and black windbreaker, you can buy them casually. Space boxes are not expensive, and space props are quite common in this era. The most important thing is the source of the plague. This thing is not for sale. Qing searched around the official website again, wanting to know where to get the source of this plague. Then, he understood. Either, go to the world lord related to the plague to exchange, or you can only go to the world with the plague to explore and get it. Qing doesn't even know the world master who opened up the world of the plague system. From this point of view, he has to explore the world by himself. There are two kinds of worlds to explore. One is to go to the starry sky, explore the world, look for the world, what kind of world you find is completely unknown. The other is to go to the Extraordinary Guild. In the Extraordinary Guild, some missions to clear the fallen world will be released from time to time. These fallen worlds are mostly worlds that were infected and demonized by the abyss after the fall of the World Lord. The demonized world has left the human camp, so it needs to be cleared regularly. Fallen world. Qing smiled. He has the legendary creature gatekeeper and naturally has the confidence to sweep. But just in case. Still have to let the world evolve for a while. Let's improve a wave of strength first. With this in mind, he turned on 10 times the flow rate of time again, and at the same time, a world log panel appeared before his eyes. Log, at the end of the first era, due to the war, the world began to expand, but the creatures in the world suffered heavy casualties, and a long period of recovery began. Log, in the 100th year of the second era, after 100 years of recuperation, the Lamb clan, the alien tiger clan, the dinosaur clan, and the lizard clan resumed large-scale groups again. At the same time, because they knew the existence of the World Lord, they began to support each other and help each other. At the same time, they also discovered that there is a clan of dragon snails with super high intelligence, which also began to occupy the mainland, began to multiply, and gradually grew. Log, in the 300th year of the second era, the various ethnic groups became larger and larger, and the Lambran clan even established a city-state, carved a statue of the Lord of the World, and began large-scale belief, large-scale worship, and a preliminary belief system born. Log, in the 500th year of the second era, the Lamb clan researched the technology plundered from the world of the Force. Because the technology system was too advanced, the Lamb clan couldn't understand it at all. The Lamb clan contributed technological rapidity. All clans are starting to research technology. The Yuha family expressed a little interest, but not much interest. The dinosaur family expressed a little interest, but also not much interest. The lizard family is attached to the dinosaur family, but they also expressed no interest. On the contrary, the rising dragon snail family expressed interest in various technologies, and began to study technology with the lambs. Log, in the 800th year of the second era, after 300 years of research by the Lamb clan and the dragon snail clan, Although the plasma lightsaber technology has not yet been figured out, the two clans have gradually embarked on a technological system with mutual support. They began to study the most basic physics in the world, and gradually embarked on the road of science and technology. Technology side. Ye Qing pondered slightly. It's not that the technology side is not strong, it's just that it's not so easy to achieve something on the technology side. Ye Qing took a look. After 300 years of development of the lamb people and the dragon snails, the technological system is not up to the level of the Middle Ages. Moreover, his world is still too small after all, and many laws are incomplete. In addition, the laws of the two worlds are somewhat different after all, and the lightsaber that wants to thoroughly understand the world of force. It can only be said that it is as difficult as climbing the sky. Of course, it would be good news if they could develop a lightsaber suitable for this world. However, the focus is not on the technological route after all. What Ye Qing wants is their own improvement. If these guys still go astray like this, he will intervene. He looked at the log again. Log, in the 1000th year of the Second Era, due to the incomplete laws of the world, technology has fallen into a bottleneck. The lamb family and the dragon snail family tried to break through the bottleneck, but they still couldn't get the point. Looking at the alien tiger family, the dinosaur family, and the lizard family, the ethnic group is getting bigger and bigger, they are getting more and more anxious, trying to become stronger, but to no avail. Log, in the 1100th year of the Second Era, stuck in a bottleneck. Log, in the 1200th year of the Second Era, stuck in a bottleneck. Log, in the 1300th year of the Second Era, stuck in a bottleneck. Ye Qing frowned. Although it's good to have the spirit of research, but you can't be too horny. In his world, the laws are incomplete, and even incompatible with the scientific system. It is simply a dream to research a science and technology that defies the sky. Basic physical chemistry is a problem, let alone researching plasma lightsabers. When Ye Qing was about to intervene and ask them to change their research direction. Log, in the 1400th year of the Second Era, due to the bottleneck of science, the lamb people and the dragon snails planned to change their research direction. They thought of the force used by Jedi soldiers, and the supernatural ability that could be manipulated. It will made them yearn for it. They began to observe the gatekeeper in the sky, the little peanut on the mountain, and some even observed the terrifying old man hovering on the edge of the endless world, and even the alien tiger leader they were very familiar with. Log, in the 1450th year of the Second Era, after 50 years of observations and conclusions, they discovered too many unreasonable places. They discovered the observer effect of the statue, and they saw by means of this method, they discovered that the leader of the different tiger was actually a tiger, not a cat. Every trait makes them yearn for, they want to learn the superspeed neck bending of Peanut, the dimension leap of the terrifying old man, and the disguise of the leader of the alien tiger. Log, in the 1500th year of the Second Era, they got nothing. Some young scholars began to suspect that the world is fake, that what they saw was not real, and they even doubted the meaning of their own existence. They began to deny everything around them, science, and what they saw. A young scholars successfully denied a red leaf magic grass, making a red leaf magic grass disappear out of thin air, and the information was denied. The most preliminary thaumaturgy system was born. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the world successfully gave birth to the first thaumaturgy manipulator, containment point plus 100. Chapter 30. Good guy. Listening to the system prompt in his mind and looking at the log on the world panel, Ye Qing was amazed, and called him good guy. Thaumaturgy. What the hell, it's okay to let these little goats and dragons and snails come up with a thaumaturgy system by mistake. The thaumaturgy system, a system unique to the containment universe, is something that mortals can learn. Thaumaturgy and magic, like the original force, are existences that can be strengthened through the practice of life energy. But this thaumaturgy is fundamentally different from magic and force. In the containment universe, this thaumaturgy is similar to an acquired reality bender. Yes, thaumaturgy is the same as distorting reality and changing settings. Just like that young scholar, he denied the world, fell into deep self-doubt, and then, by mistake, made a grass disappear out of thin air, which is distorting reality. However, a thaumaturgy is completely different from a reality bender. One needs to consume energy and needs to be learned to control. But the reality bender does not need to consume any energy, it can be mastered innately. Reality benders are those who violate the law of entropy increase and the laws of cosmic physics. They have no consumption, and they can distort as much as they want. Although the scholar is not a reality bender, Qing was amazed to be able to produce a rudimentary thaumaturgy. That's right, finally on the right track, even though it was a mistake. Qing murmured, smiling. There is no doubt that the thaumaturgy system can definitely bring qualitative improvements to the world's creatures. When all the lambs learned thaumaturgy, wouldn't it mean that there were reality benders everywhere? Think about it, how terrifying would an army that can deny reality at any time, erase information, modify information, and distort cognition? Qing looked at the log again, finally looking forward to it. Log, at the beginning of the Second Era, with the emergence of thaumaturgy, all scholars fell into ecstasy. They began to study this so-called thaumaturgy, began to summarize the laws, and began to observe the laws. A kind of life energy, through the consumption of energy, they can distort reality to varying degrees. Finally, the system of thaumaturgy is getting closer to perfection in the gradual improvement. Log, in the early days of the Second Era, through the efforts of several generations of the Lamb clan and the Dragon Snail clan, thaumaturgy has become more and more perfect, and more Lamb clan and Dragon Snail clan have learned thaumaturgy. Both the Lamb man and the Dragon Snail can successfully perform different levels of thaumaturgy. In the same year, countless scholars began to build the thaumaturgy tower, and officially compiled the thaumaturgy into a book, and a new system was born. The Xianxia clan and the Long Snail clan agreed that this thaumaturgy should be named miracle. Those who practice this method are called miracle masters. Log, at the beginning of the Second Era, a large number of miracle masters were born, not only the Lamb clan, the Dragon Snail clan, the Alien Tiger clan, the Dinosaur clan, and the Lizard clan, but also began to practice miracles, called Alien Beast Miracle Masters. Good. Qing looked at everything that happened in the log, and at the same time, he could also feel that he was getting stronger because of the strengthening of the world's creatures. This is the world denial world lord. If it were said that originally, he was only a mid-level combat power, then, now, he is at least a high-level combat power. Low? No, this is definitely not low. It is not so easy for the world lord to improve. A small world is a small world after all, and the denial bonus of the small world falls on the world master of the big world, which is more or less suppressed by personality. That is to say, if the world lord wants to become extraordinary and become a more powerful god, he needs the small world to continue to improve and become stronger, even comparable to a star, before he can become the supreme in the big world. And now, because of the integrity of the world's practice system, Qing has been directly promoted to a high level. We can be regarded as a high-level world master now. Qing was a little complacent. It has to be said that it is right for these world creatures to walk out of thaumaturgy. Since it is the world of contained objects, taking the road of science and technology is a dead end. Thaumatology is the most suitable path for the containment universe. His world laws are indeed incomplete, and many systems cannot be adopted, but if one follows the path suitable for the world system, it will be more effective with half the effort. Just look at the previous paths of technology and thaumaturgy. The road of science and technology, which has been studied for hundreds of years, and still has blueprint technology, finally fell into a bottleneck. Looking at the path of thaumaturgy, once it is discovered, it is like a scourge, sweeping everything in an instant. Perhaps, this is also the reason why the will of the world is secretly fueling the flames. In short, thaumatology was really born. It's time to find the source of the plague. Qing pondered. He currently has two containment objects that have not yet been created, the gluttonous rabbit and the plague doctor. Gluttonous rabbit, an epic creature. Epidemic doctor, a creature with super high potential. Once these two trump cards are played, he will kill everything. Immediately, without further ado, Qing took a taxi and headed for the Transcendent Guild. The extraordinary guild was as lively as ever, with people coming and going as always. The World Lord can be seen everywhere. Some spend a lot of money with their female companions, which is full of local tyrants. Some people even took out some treasures, causing the surrounding world masters to watch and exclaim, bidding one after another. This is the daily life of the World Lord. Soon, Qing boarded the mission-related floor. This is the mission hall, and there are also many people, and here, there are more World Lords. Even, the World Lords here are generally not low in strength, and each of them exudes a tyrannical world atmosphere. Either a high-level World Lord or an extraordinary World Lord. A newly promoted high-ranking World Master like Qing really doesn't attract much attention among the crowd. It can only be said that it is too common. Qing didn't care about this, and soon, he sat down in front of a counter. "Hello, World Lord, how can I help you?" Behind the counter, a sweet and innocent young lady spoke softly, with a professional smile on her face. "Help me find out if there is a corrupted demonized world related to the plague." Qing went straight to the goal this time. The source of the plague, the key to creating a plague doctor. "Okay, please wait a moment," the sweet young lady said, and quickly manipulated the screen, and in a blink of an eye, the depraved and demonized world about the plague was displayed in front of the young lady. "Sir, regarding the fallen and demonized world of the plague world, there is one rated A, 3 rated B, and 1 rated D, the young lady said. "Is there no one with a rating of C?" Qing is self-aware that the B-level world is something he absolutely cannot get his hands on right now, let alone the A-level world. Every rating is not random, it represents the level of danger. A high-level world lord like Qing will only fight in D-level worlds at most, and only those with a little bit of confidence will think about finding C-level worlds. Qing naturally wanted to find the C-level world. Regarding this aspect, Qing has also carefully understood that the D-level world may not be able to condense the source of the plague he wants, and the B-level world may not be able to beat it, so this C-level world is just right. Only. Sorry sir, there is no C-level world for now. The young lady shook her head. Really? Qing sighed, then tell me what's going on in this D-class world. Okay. The little sister began to introduce, the world of elves, ordinary D-level tasks, was originally the world of a second-order world master in Northern Europe. The world master accidentally fell during the battle with the abyss monsters, and the world was infected with the abyss. Creature demonization. The world area has been reduced to 1,800 kilometers. According to the detection, the beautiful elves that were originally close to nature have all turned into sinister and cunning demonized dark elves. Most of them are medium level, and there are more than 800 high-level dark elves. One dark elf seems to be a child of a plane. Promoted through killing, he has become an extraordinary dark elf. The most dangerous thing is the elf tree. The demonized elf tree can not only continuously give birth to dark elves, but can even release plagues, infect more creatures, and devour life. It is a veritable bloodthirsty tree. The world the origin is condensed on it, and it seems to be epic. Currently, 3 world masters have failed to challenge. The system recommends at least a senior second-order world master to challenge. If the world is successfully cleared, 1.5 billion will be rewarded. Chapter 31. Unleash the Plague. The source of the plague. 1.5 billion. This is what Qing had in mind. I've accepted this mission. Qing said bluntly. This mission was tailor-made for him. Just by reading the description, he probably knew in his heart that the source of the plague probably fell on the elf magic tree. As for whether there are other hidden existences in this world, then it doesn't matter. This fallen elf world has cards, so doesn't he have cards? In a tier 2 world, having an epic creature is enough to defy the sky. It is impossible to have legendary creatures, right? If there really is a legendary creature, then it's not his turn to capture it in this world. Okay sir, please show your world lord's ID card. The young lady smiled sweetly. She is just a part-time worker, how about the world master? It is not her turn to point fingers and make irresponsible remarks. Since Qing chooses to take on this task, she can just do things. Okay. Qing nodded and handed over the ID card. That young lady swipe. Drop. Immediately, the young lady began to operate extremely quickly, and at the same time, she did not forget to ask, Sir, our transmission fee is 1 Shen Yuan, may I ask whether it will be deducted by us, or you will pay it yourself? For it. While talking, the young lady looked at the panel in front of her in astonishment. But I saw, on the panel, there were words like Apprentice World Master Qing written on it. Sir, there is something wrong with the system, please wait. The young lady subconsciously said, picked up Qing's ID card, re-entered, refreshed, and on the screen, the words Apprentice World Master Qing and other words were still displayed in reality. Young lady? What the hell is this? Apprentice World Master? The so-called trainee World Masters are newcomer World Masters who have just awakened and have not yet taken the college entrance examination to enter the university. Generally speaking, the system will not go wrong, and a trainee is a trainee. In other words, the person in front of me. The little sister's eyes widened, her mouth opened in an O shape, and she looked at Qing incredulously, as if she had seen a ghost. You are the trainee World Master! The young lady exclaimed. This shout instantly attracted the attention of countless people around. Apprentice World Master? Is it true? Good guy, the trainee World Master also came to do the task? Does this mean you don't want to live anymore? Where did the fledgling kid come from? You really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and even ran to the mission hall to do missions. At this moment, the people around looked at Qing in unison, their expressions full of ridicule. As world lords, they know too well what it is like to be an apprentice to a world lord. Before taking the college entrance examination and getting certified, the world masters are all trainee world masters. Apprentice world masters generally don't have much combat power. They are basically the cutest little whites. They don't know anything, and they are still in the groping stage. They used to be trainee world masters too, so they know how capable trainee world masters are. However, Qing popped up. The point is, he also went to accept the mission? What the hell, isn't it courting death? But obviously, Qing didn't care about this, and didn't take what those people around him discussed at all to heart. He looked at the young lady at the front desk and asked with a gentle smile, "What's the matter? Is it not allowed to accept missions in the apprentice world?" "Is this?" the young lady hurriedly said. Immediately, looking at Qing's young, immature, and handsome appearance, he subconsciously said, "Are you sure you want to accept this task? This is a D-level world, and there are even extraordinary creatures, even epic creatures. An accident? She persuaded after all. Qing is too young. It's like a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers." This also made her unable to resist persuading her. "Of course I accept. This is Shen Yuan." Qing chuckled and put a Shen Yuan on the counter. "Sir, you have to think about it clearly. This elf world is far from being as simple as it seems. Before the 3 world masters challenged, only 1 world master escaped alive." The young lady said, wanting to let Qing realizes the seriousness of the matter. "I already know." Qing nodded. The young lady opened her mouth, but in the end there was nothing she could do. Qing insisted that it was no longer something she could persuade. However, she sighed more or less in her heart. What is this if it's not going to die? There were 3 second-tier world masters who failed before, let alone Qing, a trainee world master. Ugh! The young lady looked at Qing with a complicated expression, her eyes always felt like she was looking at a dead person. Qing didn't care about this, he didn't bother to correct him, he just asked the young lady to take him to the teleportation room quickly, so that he could do the task. When the people around saw this scene, they also shook their heads to fail. They have seen someone who wants to die, but they have never seen someone who is rushing to reincarnate. Isn't Qing's behavior just rushing to die? Whoever conquers the world is not fully prepared. Buy all kinds of props in advance, and when the time comes, it will be easy to use. But Qing is good, and they don't know whether it is good for him to be stunned or something else, they only know, Qing, I am afraid that there will be no return. I'm about to fall before the college entrance examination, tisk tisk. They looked at Qing's back, shook their heads, and stopped looking at Qing. Qing's fate can already be met, and there is no need to do anything for a dead person. They naturally have their own business. Soon, on Qing's side, under the leadership of that young lady, Qing arrived at the teleportation room very quickly. Standing on the transmission device, the young lady put a piece of shenyuan on and looked at Qing with some regret. Qing didn't care either. Soon, as shenyuan shone brightly, lines of subtitles appeared in front of Qing. Apprentice World Lord Qing, identity confirmed. The teleportation destination is the world of the Second Order Fallen Demonized Elves has been confirmed. Task: clear the fallen and demonized Dark Elves, destroy the magic tree, and clear the breath of the abyss. Are you sure to send? Qing took a deep breath. At this moment, his eyes were particularly sharp, and he said in a deep voice, teleport. Chapter 32. Buzz. At this moment, as Qing's voice fell, at the same time, Qing only felt that the whole body was surrounded by light, and a strong traction force led him to disappear in an instant. Qing naturally has no control over what the rest of the people think. At this moment, he did enter a high-dimensional perspective because of teleportation. From a high-dimensional perspective, the two worlds he only saw began to overlap. One side is full of red light, full of vitality, with an area of 340 kilometers. On the other side, with a dark black light, lifeless, but an area of 1,800 kilometers. Laws are intertwining, and the will of the world is fighting. However, as soon as the confrontation started, Qing felt the pressure of mountains and tsunami, as if the sky was collapsing. The area of the elf world is really too big, and Qing is not even a fraction of it. Even if his world is full of vitality, even if his world is led by a creator like him, the gap in world area cannot be made up. Unless the son of the plane in this world is dead, it is absolutely impossible for him to win the world confrontation. Boom! Qing only felt a shock in his heart, the confrontation of the will of the world was over. At the same time, Qing also felt a little pressure. Lost. In the will of the world against this ring, Qing will inevitably lose. However, Qing had expected this point a long time ago. Not a big problem. He had no intention of winning. Just suppress it. Home games have certain advantages, but the key to determining the outcome is not whether you are home games. Boom! At the same time, the two worlds collided, and an indescribable shock came. On the barrier of the world, a light door of space like a mountain appeared. The portal of transmission opened. A depraved, somewhat evil aura came from the gate of space. This is different from the previous force world that opened the door of space and forcibly descended. This is a serious plane war. The creatures on both sides can pass through the gate of space and reach another world to destroy, and even destroy the will of the world. Qing, as the creator god, informed the creatures in the containment world long ago. Ask them to win this war incomparably, and fight beautifully. For the first time, although they won, most of them were beaten to shame by the Jedi soldiers, and lost completely. In the end, if the gatekeepers did not take action, the containment world might really be destroyed. And this second time, Qing only hoped that these guys could fight back, and don't be beaten so helplessly like last time. At this moment, halos of light appeared on the barrier of the world, and under the light gate, there were dragon snails lying on the shoulders of the lambs, and the huge and fierce tigers. A ferocious and terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, a big lizard with a flick of its head and tail and fierce eyes. 6,000 lambs, 6,000 dragon snails, all of them are miracle masters. 3,000 alien tigers, each of them is also a miracle master of alien beasts. There are 1,200 Tyrannosaurus Rex and 800 big lizards, all of them are masters of miracles. However, there are strong and weak among the miracle masters. For example, the lamb man and the dragon snail are both level 3 miracle masters. And those alien beast miracle masters, later practitioners, and those whose way of thinking are different from the lamb people and dragon snails are level 2 miracle masters. Qing had a rough idea of the level of the miracle master, but it was actually about the same level as the reality bender. Not to mention level 1 miracle masters, their ability is too weak and they belong to beginners. A level 2 miracle master already possesses lethality and fighting strength beyond ordinary people. It is easy to take things from the air and change the internal structure of the human body. Level 3 miracle master, even a thought can cause people to collapse and distort reality and die. As long as the consumption is removed, these guys are proper reality benders. At this time, a large number of third-level miracle masters and second-level miracle masters are ready to be in place, and Qing only needs to give an order to pass through the space barrier and descend into the world of elves. Of course, it's not just these masters of miracles. Even 106 scary old men and 173 little peanuts who used to wander around the edge of the world were invited out by the lambs. The scary old man has a certain degree of wisdom and knows what is the enemy. As for Peanut, even if it is an indiscriminate attack, the lambs know how to use Peanut. Last time, they didn't know who they were, but this time, they believed that with sufficient preparation, they could definitely destroy this world. Let's go! Qing's spiritual body appeared, and the phantom was projected in the void of the containment world, and he gave an order. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the screams of soaring to the sky resounded through the void, and groups of lambs were either flying, or supersonic, or surrounded by clouds and fog, and rushed into the world of elves in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, in the elf world. At the moment when the two worlds collided, the world of elves began to shake and the situation changed. It was overcast, and the dark miasma spread throughout the elf world. In the center of the world, an ancient elven tree that looks like a world tree is glowing with light. The glow of the sun is dense, but it is not a good thing, but the endless breath of plague. The once lush, vigorous, and emerald ancient elf tree has now become dark purple and black. Above the canopy, a blurry phantom of a human figure slowly appeared. Intruders! The phantom human figure murmured. At the very moment when the world was in turmoil, they knew roughly what was going on. This kind of thing has not happened once or twice. So. Spiritual ripples spread from the center of the ancient elf tree to the entire elf world. The moment they felt this spiritual force, dark purple-skinned dark elves opened their scarlet and bloodthirsty eyes. Underneath, there were even swollen deformed monsters crawling out of the ground. Abnormal monsters, skeletons, and undead. There were even mice with red eyes coming out of the ground. They had red eyes. At this moment, countless pairs of scarlet eyes looked at the huge space gate. Plain War, start. Chapter 33. Buzz. The golden light of the door of space flickered continuously, and figures descended one after another. Containment world, take the initiative. With the golden light flashing, more and more people came to the elf world, and even the gatekeeper, under the command of Qing, also passed through the gate of space, and the huge phantom illuminated the entire elf world. Standing motionless at the door like this. Naturally, he came to guard the gate, and he would not miss any opportunity for the enemy to invade the containment world. Qing also passed through the gate of space at the same time. At the moment when he came to the world of elves, Qing felt his heart sank, and an invisible pressure bound his body, which began to restrict his performance and ability. It wasn't just him, the little goatman miracle masters under him also felt that they were being suppressed one by one. A level 3 miracle master can display at most 80% of his strength. Not only has the scope become smaller, but the ability of the miracle master has also been greatly weakened, and at the same time, the consumption has also increased. Not only the master of miracles, the scary old man, and the containment objects like Peanut, have also been suppressed part of their strength. Little Peanut's speed slowed down, and the speed at which the scary old man opened up the dark gap in the dimension slowed down. Weakened by 20%. It's okay. Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It's really good, after all, his subordinates are not orthodox practitioners, but directly modify the bugs of reality. Even if it is weakened by 20%, the final effect is still the same. Knowing this moment, Qing looked at this so-called elf world. As far as the eye can see, the desolate and dark land. On the land, dead stakes and trees can be seen everywhere. A sense of desolation lingers in my heart. The world is dark, the sun is not seen all year round, and there are even countless dark purple fogs around. From those dead trees, we can see the prosperity of the past. Looking further into the distance, a huge town is looming, and a tree supporting the sky is eerie. Elf tree, elf city. Xianxia. However, at this moment, rustling sounds suddenly sounded on the ground, as if something had come out of the ground. All the lambs were alert. Pfft! Suddenly, I saw monsters with distorted bodies suddenly drilled out of the ground. It was a group of monsters with rotten bodies, ferocious faces, thinning hair, scarlet eyes, sharp ears, crooked stature, and armor. Some arms were broken, and some arms were even deformed into flesh hammers with bony spurs. They looked at Qing and other outsiders viciously, howling, with red eyes, walking towards the lamb man. Densely packed, everywhere. Once the elf forest, now the ghoul graveyard paradise. From the skin ears, it can be seen that these ghouls were once elves. Shut up! At this moment, the lambs made a move. They lost the laziness and weakness of the past, and after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, they all became the best fighters one by one. Whoosh, whoosh. Someone blessed thaumaturgy, fought in close quarters, and wielded the extraordinary sword that Qing once gave him, one sword at a time, cutting these deformed monsters into 2 pieces, and the dark purple blood splattered everywhere. Someone directly summoned meteorites from a distance, and a large-scale coverage strike. Boom! In the sky, flames lit up, the ground shook, and ghouls were smashed to pieces by the meteorite. Some people even cooperated with the dragon snail, and the dragon snail breathed fire, and the little goatman directly cast a large-scale fire thaumaturgy, and the flames were lingering, and everything it passed was scorched. In just 3 minutes, all the densely packed ghouls were dealt with. Quick! It is too fast. The alien tigers, dinosaurs, and lizards haven't done anything yet, and everything is over. A large world of 1,800 kilometers? Haha, if the monsters in this world are only at this level, then we can declare victory in this plain war. Tisk tisk, I almost played myself to death. Maybe I used to have some strength, but this group of ghouls is really not enough. Easy, it's really too easy, the previous suppression, I thought it was a fierce battle. At this moment, the lambs laughed lightly and teased each other. It was really easy, it was like waving your hand and it was over, there was no pressure at all, and the fight was effortless. Don't take it lightly, there must be many unknown monsters in this world, don't let the Lord God down. At this moment, a voice sounded, it was the leader of the Lamb people. That's right, don't let Father God down. Even the leader of the Dragon Worm clan followed suit. Accompanied by the two guys who came out to talk, whether they were from the Long Snail clan or the Lamb clan, each one of them felt awe-inspiring and sank impetuous thoughts. Immediately, the leader of the Lamb man began to assign tactics and deploy battles. The 3,000 different tigers are the mounts of the 3,000 lambs, and they are carrying 3,000 dragon snails to attack head-on. Meow, the leader of the alien tiger, the alien cat, yelled in displeasure. Why should its people become mounts? Do you really think you are a child of the containment plane? Cat, you don't want Father God to be disappointed, do you? The leader of the Lamb man said lightly. Meow. The strange cat looked at the sky with some fear, saw the golden light phantom, and then lowered its head with some fear. But it bowed its head, and it still cursed, and agreed with some displeasure. Dragon, lead our clan with 1,200 people, and the dragon snails with 1,200 people. They will make surprise attacks from the side, feign attacks, and investigate the situation of the city in the distance. The leader of the Lamb people looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex family again. Roar! The leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex also roared, and finally agreed. Lizard! The leader of the little goatman looked at the 800 lizards again. In recent years, the evolution of large lizards has become more rapid, and the four legs have become stronger and more powerful, the speed is extremely fast, and the body size is also huge. They can even stand and walk for a short time. Their intelligence is not low, if it is not suppressed by the lambs, maybe they will be the next overlord. Of course, it is impossible to wait for them to evolve into lizardmen now. Li, assign 800 clansmen to you. Remember to follow the dragon. When the time comes, you will ambush outside the city. When enemies appear, ambush them and wipe them out, the little goatman ordered. Roar! The leader of the big lizard let out a low voice, with tyranny and ferocity gleaming in his eyes. The 5,000 clansmen were allocated in this way, and the remaining 1,000 clansmen, the leader planned to take 1,000 people by himself, and go around to see what happened to the huge world tree. Let's go, the leader of the Lamb man said. Swish, swish. In the next second, the alien tiger, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and large lizard galloped quickly on the black land with their Lamb man knights. In the sky, Qing witnessed everything. Seeing the leader of the Lamb man, Qing was a little surprised. This little guy is interesting. Qing smiled and nodded, expressing his approval for the little guy. Although he is only the leader of the Lamb, but he can hold down 247, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the lizards, he still has 2 brushes. Chapter 34. Boom boom boom. On the black land, the army marched out, and the whole world seemed to be shaking. Qing looked at the 4-way army, thoughtfully. Immediately, with the thought in his mind, a panel about the leader of the Lamb appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang 23 Hong. Race, Goat Race. Level, Advanced. Type, Master of Miracles. Talent skills, Thaumaturgy, Active, Wisdom, Passive. Description, the 23rd king of the goat race, possessing extremely high wisdom, a half-step 4-level miracle master. Has a strong thaumaturgic talent. Hey! Qing was a little surprised. Is a half-step level 4 thaumaturgy okay? In the case of other people who are generally level 3 miracle masters, how can this person become a half-step level 4 miracle master? Interesting. With a thought in Qing's mind, immediately, a wisp of divine thought possessed Hong's body. He wants to see how good this Hong can be. At the same time, Qing's perspective also changed. On the galloping black earth, Hong performed thaumaturgy, leading 1,000 masters, floating, silently following behind the army of alien tigers. At this moment, as if he felt something, he turned his head subconsciously and looked at the golden shadow in the sky. That gaze was so kind. It was the Lord God who was watching him. Hong's heart trembled, and he played normally, so he was naturally fearless. But now that the Lord Chengdu has noticed him, he is inevitably a little nervous. Fortunately, he was able to adjust himself very well, and soon recovered, and continued to move forward with the army. He wanted to go around and see what was going on with the world tree. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a sudden wave of terrifying vibrations from the army of alien tigers in front of him. Roar! A soaring roar resounded through the air. Boom! On the sky, a meteorite surrounded by flames smashed down, and on that meteorite, ignited flames swept towards the surrounding endlessly. The army of alien tigers has encountered the enemy. With a move in Hong's heart, he flew into the sky with all the troops and looked towards the battlefield ahead. And at this time, it can be seen that in the distant battlefield, in the center of the battlefield, there is a knight wearing armor, holding a big sword, and riding a heavy horse. Most importantly, this knight has no head. Yes, there is no head, and there are bursts of green light in the armor, as if someone has chopped off the head. How weird it is! Boom! Seeing a huge meteorite falling from the sky, watching the flames sweeping and the waves of fire spreading. Xi Lulu! The headless horseman pulled the reins, the tall horse neighed, and the forelegs suddenly lifted up. The headless horseman raised the big sword in his hand, and slashed at the falling meteorite. Clang! The terrifying clang of refined iron erupted, sparks splashed, and fire waves erupted. Boom! The meteorite was split in half by the headless horseman, sparks swept across the battlefield, and flames surrounded the headless horseman, setting it off like a god coming down to earth. Slash the meteorite with a single sword. At this moment, countless little goatmen were stunned. Really? They are too clear about the power of the meteorite, not to mention, there is a miracle master who adds flames, blesses the power, and even, there is a miracle master who modifies the falling speed of the meteorite. In their opinion, once the meteorite falls, it will definitely smash the headless horseman into a scrap iron shell. However, the meteorite was split in half by the headless horseman. Powerful. Very strong. This is what all lambs have in mind. But 3,000 of them, plus 3,000 dragon snails, and 3,000 different tigers, can't beat this headless horseman? The little goats were unwilling to let go of this opportunity. While the headless horseman was still posing there, a little goatman threw the extraordinary sword in his hand into the air. All the little goatmen saw it, and without saying a word, they began to perform their own thaumaturgy. It can be seen that the extraordinary sword hovered in mid-air, with the tip of the sword facing down, and the extraordinary sword vibrated. Immediately, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 3, and 3 turned into thousands. The dense extraordinary swords hovered over the headless horseman, and the cold light flickered. But obviously, it's not over yet. Another group of lambs cast spells to add more attributes to this extraordinary sword. The extraordinary sword suddenly became larger, like a sky-slashing sword, and countless 40-meter-long swords flew into the air, full of oppression. Bear! The extraordinary sword was surrounded by endless flames, and flames appeared on the extraordinary sword out of thin air. Tsitsizi! Another electric arc appeared on the extraordinary sword. The arcs were densely packed, and the arcs on each sword were intertwined and entangled with each other, gradually connecting into one piece, like a sea of thunder and purgatory. At the same time, the extraordinary sword began to tremble, as if there was supergravity blessing on the extraordinary sword. Even, there are countless information falsifications on speed, information falsification on hardness, information falsification on sharpness. At this moment, the tips of countless swords pointed at the headless horseman. Boom! In the next second, a sword turned into a stream of light, instantly bombarding the headless horseman. 3,000 miracle masters, 6,000 strange beast miracle masters. There are a total of 9,000 miracle masters, and the extraordinary sword combined together is horrifying to the extreme. Boom! At this moment, the ground began to shake, and a sword pierced through the armor of the headless horseman, electric arcs lingered, and the flames shot into the sky. Super gravity, super speed, super sharpness, super tenacity. The ground began to tremble, a giant sword erupted with terrifying power, and huge cracks began to appear on the ground. Boom! The rays of light converged, and the flames soared into the sky. When the smoke cleared, revealing the headless horseman in the center. Oh! Where is the headless horseman? In the messy place in the middle of the battlefield, there were only pieces of iron shells left, and a thing that couldn't see the specific figure, and didn't know if it was a horse or something. Master of Miracles. That is simply a bug. 9,000 miracle masters, even if they are strong and weak, but with the blessing of various abilities, a headless horseman is simply not enough to look at. All fear comes from lack of firepower. As soon as the 9,000 miracle master comes out, no matter what kind of monsters you are, just lie on your stomach. Victory in the first battle. Easy. Buzz. However, at this moment, streaks of green light suddenly lit up on the tattered iron armor. The green light wrapped those iron armors, and gradually pulled them back. Piece by piece of armor began to recover. Xi Lulu. The figure who didn't know whether it was a horse or something also reunited at this moment. The long horse neighed, and its eyes were scarlet. Headless horseman, back! The big sword in his hand flickered with cold light, and the green light became more and more eerie and deep. The headless horseman turned slowly, as if a non-existent head was looking at them, as if mocking them. Xi Lulu. The long horse neighed, its front hooves leaped into the air, and it stomped down heavily. Boom! At this moment, the entire ground began to tremble. Buzz buzz buzz! At the same time, green lights gathered around the headless horseman, and phantoms of headless horsemen with green lights gathered appeared. The green phantoms are densely packed, like an army of headless horsemen on heavy horses. If you look closely, there are thousands of them. At this moment, all the lamb people gasped. Chapter 35. One man becomes an army. This headless horseman has something. At this moment, not only the lambs, but also Qing, who saw this scene through the perspective, was a little surprised. This headless horseman has something. So many masters of miracles didn't kill the headless horseman, but let the headless horseman drive big? Who can resist the appearance of thousands of headless horsemen? A single charge could crush his army of lambs. Hasty! The Dragon Knight army should be allowed to go this way. However, this cannot be blamed on Wang Hong. Now let's see how Wang Hong will solve it. Qing followed that thought and continued to look at the battlefield. At this time, Wang Hong also squinted his eyes, looking at the headless horseman and the phantom around the night. Suddenly, his mind moved. Whoosh! A phantom shot out towards Wang Hong's body. The phantom pierced the sky, and arrived at the battlefield in just a blink of an eye, standing in front of the Lamb Man army and the headless horseman phantom army. The smoke and dust dissipated, and only then did everyone see that it was a statue. A statue that looks like a peanut with a weird pattern on its face. It's a statue. Someone recognized it. Immediately, everyone looked at each other in dismay, looked at each other, understood, and turned their eyes away. Xi Lulu. On the opposite side, the tall horse that the headless horseman was sitting on snorted and moved its hooves. It seemed to be a little uneasy, hesitating, not knowing whether to go forward or not. Charge! But obviously, the headless horseman didn't care so much. A cold snort resounded inside the armor, and a hollow voice like a ghost resounded. Boom boom boom! At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and the headless horseman held a long sword and rode a horse, violently crushing towards the Lamb army. Those green phantoms are even more followers of the headless horseman, stepping on the ground and charging with the army. At this moment, the statue suddenly moved. Whoosh! His speed was extremely fast, no weaker than those heavy cavalry, and he locked onto the headless horseman in an instant, and then... Pfft! Crack! There was a crisp sound of bone cracking, and the neck of the horse under the headless horseman suddenly broke, its hooves softened, and it fell to the ground in an instant. There was another green light, and the bones of the war horse began to heal again, and the head began to return to its original position. However, crack! Little Peanut made another move, and the horse's neck broke again. Heal again, break again. Heal again, break again. Without looking at Little Peanut is the invincible god of war. Headless rider. No head, no sight? That's even better. Hit your horse first. What kind of knight is a knight without a horse? The green light on the headless horseman faded again, visible to the naked eye, and the headless horseman still wanted to struggle to get up, holding the big sword and wanting to chop. But Little Peanut is fearless. The big sword that could split meteorites fell on Little Peanut as if it was tickling, without even a single white mark. Peanut's physical defense is actually mediocre, but his teammates are all miracle masters. Modifying the defensive parameters around Peanut is not a problem at all. Finally, clatter. Under Xiaohuashan's continuous bending of the neck, the green light around the headless horseman was completely wiped out, and the headless horseman's armor fell layer by layer, and finally, scattered on the ground, turning into piles of broken pieces. Rotten iron. The war horse never got up again. Broken. That headless horseman was defeated by Little Peanut's infinite neck just like that. The headless horseman lost because he had no eyes. As long as he had an extra pair of eyes, he wouldn't be completely abused by Little Peanut. The army continued to advance, and Little Peanut was naturally recovered by Wang Hong. However, the army hadn't gone long before it was blocked by countless ghouls in front of it. The ghouls roamed the land aimlessly. Not only were there ghouls, but behind those ghouls, there were also endless dark elves. They were dark-skinned, standing on dry treetops, with red eyes, looking coldly at the invading enemy. Some are holding bows and arrows, some are holding daggers, and some are holding long swords. They slaughtered with iron blood, surrounded by killing intent, and each of them at least had a high-level aura. Woohoo! At this moment, bursts of flute sounded, and the melodious sound of the flute spread to the entire battlefield. Xianxia. In the ground, red-eyed mice pierced through the ground. Their mouthpieces were foul-smelling, and with red eyes, they also looked at the goatman and tiger army. This time, it was a serious frontal battle. Wang Hong's side originally planned to support, but when he looked at the world tree in the distance, his heart sank. Such an attack is too slow. If every time something goes wrong, he is needed to support him, then this battle should not be fought. He wanted to find out what was going on with the elf tree as quickly as possible. On the side of the Yuhu army, it is all up to them. With this in mind, Wang Hong couldn't care less about it anymore, and moved forward at full speed, heading towards the elf tree. Flying in the sky is always faster than running on the ground. On the battlefield below, the screams of killing were loud, and the army of alien tigers galloped on the battlefield, harvesting ghouls everywhere, and trampling those rats everywhere. In the sky, Wang Hong led 1,000 people, quickly circled around and approached the elf tree. Near, finally near. You can already see the huge ancient elf tree, which is like a tree with old roots, and the huge tree is like a pillar supporting the sky. You can see the dark purple fruits on the ancient elf tree. In the air, the dark purple breath became more and more intense. Finally, through the thick fog, the huge ancient elf tree appeared in front of my eyes. Big. Really big. This is everyone's first intuitive impression. Then there is very evil. An unsettling sense of distortion and horror came. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Immediately, their scalps felt numb. At the root of the tree, the roots were swimming like spirit snakes. The white bones were densely packed, and a rotting corpse smell rose into the sky. This ancient elf tree did not know how many lives it had devoured. It's really a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, piled up like a mountain. Fire! Wang Hong said in a deep voice. He had no time to be surprised and moved, and ordered directly. Chi chi chi! At this moment, following the order, on everyone's shoulders, the dragon snail directly opened its mouth and sprayed flames. There! In the next second, terrifying flames swept across the world. With the support of all the thaumaturgists, the terrifying flames converged and turned into a fire dragon, which slammed towards the world tree. Burying! At this moment, the world tree suddenly burst into raging fire, the crown of the tree was burning, the trunk was burning, and the bread elf fruits burst one by one, and the juice splashed, but it couldn't extinguish the fire dragon's arrogance. There! The fire burned the sky, the temperature was getting higher and higher, and even the void was distorted by it. Boom! The huge tree body began to break, and puffs of black smoke scattered between the sky and the earth. Finally, the ancient elf tree was completely burned. Seeing this, Wang Hong smiled. Easy. It's so easy. He could already think of how the Lord God would reward him. Destroying this ancient elf tree can severely damage the world wool of this elf world. Okay. Suddenly, his expression froze. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Subconsciously felt his own strength, and then his pupil shrank. Wake up! He shouted in a low voice. At this moment, everyone around screamed in unison. Their eyes went from confused to clear. Looking around again, how can there be any ancient elf trees that have collapsed? They are still on the previous battlefield. The sound of the flute is melodious, beautiful, and clear. However, everyone's head was tingling. Magic flute. Phantom sound. All hit. At this moment, Wang Hong's expression turned ugly. Chapter 36. This elf world is more powerful than I imagined. Above the gate of space, Qing looked at the slender dark elf playing the flute standing on the high platform surrounded by rats through Wang Hong's perspective. It was a surprise. The headless horseman appeared before, but I never expected that there would be another dark elf with the magic flute. The point is, the phantom sound of the magic flute is so terrifying that even a master of miracles can control and force hallucinations. I have to say that this magic flute miracle master really has two skills. In his mind, he couldn't help subconsciously thinking about how to deal with the phantom sound of the magic flute. And at the same time, on the battlefield, accompanied by the playing of the dark elf, more and more mice gradually appeared. Those mice seemed to be controlled by the magic flute, densely packed, covering the sky, and together with the ghouls, they came towards the lamb man with a roar. Even some lamb men and tiger knights were affected by the magic flute and walked forward unconsciously. Then, they were swallowed by the tide of rats, and finally, only bones remained. Wang Hong was a little anxious. If things go on like this, the 3,000 tiger knights here plus his 1,000 raiding troops will have to stay here. The key point is that the flute is filled with magic sounds. Even if the lamb man breaks free forcefully, he will be confused by the uninterrupted sound of the magic flute, and will be swallowed immediately. In less than the standing tea time, the number of Xiao Anggren's party has decreased visibly to the naked eye, and there are only less than 2,000 left. They really became lambs at the mercy of others. The swarm of rats was dense, like a black Dead Sea, and those ghouls, as well as the dark elf archers in the rear shot cold arrows, and the dark elf assassins attacked and killed them. The scene was chaotic for a while. Crowd tactics. Confusion tactics. It's deadly. As soon as Wang Hong gritted his teeth, without saying a word, he began to distort reality on a large scale. A large piece of ground collapsed in an instant, like a swamp, swallowing up countless mice and ghouls in an instant. But in the next second, the densely packed rats surged forward again, filling the previous vacancy. Distorting reality on a large scale is useless. In the face of real crowd tactics, even if you are exhausted, you can't kill all the enemies. Most importantly, the sound of the flute. As long as the sound of the flute still exists, the lambs will not be able to concentrate on the actual combat thaumaturgy. Whenever I want to practice thaumaturgy, I will be interrupted, then confused and swallowed by endless mice. It's just annoying. By the way, that flute. Wang Hong narrowed his eyes, looking at the magic flute played by the dark elf. Because of that flute, because of the sound of that flute, they are in poor condition and have no ability to resist. If you let him stop playing, or block out that voice. Information tampering, modify the sound transmission range to 0. Wang Hong'ai gritted his teeth, without saying a word, directly chose to perform thaumaturgy, forcibly modifying the information. OM. In the void, waves spread and blood flowed from the tip of Wang Hong's nose, and the life energy in his body was emptied at this moment. Boom. Even, at this moment, his body leaned back uncontrollably, as if he was punched hard by something. This is a thaumaturgy, who needs to consume energy, and even bear a terrible price to distort reality and tamper with information. It's like the recoil of a shot. Such tampering with the basic reality, the recoil can be imagined. It is also because he is a half-step level 4 miracle master, but if it is replaced by another level 3 miracle master, the recoil and consumption can instantly take a level 3 miracle master out of space. Fortunately, everything worked. King! King! At this moment, the lambs around Wang Hong exclaimed and hurried forward to help him. However, Hong couldn't hear their voices, he could only see the anxiety on their faces. To this, he smiled. At this moment, on the entire battlefield, the sound disappeared. The dense and disgusting sound of mice rattling disappeared, and the sound of the magic flute that caused headaches and scalp numbness also disappeared. In the air, there is no longer any sound transmission, as if the concept of sound has been lost, the sound can no longer be transmitted. Shua! At the same time, countless lambs woke up instantly. They looked at the densely packed black rats that surrounded them, and felt chills in their hearts. Without further ado, they directly cast large-scale thaumaturgy, forcibly changing reality. Flames appeared out of thin air, ice hammers appeared out of thin air, and the sulfuric acid rain. The ground is densely packed with spikes. Silently, countless mice died densely. The ground became more and more scorched. It was the ground where countless rat corpses jumped up. Countless corpses counted the mice and fell to the ground. The dark elves who sneaked up silently, and even the dark elves who shot cold arrows in the rear, were beheaded by the lambs at this moment. The lambs finally showed their ferocious side. Once, they were driven to high mountains, and they survived in that cold and harsh place. They faced countless ferocious beasts, and they also survived, and even gradually became the overlord of the world. Last time, they lost the plain war. But this time, they gritted their teeth, gritted their hair fiercely, cast red eyes, performed thaumaturgy, and bombarded those rats and ghouls indiscriminately. Boom! In the void, a soundless shock wave appeared. A burly goatman with a rough face, holding a huge extraordinary sword, his figure looks like a cannonball volleying in the air, and the terrifying acceleration explodes. OM! A snow-white sword light pierced the sky, instantly slashing at the dark elf who blew away the magic flute. Pfft! The sharp knife pierced into the flesh, and blood spilled. The slender dark elf fell down, and when he was about to die, he still looked at the magic flute in his hand in disbelief. He didn't understand why the world was silent for an instant. It was obviously a big advantage, and the intruders were about to be wiped out, but at this time, something went wrong. It's over. He looked at the grey sky, dazed. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But at this moment, the battlefield was silent, he couldn't say anything, and no one could hear his message. Chapter 37. A master of miracles is no match for a reality bender. In front of the door of space, Qing watched Hong's collapse and sighed. A half-step level 4 miracle master, just changed the definition of sound transmission, and the recoil almost killed him. If it were replaced by a reality bender with a half-step level 4, it would be forced to define directly obliterate the magic flute dark elf, and then define that the creature mouse does not exist. A reality bender can play and collapse this elf world. Unfortunately, he didn't get it. However, it's not a big problem, as long as you continue to accumulate, you can always get it. And at this time, on the battlefield, with the great swordsman beheading the dark elf with the magic flute, this battle also came to an end. As long as there are no other people making trouble, the crowd tactics are not enough in front of Miracle Master. Not long after, the densely packed rats and even the ghouls were completely wiped out, becoming corpses on the black earth. The rotten stench made me sick. The soaring resentment makes the soul tremble. Regarding this, the dragon snail said that it didn't matter. With a mouth full of fire, it performed thaumaturgy, surrounded by fire dragons, and burned all the corpses on the ground in an instant. This battle ended with thousands of casualties. 1. But it can only be said to be a miserable victory. Even Wang Hong suffered a strong backlash, and his combat power declined seriously. A frontal attack, the second battle is like this, it's hard to imagine what's waiting for them in the future. Perhaps, they didn't even get close to the huge elf city, and they were all wiped out. It's definitely not going to work like this. Wang Hong called everyone together to discuss the next battle while recovering. It is completely unknown what kind of enemy there is on the road ahead. It's definitely not going to work so blindly. Therefore, scouts had to be dispatched. My lord, let me go. At this time, the burly goatman with the extraordinary sword in his hand said in a deep voice. He is also a master of miracles, but he is different from others, his thaumaturgy is more about blessing himself. Strength, speed, and even bless the extraordinary sword become sharper and harder. You. Wang Hong looked at the great swordsman, was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Just a fool. As a battlefield harvester, it's okay to drive Wushuan to kill enemies, but as a scout, I'm afraid that people will notice it before they get close. At that time, there will be no scum left. Let me go, I think, no one is more suitable for the post of scout than me. At this time, a sheep man appeared. He was slender and had a low sense of presence. If he hadn't opened his mouth, no one else would have noticed him. Wang looked at him, frowned slightly, and soon thought of his situation. His name is Xianxia. Thaumatology takes the root of camouflage. Not only can he perfectly disguise his existence and blend in with the surrounding environment, he can even disguise himself as someone else to confuse them. Moreover, the skill is also good. One-handed assassination is superb. Okay. Wang nodded, and immediately looked at the cat who was still stretching, with a lazy face. Cat, you go too. Meow. The lazy cat looked at Wang Hong in a daze, and meowed twice. In the end, he was defeated by Wang Hong's threatening eyes. Just go. He squatted down next to Xianxia, feeling a little uncomfortable. Anyway, he is also the head of the clan, but in the end he was called around by the lamb man in front of him. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, you were the food in my family's mouth, what is so amazing? He thought indignantly. Wang ignored it. Be careful all the way. He looked at Xianxia and warned. Don't worry. Xianxia nodded, expressing that he was very relaxed. Soon, Yi Mao and Xianxia were on their way. Silently, quickly approaching. Xianxia naturally integrated into the surrounding environment very easily, like a non-existent person. With the blessing of his thaumaturgy, even the alien cat was like a shadow on the black earth, quietly approaching quickly. Passing through the black land, finally, the thick fog in front dissipated, and the huge elf city was in sight. However, before the elf city, there is still a jungle. A treacherous and gloomy jungle surrounded by thick fog. There are no roads in the jungle, at least not in this direction. Elves naturally prefer to be in wooded areas. It's just that these trees, because of the plague infection, have long been turned into man-eating demon trees. These trees. Xianxia frowned slightly as she looked at the distorted large expanse of magic trees. The leaves of these trees have long since disappeared, and some human face patterns appeared on the trunks, as if they had become spirits, making them even more eerie and treacherous. Meow, the alien cat called. What he meant was that if the red leaf fire demon trees existed, these demon trees would not be a problem at all. The red leaf fire demon tree is naturally not extinct in the containment world. After so many years, it has grown again. It's a pity that the red leaf fire demon tree can't move. Otherwise, with the red leaf fire demon tree, wouldn't it be easy for this elf world to handle? The red leaf fire demon tree. Unexpectedly, Xianxia showed a weird smile, and then, stretched out his hand, a small potted sapling appeared in his hand. Meow. The different cat was taken aback, and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Pointing at Xianxia with his little paw, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it for a while. Personal hobby, I just like to raise some flowers and plants. Xianxia said with a smile. In his hand, there was a small sapling. That little sapling is very strange, the branches are not surrounded by leaves, but flames. Like a sapling on fire. This is the red leaf fire demon tree. Although it is just a sapling, its characteristics are not bad. Meow meow meow, the alien cat howled, its cute little face was full of excitement. Xianxia smiled, without further ado, approached one of the demon trees without touching him, and just gently put the red leaf fire demon tree in his hand on the ground. Immediately, he left far away again, just waiting and watching quietly. There. Sure enough, the next second, the closest magic tree to the red leaf fire demon sapling began to burn with flames. There. The flames blazed, and the flames lit up half the sky. Not long after, the flames completely devoured the demon tree into ashes, and immediately, surrounded by flames, a new, huge red leaf fire demon tree appeared. There. At this moment, with the appearance of the flame leaves on the red leaf fire demon tree, the surrounding demon trees were ignited one by one, and the contagious characteristics spread towards the surroundings. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In less than a cup of tea, the entire forest began to be ignited. The fire illuminated half the sky, and the entire elf world was engulfed in a sea of flames. Red Leaf Fire Demon has made great achievements. Chapter 38. Flame, Blazing Fire. The flames dyed half of the sky red, and the entire elf world was illuminated by the raging fire. Looking at the sea of flames filling the sky, Xianxia smiled faintly. A small red leaf fire demon sapling can destroy half the sky. He didn't know what was in the woods, and he didn't know what dangers were in the woods, but at this moment, no matter what dangers, under this terrifying contagion tree, all demons and ghosts would lie cross-legged. Xianxia and Yu Mao walked all the way, looking at the woods. There were still some phantoms on fire howling there, and seeing some huge, unknown monsters roaring there. He just feels good. Destroying a world is very simple, just throw the red leaf fire demon tree over there. Of course, having trees is more important. As long as there are trees, the contagion effect is simply heaven-defying. Soon, Xianxia and Yihu passed through the forest safely. They have dealt with this red leaf fire demon tree for countless years, so they naturally know how to avoid contagion. Well, it might be difficult to avoid it before, but since becoming a miracle master, almost every clansman must learn to prevent mim infection, or other contagious thaumaturgy. Shang passed through the woods, and finally, after passing through the woods, he saw the huge elf city. The elf city is majestic, with huge buildings, white walls, and towering pillars. The porch turns 1,000 times, huge buildings stretch in groups, and architectural whimsy can be seen everywhere. Xianxia sighed, this is much more majestic than their city-state. In terms of architecture, he admitted that he was no match for these elves. He and the strange cat looked at each other, dressed in camouflage, and quickly approached the elf city. As we got closer, we realized something was wrong. On the wall, strands of black-purple unknown substances emerged from the cracks. The majestic elf city is weather-beaten and very strange. This is no longer the elf city it used to be. Today's elf city has become a man-eating devil's lair. The huge portal of the elf city was slightly opened, and there were gusts of sinister wind and ghost howls, making one's scalp tingle. Meow. The strange cat meowed, shivered, and subconsciously began to back away. Tisk. Xianxia looked at the strange cat playfully, his mouth full of disdain. Meow. The different cat looked at Xianxia angrily. How dare you, a lamb, mock me, the mighty and domineering leader of the different tiger clan? Het. Xianxia laughed again. Meow. The alien cat was annoyed, and went as soon as it went, who is afraid of whom? He walked towards the forest with steps that his relatives did not recognize. Then, he felt his feet leave the ground, and was carried back by Xianxia. Meow, meow, meow. The strange cat yelled, acting cute, smashing her big eyes, looking at Xianxia pitifully. Xianxia didn't buy it at all, and walked towards the elf city in big strides. As soon as he stepped into the elf city, the eerie ghost howls around him became clearer and more treacherous. In the empty shadow, it seemed that something ghostly was peeping. And on the huge square, there is still a statue. The statue is wearing armor and holding a big sword, majestic and heroic. This should be the elf warrior, or the statue of the elf king. No one. Xianxia was a little surprised. He also thought that there should be enemies everywhere in this elf city. He is already ready to run away at any time, and when the time comes, he will shake people again and turn this elf city upside down. No matter what kind of elf king you are, dark elves, monsters, etc., the ashes are all for you. No one, however, was the most unexpected. Xianxia and Yu Mao wandered in the shadows, like an assassin, walking towards the palace nimbly and cleverly. The huge square is eerie and treacherous, with gusty winds, and when the wind blows, it seems that there are ghosts crying, which makes people's scalp numb. Finally, getting closer and closer to the elf palace. Crack, crack. However, at this moment, strange cracking sounds suddenly sounded. Hey! Xianxia and Yu Mao had a warning sign in their hearts, and looked around cautiously. Xianxia took out his dagger, the strange cat showed its claws, and its tail swung, as if it was about to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. Crack, click. The cracking sound became more and more obvious. And the sound came from the direction. They turned their heads and suddenly set their eyes on the huge statue. At this moment, the stone skin on the statue's body cracked and fell, revealing the brand new armor with green runes inside. This statue is no ordinary statue. Stop him! Xianxia snarled, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the statue in an instant, and the dagger in his hand stabbed at the statue's armor. Whoosh! Not to be outdone, the alien cat flickered, and yanked its tail towards the statue. Clang! Boom! However, in the next second, Xianxia's dagger was knocked flying, and the tail of the strange cat was bounced away. What a tough armor! Xianxia was surprised. Although his dagger is an ordinary dagger, but it possesses thaumaturgy, it is extremely sharp, and it can poke a hole in ordinary armor. And the tail of the Yuhe clan is also the most terrifying weapon on them. When the tail is pulled, the rocks burst. However, when encountering this statue, he suffered a big loss and couldn't break the defense at all. Crack, click. Finally, the stone skin on the statue's body was completely cracked and broken. And the statue also moved. Stab. The snow-white and shiny long sword slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's pupil shrank, and before the sword landed on his body, the terrifying sword energy pierced his skin painfully. He turned around and quickly dodged. However, he was fast, and the statue was even faster. Amidst the sound of armor rubbing against each other, the statue appeared behind Xianxia and slammed his sword. Pfft! In an instant, the blood was flowing, Xianxia's face changed drastically, intense pain came, and sweat was dripping on his forehead. Pain! It just rips the soul apart. But at this time, he couldn't stand still, he tiptoed, and retreated sensitively, and hurriedly distanced himself from the armor statue. Looking back again, be alert. However, behind him, where is there any statue? Stealth? This idea popped up in Xianxia's mind instantly. The strange cat was even more furious, and its amber-colored eyes stared around. My ears moved, and I suddenly heard something. Meow, he howled. Xianxia's figure flashed, and he dodged abruptly. At the same time, behind him, a phantom of an armored figure flashed away, and the blow missed, and he became invisible again and disappeared. Stealth, the speed is really fast. It's hard. Xianxia's face was a little ugly. He never expected to meet such a monster here. If it doesn't work, it's very likely to die here. Boom. However, at this moment, waves of terrifying vibrations came. At the same time, there were bursts of dragon roars. Another direction of Elven City. That is, the Dragon Knight army. At this moment, the man in armor seemed to have stopped, and the hollow armor stared in that direction. Xianxia is overjoyed. Go. Without saying a word, he quickly walked towards the interior of the palace. Chapter 39. Inside the elf palace. It was even more spacious than Xianxia imagined. They didn't see a single dark elf here. Of course, it is also possible that the main force of the army was attracted by the Dragon Knight army. They didn't know how long they ran, but the terrifying sword-holding statue didn't come after them again. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, but when he breathed it out, he gasped in pain again, only feeling the burning pain in his back. Meow, the alien cat yelled. Don't worry, I won't die. Xianxia took out a small medicine bottle filled with red liquid. It is made from the juice of the red leaf demon flower, and it is a strong healing medicine. He gulped down the juice, and soon, he felt a tingling itching sensation from his back, and at the same time, various hallucinations appeared in front of his eyes, as if some villain was floating around in front of his eyes. Same. Finally, after the hallucination passed, the horrible wound on his back had completely healed and scabbed, and it was almost healed. Go, continue. Xianxia stood up, rubbed her wrists, and looked at the strange cat. One person and one cat, just continue to search in the elf palace. It turns out that the Dragon Knight army is fighting on the front line. They are not here today to find some treasures to pack and take away. They are sorry for his injuries. Soon, they reached the inner stairs. Up or down? The strange cat looked at Xianxia. Get down. Xianxia walked down to the palace without saying a word. The baby is of course hidden underground. Who would hide the treasure above the palace? So, Xianxia went downstairs without saying a word. Dong dong dong. There were footsteps in the quiet stairwell. The ground was covered in dust, as if no one had walked by it in years. Soon, they arrived at the basement level. Treasure? Non-existent. This is actually a prison cell. Of course, the cell was empty at this time, without any prisoners. Further down, the second basement floor is also an empty prison cell. Further down. No more down. Only the second basement floor. Meow. The strange cat looked at Xianxia mockingly. What about the treasure? It's a waste of time, isn't it? No, there must be 3 underground floors. Xianxia frowned and looked at the stairwell in front of her. The front is empty, it is a sealed wall, there is no way. However, when Xianxia looked at the ground structure, he always felt an indescribably weird feeling, as if the road hadn't been finished yet. There are at least 3 floors underground, which is in line with the structure of the corner of the building. Meow. The strange cat taunted again. There is definitely a 3rd floor. This group of elves can build such a huge palace and city. There is no reason for the interior to be messy. Therefore, the wall is thick, and there must be a way. Xianxia said, reaching out to touch the sealed wall, feeling think about it. Meow, the strange cat barked, without saying a word, it twitched its tail. He wanted to see if there was a so-called road behind this wall. Boom! However, in the next second, the entire building began to tremble, and the wall remained motionless, not to mention shattered, not even a single scum fell down. On the wall, magic runes flickered one after another, absorbing most of the power. There is magic. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Let me just say it. He laughed. If the wall was punched into a big hole, it might be that he was wrong. However, there is still such a magic seal here, so there is no doubt, there must be a way behind. Xianxia stretched out his hand and lightly touched the wall. In the next second, I saw that the wall changed from clear to illusory, and in a blink of an eye, the wall became transparent, and the road behind was clearly visible. There really is a 3-level basement extending down. However, judging from the dampness and darkness of the ground and the moss growing in the corners, no one has been here for countless years. Xianxia's heart turned, and he directly messaged the definition, turning this wall into a door. Crack! He slightly twisted the latch, and the door opened, revealing the way to the 3rd underground floor. Well, he didn't break the magic, but directly added a lock to the magic at the information level. Twist the switch to open and close the lock. Push the door open, the magic seal will be released, close the door, and the magic seal will continue. In front of the Master of Miracles, all means are futile. Magic is nothing more than a child's toy. Tick, tick. The 3 basement floors are wet, with water drops constantly falling from the top. The moss is spreading, and I don't know how many years no one has come. I dare to swear by the Lord God, there must be something down here. Xianxia looked at the dark underground 3rd floor and said. Meow. The different cat pouted and looked at Xianxia. He dared to swear that the Lord God knew that he would swear by the Lord God, and the Lord God would slap his hard. It's too late for the Lord God to praise me when I find the treasure in the elf world. Xianxia said, and went straight down to the 3rd basement floor. But as he walked, he noticed something was wrong. Because the ladder is gone, it's like there is no material for cultivation, so it has to be banned. But obviously, her intuition told Xianxia that it must not be that simple. He reached out to touch the somewhat wet rock wall, and with a thought, the rock wall turned into puddles of liquid and fell to the ground. He directly modified the information of the rock in front of him, turning it into fluid. Until the rock completely turned into fluid and flowed on the ground, they finally saw everything in front of them clearly. That is a huge underground space. The sound of howling ghosts sounded, it was horrific. On the ground, there are countless broken armor, broken swords, and weapons. This is like an ancient battlefield, the ground is full of remains turned into bones. The forbidden ancient battlefield. Xianxia and the strange cat looked at each other, and immediately, Xianxia tapped lightly, and a golden light completely illuminated the entire underground cave. However, after seeing everything in the underground cave clearly, the 2 of them took a deep breath. There are piles of skeletons and corpses. I don't know how many elves are buried here. The most important thing is that in the deepest part of the cave, there is a huge head with a terrifying aura lying there. Just a head is bigger than a house. It's hard to imagine how big this thing can be as a whole. The most important thing is that the bone spurs on this head are ferocious, but there are black chains tied to the ferocious bone spurs. This is a sealed monster. Look at that head, it's about the same size as a dragon. A dragon? There is a dragon sealed underground in this elf city? Clatter. However, at this moment, the dragon's head moved slightly, and accompanied by the sound of endless chains, the dragon's eyes shone with a strange red light, looking straight at Xianxia. Chapter 40. It's been so long, nothing will happen. On the battlefield before the mouse. Wang Hong looked in the direction of the elf city, his eyes full of worry. After such a long time, no one came back. Maybe the scout got lost? The previous movement was really big, the fire illuminated half of the sky, and those who didn't know thought that the two guys had set the elf world on fire. After that, there was no movement. However, at this time, I vaguely heard the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's dragon cry, and felt a little shock. They knew that a battle must have broken out on the Dragon Knight's side, but the specific circumstances were not very clear. Roar! The earth-shattering beast roar resounded through the sky, and a terrifying Tyrannosaur phantom stepped on the elf city. That was the leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who possessed thaumaturgy similar to that of Faxiang Tiendi. If he stepped down, he would be able to destroy the world. Coupled with the thaumaturgy blessing of those sheep people, the power erupted by the leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is only strong but not weak. However, at this moment, a terrifying, mountain-like cone of ice descended from the sky, instantly blasting the phantom of the Tyrannosaurus Rex to pieces. Boom! Another terrifying beam of light appeared, soaring into the sky, with astonishing power. Apparently there was a terrible fight over there. However, at this moment, boom! The entire elf world began to vibrate, and a terrifying, ferocious, and evil aura began to spread. The dark purple mist was blown away, and palpitating fluctuations appeared. Boom! The elf city began to tremble, and the ground began to collapse, as if an earthquake of magnitude 12 was coming. The elf city began to collapse, the walls began to appear terrifying cracks, smoke and dust rose into the sky, and a terrifying huge claw suddenly protruded from the ground. Boom! The elf palace collapsed in an instant, and everything that the big claw passed was destroyed. The elf city began to be destroyed, and the terrifying power made countless people bewildered and shocked. On the Dragon Knight battlefield, all the Dragon Knights and Lizard Knights retreated quickly. They didn't know exactly what happened, they only knew that a big guy must have emerged from the elf city. The most important thing is that all the dark elves on the top of the city also looked shocked, full of astonishment, and didn't understand what happened. They also panic, they also have heart palpitations. However, the Dragon Knights can't control that much anymore, let's slip away first. Boom! Hula la! The terrifying vibration is still spreading, and even the sound of terrifying chains can be heard. Everyone watched helplessly as the huge elf palace collapsed, and the terrifying smoke rose into the sky, like a mushroom cloud. Finally, when the smoke cleared, everyone looked in the direction of the elf palace, but they were speechless in shock. A monstrous beast with a terrifying figure, like a mountain, lay across the ruins of the elf palace. Ferocious bone spurs protruded from the body, and the dark skin showed ferocity and decay. On the back, there are terrifying barbs, the eyes are scarlet and tyrannical, the skin on the body is festered, and the scarlet muscles can be clearly seen. It looks like a giant lizard with one horn. The point is, there is a pair of bat wings on the back of this ferocious lizard, but for some reason, the huge bat wings look tattered, with only the skeleton supporting them. Lizard shape, fangs, and claws, the terrifying pressure is suffocating. This is, one stop. Legendary creatures, dragons. Even though the dragon looks very embarrassed, its body is tattered and rotten, even though there are many black and hideous chains on the dragon's body that bind it. But just that figure, that terrifying long way, makes one's heart shudder. Ang ho! A soaring and thorough roar resounded throughout the elf world. The dragon chants burst out, and the terrifying power blows away the clouds on the sky. Surprised. At this moment, not only the lambs were shocked, but even the dark elves were shocked. They never expected that there is actually a dragon under this elf city. Where did this dragon come from? Is it a monster summoned by the enemy? What's the matter? The dark elves looked at the terrifying and huge evil dragon in amazement. In amazement, their legs went limp after being completely intimidated by the dragon. Roar! The evil dragon didn't care so much. Its scarlet eyes swept away, and looked at the dark elves underground. Hatred flashed in its eyes. It opened its mouth suddenly, and a dragon's breath mixed with poison instantly spewed out. The moment the poisonous dragon's breath fell on the dark elves, those dark elves screamed and wailed, and finally turned into decayed and necrotic corpses. The horror of this dragon's breath is simply appalling. The dragon knights were dumbfounded, the lizard knights were dumbfounded, and the tiger knights looked at the huge figure in bewilderment. Terrible, simply terrible. Where the hell did this big boss come from? It is also a dragon. Why can people breathe dragon breath? This is the doubt and jealousy of the Tyrannosaurus Rex leader. It is also a large lizard. Why is it called a dragon when it has wings? This is the doubt of the monitor lizard leader. However, that evil dragon is really strong, unbelievably strong, so strong that it defies the sky. It is simply terrifying. At this time, at the entrance of the gate of space, Qing looked at the huge evil dragon, and was a little confused. Hey guys, even the dragons are out? How sure is this a second-order world? Is a dragon a creature that a second-order world should have? Although this dragon is a dragon in Western legends, which is different from the divine dragon in the East, this Western giant dragon is also a mythical species, a legendary creature. A second-order world, a D-level mission, let him encounter a dragon? This is as weird as it needs to be. What do those guys from the Extraordinary Guild eat? Isn't this killing all kinds of world masters when this creature is released? FK. At this moment, Qing finally understood why so many world masters failed. Not to mention the dragon, the two previous bosses alone are not something ordinary world masters can deal with. And now, this evil dragon has been met by him. The point is, the breath of this evil dragon. Epic. This is an epic creature. Who the hell can bear the dragon's breath mixed with poison? Against the dark elves, it was simply an instant kill. No matter what kind of magic defense you have, no matter what kind of building cover you have, in the face of this evil dragon's breath, you can't resist the erosion of 3 or 2 seconds. Massacre. This is simply massacre. His dragon knight is really not even his younger brother in front of this evil dragon. A group of high-level, how to fight epic creatures. Subconsciously, he set his sights on the gatekeeper next to him. Chapter 41. My lord, do you want to make a move? The gatekeeper felt Qing's gaze and asked in a deep voice. As a legendary creature, it was no problem dealing with an epic dragon. For this war, he has the certainty that he will win. He doesn't pay attention to any dark elves, any mice, any ghouls, or elf trees. He only knows that with one strike, all living beings are equal. Even if you are an evil dragon, it is useless. Qing was silent for a while. From a high-dimensional perspective, he saw the fall of the Dragon Knight, saw a large number of Dragon Knight lambs, and even the death of the Lizard Knight. This evil dragon simply attacks indiscriminately and destroys everything. The point is, he still has no ability to resist, and is no match for the evil dragon at all. Even thaumaturgy has no effect in front of the evil dragon. If one bite of the dragon's breath can't be extinguished, then 2 bites, if 2 bites won't work, then another slap. Cut melons and vegetables in the true sense. Qing wants his subordinates to have more experience. If you want to gain experience, at least you have to be evenly matched. If it's extraordinary, then you can barely fight, but why, an epic level evil dragon came directly, and you still fight like this? However, if the goalkeeper is allowed to take a shot, it will definitely be able to kill him in seconds. Ugh! It's a pity. He hasn't had an epic creature yet. If there is an epic creature, it is better to let it go forward to gain experience. But now, the only way to do it is to let the gatekeeper do it. Let's do it. Qing nodded, and if he continued to kill, his Dragon Knight and Lizard Knight would be wiped out. Follow your will. The gatekeeper knelt down on one knee, and when the words fell, the wings on his back flapped, and in an instant, it turned into a stream of light, soaring straight into the sky. A ray of golden light illuminated the sky and landed in front of the evil dragon. A terrifying sense of oppression crushed towards the evil dragon like a roaring tsunami. The golden light shone, and a terrifying phantom of a Titan angel descended from the sky. The angel holds the flaming holy sword, and the holy breath purifies the entire elf world. The gatekeeper looked at the evil dragon with his emotionless eyes, and his loud voice trembled, "The Lord God ordered me to give you purification." He looked down at the evil dragon proudly. The terrifying legendary aura made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, those dark elves seemed to see the savior. Ang ho! The evil dragon looked at the gatekeeper, its scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent, and with a dragon cry, it spit out a terrifying breath mixed with poison towards the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper stared at the evil dragon with indifferent eyes, and with a turn of the flaming holy sword in his hand, the flames shone across the sky. The dragon's breath fell on the flame holy sword, and it couldn't hurt a bit. When the long sword was turned, the flames surrounded it, and the gatekeeper just waved the sword lightly. Pfft! One of the evil dragon's wings was cut off in an instant. The huge dragon wings fell to the ground, covered in smoke and dust. Ang ho! The evil dragon suffered from pain, and the hatred in his eyes became more and more ferocious. Pfft! The gatekeeper didn't talk nonsense, and with another sword strike, the other wing was also cut off. Now, this evil dragon has completely become a big lizard. It's not over yet. The gatekeeper was merciless, the flaming holy sword blared, and the horns of the evil dragon were cut off as the long sword passed by. Roar! The evil dragon roared ferociously, and the chains on its body clattered towards the gatekeeper. Surrounded by terrifying poisons, waves of dragon breath vibrate. However, crash! The chains piercing the gatekeeper were wiped out in an instant, completely broken. The gatekeeper waved his sword indifferently. And this sword fell on the neck of the evil dragon. Pfft! As the sword edge passed by, the sword aura spread across hundreds of miles, and in an instant, the evil dragon's head was cut off abruptly. Boom! The heavy dragon head fell to the ground, and the eyes were full of tyranny and unwillingness. Gatekeeper vs. Evil Dragon. It can be described as a dimensionality reduction blow. This evil dragon has no power to fight back. This is the legend. At this moment, whether it was the Lamb Man, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or the lizards and alien tigers, they looked at the gatekeeper who descended from a high profile and destroyed the evil dragon in a few strokes. Their eyes were full of envy and fear. This is the legend. This is the number one god under God. In containment circles, gatekeepers are known as sun gods. There are two gods in the containment world, one is the main god, and the other is the gatekeeper. But everyone is very clear that the gatekeeper was also created by the main god. What they envy also want to be favored by the main god and become a new god. But obviously, this is wishful thinking. They hate that they are not strong enough, that they are useless, that they cannot share the Lord God's worries. Roar! The leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the fallen dragon corpse with red eyes, without saying a word, rushed forward and began to devour the evil dragon's flesh and blood. He doesn't care if the dragon corpse is poisonous or not, and he doesn't care if the dragon corpse is rotten, just eat it. Eating is the easiest way for animals to become stronger. After seeing the leader eating meat, the other tyrannosaurs rushed forward one by one, opened their bloody mouths, and began to devour the dragon corpse. Of course, the monitor lizards were no exception. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus rex started to devour the dragon corpse, they also rushed forward quickly, like wild dogs that smelled fishy, and began to dismember the corpse crazily. The scene was bloody. For this, the alien tigers can only drool enviously. Such a terrifying dragon corpse is definitely a great supplement. They hate themselves for not being there, for not being able to step up and get a share of the action. Even a part of the dragon snail family also went forward to grab meat to eat. Once the whale falls, everything is born and belongs to it. I have to say, this dragon meat is really great tonic. Although this is just a western giant dragon, it is an epic creature in itself, and the flesh and blood in its body possesses huge energy. If animals want to become stronger, they naturally need to hunt each other and devour each other in order to become stronger. Ang ho! The terrifying howl of the leader of the Tyrannosaurus rex rose into the sky, and short horns grew unconsciously on his forehead. His figure is getting bigger and bigger. His skin became paler, and the barbs on his back became more ferocious. The leader of the Tyrannosaurus rex was originally the king among Tyrannosaurus rex, but now, after devouring the flesh and blood of the evil dragon, at this moment, there are signs of an evolutionary breakthrough. His stubby front paws began to become slender, and the claws became more ferocious. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying breath erupted from him. Ang ho! The terrifying dragon's roar trembled, the dragon's power spread, and an extraordinary pressure covered the audience. At this moment, all Tyrannosaurus rex stopped their mouth movements and looked at the leader. The suppression of their blood made their hearts tremble, and all Tyrannosaurus rex crawled down and began to surrender. Extraordinary! The first creature to evolve into an extraordinary creature. That tyranny, that sense of destruction. This is Tyrannosaurus rex. Chapter 42. If it is missed, it belongs to yes. Qing looked at the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex that had become an extraordinary creature, shaking his head and laughing. The output is so-so, and the first place is missed. However, this guy, luck is indeed good, it is against this guy. To be able to forcibly break through and become an extraordinary creature, moreover, talents and the like are also top-level existences. Other Tyrannosaurus rex didn't have his luck. With a thought in Qing's mind, the attribute panel of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex appeared in front of him. Name: Tyrannosaurus rex. Race: dinosaur. Level: extraordinary. Type: containment. Talent skills: thaumaturgy, active; poison, active; steel teeth, passive; dragon might, passive. Description: the tyrannical creature evolved in the containment world not only has fangs and claws, but also has a poisonous sac in its mouth. After swallowing the corpse of an evil dragon, it has taken the first step towards becoming a mythical dragon creature. Great potential. One sentence has good potential, and we can already see the future achievements of this tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex. At least it is an epic creature, maybe it can become a legendary creature. Regarding this, Qing just laughed, and he was naturally happy as his subordinate's fighting power skyrocketed. As for the other monitor lizards and tyrannosaurs, well, they haven't evolved in essence, and their strength hasn't skyrocketed like a leap. At most, they had grown a little bigger, but they were still not enough to look at in front of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex. Today's tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex is more than 7 meters tall, more than 15 meters long, and weighs 20 tons. Coupled with the long way of the invisible substance, it can be said that in the containment world, he is the new generation of Dragon King. This Dragon King is not only for the Tyrannosaurus rex family, but for all animals. It's the serious beast king Dragon King. Perhaps, in the next era, the Tyrannosaurus rex family will re-emerge as the world's overlord. Qing didn't bother to think about it. But at this time, with the end of the gatekeeper battle, the evil dragon died in battle. Under the awe of the gatekeeper and the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, those dark elves were quickly defeated, and the entire elf city was turned upside down. Even, at this moment, all the creatures in the containment world felt their shoulders cleared, as if the suppression against them had disappeared. Yes. That evil dragon is definitely one of the world's destiny favored. Now, with the death of the evil dragon, the elf world's suppression of the containment world has been reduced invisibly. Then, now there is only the demonized ancient elf tree left. Soon, the army of dragon knights and lizards, led by the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the army of tiger knights, led by Wang Hong, quickly arrived under the ancient elf tree. It can be said that soldiers are approaching the city. Those creatures in the elf world really can't afford to turn over any storms. The world wool of the containment world is also forcibly eating away at the world wool of the elf world. Although the elf world is huge, one of the fortune tellers who can't hold it has already died. How long is the last one left? That ancient elf tree also seems to understand that the general situation is over. Clatter. At this moment, the ancient elf tree was trembling, and strands of life essence were gathering. On the tree, a scarlet fruit was emitting red light. A strange breath spread. He seems to be holding back some big moves. The trapped beast is still fighting. This is his last resort, and also his last chance to make a comeback. Even if it is death, it is impossible to make the enemy feel better. Seeing this scene, Wang Hong's pupil shrank, and he shouted, "Stop him!" Boom boom boom. At this moment, endless thaumaturgy, fire, ice cones, big swords, vibrations, ground thorns, and even dense chains blocked and bombarded the ancient elf tree indiscriminately. Want to interrupt this process? They don't know what the ancient elf tree wants to breed, but there is no doubt that it is definitely not a good thing, just interrupt it. Buzz. However, in the next second, the leaves rustled, and the branches protected the scarlet fruit. Even if he is fighting for his hands, he has to protect the fruit. This fruit is definitely important. There is no doubt about this. Crack, click. There. Accompanied by the indiscriminate bombardment of thaumaturgy, the branch broke, cracks were everywhere, and dark purple-black smoke came out one after another. Even the evil dragon has been defeated. Do you still want to fight? Give up the resistance. Maybe you still have a chance to survive. The gatekeeper said quietly, his voice spread, and he silently looked at the ancient elf tree. Rustle. However, the ancient elf tree just vibrated and turned a deaf ear, not listening to what the gatekeeper said at all. He is still brewing desperately, still injecting all life energy into that fruit, trying to forcefully ripen the fruit. At the same time, lines emerged inside the scarlet fruit, and a phantom figure slowly formed. A terrifying, palpitating breath spread. That smell makes people uneasy, and there is an illusion that a storm is coming. At this moment, the gatekeeper didn't talk nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, the flame holy sword in his hand was surrounded by fire, and he slashed straight at the ancient elf tree. However, buzz. A terrifying force descended instantly reducing the power of that sword. That is the will of the world. Even the will of the world is desperately protecting this last ancient elf tree. Gatekeepers are legendary creatures. But he is a creature after all. Compared with the will of the world, there are still quite a few gaps. No matter how against the sky the legendary creatures are, how can they fight against the whole world? The goalkeeper frowned. This was the first time he was deflated. No matter what the enemy was before, he only needed to slash through it with one sword, and then everything would be over. But now... Boom! At this moment, within the fruit, a dull heartbeat suddenly came to mind. A breath of life spread out, strand by strand, obscure, oppressive breath spread from the fruit. That is... The gatekeeper's pupil shrank. Divinity. He was a little shocked. The creature conceived in the fruit actually had divinity? In other words, that ancient elf tree worked hard to give birth to a god? At this moment, even Qing was surprised. Breed god? Is this something an ancient elf tree can do? But immediately, Qing felt a sense of desolation and desolation. This feeling has no reason, but this is what he feels as the world lord. Looking up, his pupils did shrink. But I saw that on the ground of the elf world, dense tree roots grew out. They pierced through the corpses of rats, dark elves, and ghouls, piercing through all life, absorbing their nutrients, and devouring their vitality. Became one of his nutrients. The point is, there are still endless wills of the world descending on the ancient elf tree. This ancient elf tree intends to sacrifice the entire elf world just to give birth to a god. Chapter 43. A divine creature, a true mythical species. What is the concept of divinity? You know, the evil dragons before were not considered divine creatures. That evil dragon can be regarded as a mythical species at best, but without divinity, it still has a growth limit. It's like the difference between a two-dimensional paper man and a real person in the real world. This is the essential difference. And now, divinity. Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the scarlet fruit and fell into deep thought. The purpose of his coming to this world is naturally for the source of the plague. But now, the evil dragon has also been killed, and the ancient elf tree will also be sacrificed, but there is still no trace of the source of the plague. So, now there is only one possibility left. The source of the plague is likely to be in the body of the creature that is about to be conceived by the ancient elf tree. In short, no matter what, this battle must be fought. This is the only quest world where D-class has plague. If you miss this village, there will be no such store. He ordered that no matter what, the ancient elf tree should be stopped. Once a divine creature is conceived by the opponent, it will be difficult to obtain the source of the plague. Accompanied by Qing's order. At this moment, the lamb man, Tyrannosaurus rex, dragon snail, alien tiger, giant lizard, etc., all began to bombard the ancient elf tree indiscriminately. Even the gatekeeper, the terrifying old man, started to attack the ancient elf tree. But obviously, facing the shroud of the will of the world in one world, the ancient elf tree can almost be said to be connected to the entire elf world. No matter what kind of attack, it will be blocked by the will of the world. Even if some damage fell on the ancient elf tree, there is still the will of the world to help it recover. It can be said that the heaven and the earth are all working together. Even the world is on the side of the ancient elf tree. How can this be fought? They could only watch helplessly as the world gradually withered, as the ancient elf tree began to wither, and all the essence was used to breed that fruit. The fruit became more scarlet, and the figure inside the fruit became more and more clear. A strange and frightening aura of plague spread, and strands of divinity converged. Before it was fully conceived, an extraordinary aura enveloped the audience. Of course, that aura is not limited to the extraordinary. The aura of the figure in the fruit is becoming more and more powerful, extraordinary, half-step epic, epic, high-level epic. Legend. Boom. A terrifying breath shook. At this moment, except for the gatekeeper, all creatures were a little out of breath under the cover of this legendary atmosphere. All of them crawled over their bodies, and a feeling of dread came to their hearts. Heart palpitations. That was really heart palpitations. At this moment, all creatures have the urge to run away. That is the suppression of blood instinct. The most important thing is that ray of divinity. Not all legendary creatures have divinity, but the legendary creatures with divinity, that personality, do not know how many creatures are crushed. The most important thing is that the breath of that creature is still getting stronger. Legendary middle class. High-level legend. Until this moment, the rising and tyrannical aura finally stopped. High-level legend. The gatekeeper's expression became more and more dignified. He is also a legend, but he is only at the level of an ordinary legend. Compared with the high-level legend, if it is not a little bit. He was proud that he could solve everything, but he didn't want to be at a disadvantage in this first formal war of planes. The creature on the opposite side became a legend in a short period of time. He seems to have become the master of the plague, the source of the plague, and the real plague divinity. Crack, click. At this moment, cracks gradually appeared on the fruit, and strands of red light erupted in the fruit. A dark purple plague spread. But the moment the creature was contaminated with this breath, the body began to deform, and an indescribable unknown plague began to spread on the body. The lambs began to cough, their faces were flushed, and they were hot all over. The bodies of the monitor lizards began to fester to varying degrees, and thick water oozed from their bodies. Tyrannosaurus rex and Yuhu are no exception. There are different degrees of mutations in their bodies, such as coughing or red eyes, severe pain, blisters, pale face. Malaria began to spread, and a pervasive plague of death enveloped all living things. Overhead. In front of legendary creatures with divinity. Just a ray of breath can make these high-level creatures breathless, causing them to suffer from various degrees of disease damage. Simply terrible. For those who are a little better, only the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex, the terrifying old man, and little Peanut are left. The gatekeeper's face was ugly, he was angry. He has a sacred body, he can't kill evil, but he can't help them recover, he can only watch them suffer. Pfft! Finally, the red fruit burst completely, and a dark elf with dark skin, pointed ears, and a slender figure appeared in the purple plague mist. He has a handsome face like a god, and those scarlet eyes are full of endless jokes and sarcasm. He is the dark elf conceived by the ancient elf tree with the power of the world. He is the real king of elves. No, it is no longer as simple as the king of elves, from now on, he is the god of elves. No accident, indeed there was an accident. However, I am very satisfied with the final result. He chuckled lightly, looking at the gatekeeper more and more playfully. However, these words made Qing's pupils shrink. Because, what this dark elf spoke was the language on the blue star. Unless there is a world master who specializes in teaching different languages in the small world creatures, otherwise, in the small world, it is absolutely impossible to hear the blue star language. But generally, no world master does this. Relying on the authority of the world lord, you can understand any language. Combining the previous situations. Then, there is only one possibility left. You are the world lord of the elf world. You have not fallen. Qing's golden figure slowly appeared in front of the gatekeeper. He looked at the world lord on the opposite side, his expression became more serious. Bingo, you're right. Let me think about it, how should I reward you? The dark elf god looked at Qing playfully. Wisps of dark purple aura lingered in his hands. The current him is the source of the plague, and his every move exudes an indescribable plague. It's not right to be the world master, but you want to be reduced to a creature of the world? I really don't know if it means you are stupid, or what. Qing snorted coldly, and he really didn't understand. What do you know? He smiled, becoming more and more unscrupulous. With this perfect body, coupled with the divine blood obtained by accident, embrace the darkness, embrace the abyss, and I can be promoted to a true god. At this moment, he could clearly see that there was a drop of blood in his heart, a drop of so-called divine blood exuding a filthy aura. On the filthy blood, there are strands of phantoms appearing. It was a long and narrow creature that looked like a dog. Slender face, crimson pupils, claws full of hooks, fangs and sharp claws, surrounded by countless plague breaths, flowing on the body like a virus. Qing's pupils shrank. That is, an abyssal monster with a very high personality. Understood. At this moment, Qing completely understood. He looked at the man, his heart sank, and he said coldly, for the sake of selfish desires, demonize one world, degenerate one world. even degenerate into an abyss monster. Don't you fear the human alliance? Sanctions. Chapter 44. Afraid? Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? The fallen world lord grinned grimly. He could only feel a steady stream of power spreading from that drop of divine blood and merging into his limbs. His breath became more and more tyrannical. At this time, I might as well tell you, do you really think that the human alliance is just? You are just one of their sources of strength. Only by embracing the darkness and becoming one of the abyss can you truly control yourself, only then can we obtain that absolute freedom. He shouted, arms open, enjoying the moment. Perfect body, divine power. Today, I am the most perfect creature. In the name of Daruji, I will embrace the darkness and become the god of the abyss. He looked down at Qing arrogantly, his eyes were full of pity. He pitied the young world lord in front of him, and pitied these young people for being at the mercy of the so-called fate of mankind from beginning to end. Qing frowned, her face was a little ugly. Be a traitor. Is this going to directly become an abyssal monster and completely become an enemy of human beings? Qing is very upset. At the same time, he also remembered the name Daruji. This Daruji is definitely not the name of the world lord in front of him, but the name of a certain abyssal monster. Go back and check. He thought so. Young man, I think you are also the newly awakened world lord? Such a vibrant world, young and full of vitality. It even gave birth to legendary creatures. Such a genius, why not join the abyss and become a part of the abyss, the true god of the abyss? You must have your share of the position. At that time, wouldn't it be great to counterattack mankind together, eliminate that decadent regime, and become the master of the new world? The world lord said, looking at Qing with a smile. I don't want to rush to be a dog. It's better to be a human. Qing chuckled, serious and full of sarcasm. You. The world lord narrowed his eyes, and immediately his face darkened. Whose invitation do you think you are refusing? You don't have to drink a toast, and if that's the case, then I have no choice but to kill you, a genius of the human race. Buzz. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, terrifying dark fluctuations appeared, surrounded by strands of plague sources. In an instant, the source of the plague spread into the air, permeating the entire elf world. Cough cough cough. Down below, all the beings in the containment world coughed more and more, and some people even started to fall to the ground, their eyes were limestone. Even the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the terrifying old man began to suffer from malaria to varying degrees. They were coughing, their pupils were eyes, purple lines began to appear on their skin, and the toxin began to spread. Whoosh! At the same time, a black light shot towards Qing, intending to destroy Qing here. Don't hurt my lord! The gatekeeper snorted, flashed deeply, and blocked Qing in an instant. Pfft! In the next second, the black light pierced through the sacred body of the gatekeeper. Chi chi chi! Puffs of blue smoke came out, and strands of purple lines began to spread from the wound. The gatekeeper's pupil shrank, and his face was a little ugly. In the past, his sacred body can resist all filth, and will not touch evil. But now, his sacred body has started to be poisoned. With the intrusion of the toxin, his eyes also turned black in bursts. This poison is very strong. The crushing of high-level legendary creatures against low-level legendary creatures. But, after all, the gatekeeper is a divine legendary creature. After the toxin spread a little, it began to fade rapidly, and the sacred body began to work, forcing the toxin out of the wound. Strands of dark purple liquid dripped from the wound. The dark purple venom fell on the ground, corroding a pothole forcibly. It can be seen how strong this toxin is. Oh? You actually have divinity. The world lord was a little surprised when he saw the gatekeeper. He had seen the gatekeeper before. But at that time, he just regarded it as an ordinary legendary creature. But I don't want to, this guy actually has divinity? Having divinity and not having divinity are simply two concepts. But... Hehe, you don't really think that your subordinates can save you, do you? It's just a low-level divine legendary creature, but I'm a high-level creature. He raised his head proudly, looking down at Qing. That condescending attitude made people angry. Divinity. It seems that you are very confident. Qing narrowed his eyes and spoke lightly. The World Lord chuckled, so calm? Could it be, what cards do you have? He didn't take Qing to heart at all. What about genius? In the face of true absolute strength, even if you are a genius, it is futile. He is a high-level legendary divine creature. And what about Qing? He is nothing more than a world lord, and his aura is nothing more than extraordinary. If it wasn't for the protection of the power of the world, he would have died long ago. So what if Qing also has a divine legendary creature under his command? He is confident that he can sweep everything. Whole card? Hehe, what cards can someone like Qing have? What kind of cards can cause damage to his legendary divine creature? He used to be a world lord, and he was a second-tier world lord, so he knew too well what the world lord could do. Unless, Qing backhand summons a high-level legendary divine creature. But is this possible? If Qing really has another high-level legendary divine creature, then the world created by Qing will not only be 340 kilometers long. Yes, Qing can see how big the elf world is, and he can also see how big Qing's containment world is. The small world determines the strength of the world master. In a small world of 340 kilometers, it is enough to have a legendary divine creature. Another one? That is simply a fool's dream. Qing's composure and Qing's smile, in his opinion, are nothing more than sternness and pretending to be tricky. The whole card. Hehe, you are right, I do have the whole card. Qing chuckled, flipped his hand, and a red card fell into Qing's hand. The red card exudes a mysterious atmosphere. And on top of that card, there is a huge harpoon gun. This, surprisingly, is what Qing drew before, the Spear of the Unbelievers, a weapon specially used against creatures of the universe, divinity and supreme divinity. This is, God-killing spear. Card. The World Lord frowned slightly, looking at the red card in Qing's hand. Ka ka ka. In the next second, Qing flipped his wrist, and the red card instantly turned into a huge one, like the harpoon gun on the bow of a ship. It's like a harpoon gun that specializes in hunting large marine creatures. It looks ordinary and can't be more ordinary. However, the moment the World Lord saw the harpoon gun, his eyelids twitched wildly, and a dangerous breath appeared, which was the instinctive fear warning of divine creatures. His heart throbbed, and an instinctive impulse to escape appeared. But everything is too late. Qing took aim and gently pulled the trigger. Whoosh! At this moment, the terrifying power of the harpoon gun erupted, shaking the world. That spear-like barrel suddenly stabbed at the dark elf god. Chapter 45. Escape. At this moment, there was only one thought left in that person's mind. The explosive power of that terrifying god-killing spear seems to be able to sweep and destroy everything. He can only escape. At this moment, all his thoughts came to naught, and he didn't care about the elf world. He turned around and fled into the chaotic starry sky. However, whoosh! The faster he fled, the faster the spear of the faithless flew. A ray of black light pierced the sky, piercing the body of the World Lord in an instant, piercing his origin. Pfft! At this moment, the divine blood sprinkled the sky, the man's pupil shrank, and a pain that tore through his soul echoed through his mind, causing him to tremble from the pain. The source of power is blocked at this moment, his body, everything about him, the so-called divinity, are all futile in the face of this gun enough to kill gods. Boom! The terrifying god-killing gun brought the dark elf god into the elf world. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and an aura of annihilation and destruction continued to spread. At the bottom of the huge pit, the World Lord looked blankly into the void. Countless years of planning have completely come to naught at this moment. He could have become the god of the abyss. He could have galloped freely in the starry sky. But the moment the spear of the faithless pierced his divine body, it was over. He didn't understand, even though he had become a high-level legendary mythical creature, he still fell. Planted in the hands of a small world master, planted in the hands of a world master with a world area of only 340 kilometers. He couldn't figure it out, where did this young man get the kind of weapon that could kill gods? Also, what is that gun that can kill gods? There are endless doubts in his mind. But obviously, he won't understand until he dies. Qing will not explain his doubts. Finally, when his vitality was completely cut off, Qing appeared in front of him. Alas! Qing sighed with a complicated expression as the god-killing spear on the World Master's body gradually dissipated. He didn't sigh for this guy, but he sighed for losing a big hole card killer. Card equipment capable of killing gods. But without the spear of the faithless, this time, he would really be in danger. Well, you can't say that, he actually has a black card with unknown characteristics. If you want to save your life, this thing can also work. However, that thing is too unstable, and the resulting characteristics are not the only ones. For killing gods, the spear of the faithless is even better. Divinity? Ah! Qing chuckled, looked at the body of the World Lord, and gently stretched out her hand. There were streaks of light on the body of the World Lord, and above the heart, a drop of dark purple blood with an ominous and filthy aura appeared in midair. On the filthy blood, there are phantoms floating up and down. A drop of blood. Just a drop of blood can drive a second-tier World Lord crazy, and completely degenerate into an abyssal monster. It's hard to imagine how strong the owner of this blood is. Diriji? The name came to Qing's mind. It seemed that he had to find out who Diruji was. But in any case, the source of the plague is at hand. Although the source of the plague is somewhat different from what he imagined. However, this is not important. Boom! At this time, with the death of the Dark Elf God, the entire elf world also began to shake. The will of the world was already lingering, and now, it has no power to resist. The will of the world in the containment world began to invade the elf world in an all-round way, and began to take over everything in the elf world. The elven world began to gradually become dilapidated, pieces of the world began to collapse, and the fragments of the world were captured by the world will of the containment world, and they were forcibly packed away, and all were sent into the containment world. The only pity is, the last resource of the elf world was also sacrificed to the World Lord by the ancient elf tree. Unfortunately, a large piece of black land was forcibly swallowed by the containment community. The containment world began to skyrocket crazily at this moment. The world is becoming more and more stable and powerful, the area of the world is skyrocketing, the laws of the world are beginning to be perfected, and the origin of the world is beginning to sublimate. Even, at the moment when the origin of the world sublimated, those creatures who were still alive but suffered from the plague and malaria also dispelled all the negative effects and became full of energy again. Boom! The containment world was shaking, and in the end, the area of the world stagnated and skyrocketed. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Qing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your world area has expanded to 670 kilometers. This is equivalent to doubling. Qing looked back and smiled. Even though the newly added land is dark and deep, and there is still black rain in the sky, with an ominous atmosphere. But, it's not a big problem. As long as it is still his world. The living things in the world evolve as they should. Qing stood above the void, and all the creatures in the containment world returned to their own world. And Qing, looking at the world of elves collapsing in the void, shook his head with emotion. A brilliant elven civilization, that huge ancient elven tree, that majestic building, and even an evil dragon bred out of nowhere. Everything shows that the lord of this world has a bright future. But I don't know where to get a drop of filthy blood, but it ruined everything. Exploring the void is full of dangers and opportunities, but sometimes, opportunities can also become dangers, and if you are not careful, you will fall. Although so far, Qing has not taken the initiative to explore the void, but in the future, he will take this step. This elf world sounded a wake-up call for him. No matter what you encounter in the future, you still have to be cautious. He didn't want to follow in that man's footsteps. Return. Qing said softly. At the same time, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and in the next second, his whole body disappeared from the endless and deep void. By the time he saw everything in front of him clearly again, he had already stood in the teleportation room of the Extraordinary Guild again. Came back. Qing rubbed his wrists. At this moment, he just felt refreshed, his bones exploded like tigers and leopards, and his state was unprecedentedly strong. Compared to before, Qing felt that she was at least a lot stronger. The world feeds back. The world has become stronger, and he has become stronger accordingly. This is how the World Lord is promoted. At this time, with the return of Qing, the young lady's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurried forward, and the sweet voice rang in Qing's ears, "Thank you for your hard work. Welcome back. No matter what, Qing is back. As the World Lord, to clear the fallen world, no matter what the battle situation is, you have made a contribution to mankind." At this time, with the return of Qing, those world masters who were not optimistic about Qing before all looked over in surprise. Isn't this the trainee world master from before? He came back alive. A trainee world master, challenged the D-level mission, or came back. It's against the sky. You said, was this mission successful? Success? Laughing, do you know what you are talking about? Although the D-level task is the lowest level task, it is not something that a trainee world master can challenge to complete. He can come back alive, which already shows how powerful he is. It's the world of elves. It is said that 2 world lords have fallen before, and another world lord managed to escape alive, but suffered heavy casualties. It's really not bad for this kid to come back. At this moment, everyone was discussing. As a world lord, I know all the rules and regulations too well. It was beyond their expectations that Qing could come back. They can only feel that Qing is lucky, or runs fast. Well, at least it doesn't look like much damage. That's what everyone is thinking. At this moment, an announcement resounded throughout the Extraordinary Guild building. Congratulations to the trainee world master Qing, who successfully completed the D-level mission and perfectly cleared the world of demonized elves. Task evaluation, S rank. Reward, 1.5 billion. Because of the S-level evaluation, 10,000 contribution points will be given as a gift. Chapter 46. Quiet. At this moment, there was deathly silence in the Transcendent Guild. Everyone stared blankly at the screen that suddenly appeared, and at the announcement that appeared on the screen. Silly. Everyone is stupid. See, Trainee World Master? D-level mission? S-level evaluation. Is it fake? These days, the Trainee World Master can complete the task? What's more, it's an S-level evaluation. What the hell, I have never completed an S-level evaluation task in my life, but I saw it on a Trainee World Master. FK, is it true or not? Did I hear correctly? S rank? Still a Trainee World Master? Could it be a system error? At this moment, in the Extraordinary Guild, there was a lot of noise all day long, and everyone was paralyzed. It's not that they haven't seen S-level evaluations, it's just that those S-level evaluations can only be done by advanced world masters. And now, the S-level evaluation is actually linked to a trainee world master? What the hell, what is the concept of a trainee world master? That is the world master who has not yet been certified by the Alliance, has just awakened, and has not yet taken the college entrance examination. All world masters have come from this stage, and they are too clear about the concept of apprentice world masters. Think about how they were trainee world masters back then, and then look at this trainee world master. What the hell, people are more popular than others. At this moment, countless people remembered this trainee world master named Ye Qing. Some people even started to inquire about Ye Qing's identity. And on the first floor of the mission hall, those who heard the announcement and saw Ye Qing were all dumbfounded. They were still lamenting that it was the greatest luck for Ye Qing to come back alive, but they didn't want to. Ye Qing came back with an S-level evaluation. FK. Numb. At this moment, everyone is really numb. They looked at Ye Qing in amazement, and looked at Ye Qing's handsome and immature face, all in a daze. What were they doing when they were trainee world masters? Well, they are still preparing for the college entrance examination, they are still asking teachers for advice, and they are still doing everything possible to increase the world area by even 1 kilometer. But now, he is also an apprentice world master, and he has been able to do the task to purify the world, and he has made an S-level evaluation. Unbelievable. It's just too bad. Outside the teleportation room, even the receptionist was shocked, her mouth opened into an O shape, she was really shocked. She looked at Ye Qing in disbelief, and then, little stars lit up in her eyes. Young and promising, genius and evildoer. It's simply too good to be true. Ye Qing was also a little surprised by this. S-level evaluation? He chuckled, it must be an S-level evaluation. That world was destroyed, and the source of the plague was seized by him. This is cleaner than simply clearing the world. However, this contribution point is a bit interesting. He was about to study, but he saw the surrounding crowd gathering towards him, tending to surround him. Trouble is bound to follow, no doubt. Ye Qing's heart moved, and he left here without saying a word. Sneak away first. Ye Qing quickly left the extraordinary guild, which also made the other world masters who wanted to come forward to chat with each other very regretful. Soon, Ye Qing returned home. Hey! Until now, Ye Qing was relieved, he was really afraid of trouble. Instead of having that time to build relationships with them, he might as well hurry up and improve his own strength. Soon, Ye Qing was on the main official website of the world. The money has already arrived, who is this guy? He originally had 490 million yuan, but now, he has close to 2 billion yuan. It is more than enough to buy all kinds of things and materials. The blood of the phoenix, the gluttonous stomach. Ye Qing quickly found related things on the internet. The blood of the phoenix, the cheapest one is worth 300 million, and the gluttonous stomach is 150 million. It wasn't until this moment that Ye Qing suddenly understood that the most basic materials, the creatures created, are also the most basic. It's like being a gatekeeper. Although the gatekeeper is a legend, even though it is a divine creature, it is only a rudimentary legend. Under normal circumstances, this combat strength is quite sufficient, but if a similar incident occurs again, the gatekeeper will be a bit insufficient. There are also levels between legends. Therefore, if you have sufficient funds, buy a better one, and the creatures you create will be stronger. The 300 million Phoenix True Blood is just the foundation. On top of that, there are 500 million Phoenix True Blood, 800 million Pure Phoenix True Blood, and 1 billion Pure Phoenix True Blood with a trace of divinity. This price is only higher, not the highest. Ye Qing was really moved when he saw the Phoenix True Blood that was worth 1 billion and had a hint of divinity. But looking back at her funds, Ye Qing could only smile wryly. 2 billion, seems like a lot, but in fact, to the World Lord, it is really nothing. However, he still has contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. Qing checked and found that these contribution points are very precious. 1,000 contribution points can be deducted by 100 million. His 10,000 contribution points are equivalent to a usage quota of 1 billion. In other words, he has another billion available resources. What are you waiting for? He exchanged it for a drop of divine pure blood of the phoenix. Immediately afterwards, he spent another 300 million to buy the gluttonous stomach stripped from the epic gluttonous body. The ingredients for the gluttonous rabbit are available. Soon, Qing started looking for various materials of the plague doctor again. What the epidemic doctor needs to consume is the water of life. This stuff, the highest quality, is just like that, which can be regarded as normal. Various other masks and cloaks, and even the space box are also considered ordinary. This is not the main thing. The most important thing is the source of the plague. And the source of the plague has already arrived. Even, this source of plague is still a source of plague containing a trace of divinity. This thing has a price but no market. In the end, Qing Yuan spent a total of 500 million to buy all the materials needed by the gluttonous rabbit and the epidemic doctor. Of course, Qing also bought some resource cards to increase the source of the world. What small fish and shrimps, Qing even sold a 100-kilometer sea area, more or less some marine life should be born. In the end, the account balance was 1.4 billion. Those tens of millions of dollars were all spent. Buzz. Along with placing the order, a spatial fluctuation appeared in front of Qing again, and the delivery robot appeared again. After waiting for the receipt, the courier robot disappeared. Although I bought a lot, in fact, it really doesn't take up space. The sea area and various resources all appear in the form of cards. On the contrary, the divine phoenix true blood and gluttonous stomach were indeed packed separately. A drop of bright red divine blood exuding the aura of scorching waves slowly floated in a crystal ball. And that gluttonous stomach that looks like a black hole is also sealed in a crystal ball. It's time to improve your strength. Chapter 47. At this moment, with the thought, Qing wanted to descend into the world and start creating containment objects. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, that Diruji. Qing hurriedly opened the main official website of the world, and began to check the so-called Diruji. With the swiping of the web page, pieces of information appeared in front of Qing. The sixth true god of the abyss, the legendary Diruji. Qing's expression froze, and he quickly clicked on the message. Diruji, the legendary god of the abyss, is the real source of plague, the source of all pain and malaria, the number one enemy of mankind. A drop of blood can confuse the world lord, an array of phantom can destroy countless worlds. Wandering around in the void and abyss, delusional to invade Blue Star, completely pollute and degenerate. Qing is getting more and more frightened the more she looks at it. Good guy, the sixth true god of the abyss? This abyss is deeper than the water I imagined. If you can get a Diruji out today, if you can't guarantee it, you can get an Antuan tomorrow. I'm stunned. Qing shook his head and laughed, rubbed his eyes to soothe his tired spirit. What does this matter of the true god have to do with him? That's a headache for high-level human beings. Now, his most important thing is to create containment objects and make himself stronger. As soon as he thought of this, his heart moved, and he came to the containment world with countless resources and resource cards. Buzz. His divine body began to gather, surrounded by golden light, and the feeling of controlling the world, controlling everything, and creating everything came to mind again. As far as the eye can see, the land is 670 kilometers away. Generally full of vitality, generally vast and profound. The newly emerged vast black land is full of ominousness and bad luck. This is a continent intercepted from the elf world, forcibly integrated into Qing's containment world. A piece of heaven and earth, but like two worlds. However, Qing believes that this black earth will be assimilated in a short time. looking at the creatures under him again. To be honest, Qing felt a little heartbroken. The goalkeeper was a little weak from the previous attack. Of the 6,000 lambs, only less than 3,000 were left. Of the 6,000 dragon snails, only 1,002 are left. The 3,000 alien tigers are okay, but they also lost more than 2,000, leaving less than 1,000. The Tyrannosaurus rex was even worse, perhaps because of the ancient times that ate the flesh and blood of the evil dragon. Malaria and viruses broke out together, and now there are only 300 Tyrannosaurus rex left. The monster lizards were even worse, with only 80 left. This battle is extremely tragic. Especially the last world lord, the outbreak of the plague almost wiped out all the creatures he created in seconds. If it wasn't for the final turnaround and the sublimation of the world, these creatures don't know how much they will suffer from the plague. Even if they barely survive, they won't live long. Alas! Qing sighed, it's better to recuperate. With a thought, he started to use resource cards. Crash! At the same time, the sky sent seawater to the containment area, forming a 100-kilometer ocean in no time. Using various resource cards, the small fish and shrimps in Hanoi appeared, and there were corresponding marine life in the sea. Even on the ground and in the woods, there were a lot of food. There are not only edible animals, but also various fungi and fruits. Accompanied by the resources falling from the sky, the lambs cheered, the dragons and snails were excited, and the alien tiger and Tyrannosaurus rex galloped across the land, feasting and filling their stomachs. They thank God, thank the Lord God. A strand of faith surrounds Qing, and the power of faith is blessed. Even if there are few people, at this moment, the power of faith has skyrocketed by 60,000. Coupled with the various beliefs gathered before, he also has the power of about 100,000 beliefs. Converted into a storage point, there are a little more than 1,000. Not bad, not bad. Qing smiled, decisively transforming the system. Current containment point, 1602. Another 10 consecutive draws. Qing was delighted. In the previous 10 consecutive draws, he got a one-time killing god. Now that the whole cards are exhausted, it is time to replenish a wave of whole cards. Before that, though, creating containment is the most important thing. Qing seriously started looking for rabbits in the containment community. In the containment world, there are rabbits. However, in view of the characteristics of this rabbit, it is not considered a very strong race, so it can only be reduced to the food of the major races. Soon, Qing selected a rabbit. That's just a normal rabbit. With a fat body and thick bones, it is simply a rare delicacy. It's up to you. Qing stretched out his hand, and the rabbit was restrained by an invisible force into the void, and soon appeared in front of Qing. Squeak! With such a sudden change, the snow-white rabbit screamed, and its small eyes were full of horror. The creatures in the containment world generally have high intelligence because of the fountain of life. But no matter how smart this rabbit is, he can't understand what's happening in front of him. It kicked back and forth, its ears trembling, terrified, and begged for mercy to the huge light and shadow in front of it, for fear that in the next second, it would become the meal of the light and shadow monster in front of it. Looking at the light and shadow monster in front of him, it seems that he is a bit recalcitrant and unmoved. Then, with a kick of its legs, it fell down straight, its body stiffened, and it started the skill of pretending to be dead. I also learned to pretend to be dead. Qing was a little dumbfounded. He didn't bother to care about the rabbit pretending to be dead anymore, so he stretched out his hand to lure it, and immediately, one after another, divine sources appeared in his palm. The source of light turned into light, and quickly penetrated into the rabbit's body. Squeak! The rabbit was stunned at first, and then felt a stream of scorching power continuously blending into its body. That energy is so pure, it's like replenishing the Jena key. He couldn't describe that feeling, anyway, it was like lying in the sun and basking in the sun after eating and drinking. You don't need to care about the existence of natural enemies, you don't need to care about any danger, it just needs to lie down like this until it grows old. Its eyes became clearer and clearer. The head, which was not considered very big, gradually gained a sense of self, and a spiritual charm appeared in its eyes. It just feels better than ever. Unknowingly, its size has also become larger, twice as large as before, and it looks like a medium-sized dog. Squeak! Its lips fluttered, looking at Qing curiously. Only now did it understand that Qing is not its enemy, on the contrary, there is an innate feeling of being close to Qing. It's like facing your own father. Well, majestic and kind. Advanced. Qing nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this little rabbit has jumped from an ordinary creature to a high-level creature. Don't look at it as a rabbit, but with the current combat power of this rabbit, it can kill a different tiger with one kick. The original bottom of the food chain has directly become the middle of the food chain. Of course, that's not enough. Qing made another move, and in the next second, a black hole-like stomach sealed by a crystal ball appeared in Qing's hand. Buzz! The gluttonous stomach and the rabbit gradually merged, streams of light converged towards the rabbit. Squeak! The rabbit's eyes widened, and the scarlet eyes were full of pain. It just felt like its stomach was being torn apart, and a horrible sense of hunger came from it. It groaned in pain, its limbs kicked wildly, the pain was like tearing its soul, it trembled all over, rolled its eyes, and fainted past. This is unbearable. Qing shook his head. Just the stomach of an epic glutton. This fainted? Looking at the remaining true phoenix blood that contained a trace of divinity, Qing smashed it. However, he still chose to directly integrate it into the rabbit's body. Chi. At this moment, as the true blood of the phoenix merged into the rabbit's body, waves of scorching waves spread from the rabbit's body. The violent scorching waves swept across, wisps of sacred aura spread. Pfft! Immediately, there were wounds on the rabbit's body, and the blood was soaring. Just studying, the snow-white rabbit turned into a blood rabbit. It hurt so badly, it hurt so badly. It is a great sin. The point is, that divine phoenix true blood still conflicts with that gluttonous stomach. The gluttonous stomach and the divine phoenix blood repel each other. The two are inherently in conflict. One is a mythical beast, a representative of the divine. One is a fierce beast, one of the legendary 4 fierce beasts. The fierce beast and the divine beast collided in the body, and the rabbit's body disintegrated every inch of it, with blood flowing out. There is no doubt that it is absolutely impossible to create any creatures with this kind of crude fusion method. No world lord would be so stupid as to use 2 different powers to transform creatures, that would only be a waste of resources. But Qing gently took out a card. On that card, it was the gluttonous rabbit card. He gently placed the card on top of the bunny's head. Buzz! In the next second, streams of light converged, and the streams of light merged into the rabbit's body in an instant. The rabbit that had fainted woke up again, but after waking up, it passed out from the pain again. So repeated, so tortured. The rabbit was almost mentally weakened by the torture. Buzz! Finally, when the card's golden light completely merged into the rabbit's body, waves of new energy began to appear, gradually balancing the energy in the rabbit's body. Chi. The blood gathered, and a burst of vitality began to spread. Finally, with the flow of blood, a rabbit was slowly reborn from the blood and gathered. Those scarlet eyes, snow-white hair. Number -524, Gluttonous Rabbit. Chapter 48. Qing looked at the rabbits with loose noses and all kinds of sniffing in front of him, and smiled with satisfaction. There are traces of divinity in this rabbit, it is simply against the sky. Even, Qing could clearly feel the breath of the high-level epic creature on the rabbit. Sure enough, it was worth the money. A high-level epic creature is one step away from being a legend. When he is promoted, he will have another legendary creature, and it is also a divine legendary creature. Very good. Good. Qing had a thought, and in the next second, the attribute panel of 524 Gluttonous Rabbit also appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Gluttonous Rabbit, number -524 Walter. Race, Rabbit. Level, Epic. Type, Divinity. Talent skills, Devour, Active, Rebirth, Passive. Description, a rabbit like a glutton can eat all objects in the world, no matter whether the object is harmful or harmless, it will even eat itself, and then be reborn from the blood. Divine creature. The second divine creature in the containment world. From now on, the gluttonous rabbit is the ceiling of combat power in this world other than the gatekeeper. There is no doubt that there will be generals in the future. A scary rabbit that can devour everything and even be reborn is born. I just don't know if this thing can reproduce. It would be against the sky if more gluttonous rabbits could be bred. When the time comes, he will directly send this gluttonous rabbit to the battlefield, eat whatever it sees, and sweep everything in the true sense. Qing even began to look forward to it. Zhizzy. At this moment, the gluttonous rabbit looked at Qing and squeaked, its eyes sparkling with spiritual brilliance. The moment it became a divine epic creature, it already understood everything. It understands that Qing is its creator and its own father. Then, it expressed the idea of being very hungry, and now it wants to eat everything, to taste everything. That is, instinct does not allow it, otherwise, it would even take a bite of Qing. Go! Ye waved his hand, where did the rabbit come from, and fell back into the group of rabbits in an instant. It is really hungry. When he saw the red grass and trees around him, he had a small mouth with teeth like steel bars, no matter if it was a tree or a stone, it was like tofu in his mouth. The other rabbits were stunned. Not to mention the rabbit was stunned, even some predators were dumbfounded the moment they saw this ferocious rabbit. This rabbit is as big as a hunting dog, and its mouth is against the sky, it can eat anything, and its stomach is like a black hole. Fortunately, the rabbit is not gluttonous after all. Although it has a gluttonous stomach, it does not have the illusion of crazy hunger. But it still stirs up the situation, and wants to take a bite of everything it sees. A forest full of rabbit tooth marks, stones, trees, gold, and iron. Even, after meeting the alien tiger family, it almost gnawed off a leg of a certain alien cat. The different cat was startled and ran away. In the past, the rabbit, which was just food, started to fight back. Moreover, the breath is even more weird. An epic bunny? FK, hurry up and shake people. Then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex came, a huge wound appeared on the leg of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex ran away. Belch. On the vast black land, the rabbit sat leisurely on the ground and hiccuped. It squeaked, and the meaning was clearly expressed. There is no one who can fight. In the distance, the foreign cat watching, the mouth corner of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex twitched wildly. Immediately, they wanted to cry again, heartbroken. This is definitely the favor of the Creator, right? They looked at the rabbit with envy in their eyes. How can a rabbit be favored by the Creator? And those of them, the heroes who attacked the city and pulled out the stronghold, didn't get the slightest benefit? Why? They were a little unconvinced. Has this rabbit done anything for the containment community? Has this rabbit ever killed an enemy? Why did it turn from food to predator? They refused to accept it and wanted to argue with the Creator. But in the end, they didn't dare to look for Qing, but found the statue of the gatekeeper. Then, they carefully prayed to the statue of the gatekeeper and began to speak. Those are tears of bitterness, those who cry, those who feel aggrieved, are really not what a leader of a clan should be like. Okay. My heart is really unbalanced. In the sky, the gatekeeper opened his eyes, and there was a golden light in his eyes that faded away. He was silent, looking at the land of the containment world, and then at the chaotic golden figure that was so high in the void. His heart moved, and he appeared in front of Qing, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "My lord! Get up, I already know why you are here." Qing nodded slightly. As the creator of the containment world, how could he not know about those guys? Previously, he had taken all the actions of the gluttonous rabbit into his eyes. That rabbit is arrogant. It doesn't matter what ferocious behemoth you are, or what kind of thaumaturgy miracle master. In front of it, it is a matter of one bite. Moreover, it is also a divine epic creature, who can raise his head when that personality is suppressed. Even if he does not dodge, and is hit by these guys, he can still be reborn in blood. He is really an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. He also saw the reactions of those guys. To be honest, it's really unfair to those guys. They went to great lengths to expand the territory for him, but in the end, they didn't get any benefits in the end. Whose balance is it for? It would be fine if Qing didn't create the gluttonous rabbit. Everyone didn't get any benefits, so it felt better. However, Qing created it, and the rabbit beat them all up. Who is psychologically balanced? My lord, then they. The gatekeeper looked at Qing and asked in a low voice. Forget it, I didn't think carefully. Qing said, and soon, he came to reality again, and immediately began to choose in the main official website of the world. This time, he will come with a big boost. Qing's eyes flickered, looking at various items on the official website, all kinds of magical treasures. Soon, he bought a lot of treasures. With the appearance and disappearance of the courier robot, Qing came back to the containment world with large and small packages. Buzz! With a wave of Qing's hand, the gatekeeper, the strange cat, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, the dragon snail, the Wanghong, the monitor lizard, and even Little Peanut, the terrifying old man. Figures appeared in the void. They were surprised at first, and then when they saw Qing, they knelt down in fear and respect to welcome the creator. Get up! Qing opened his mouth lightly, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force fell on them. They stood up uncontrollably, and the eyes of each one were even more astonished. At this moment, just listen, Qing's voice resounds faintly. You have put in a lot of effort in this war. The so-called meritorious deeds are rewarded, and it's time to reward you all. Hearing this, they looked at each other in blank dismay, and immediately became ecstatic. Chapter 49. Great, I can finally get the gift of the Lord God. Gift of the Lord God. Ah! Meow! At this moment, whether it was Wanghong, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, or the alien cat, they all whispered excitedly. They were finally able to obtain the gift of the Lord God. As for Little Peanut, he didn't feel anything. Little Peanut belongs to a special life, and has different thinking fluctuations, so he doesn't care what kind of gifts or not. Since it is about merit and deeds. Qing looked at the crowd, and as he spoke, there was an instant silence, and everyone looked at Qing expectantly. Uriel. Qing said. Here. The gatekeeper stepped forward and knelt in front of Qing, waiting for Qing's next words. You have made great achievements in this battle, and I will reward you with a pair of sacred wings. Qing said, and a pair of golden wings also appeared in front of him. However, this wing is not a light wing, it looks more like a solid wing. Name, Archangel Holy Wings. Description, it is the sacred wings of the Archangel, with the power to summon the fire of hell. The gatekeeper took over the wings, and at this moment, he only felt that his own compatibility was extremely compatible with the sacred wings of the Archangel. Buzz! At the same time, the wings gathered behind him, a golden light shone, and the wings behind him became larger and more numerous. Pairs of wings illuminate the sky, and the golden light gathers, just like a real god. Surrounded by a wave of divinity, waves of power bless the gatekeeper himself, and the feeling of weakness disappeared. At this moment, Uriel only felt that his condition was better than ever. A pair of wings. Solid wings. He stretched out his hand, and a dark red flame that exuded the breath of hell appeared in his palm. That flame, burning everything, distorting the void, the power is so powerful, it is simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone else looked at Uriel enviously. Such sacred wings are simply heaven-defying treasures. The divine radiance surrounds it, making it even more sacred. At this moment, the aura that used to be an elementary legend has also become an intermediate legend. Envious. Everyone was so envious that they almost drooled. However, they are also very clear that Uriel deserves such an award. If it weren't for the gatekeeper, they might have been wiped out by the evil dragon long ago. Not to mention, the gatekeeper blocked an arrow for the creator in the end. With such credit and such rewards, it can only be said that this is what the goalkeeper deserves. Thank you, my lord. The gatekeeper knelt down on one knee again, looking at Qing with fanatical admiration. Well. Get up. Qing nodded in satisfaction, and immediately said, the next one. Accompanied by Qing's words, the hearts of all living beings were tense. First, they don't need to fight, it must belong to Uriel, then second, they have to fight. Who is the second? The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the alien cat. Well, this guy is paddling all the way, it doesn't have any important role, and I don't know why he went there. Then, it looked at the monitor lizard. There's nothing too outstanding about this guy, he's still his little brother. He set his eyes on Wang Hong again. Improper commanding caused the group to almost be wiped out. This second, how could it not fall on him? As for the dragon snail, forget it, can the credit be as great as him? Next, cat. Qing's laughter sounded. However, as soon as these words came out, whether it was the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, the giant lizard, or Wang Hong, or even the strange cat itself, all of them stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Roar! The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex refused to accept it. How could this dead cat be better than him? He is obviously worthy of the name of the second. But Qing didn't explain, and continued, there are also sheep people, that one is called Xiang. Hey! Wang Hong was taken aback for a moment, then blinked in a daze. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex was also stunned. What do you mean? What are these two doing? He looked at the strange cat carefully with his big eyes, and at the same time, he also looked at Xianxia who was following behind Wang Hong. He squinted his eyes, trying to see through them. But obviously, no matter whether he is guessing or what, he can't figure it out. At this time, I heard Qing say, the cat and Xianxia released the evil dragon and destroyed the elf city. This credit should be ranked second. Roar! The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex stared wide-eyed, breathing rapidly, staring at the strange cat and Xianxia. Hurrah! So it was you who released the dragon. Ho, ho ho! He whispered at Qing. He was saying that if these two guys hadn't released the evil dragon, they wouldn't have caused so many casualties, and, without the evil dragon, he was about to break through the elf city. In short, just refuse to accept. Then have you ever thought about how much troops will be consumed after breaking through the elf city? After the troops are almost exhausted, how will we face the evil dragon? Qing asked back. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex was speechless when asked. Indeed, the previous battle was really difficult. In the elf city, there are not only some mid to low-end dark elves, but also a dark elf warlock who knows magic. His phantom image was destroyed by that magician. In the end, if it weren't for the appearance of the evil dragon, its clansmen would only suffer more casualties. It lowered its head resentfully, completely silent. Qing shook his head, and immediately looked at the cat and the sheep. It wasn't until Qing's eyes fell that the two guys woke up like a dream, and one came back to his senses, and hurriedly knelt down in front of Qing, their expressions excited, waiting for the divine grace to come. Qing waved his hand. Buzz! In an instant, 2 golden lights fell in front of the 2 guys. They either stretched out their paws, or stretched out their hands, holding it in their palms excitedly. When the golden light dissipated, the objects in their hands were revealed. What the different cat had in his hand was a bell. Well, a bell that looks like a lucky cat. Name: Magic Moon Silver Bell. Description: magic bells like phantoms. Once the bell rings, it can reduce the enemy's mental protection. When the bell rings twice, it can attack the enemy's spirit. When the bell rings 3 times, it can pull the enemy into the illusion mental space formed by itself. It's hard to guard against. This thing, combined with the mimetic characteristics of the different cats, is a lure. The mimetic effect of the alien cat has a distance limit. With the magic moon silver bell, it can cause a certain degree of mental damage even at a long distance. Only. The strange cat looked at the bell like a beckoning cat with a dark face. He is a majestic tiger king, it's nothing more than turning into a cat. The point is, the creator's reward is also like this. Am I shameless? Meow. He yelled at Qing, and started acting cute. You don't want it, someone else will. Qing said with a smile. The strange cat stared, and hurriedly put the bell away. He turned his head to look at Xianxia again. After seeing the things in Xianxia's hands, he curled his lips, really upset. What Xianxia held was a pair of shoes. Name: 100 Ghosts Night Walk Stealth Boots. Description: walk silently, walk invisible. The moon is dark and the wind is high, the sky of murder and arson. This thing is the most suitable thing for Xianxia. This is simply the exclusive equipment for assassins. There is no doubt that after owning these short boots, Xianxia will definitely become a night killer on the battlefield, killing countless people silently. Xianxia accepted it in ecstasy. Then, the king of the sheep people, Hong. Qing looked at Wang Hong again. The command is good. Although the battle is defeated, it can also deal with various situations very well. The credit ranks 3rd. Is it meaningful? It doesn't make sense. Wang Hong hurriedly said, while kneeling in front of Qing on one knee. Qing waved his hand, and at the same time gave Wang Hong a treasure. The golden light fell on Wang Hong's hands, finally showing his form. It was a crown shining with golden light. Name: crown is not a crown. Description: after wearing it, you will have the temperament of an emperor, increase your spiritual power, improve spiritual immunity, and enhance the cohesion and centripetal force of the group. Thank you, Lord God. Hong quickly knelt down and thanked him, holding the crown in his hand, and slowly backed away. It's your turn. Qing looked at the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex stepped forward, his terrifying and fierce expression changed, and he became obedient, with his tongue painted, just like a licking dog. Qing was a little funny. However, for the sake of this guy's contribution, with a wave of his hand, a golden light fell. Buzz! The golden light gathered and landed in front of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, and finally, it turned into a bead. Name: Dragon Ball. Description: in the dragon world, the most precious dragon ball bred by the legendary dragon has unpredictable power and can enhance the potential of the dragon. Gulu. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes lit up, and then, with a single mouthful, it swallowed the dragon ball directly. The corner of Qing's mouth twitched, a little speechless. However, it doesn't matter. The rest: monitor lizard family, dragon snail family. Qing simply gave some gods and let them become stronger by themselves. Talk about rewards for meritorious deeds. Only in this way can they know how to exert more force and have the motivation to move forward. Of course, the individual is given, and there is also the overall. All ethnic groups, potentials, bloodlines, and physiques have all been improved to a certain extent. After finishing all this, Qing let out a long breath. It's finally done. 1.4 billion, 800 million is left. This money is really worthless. Qing sighed. These treasures were all bought by him, and the most expensive ones were naturally the wings of the archangel. This thing alone cost him 300 million. Crack. Qing rubbed her wrists and stretched herself. Now is also the time to create an epidemic doctor. Qing's expression froze. Chapter 50. Buzz. At this moment, there were streaks of golden light flashing. In the void, gods appeared one after another, neatly arranged in front of Qing. God can interweave, and laws resonate. The source of the gods turned into streamers, interweaving dream chapters. Rays of golden light converged, and along with the convergence of divine sources, the outline of a human figure appeared in front of Qing. Soon, Shen Yuan began to fill the inside of the human figure again, interweaving little by little, converging little by little. Skeleton, blood vessels, meridians, internal organs. Soon, a human figure appeared in front of Qing. However, this doll doesn't have any thoughts, it's just a simple doll. Then there are masks, cloaks, and space boxes. With all kinds of equipment on his body, the person in front of him is no different from the epidemic doctor in terms of appearance alone. The only difference is that the epidemic doctor in front of him is not alive yet, it is just a simple model. Hala. Qing drew with his hand again, and in the next second, the water of life melted into the plague doctor's body like a stream, nourishing the blood vessels little by little, and surrounding his whole body little by little. A breath of life appeared in the epidemic doctor's body. Boom, boom, boom. The dull heartbeat sounded gradually, and the plague doctor's chest began to beat and heaved. Under the mask, breathing gradually appeared, and the eyes under the mask gradually became bright and energetic. His fingers moved slightly. A gazing gaze fell on Qing, a little curious and a little confused. He looked at everything around him blankly, not understanding what the situation was, nor what happened. Suddenly, as if he had been instilled with some memory, he was stunned for a while, and then, he knelt down on one knee in front of Qing. "Follow your will and wait for your oracle, my lord," he said respectfully, with a humble and gentle voice. "Get up." Qing nodded with a smile, and immediately, a drop of dark purple filthy blood exuded, an ominous aura appeared on his fingertips. "This is..." The epidemic doctor looked at the filthy blood on Qing's fingertips, and felt an instinctive sense of resistance and rejection. That kind of filth, that kind of ominousness, makes people feel chilly, and makes people want to stay away. "You are still too weak now, wait for me to grant you divine power, and then use my will to walk the vast land." Qing spoke softly, with a loud voice, shocking the soul. "Thank God," the epidemic doctor said. "As long as it is Qing's order, even if it is filthy blood, he will swallow it without hesitation." Qing nodded in satisfaction, "That's why the creatures he created are so good. Everything will follow its own orders." With a thought, he flicked his fingers, and the filthy blood fell directly in front of the plague doctor. Chi chi chi! At this moment, before the epidemic doctor could do anything, streaks of blood appeared in the filthy blood, wrapping the epidemic doctor in it in an instant. It's not like the plague doctor is devouring the filthy blood, but it's more like the blood has swallowed the plague doctor. What is this? The epidemic doctor felt the strength in his body gradually weakening, but it was extremely difficult for him to do it, as if something terrifying was restraining him. The strands of blood were like steel chains, and they couldn't break free at all. He was a little surprised, but also a little frightened. However, soon, he calmed down again. This is the divine power given to him by the Xianxia god. He believed that Qing could not harm him, so he calmed down, began to accept this power, and began to integrate into this power. Chi chi chi! This time, the fusion process was surprisingly smooth. A trace of blood crawled on the epidemic doctor's body and merged into the epidemic doctor's body. However, also because of that drop of blood, some purple-black toxins also climbed up on the plague doctor's body. The toxin invaded, and immediately infected the plague doctor's body. That chaotic plague, that weird distortion. The epidemic doctor always gritted his teeth and kept silent. He could feel that the mask on his face had begun to completely connect with him because of the blood. The clothes on his body also seemed to grow on his body, and began to merge with him, inlaid on him bit by bit. His eyes gradually turned purple, and his hands gradually trembled. Straight strands of divinity began to spread from him. A chaotic, irrational tyranny filled the plague doctor's mind. He is sometimes crazy, sometimes tyrannical, sometimes sober, and sometimes chaotic. Qing knew that it was time for him to act. He shook his hand, and a card fell into his hand. That card is the card number -049 Epidemic Doctor. The plague doctor in front of him does have some willpower, but there is no doubt that he will never be able to withstand Deruji's filthy blood. In the end, he could only turn into a puddle of pus and blood. Therefore, the importance of cards is highlighted. Buzz! The card flashed with black light, and it was stuck on the plague doctor's forehead in an instant. Accompanied by the gathering of golden lights, surrounding the epidemic doctor, he began to forcibly stabilize the power in the epidemic doctor's body. The traces of filthy blood began to blend into the body of the plague doctor, into every inch of the plague doctor's skin. The purple-black virus was also stabilized at this moment, flooding the epidemic doctor's body, and it was gone countless times. A series of mysterious characteristics are added to the plague doctor. Finally, with the introverted golden light, and the complete disappearance of the card. No 049, Epidemic Doctor, created success. Buzz! The epidemic doctor opened his eyes, and the divinity spread from his body, his eyes shone brightly, and immediately, he knelt down on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for the divine grace bestowed by the Lord God. Yes, get up. You will act on my will and walk on the earth." Qing said with a smile. Yes. The epidemic doctor saluted again, turned around, and fell onto the ground without dragging his feet. Qing looked at the back of the epidemic doctor, and at the same time, the panel of the epidemic doctor appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Epidemic Doctor, No 049. Race, Human / Level, Advanced. Type, Divinity. Talent skills, Healing, Active, Tentacle of Death, Passive, Immortal Body, Passive. Description, a powerful immortal creature with super high potential. High-level divine creature. Good guy. So far, the lowest level divine creature. Even the previous gluttonous rabbit has epic ranks. However, it is not bad that this epidemic doctor has super high potential, he just needs to wait for the epidemic doctor to become stronger. As for the way to become stronger, never mind. At this moment, the epidemic doctor began to walk on the earth with his will. Qing didn't tell the epidemic doctor what to do or what not to do. Everything is waiting for him to explore by himself. However, let alone, the epidemic doctor really has his own set of ideas. He began to spread the gospel of Qing, spread the name of the Creator throughout the containment world, codified his divine power, codified his authority, codified his poetry, and, in the form of poetry, began to preach. Of course, he has not forgotten his own job, he is still a doctor. He will also go to heal the sick and save the sick. Well, it's just that there is something wrong with the epidemic doctor's medical skills. Some sick people are not sick in his eyes. But for those who were not sick, he started to treat them. When he claimed to have cured the person, another burst of panic arose. The so-called cure is to turn people into some kind of deformed monster, with stitches everywhere on the body. It is simply a stitch monster. Moreover, these stitch monsters were also instructed by the plague doctor. They turned into a zombie monster who only listened to the doctor. The point is, not only the lamb family, the alien tiger family, the Tyrannosaurus rex family, the monitor lizard family, and the dragon snail family have all been patronized by the epidemic doctor, but some creatures have also been diagnosed and cured by the epidemic doctor. When the distortion monster appears, whether it's a tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex or a strange cat, they all want to kill the plague doctor. If it wasn't for the epidemic doctor's claim to act on behalf of the creator god's will, they would have killed the epidemic doctor long ago. However, this kind of quack behavior still angered them. It is okay to spread the gospel of the Lord, but you can no longer practice medicine. Otherwise, you will be exiled to the Black Earth. The plague doctor didn't care about this, he just said to himself that the world is full of plagues, only he can cure the plague, only he can save the world. He also wanted to practice his skills with the alien tiger clan, but then, he was slapped mercilessly and thrown onto the Black Earth. High-level creatures, in front of the patriarchs of today's major clans, are really not enough. The plague doctor didn't care about this, because he found more plagues. Plagues are everywhere on this black land, and only he can see the plagues. He began to eradicate these plagues frantically. Wherever he went, all the plagues were absorbed by him and became the nutrient for his growth. Okay. At this time, in the void, Qing looked at what the epidemic doctor did, and was a little surprised. Perhaps it was because the plague doctor had fused the filthy blood that was the source of the plague, he could clearly see the plague floating in the air and contained in the human body. He can easily eliminate those plagues and control them. It's a pity that the plague and life are in conflict. Once the plague is eradicated, that life will be gone, but he can rejuvenate and resurrect people. Even though after being resurrected, he became some kind of deformed monster, but he was still resurrected, didn't he? FK. Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and covered her forehead, a little speechless. The epidemic doctor is saving people in his own way. It's a pity that this saving of lives is not understood or recognized by others. Forget it, don't care. Qing shook his head, the plague doctor is an undead creature, no one else can kill him, and the plague doctor is still using his name, so nothing will happen. Now, it's time to get down to business. Shua. In front of Qing, a virtual light screen appeared. He has 2 cards left. 1 inheritance entry, 1 mem card. Now, it's time to draw cards too. Qing hesitated, and finally set his sights on the inheritance item. There are 13 inheritance items left. In Qing's mind, the contents of the remaining inheritance items flashed through, some were strong and some were weak, some were weird and some were normal. He still has 800 million funds left, just waiting to create this inheritance entry. Call. Qing let out a long breath, and finally, lightly bumped into the card of the inheritance entry. The card fell into the hand, Qing turned gently, flipping the card. Buzz. Strands of golden light gathered and surrounded the card little by little, forming a square shape. Qing looked down, his pupils shrank, and his heart beat wildly. Good guy. He actually won this thing. At this moment, a trace of ecstasy appeared in my heart. Chapter 51. Along with the cards, golden light emerged and gradually gathered into a figure. It was a huge reptile that looked like a monitor lizard. There is still hair on the head, fierce eyes, and ferocious bone claws. One of the inheritance items. This is the serial number -682, the fire lizard. Qing's breathing became a little short, he never expected that this time it could be regarded as a real blow to the soul. In the last inheritance entry, he opened a little peanut. But this time, he directly drove out the fire lizard. The strength of the immortal lizard is definitely at the level against the sky. In different settings, the identities of the non-fire lizards are also different, but all of them are strong. And at this time, before Qing's eyes, a panel about immortal Nyexi also appeared. Name, No Fire Lizard, number -682. Race, Monitor Lizard / Level, Epic. Type, Divinity. Talent skills, High Dimensional Projection, Passive, Absolute Adaptation, Passive, Morphological Evolution, Passive. Description, Immunity to Magic, Immunity to Spells, Immunity to Concept Obliteration, truly perfect creatures, with potential against the sky, can evolve into a higher existence. Hiss, as expected of 682. Looking at the description of 682's characteristics in the card, Qing was very moved. Even though he already knew how powerful 682 was, he was still shocked after seeing the various abilities of 682. However, this level, why is it just an epic? Today, Qing suddenly thought of the Gatekeeper. The Gatekeeper is nothing more than a legend. In front of the Gatekeeper, 682 can only be killed in seconds. Although the Gatekeeper can't kill 682, but at the same level, it is undoubtedly stronger. It's just that, because of 682's special talent, it's not limited to being as simple as equal rank. 1-5. Even if there are a few more legends, 682 can suppress those legends. Moreover, 682 is still divine. Asterisk number 1. Qing was a little surprised, and then suddenly realized that, indeed, 682 is indeed divine. In the official setting, this 682 is really a divine existence. Of course, among some secondary settings and some peripheral settings, 682 may be even more terrifying. Perhaps, the so-called evolution in the description should be this. Qing is in a daze, the potential of 682 is absolutely against the sky. He took a deep breath to get rid of distracting thoughts. Get it out, get it out. He hurriedly checked the materials needed to create 682. Soon, the items that 682 needed to consume were listed in front of Qing line by line. However, the more Qing looked at it, the more terrified she became. Phagocytes? Death grid? The source of evolution? High-dimensional fragments? A giant lizard body? Qing's complexion changed again and again, after a long time. FK. He swears directly. Is this going to kill me? The phagocytic cells, the grid of death, the source of evolution, and the body of the monitor lizard are all fine. These things, in fact, are also created by the major world masters, and they are still sold in the market. As for the monitor lizard, it also exists in his world. The most critical thing is the high-dimensional fragments. What is high dimension? That is the level that Qing can only reach from the high-dimensional perspective of the World Master. Ordinary World Masters can only enter the high-dimensional perspective, but not high-dimensional. As for high-dimensional fragments, it is even more difficult to deal with. The word high-dimensional alone is worth immeasurable, and high-dimensional fragments are needed. There is no doubt that this immortal lizard will become the most expensive existence so far. Qing took a deep breath, and soon, he came back to reality, and he began to search for relevant material prices on the internet. Phagocytes can swallow everything and convert it into the energy you need. Price, 30 million. Reaper's Grace, Death God's Godhead. After fusion, you can cultivate Death God. Control life and death, or live forever. Different godheads have different characteristics. Minimum price, 150 million. 1. The source of evolution, unlimited adaptation to the environment and evolution. Price, 300 million. Undoubtedly the most expensive. This thing is more applied to biological evolution. With the hourglass of time, in a short period of time, the evolution of creatures will accelerate. In an era, if Qing can evolve advanced intelligent creatures like lambs, the World Master who has the source of evolution can not only evolve advanced intelligent creatures within an era, but also allow these intelligent creatures to create civilizations in a short period of time, raising the world's civilization level to a higher level. This is the horror of the source of evolution. It is much more cowhide than the source of life. With this thing, it can be said that the starting line is 2 levels higher than others. Only relatively speaking, the price is also very expensive. 300 million. But not everyone can get it. Of course, for Qing, these are all small problems. Phagocytes, the grid of death, and the source of evolution, the total is only 480 million. He still has 800 million left, enough to buy these things. Just, Naravi shards. Qing checked again on the main official website of the world. Unsurprisingly, this thing didn't sell at all. Qing searched on the internet again, and there are many introductions of high-dimensional fragments, but no one really bought them. This thing is not enough for my own use, let alone bought. High-dimensional fragments, that is, the existence of small world personalities. Let the world have endless potential, and at the same time, let the creatures in the world increase their potential. It can be said that every world master needs this thing, but this thing is not so easy to get. Either a higher level world master is going to intercept the high-dimensional fragments, or, if you are lucky, there are 2 heaven-defying world masters fighting in the high-dimensional above your head, and some of the high-dimensional fragments are just picked up by you. Hitui. Hey! High-dimensional fragments. Where can I find these things? Qing sighed, he was really helpless. The kind of pain that obviously has a baby in front of it, but just can't open it is really tormenting. So, is there a possibility for those monitor lizards to evolve into non-fire lizards? What a bullshit! Even if these monitor lizards evolve for hundreds of millions of epochs, it is impossible to evolve into non-fire lizards. So, where else can you get high-dimensional shards? Qing searched various things on the internet again. In the end, I really found something. According to gossip, this year's main college entrance examination in the world, each province can get a piece of high-dimensional fragments to enhance the world's heritage. The provinces solve the yuan. Qing slightly raised his eyebrows when he saw the untrue news. This involves the college entrance examination. Today's college entrance examination is somewhat similar to the ancient imperial examination. However, some cumbersome content has been removed. College entrance examinations will be held in each province, and the one who ranks first in the college entrance examination is called Yuan. After that, there will be a national college entrance examination, which is to let Yuan from all provinces participate in the competition together, and the first one will be called the number 1 scholar. Can Yuan obtain high-dimensional fragments? Qing pondered, and immediately, starlight flashed in his eyes. This first, he took it away. In order not to destroy the evil lizard. Qing let out a long breath. At this moment, he had determined his direction. High-dimensional fragments must be obtained. No matter how strong the World Lord is this time, no matter how intense the college entrance examination is, from now on, continue to improve your own strength. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of Qing. The last card left in the last 10 consecutive draws. Mim cards. Shua. Qing turned over the mim card without hesitation. Accompanied by the gathering of golden light, accompanied by streamers of light, finally, the specific content of this mim card was revealed. However, Qing felt a little weird when he saw it. Because, in the picture, there is a phantom silhouette of a human figure, that silhouette seems to be sleeping, and the others do not exist. However, at the same time, the contents represented by this card also appeared before Qing's eyes. Name, Contagious Coding Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, No 1059. Asterisk colon. Level colon. Type, MIM. Characteristics, encoding, passive. Description, this MIM will delete some unimportant information and rewrite or code it. When seeing this piece of information, it will subconsciously make the patient think that it is very important confidential information, Even if it is finally confirmed that it is just ordinary after reading the information, I will think this information is more important. Oh, coding. Seeing the meme effect, Qing raised her eyebrows slightly. Is this thing useful? Qing shook his head, but this is also a characteristic after all. He looked at the materials that need to be consumed. Then I discovered that there is no need to consume any materials at all. The meme card is different this time, it doesn't need to be loaded on any creature, it just needs to be loaded in the world. At that time, this meme effect will naturally appear in the containment world. Qing naturally chose to load it. Anyway, he can modify this thing if he wants to modify it. Moreover, most of the creatures in the containment world have some means of anti-cognito hazard. This kind of small-scale coding meme is not a fatal mimetic injury against the sky. After doing all this, Qing is planning to call the system for a 10 consecutive draw to strengthen his background. However, at this moment, jingle bell. Qing's cell phone rang suddenly. It was Zhang Yuqing calling. Qing was a little surprised. At this moment, if you don't sprint hard, what are you doing on the phone? He picked up the phone, and then heard a crisp female voice from the opposite side. Hi, where have you been? Qing? What the hell? He was a little stunned, what did I mean? Can I still go there? Of course, stay at home and run the world. Didn't you receive the notification? Zhang Yuqing was also a little surprised. What notice? Qing was at a loss, did the school have a notice? Why didn't he know? A notification about the mock exam? The news has been sent to the group, but you haven't seen it. Zhang Yuqing asked a little strangely. Mock test? Group. Qing was at a loss, and hurriedly opened the group chat. This was the group chat they were pulled into after the World Masters awakened successfully. Sure enough, the news has already reached 999 plus, and there are still a lot of news about AT members. Qing scrolled up, and soon, he found the so-called notification. That was posted yesterday. It is said that the college entrance examination is approaching, let all candidates prepare, in the next 7 days, there will be 3 mock exams, so that all students can get good grades in the college entrance examination and show a good demeanor. And today is the first mock exam for the World Masters. Of course, it's not just group chats, even text messages have been sent a lot. Even, a lot of phone calls. It can be said that the notification must be in place. However, the corner of Qing's mouth twitched. He has already blocked the group messages, and at the same time, he has also turned on rejecting calls from strangers, so he can't get through the phone, and he has to read the text messages. The most important thing is that in the past 2 days, he didn't look at his mobile phone, and he used it all for business. Mock exam? So, I don't want to participate, can I? Qing was a little dumbfounded. How about mock exams? Does he need a mock test? With this time, wouldn't it be good to run the world well? Need a mock test? Then I don't know, you have to find the principal. Zhang Yu opened his mouth softly, said, and thought for a while, but it seems that the school will give rewards for every mock exam. Award. Qing pouted, it's nothing more than a reward from some resource cards. Resource card, he really doesn't need it. As far as his current resources and funds are concerned, he can have as many resource cards as he wants. Some mosquito legs, no need to waste that time. Instead of taking some mock exams, he might as well do a mission to purify the world. No. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuqing's voice sounded again, looking at the discussion in the group, the first place can get the law fragments, and the first place in the 3 mock exams can even get high-dimensional fragments. It was the principal who plundered in high-dimensional. The fragments are very precious. High-dimensional fragments. Qing was stunned for a moment, and said in astonishment, what are you talking about? High-dimensional fragments? Ah, is it a high-dimensional fragment? What's the matter? Zhang Yuqing asked a little strangely. Laughed. At this moment, Ye Qing really laughed, and immediately became more and more presumptuous. Damn, it's really sleepy to send a pillow. He was still thinking, this fire evil lizard can only be obtained after the college entrance examination is over. But I don't want to, the trees held by the school all get chicken pieces. You wait, I'll be right there. Ye Qing quickly hung up the phone, and hurried out to school. High-dimensional fragments. 1.0 He is bound to win. He was a little excited, this is really true, the world and the earth work together. At the same time, at the gate of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, the pure and beautiful Zhang Yu, with her high ponytail and school uniform, put down her phone in confusion. All the previous expressions of not wanting to participate and being dismissive. Why are you so excited when you hear high-dimensional fragments? What are high-dimensional fragments? In the past 2 days, she has achieved quite a lot in managing the world, but she didn't pay attention to these things, so she didn't know what the so-called high-dimensional fragments were. Now, looking at Ye Qing's reaction, it seems that this thing is really unusual. She hurriedly started to check what the so-called high-dimensional fragments are on the main official website of the world. Soon, she found a post that introduced high-dimensional fragments in detail. High-dimensional fragments improve the world's personality, enhance the origin of the world, and enhance the potential of the world's creatures. The high-dimensional fragments themselves are very precious, and a high-level world master is required to enter the high-dimensional interception to obtain a small piece. A small piece of high-dimensional fragments the size of a fingernail is worth 1 billion in the market. The point is, there is no market for this thing. Because not all high-level world masters can successfully intercept high-dimensional fragments. See this. Zhang Yuqing's small mouth has opened into an O shape. 1 billion slices? Headmaster, is this a waste of money? A billion. That's 1 billion. She was dazzled for a while. Let alone 1 billion, even 100 million is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Until now, she finally understood why Ye Qing was so excited. Billion. High-dimensional fragments. It only needs to be resold and sold, and the road of the world master in the future will be smooth. Chapter 52. What are you still doing? Hurry up and go in. At the entrance of Guangling No. 1 Middle School, Ye Qing quickly got out of the car with the harsh sound of brakes. Seeing Zhang Yuqing who was still standing in front of the school gate, he hurried forward. Oh. Zhang Yuqing returned to his senses, and hurriedly put the phone away. At the same time, he couldn't hide his excitement and said, Ye Qing, did you already know the value of the high-dimensional fragments? A small piece is worth 1 billion. Principal, what is this? It's really costing money. I didn't expect the principal to come up with such a thing. Ye Qing was also a little excited. Wouldn't he be excited if the fire lizard was right in front of him? If it's resold, it will cost 1 billion. I never dreamed of owning so much money. Zhang Yu calculated in a low voice. How many things can 1 billion buy? How can you improve your own strength, etc.? It's just that Ye Qing's complexion is a little weird. Resell. Ye Qing looked at the silly girl in surprise. Is this thing for sale? Such a precious thing has a price but no market, of course it is used to improve oneself. Pattern. This is the pattern. If you have 1 billion, you may not be able to buy high-dimensional fragments, but if you have high-dimensional fragments, the future is really bright. Ye Qing really couldn't figure out what was going on in Zhang Yuqing's little head. Oh, by the way, how big is your world now? At this time, Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing with curious eyes. You know, Ye Qing is the dark horse this year, and the area of the initial awakening world is 33 kilometers. Known as a rare genius in 1,000 years. Although only 2 days have passed, the area of the world has grown extremely fast in the early days of the trainee world master. In the void, there are countless meteorite belts around the newly born world. You only need to integrate these meteorites into the world, and the world area will increase. Pressure. Coupled with the engulfment of the void energy, within 2 days, all the resources around the void will be transformed into the world area, which is definitely an explosive growth. Me. Qing pondered for a while, looking at the current world area of 670 kilometers, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then he said vaguely, "It's probably only a few hundred kilometers. Not much. How about you?" Qing asked back. Me, it's a full 330 kilometers. Zhang Yuqing raised her head with a little pride. Huya began to demonstrate again. 330 kilometers. Qing was a little surprised, and looked Zhang Yu up and down for a while. It's only been 2 days since I saw him, and it's been 330 kilometers? Are you kidding me? Am I a genius, or are you a genius? Hehe, I can only say that this lady is lucky. There will be more or less meteorite belts around the newly born world, and my world happens to be located near a void magic mine meteorite belt. It took 1 day to cultivate extraordinary creatures that can walk in the void, and it took another day to convert the magic mine into resources, and the world area skyrocketed, which is 10 kilometers away from the main seedling owner. Zhang Yuqing was a little proud. 2 days? A miracle. Are you cheating? How many resource cards do you have? Can you cultivate creatures like this? Qing was a little surprised. However, when he said this, Zhang Yu sighed lightly and darkly, all the savings in the family have been used to train me. It took 3 million in 2 days. 3 million. For an ordinary family, it is definitely difficult to come up with a huge sum of money. Zhang Yuqing's family still has a little money, but it's not enough to put it on the world lord. Cultivating a world master requires a lot of money. How many people can come up with 3 million? Qing is silent. Although 3 million is nothing to him, but beforehand, 3 million is enough for him to catch up. How about it, do you know the gap? Tell me, how many kilometers is your world? It can't even be 300 kilometers, right? Zhang Yu smiled lightly and looked at Qing. She felt that she could finally beat Qing one end. However, she also knows that Qing's world is definitely not small. She spent 3 million, but Qing has extraordinary creatures. This extraordinary creature, if it just stops in the void, and then plunders some meteorites to come back, the area of this world will only increase faster. She is just curious now. Curious about the size of Qing's world. Well, forget it, I don't want to say anything, I'm afraid I will hurt you. Qing said with a smile. Humph, that's not your way of doing things. Zhang Yu hummed softly. Qing's style of doing things. In the past, Qing was as strong as she wanted, hitting her anytime and anywhere. That's how she grew up under the halo of Qing's genius that day. That is never to be discouraged, never to admit defeat. Once you catch up with Qing, you will have to spare no effort to be proud for 2 or 3 days. You don't know, you don't even have 300 kilometers. Zhang Yu snickered and looked at Qing, and immediately, with another big sister attitude, patted Qing's shoulder, and said with a smile, "This time the first one, I'll take it for you. I count on you." She looks innocent, but she is actually a black-bellied female monster. That's what you said last time. Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing strangely. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yuqing's expression froze. She felt that Qing didn't seem very worried. Is it possible that the world is really big? She was a little puzzled, her bright eyes turned around, and she smiled like a little fox and said, "Then what level is your world civilization?" World civilization? Qing frowned, and looked again. After such a long period of development, almost all creatures have learned thaumaturgy and become masters of miracles. It's just that I is displayed in the column of civilization level. That is the first level of civilization. Civilization is not divided according to your strength. It has perfect rules and regulations, a complete system, and a complete social structure from bottom to top. Because of the particularity of civilization, Qing's sheep-human civilization is almost at a standstill. Almost everyone is a miracle master, who will build civilization. Now it is still in the city-state era, and only one main city provides residence, and the rest is used to study thaumaturgy and the lightsaber. To be able to reach level I of civilization is considered a benefit brought by thaumaturgy. Level I. Qing said straight to the point without hiding it. Level I civilization. Zhang Yuqing's eyes widened at first, and she looked at Qing in disbelief. Then, her red lips gradually revealed a smile. Immediately, her smile became brighter and brighter, and even her eyes narrowed into a. Seeing Zhang Yuqing like this, Qing knew what this little girl wanted to do. Without saying a word, he continued to walk towards the principal's office. Hey, Qing, look, how many buildings are there in our teaching building? Zhang Yuqing hurried to catch up, and began to ask some questions. Teaching building, 3 buildings. Qing kept silent. Oh, Qing, look, how many people are there in front? Zhang Yuqing asked again, pointing at the students in front. The classmates in front, the 3 of them. The corners of Qing's mouth twitched, and he smiled angrily. Okay, I know you are a level 3 civilization. Anyone can see the implicit hints. Wow, you don't know, this level 3 civilization is really difficult to manage. Zhang Yuqing was still talking about it, saying that he never leaves the level 3 civilization. There is no doubt that in terms of civilization level, she is already super young. Being able to surpass Qing in a certain aspect is simply a sense of accomplishment for her. By the way, what kind of system did you develop? At this time, Qing also became curious. I don't know. But he didn't want to. Zhang Yu shook his head lightly. Have no idea. Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing a little strangely. How is it displayed on the panel? The panel. Zhang Yu pondered for a while, then waved her hand. A panel appeared in front of her, and she adjusted the panel so that others could see it. At this point, Qing could clearly see Zhang Yuqing's world panel. World, Super Leaf Realm. World area, 330 kilometers. Total population, 129,000. Race, human, beastman, demon. Civilization level, 3. System : Super Yeja? Are you bored? After Qing saw Zhang Yuqing's world name, the corners of Qing's mouth twitched wildly. Hey! Zhang Yu snorted lightly, raising her snow-white neck. Qing didn't bother to pay attention, and then, her eyes fell on the race of the world. Demons. Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing unexpectedly. Where did you come from? The demon race. The meaning of this demon race is different. The demon race is a race. It is not something that can be achieved by practicing evil skills. This demon clan only represents one, the Abyss Demon Clan. In other words, in Zhang Yuqing's world, abyssal demons appeared. You said this. I saw someone selling the blood of the supernatural Abyss Demon on the main official website of the world. 100,000 drops, so I bought a few drops, and then, I cultivated the demon race. Zhang Yu said lightly, then, took out her mobile phone, found the corresponding product panel, and began to give Qing Amway again. A drop of 100,000 is still the extraordinary blood of the abyssal demon. Strong. I wanted to buy a few more drops at first, but it is said that this thing is very rare, there are only 10 drops. If you want to get it again, you have to make an appointment with a price increase. Qing looked at the products on the main official website of the world, and the corners of his mouth twitched. 100,000 one drop? Extraordinary Abyss Demon blood? Still rare? What the hell? Isn't this the blood of the extraordinary abyssal demon that he sold? He sold a full 100 tubes. One tube can extract at least 100 drops. He only sells a tube for 1 million yuan, and these profiteers sell one drop for 100,000 yuan? The difference in price is outrageous. Plus. However, Qing took a closer look, and found that the blood of these extraordinary demons has been processed. It is not as simple as a drop of ordinary blood, but the kind of blood that can be loaded into the biological panel and then activate the blood. However, with the drop of 100,000, this group of guys also made a lot of money. How much is the processing fee in the middle? Anyway, they made money. Ugh. Qing let out a long sigh, looked at Zhang Yuqing, and said quietly, in the future, don't buy anything in this store. Ah? Why? Zhang Yuqing was puzzled. $7. Qing shook his head, he can't control this matter, but next time something like this happens, instead of making it easier for outsiders, it's better to make it easier for him, an old classmate. If there is a next time, I will give priority to asking this old classmate if he needs it. With this in mind, Qing no longer struggled, he turned to look at Zhang Yuqing's system. It's all question marks. Qing has also experienced this situation. It should be a system that has not yet appeared. So, Zhang Yuqing also embarked on this path? Your system? Qing. He frowned, and then asked, what's the situation with your system now? That's the one. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuqing faltered, her face flushed slightly. Hey! Qing was a little strange, asking you about the world system, why are you blushing? That's right, what's the matter? Oh, that's right, people and beasts, and then there were orcs. Later, the demon clan system was added, and it became even more chaotic. Demons, monsters, and demons. Beastmen. Zhang Yu said lightly, her face blushed more and more, at this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and turn in. Qing was dumbfounded. CO author, what is the situation of this orc? Good guy, open your eyes and belong to yes. Well, it can be regarded as normal reproduction, so, is there any problem with your system? Qing asked again. It is indeed a normal reproduction, many so-called orcs come from this way. Okay. Zhang Yuqing also gradually returned to normal, murmured, and organized the language. They seem to be creating a new system, through reproduction, to make the offspring stronger. Orcs are stronger than ordinary. The human, Niuzhao's, race has more advantages. The orcs combine the strength of the orcs and the IQ of the human race. People, some Warcraft people, are stronger. This is the ultimate stitcher. Qing was silent, and immediately looked at Zhang Yuqing strangely. Your system, can I call it a hybrid system? You're a hybrid system. Zhang Yu glanced at Qing reproachfully. Well, no kidding. Your system should not exist at present, so, what do you want to do next? Qing asked curiously. As long as the original system does not conflict with other systems in terms of rules, more things can still be added. For example, let these people practice immortality, practice magic, or something else. Of course, you can also go all the way to the dark, and see what ultimate Stitch monster can be born in the end. However, that is an unknown system after all. If you want to study it yourself, you don't know that you will have to study it until the year of the monkey. Well, from the current point of view, it's actually not bad. After the iteration of the bloodline, the generations of Warcraft people have become stronger and stronger. Up to now, there is already an epic-level Warcraft man. Zhang Yu lightly said casually, and glanced at Qing. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Number. This little girl started to show off again. However, with her system, it is really convenient to become stronger just by multiplying. To be honest, with this system, Qing is envious of Lung. At this moment, the principal's office finally arrived. Qing chuckled, I'll be doing the mock exam later, but I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of ultimate Stitch monster your epic creature is. You are the ultimate Stitch monster. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly. Originally, she wanted to ask how Yeqing's creature was doing, whether the statue became an epic or something. However, seeing that she had already arrived at the principal's office, she stopped talking. Chapter 53. Headmaster. As they entered the principal's office, Yeqing and Zhang Yuqing greeted the familiar old principal. The old principal smiled and nodded. Especially Yeqing, he took a second look, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. At this time, in the principal's office, all the students who have become world masters have arrived. Including Yeqing, there are 15 people in total, and Nae is also there. However, Luyi didn't look at Yeqing. Yeqing didn't care too much, and soon he found a seat and sat down. Okay, everyone is here. The old headmaster opened his mouth, looked at the crowd, and continued, after 2 days of development, presumably, even if you have not become a qualified world master, you should have a certain understanding of the world master. And you, if you want to become a true world master, you have to pass the hurdle of the college entrance examination. If you pass it, the sky is as high as the birds fly, and the sea is as wide as the fish leap. Become a master. You can't pass all that. I can only rely on myself. The old principal, Balabala, made another big talk, and soon, he said again, this mock exam is a mock practice for the college entrance examination. It is divided into 3 sessions, each of which is different. It will also be the main direction of your college entrance examination in the future. Today, it is just test the most basic responsibility of the World Lord and purify the world. Purify the world? I heard that there are similar tasks in the Extraordinary Guild. The rewards for any task are extremely generous. I heard that there are countless opportunities to purify the world. Not only can you search for treasures there, but you can also devour the world's origin and make the world's area skyrocket. Even if you only complete one task, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. What? You're only thinking about the benefits, but that's a fallen world. If you're not careful, you may be in danger. How can it be so easy to purify the world? At this moment, all the students were discussing, whispering, and whispering. Is this what the college entrance examination depends on? Yeqing was a little surprised. He had actually fought once to purify the world. Although it was full of twists and turns, it was completed anyway, and got an S-level evaluation. But I don't want to. The college entrance examination is actually a test of these 3 mock exams? For the content of the college entrance examination? The first scene is to purify the world, so what are the next 2 scenes? Yeqing thought about it, never encountered it before, and had no experience. When the students were almost done with the introduction, the principal smiled and said, purifying the world is a comprehensive test of whether you can become a qualified world master. The simulated world that needs to be purified in this mock test is the standard 300 kilometers. 3 extraordinary creatures, 100 high-level creatures, and 1000 mid-level creatures. Your task is to find the core of the world and break the world core, then the simulated world will naturally collapse, and it will be considered a victory. With the introduction of the old principle, the students opened up one round. 300 kilometers? No way! This mock test is so difficult? I improved from 10 kilometers to 200 kilometers in 2 days. I thought I was a genius who was once in 100 years. As a result, the mock test is only 300 kilometers. There are still 3 extraordinary creatures? How do I fight them? I am only a high-level creature so far. Even if all the creatures in the world are piled together, I can't pile up 1. 3. It's even more difficult. Good guy, is this the college entrance examination? It's really difficult. 300 kilometers. The size of the world alone overwhelms me. At this moment, most of the students were wailing, feeling a little unbelievable and complicated. 300 kilometers? This is just like a joke. Who can soar 300 kilometers in 2 days? Unless it's a genius. Well, let alone. Most of the students present were howling, only Yeqing, Zhang Yuqing, and even that Lu Yi looked calm. Yeqing glanced at Lu Yi. Has this guy also grown to 300 kilometers? He shook his head secretly and didn't care about it. Okay, be quiet. This is still a mock exam, just calm down, the old headmaster said, and immediately, he talked about some details about purifying the world. These are valuable experiences, such as how to target certain creatures in the world, feints, tactics, etc. These are the foundations of the foundation. All the students listened with gusto. Even Yeqing, who had been in actual combat, nodded secretly. After all, the old principal is a senior world master, and he knows how to purify the world and how to divide tactics. After all, he is an experienced old man. However, you should also remember clearly that the fallen world is full of strange things. Everyone is the master of the world. No one knows what kind of backhand there is in the world. After all, there is a big difference between actual combat and simulation. Everyone should be careful, exhorted the old headmaster. At the same time, that gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at Yeqing. Understood. Everyone said in unison. Yeqing also nodded. Okay, the next step is to purify the world simulation test. Of course, in order to motivate all students, this simulation test also has a certain level of rewards, AEF. The first place can get pure law fragments, which can supplement the origin of the world. The second place can get the hourglass of time with 3 times the flow rate of time forever. The third place can get a fountain of life, which can enhance the potential of the world's creatures to a certain extent. The rest of the students, according to their rankings, can also get a lot of divine resources. The old headmaster said with a smile. Hearing this, all the students who knew the inside story were incomparable. Is this worth hundreds of millions? The old headmaster really spent his money, didn't he? But in front of the reward, all the students were full of enthusiasm and energy. After 2 days of operation, although they have not become official world masters, they are more or less different from before. The area of the world in the initial awakening does not mean anything. Who can make a big splash in the college entrance examination, that is the most important thing. They are gearing up and can't wait to prove themselves. Hey, aren't you nervous? At this moment, Zhang Yuqing's nervous voice came from Yeqing's ear. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a simulation, not real. Yeqing was a little amused. Hee, sure enough, a genius is a genius, and what he says is different. At this moment, a chuckle sounded, and it was that Lu Yi again. Yeqing glanced at Lu Yi, too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. This kind of person really needs to be dealt with. He provoked again and again, and was slapped in the face again and again. In the end, he still refused to repent and came to provoke. This kind of person, only by pressing him to death on the ground and slapping his face thoroughly can he be honest and know what the difference is. Otherwise, if he gets a little chance, or becomes stronger a little bit, he will be able to expand to no end. Yeqing ignored it, but Lu Yi yelled again, Hey, Yeqing, last time you made 800 million by selling blood, how is it? You have developed well these 2 days? Are you interested in competing with me? How about the loser, kneel down and kowtow to the other party to apologize? As soon as these words came out, Yeqing didn't respond yet. The students around exploded the pot. FK? Selling blood? 800 million? What the hell is this? Is it real or not? Good guy, what kind of blood is this? Can it be sold for 800 million? Yeqing won't sell her own blood, will she? Hey, 800 million, what kind of concept is this? I can't make so much money in my whole life. At this moment, the surrounding students looked at Qing in surprise. 8 billion. It's against the sky, it's simply too against the sky. At this moment, they were also moved. If selling blood can really sell 800 million yuan, they would like to have their blood drawn. 8 billion. That is an astronomical figure that they have never seen in their entire lives. Selling blood? Are you going to sell blood? At this time, even Zhang Yuqing looked at Qing with some doubts. The corner of Qing's mouth twitched. He knew that some words would change completely after they were spoken from Lu Yi's mouth. To this Lu Yi, he really didn't have a good face. The situation does not allow it, otherwise, he will really abolish this guy. He snorted coldly and didn't care, he didn't pay attention to that Lu Yi at all. Genius yet, are you afraid? With 800 million funds and such huge resources, don't you dare to compete with me. Lu Yi spoke again, full of provocation. This guy is always thinking about competing. Really boring. Qing gave a hello, looked at the principal and said, Principal, when will the mock exam start? I'm sleepy. You. Being ignored by Qing again, Lu Yi was really angry. All right. At this moment, the old headmaster suddenly said, the competition between you can be conducted in private. Now, it's time for the mock exam. Everyone, stand in the mock room, and the mock exam will begin. As the old principal said, he stretched out his hand on the tabletop. Boom! As if some switch was touched, there was a vibration under the feet. Caw caw caw! Another mechanical sound sounded, and cracks appeared on the ground, and the simulated cabins full of technological sense rose from the ground. That thing is like a virtual game in some online novels. However, let alone, the functions of the simulation cabin and the game cabin are really not bad. Boy yet, you come first. The old headmaster looked at Qing and said with a smile. Okay. Qing did his part, stepped forward 2 steps, and lay down in the first simulation cabin. Close your eyes and wait until the brain computer is connected, then you can enter the simulation world. The old principal explained. Yes. Qing nodded, and immediately closed his eyes. Not long after, there were bursts of sounds in his ears. After the brain-computer connection is complete, do you want to start the simulation test? On. Qing confirmed. In the next second, he only felt the sky and the earth spinning for a while, as if he was teleporting. Under the eyelids, there were countless light spots flickering. Finally, when everything stabilized, he opened his eyes again. It wasn't until the moment he opened his eyes that he realized that everything around him had changed. The boundless void is full of stars. Ahead, there is a standard world area of 300 kilometers, full of vitality, surrounded by intertwined laws, and the world is solid. Indistinctly, many creatures can be seen in it. Is this a simulated world? Qing was a little surprised, looking at the incomparably real world, and looking at himself, he felt that everything seemed real, without any sense of disobedience. Okay, Qing, next, you can project the world and purify the world. At this time, the voice of the old principal came to Qing's ears through the fusion. Qing nodded. Projection containment boundary. Qing said softly. In the next second, a huge phantom of the world appeared out of thin air. Huge world area, vibrant world. A terrifying shadow fell, and the world wall and the virtual world began to collide. A series of data appeared before Qing's eyes. The world projection is successful, the containment world and the world wall of the simulated world are fighting. Calculating the world area of the containment area. Calculating the biological strength of the containment area. Calculation results, the world area of the containment world, 670 kilometers. According to the calculation results, the containment world is full of vitality and species are flourishing. Containment World vs Simulation World. Result of the confrontation, the containment world has completely crushed the simulated world. World World Competition. Result of the confrontation, the containment world has completely crushed the simulated world. Congratulations, you have gained an advantage. All members of the containment community will get a 30% strength bonus when fighting against creatures in the simulated world. As expected. Qing smiled lightly. This result was naturally what he had foreseen. How can a world of 300 kilometers fight against his containment world? What is this if it's not full-scale crushing? At the same time, what Qing didn't know was, in the outside world, in front of Qing's virtual cabin, a virtual projection screen also appeared in front of his cabin. Everything that happened to Qing in the virtual void was intuitively displayed in front of everyone. 670. Fully crush the simulation world. The eyes of everyone who read each piece of news were wide-eyed, full of disbelief. FK, 670 kilometers? Is it true or not? 670 kilometers? Damn, Qing is on the hook? In 2 days, it has skyrocketed by 600 kilometers? Damn! I thought I would be a once-in-a-thousand-year genius when I was promoted to 250 kilometers, but I didn't think that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, and I am a 250. Damn, 10 kilometers because of Badian? How did Qing do it? 800 million? It must be the 800 million. Ah, I want to sell blood too. At this moment, countless students were full of envy and shock, and looked at the screen with various unknown emotions. Real. The moment Qing's world area came out, everyone was dumbfounded. FK, 600 kilometers? Is this still human? Although Qing first awakened, it was a full 33 kilometers, crushing everyone. But when they started to develop and the area of the world continued to expand, they swelled up, thinking that they were geniuses, or that their adventure against the sky was the fate of the protagonist. Until I saw Qing's world size. 670 kilometers. Zhang Yuking's small mouth was also opened into an O shape, and her face was full of disbelief. She used to be complacent about her world area of more than 300 kilometers, but she didn't want to. Qing came back with 600 kilometers and completely crushed it. On the side, Liu Yi's face was also full of shock, and immediately, an imperceptible joy flashed in his eyes. At this time, the old principal looked at everything that happened on the virtual screen and nodded in relief. Sure enough, this kid has already risen. It seems that Qing, the Transcendent Guild who completed the S-level evaluation, is Xiaozi. 2 days, a miracle. This is truly a miracle. Just when everyone has different thoughts and complicated emotions. A notification tone suddenly sounded. The simulated plane war is over, time consuming, 10 seconds. This simulated plane war, rating, S+. Student Qing, congratulations on passing the mock exam. Accompanied by the notification sound, at this moment, a needle can be heard in the principal's room. Zhang Yuking? Students? The old headmaster? Shit, what happened? Chapter 54. Senseless. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. What happened? Everyone looked at the virtual warehouse where Qing was in a daze, and looked at the screen where the settlement had started on the virtual screen, and everyone was a little unresponsive. It's over? This is the end? What did they hear? 10 seconds? It only took Qing 10 seconds to end the anomaly war? Are you kidding me? The headmaster is also confused. He knew that Qing had already fought in actual combat, evolved a world, and even got an S-level evaluation. That's why he asked Qing to come up as a demonstration, and at the same time, to see how big Qing's world is. But I don't want to, this demonstration has not started yet, everything is over in just 10 seconds. What about plain wars? It was agreed that you would come and go and fight with each other? As a result, Tian Miao? Is it really a spike? Wow! At this moment, the hatch of the virtual cabin slowly opened. Qing opened his eyes again, got up, and left the virtual cabin. As soon as she came out, Qing felt the strange gazes around her. What's wrong? Qing looked at the crowd with some amusement. You, how did you do it? Zhang Yu asked in a daze. She was also frightened. 10 seconds. It's over in 10 seconds. End rating. That's just like a joke. Is it difficult? The simulated world is just a virtual war, and it's not real. Qing laughed a little. No. Didn't you say that your level of world civilization is only good? How do you? Zhang Yuqing was still a little incredulous. A super civilization, in 10 seconds, wiped out a world of 300 kilometers on one side? Oh? Who told you that the level of civilization is linked to strength? Qing curled his lips. He said that he is a level I civilization, but it doesn't mean that the strength of creatures in his world is linked to the level of civilization. You. Zhang Yuqing looked at Qing with a complicated expression, and for a while, she didn't know what to say. Qing wiped out a world of 300 kilometers in 10 seconds. Doesn't that mean that I can't last long in front of Qing? Zhang Yuqing was in a daze, only feeling that the gap between herself and Qing was getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Yuqing is like this. The rest of the people looked even more complicated. Didn't everyone say that Qing is useless? Why is there such a heaven-defying strength? 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the world of 300 kilometers was wiped out? Doesn't that mean that I don't even have the qualifications to last 10 seconds in front of Qing? Is this really a hang-up? Plus, everyone was surprised and uncertain, and their faces were very ugly. It's really... Even the old principal was a little bit emotional, and looked at Qing with a complicated expression. Is this Qing's rise? With the ability to purify the world alone, coupled with the huge world area. Qing, it really has a certain climate. He is a little relieved. Those guys really missed it. Fallen genius? Hey! What are you kidding? This is clearly the rising true god. Little Yezi, if you don't mind, can you watch the replay? The old headmaster asked. Unknowingly, he had already started to seek Qing's opinion, and his attitude towards Qing changed slightly. Oh, that, it doesn't matter, let's see. Qing nodded with a smile. Isn't it just playback? Look. He has nothing to hide, just look at it. Hearing this, the old headmaster stepped forward and tapped a few times, and soon, the screen gradually appeared on the virtual screen, and it was switched back to the original screen where Qing entered the virtual starry sky. With the replay appearing, at this moment, everyone is watching intently, holding their breath, not daring to breathe, for fear of missing some important clip. They want to know how Qing did it. Screen starts. As Qing summoned the containment world, the wills of the two worlds confronted, and Qing won with a crushing attitude. Finally, the two worlds began to collide, the space portal opened, and then... buzz! A terrifying golden light flashed away. In the blink of an eye, the 300-kilometer virtual world collapsed instantly. Everyone? What the hell is this? They rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they were wrong. But in that void, the world is broken, fragments are everywhere, laws collapsed, data is disordered, there is no doubt that this virtual world has been destroyed. Fast, too fast. There was a flash of gold, and then it was all over. Plus. This is a monster, right? 10 seconds? How can there be 10 seconds? It's only a second. Does the 10 seconds before CO authoring include preparation time? In a real battle, Qing only took 1 second. 1 second, quality. Instantly kill a world of 300 kilometers. This is still human? At this moment, everyone looked at Qing with complicated eyes. What kind of monster is this? It's enough to grow the world by 600 kilometers in 2 days, but 10 tricks can kill everything in seconds when purifying the world? Unbelievable. It's really too bad. At this time, the old principal took a deep breath, frowned, thought for a while, and began to slow down the playback multiple. Twice as slow, still a golden light, killing everything in seconds. Slow down 5 times, this time I can finally see it a little bit, but still a golden light appeared from the containment world, and wiped out the virtual world doctor. Slow down 10 times, at this time, everyone finally saw that at the space portal, a flaming holy sword flashed away, and a terrifying golden light destroyed the world and destroyed the virtual world in an instant. This is all that is shown in all the pictures. It is obviously impossible to see what is in Qing's world projection. They only know that in Qing's world, there is definitely a strong man, a terrifying kind of strong man. At this moment, everyone began to discuss and speculate. Qing naturally has no need to explain. That blow, of course, came from the goalkeeper. One sword, destroy the world. Of course, it's not just the gatekeepers. No matter how strong the gatekeeper is, it is only a legendary creature after all. No matter how small the world of 300 kilometers is, it still contains the will of the world. With the support of the will of the world, if a legendary creature wants to destroy the world, it is simply a dream. In fact, this blow included the blessings of all miracle masters in the containment world. They either enhance the gatekeeper's sword light, or make it bigger, or increase its power. In short, the buff is almost fully stacked. This caused one blow to destroy everything. The speed of Jianguang has surpassed the speed of light, destroying the core of the world in an instant, causing the world to collapse. And then it's over. Okay, it's your turn. At this moment, the old headmaster coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention back. Here they are. At this moment, everyone was a little nervous. Originally, they wanted to see how Qing purified the world, so as to accumulate some experience. Result: Qing's operation, they really can't learn it. At the same time, they also expressed great pressure. There is no doubt that Ye2 is definitely number 1. The 10-second score and the S&D evaluation made them desperate. However, the mock exam is to be taken after all. With apprehensive hearts, they stepped into the mock cabin and started the mock exam. Seeing that all the students had entered the simulation cabin, the old headmaster looked at Qing, who seemed to be doing nothing, and couldn't laugh or cry. "You boy, don't you know how to restrain yourself?" He wanted Qing to demonstrate high-end operations, eat away at the world, and purify the world step by step. Qing turned out to be fine. Directly show what is called against the sky operation. Restrain a little? Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Qing was a little amused, then shook his head and said, "After playing the pig for a long time, you will really become a pig. In a world of big fights, let's fight. The edge is too easy to break, you boy, you still need to understand the truth that a tree is as good as a forest, and the wind will destroy it." The old principal looked at Qing seriously. Qing seems to be a genius, but sometimes, he really needs to restrain himself. What Qing said was not without reason. But he wants Qing to grasp the speed. "Don't worry, principal, I can handle it," Qing said with confidence. "As long as you know." The old headmaster nodded, and immediately, he blamed again, "You boy, why did you go to the extraordinary guild without saying a word, and even went to do the task? Do you know how dangerous it is? Isn't that all right?" Qing was a little embarrassed. "You boy, oh." The old headmaster sighed. If he had known in advance, he would never have let Qing go to the extraordinary guild to do the task. Qing can be said to be a pure little white, who has never experienced a war between planes, so he is so rash to purify the world. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. It also gave Qing an S-level evaluation. Judging from the results, it must be good. But that doesn't mean the old principal isn't worried. If you don't understand anything in the future, just call me and ask me. The old man has no other skills, but he still has some experience. The old principal pushed the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly. Qing can hear the concern in the old principal's words. Maybe it's because he cherishes the genius, or maybe it's because of other reasons. Anyway, this feeling, Qing submitted it. Today's matter will be spread no matter what, and combined with your actions in the extraordinary guild, you will definitely be targeted in the next provincial college entrance examination. Have you thought about how to deal with it? Suddenly, the old headmaster said. 0. Ask for flowers. Today's matter, no matter how strict he is to keep his mouth shut, it is impossible for him to keep everything secret. Who can guarantee that today's matter will never be mentioned? Not a word? Even if there is a hush money, it will be useless. What should be leaked is not leaked. Qing, a dark horse, will definitely be listed as the focus of attention by major universities. Who doesn't want the students in their school to go one step further and win Jiwen? At that time, it will be the glory of the whole school. This is not called suppressing geniuses, this is called competition. If you can compete, you are called a genius. If you can't compete, you can only leave the stage sadly. You can only say that your skills are inferior to others. As long as you don't use those low-level methods, you can study tactics, study the opponent's world, and study the opponent's shortcomings. Target. Qing murmured, and then smiled, then, before the official college entrance examination, become stronger again. Let all their targets and all their news be outdated. You boy, you are really confident. The old headmaster shook his head and smiled, and suddenly said, I heard that there are some good seedlings in various colleges and universities, who are also geniuses and come from a good family background. The so-called good family background, in a simple description, is not short of money. As long as the money is in place, trash can become genius. Well, this is really troublesome. Qing pondered. What? Lost confidence? The principal was suddenly a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Qing like this. It's so difficult for a poor family to compare with a family of aristocrats. Qing sighed. Alas! The old headmaster also sighed, and his expression was a little complicated. 0. Yes. How does the poor family fight against the old family? In a trance, he thought of himself back then. Principal, you have seen my potential now, why don't you give me the high-dimensional fragments in advance, so that I can win glory for you and the school? Qing suddenly said with a smile. Okay. The old headmaster came back to his senses, and immediately his face turned black. Okay, let me tell you why your boy suddenly changed his S**x, and you are waiting here for the old man. Ahem. Qing was a little embarrassed and touched his nose. You boy. The old headmaster shook his head with a smile, and then said again, if there is any, the old man can give it to you. What do you mean? Qing was taken aback. It means that the high-dimensional fragments are still high-dimensional. If you want to intercept them, you have to intercept them at a specific time and place. The old man calculated that 4 days later will be the best day. A high-dimensional point it will become weak, it is a good time to intercept, the old headmaster said. Ah this! Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said speechlessly, you started saying that there are high-dimensional fragment rewards before you get it. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if you can't take it off at that time? What are you talking about, boy? 4 days later, the principals of all universities will enter the high-dimensional, cast spells together, and intercept the high-dimensional fragments. This is the key, the old principal explained. Oh? It means that other colleges and universities are also holding mock exams. Qing was taken aback and asked curiously. This is indeed a test before the college entrance examination. At the same time, it is also a reinforcement. Everyone hopes that the geniuses in their school can soar to the sky and stand on a higher stage. The old principal said with emotion. Qing nodded, then, Principal, can you tell me about the talents in other universities? I'm not sure about this, it's all very precious and well hidden, but this mock exam should reveal a thing or two, said the old headmaster. Understood. Qing nodded, and immediately looked at the situation of the mock exams of the others. As far as he was discussing with the principal, the war between the planes of the people had already started, and some people had even entered the heat of the war. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly Zhang Yuqing. With a world area of 330 kilometers, it is full of vitality. Both the world area and the world will have achieved a certain degree of advantage, and they have gained a home field bonus. Several warcraft besieged the extraordinary creatures in the virtual world. As for the epic warcraft man, Qing didn't see it, Zhang Yuqing probably hid it. Immediately, Qing looked at Luyi again. Then Luyi's world area is not bad, 310 kilometers, the world's creatures are a group of fierce beasts, and it will be steady for a while. As for the rest, it's just average. Qing took a few glances, then shook her head, feeling much lazy. His thoughts began to wander. His enemies are naturally the geniuses from the universities. World child. Sufficient funds. Trash can become a phoenix. He acted like he didn't care before, but in fact, he still has a certain amount of pressure. With money, you can really do whatever you want. It seems that it's time for a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, corpse. Chapter 55. Student Zhang Yuqing. The simulated plane war is over, time-consuming, 40 minutes. This simulated plane war, evaluation, A. Student LUB. The simulated plane war is over, time-consuming, 55 minutes. This simulated plane war, evaluation, B+. Students. At this time, with the passage of time, all the students have also ended the mock exam one after another. The best result is Zhang Yuqing. But obviously, whether it was Zhang Yuqing or anyone else, those tens of minutes were in sharp contrast to Qing's 10 seconds. This gap is really not a star. Compared with other people, Qing is like a person from two worlds. Of course, Qing also saw that these guys were more or less suspected of hiding their strength, and they didn't come up to amplify their moves from the beginning. Just like Zhang Yuqing, he never dispatched an epic-level ultimate stitch monster from the beginning to the end. If she really releases it, this time may have to be shortened by twice. However, even if it is doubled, compared with Qing, there is still a big gap. Perhaps it was also because the gap was too large that these guys chose to give up the sprint, but to explore and purify the world honestly and steadily. Finally, the results came out. Qing is absolutely number 1. The second is Zhang Yuqing. Then there is Luyi. The rest of the people also have their own achievements. There are even people who failed to purify, were invaded by creatures from the virtual world, failed the exam, and their own world collapsed. Fortunately, this is just a virtual battle, and the world they projected is just a phantom. Even if they fail, there is no harm to the world lord himself. However, it is inevitable that some guys will turn pale. Seeing my own world explode with my own eyes, that feeling. I can only say that whoever experiences it will know. Of course, even for the failed students 730, the principal also gave different degrees of rewards from Shen Yuan. There is still a place in failure. Even the last one will be rewarded with 3 divine sources. Luyi, this is your fountain of life. After distributing the divine resources of the rest of the students, the old principal took out a resource card and handed it to Luyi. The B-level resource card, the fountain of life, can increase the potential to a certain extent, which is not bad. Thank you, Principal. Liu Yi took the card and thanked him respectfully. Work hard and keep getting stronger. The principal tried his best to say a few words, and then looked at Zhang Yuqing again. He flipped his wrist, as if by magic, and pulled out an hourglass. The hourglass is a little rough in workmanship, and there is less gravel in it. The hourglass of time with 3 times the flow rate of time is priced at 100 million. This is your hourglass of time. Work hard and strive to become stronger, said the old principal, and handed the hourglass of time to Zhang Yuqing. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Yuqing took it happily. The hourglass of time can control the flow of time. She has been popular for a long time. But this thing is worth 100 million. Not something their family can afford. But now it's all right, this thing is a perfect match for her system. As long as there is enough time and the biological bloodline is iteratively renewed, she will become stronger and stronger. At this time, Liu Yi, who was on the side, looked at the hourglass of time in Zhang Yuqing's hand, and his eyes were full of envy. Compared to the hourglass of time, is his fountain of life a fart? But there is no way, he can only be envious and jealous. Boy, yeah, it's your turn. The old headmaster looked at Qing again, and said, he flipped his wrist, and a bright crystal appeared in his palm. In the crystal, there is also a translucent, glass-like fragment sealed. Fragments of law can make up for the laws of the world. This is definitely a treasure that enhances the potential of the world. The more complete the world is, the stronger the creatures and stronger people will be. This fragment of the law is equally precious, and it also requires great power, and it can only be obtained by intercepting it in the broken world. Is this the fragment of law? Qing took the crystal, looking at the translucent fragment of law in the crystal, a little surprised. This is the first time he has seen the law fragments. This thing is not sold on the official website, it is very precious. The rest of the people looked at the fragments of the law in Qing's hands, their eyes were red, they were really envious and jealous. Once the own world is integrated into the law fragments, not only the laws will be perfected, but the world area will even be expanded. Roughly estimated, with the law fragments in Qing's hands, it is not a problem to increase the land of 100 kilometers. Adding the 670 kilometers before Qing, it is a full 770 kilometers. Everyone is just envious. They can't wait to get the fragment of the law of the world. The point is, this is just the first mock exam. With Qing's strength, she will definitely rank first in the next 2 mock exams. Qing got 2 more fragments of the law of the world, and by then, it would be 970 kilometers away. Plus, the more you think about it, the more everyone wants to cry. This is so bullying. Has anyone ever seen a trainee world with a world area of 1000 kilometers? It would be fine if Qing was from an aristocratic family. If he had money and resources, spending money like crazy would be against the sky. However, Qing's family background is known to everyone. This is so frustrating. Ugh. People are more popular than people. Okay, work hard, and don't be proud. You must know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, the old principal urged. Before, he had talked enough with Qing. Understood. Qing nodded. If it were before, Qing would naturally think that his 670-kilometer world is huge, plus the legendary goalkeeper, this year's college entrance examination, he will have to get a solution. But the old headmaster said that there were certain sons from aristocratic families. He is under pressure. Only get stronger, get stronger. Before the college entrance examination, use all the resources and transform them into combat power, so that he can feel at ease. Okay, let's go back. 2 days later, there will be a new mock exam, prepare well. The old principal began to chase people away. Qing and others nodded and said yes, soon, bite. There is no doubt that everything today will soon be spread. Qing's incredible 10-second clearance and SN score will definitely spread the word. Qing didn't take this to heart, this effect was what he wanted. He will let others guess and fear. Qing, how on earth did you do it? On the way, Zhang Yuqing struggled, and finally mustered up the courage. She looked at Qing without blinking her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously. How did you do it? Qing was taken aback and asked back. That's right, the world area of 670 kilometers. Zhang Yuqing gestured, still a little unbelievable. In her mind, Qing is tens of kilometers bigger than her, and the world area of 100 kilometers is as big as the sky. But it wasn't until the end that she realized that Qing's world was twice as big as hers. How does this make her accept? This, my luck is better, there are more meteorite belts around, that's it. Qing said something similar to Zhang Yuqing. Qing didn't think of the meteorite belt until now. Because of various situations before, he didn't care about the meteorite belt, and he didn't cultivate void creatures. The surrounding meteorite belt is simply a treasure land waiting to be developed. Meteorite belt. Zhang Yuqing was speechless. How big a meteor belt does this have to be to increase the size of the world by 600 kilometers? Never mind. She didn't get entangled anymore, she changed the subject, and asked in a low voice, do you have a legendary creature? Almost. Qing nodded. I knew it. Zhang Yu nodded lightly. How should I put this matter? Unexpected, but reasonable. Qing created an extraordinary creature from the beginning. 2 days have passed, as long as the resources are available, it is not unacceptable to upgrade Ko Fan to legend. World area, initial creature. These are the novice benefits for apprentice world masters. As a trainee world master, there is a terrifying outbreak period in the process of ascension. Of course, after the outbreak period, there will be a long vacuum period. Because the meteorite belt is exhausted, the initial resources are exhausted. If you want to improve further, you have to spend money, or you can join the God system and get resources. This is why, the trainee world master has 7 days to prepare for the college entrance examination. The initial world area is 1 point, but after 7 days, it is completely finalized, and then the real future of a world master can be seen. By the way, that Lu Yi said before, you are going to sell blood, what's going on? Until this time, Zhang Yuqing started to bring up the old story again. She looked at Qing with worried eyes. Sell blood? That's not a good word. Qing's growth is so fast, it must have something to do with selling blood. She thought so, and before Qing could respond, she subconsciously said, if you really lack resources, I think, I can still. What are you thinking? Qing stretched out his hand, tapped Zhang Yuqing's forehead, and said a little funny, could it be that you really think I'm going to sell my own blood? Also, you are the only one who supports me? You are not enough yourself, how can you support me? Don't forget, I sold blood for 800 million. Ugh! Zhang Yu rubbed her forehead lightly, but when she heard Qing's words, she felt something was wrong, so, what's the situation with your blood? 800 million. What kind of blood are you selling? It's not just blood. The blood is actually a small part, mainly the world crusher. Qing said, and immediately gave an overview of what happened before. 2. What? Are you being targeted by the abyss? Zhang Yu exclaimed lightly, her beautiful eyes widened, a little shocked. Forehead. Qing froze, what are you doing with such a big reaction? Anyway, it's over. Yes, Qing didn't say that there will be an army coming from the abyss later, and choose to hide, so as not to surprise this little girl. You are really... I don't know whether to say that you are lucky or unlucky. Zhang Yuqing said a little angrily. To be honest, she was a little scared. Just listening to Qing's description makes my heart tremble. One mistake, the world may be destroyed. Well, It's all over. Why are you so worried about me? Do you like me? Qing suddenly looked at Zhang Yuqing with a smirk. Zhang Yu's face turned red immediately, his eyes dodged, and he stammered, Who likes you? I'm so affectionate. Hey, are you still blushing? Why are you blushing? You don't really like me, do you? Well, it's normal, after all, as handsome and outstanding as a genius like Ben, any girl would like it. Qing said. Narcissistic tone, that's called arrogance. Go to hell. Zhang Yu lightly squeezed her fist and hit Qing on the shoulder. Fighting and fighting, the figures of the two gradually faded away. But at this moment, at the school gate, at the corner, Liu Yi looked at the backs of Qing and Zhang Yuqing leaving, and frowned slightly. Being targeted by the abyss. He subconsciously clenched a card full of ominous and treacherous atmosphere. Fortunately, he had some joy in his eyes, but also some reluctance. He knows a lot about the abyss. I did it the first time, but what about the second time? There is still time for the second invasion of the abyss. At that time, it will not be 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. It's an entire abyss battleship. Among them, the strong are like clouds. There is only a 10% chance of Qing surviving this crisis. Oh, plus the combat power that Qing showed before, it might be 30%. Or another person. Liu Yi hesitated. Never mind. After a long time, he put away the cards in his hand, turned around and left. There was a little red light in his eyes. After 7 days, if you are not dead, I will give you glory again. However, the glory at that time is not your glory. Outside the Extraordinary Guild. Squeak. With the sound of the brakes, Qing and Zhang Yuqing got out of the car. Extraordinary Guild. Zhang Yu lightly looked at the huge landmark building, people coming and going, and the beautiful environment, and was a little surprised. Why did you bring me here? Bring you to open your eyes. Qing said with a smile. Is there any girl who doesn't like shopping? Is there any girl who doesn't like to go out? Wow! Zhang Yuqing's eyes were full of little stars, looking at the greenery in front of the Extraordinary Guild, looking at the fountain, looking at the statue building, everything was full of novelty. Come on, take a picture of me. Zhang Yu said softly, greeting Qing. Very lively, very active. Full of youthful spirit. Qing smiled lightly, enjoying this rare moment. Finally, the outside shopping is over. Let's go. Zhang Yu said softly. What? Aren't you going in? Qing was a little surprised. He came here, so he just took pictures outside? Take a look outside? Too expensive. Zhang Yu shook his head lightly, instead of wandering around in it, it's better to go back and cultivate the world. It's okay, let's go. I happen to be short of 2 things that need to be purchased, so you should just accompany me. Qing said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Yuqing hesitated, but finally reluctantly agreed. Inside the Extraordinary Guild. That is really a dazzling array of golden lights. Babes everywhere. The person watching is dazzled. Zhang Yuqing's eyes twinkled with little stars, and then ran to a counter, seeing the things inside the counter and couldn't walk. Qing stepped forward curiously, looking at what Zhang Yu was looking at lightly. Well, that's something that looks like a scale. Name, balance 1.4 Libra. Description, it can balance blood vessels, prevent blood pulse bursts, and is effective for extraordinary and below creatures. Price, 53 million. Want it? Qing asked. Zhang Yu nodded lightly, then immediately pursed her lips, shook her head and said, but it's so expensive. She has wanted this for ages. Her world is where bloodlines are iteratively updated to create more powerful creatures. Obviously, there are pros and cons. Bloodlines will conflict with each other, and there are more deformed monsters in her world. Really powerful and perfectly compatible creatures are really rare. It's all down to luck, look at the face. And if there is this balance scale, the situation is different. Let's go. Zhang Yuqing walked away reluctantly. She is eager, but the price really puts off. Ye Qing smiled, and soon, he went to buy what he wanted. What he wants is naturally phagocytic cells, the grid of death, and the source of evolution. He was prepared for the fire lizard. These things add up to 480 million. Not a lot. It's also a good thing that Zhang Yuqing didn't keep up, otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted from the price. Let's go. Ye Qing said lightly to Zhang Yu with a smile after purchasing everything. Zhang Yuqing didn't ask Ye Qing how much he spent or what he bought, and then left the Transcendent Guild. Soon, we arrived at the gate of the community. I'm going home, see you next time. Just wait, next time I will definitely surpass you, better than you. Zhang Yu waved his hand lightly, and little Huya started to demonstrate again. Remember to pick up the courier when you get home. Ye Qing said with a smile. Express delivery? What express delivery? Zhang Yu was taken aback. But obviously, Ye Qing didn't mean to explain, turned around and went home. Finally, back home again. Ye Qing took a deep breath, his expression concentrated, he hadn't forgotten the business. System, start 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 56. Zhang Yu is light at home. Before her parents came home, Zhang Yuqing quickly returned to her room, and she had just sat down when an alert appeared on her computer screen. You have a new courier, please sign for it. There is really a delivery. Zhang Yuqing was a little surprised, she didn't know how Ye Qing did it, she obviously followed Ye Qing every step of the way, but Ye Qing just bought something. It was sent to her home. She didn't want it, but after thinking about it, she still wanted to see what Ye Qing sent over. She clicked to sign for it, and immediately, buzz! In front of her, a space door appeared, and the kamikaze robot walked out of the space channel carrying a small box. Zhang Yuqing quickly completed the signing work. Looking at the small box, thinking about it, I decided to take it apart. In the box, a scale engraved with exquisite patterns lies quietly in it. Name, Boutique Balance Scale. Description, it can balance blood vessels, prevent blood pulse bursts, and is effective for epic and below creatures. Price, 103 million. Shocked. After seeing the introduction of this balanced scale, Zhang Yuqing was completely stunned. 103 million? Expensive. Her first thought was expensive. This thing is too expensive. 100 million. This is a billion. In her opinion, Ye Qing also needs resources, 800 million is a lot, but as the World Lord, she also knows very well that no amount of money is enough for the World Lord. Ye Qing's ability to increase the world's area by 600 kilometers must have something to do with the 800 million. But now, Ye Qing took out 100 million and gave her such a fine balance scale. She looked complicated, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Move? But more complicated things made it difficult for her to understand. There is a feeling of being pitted by Ye Qing. Wow! At this moment, a piece of paper fell from the balance scale. Zhang Yu lightly picked it up and took a look. Are you moved? Are you crying? Let me tell you, it's because Zhang uncle helped me when my family was in the most difficult time. This is just a return gift to Zhang uncle. It has nothing to do with you. 08. Oh, do you think it's too precious? Do you think it's repayment? Are you thinking that you can only pay off your debts by marrying me? Tisk, what you think is so beautiful. We are tall, rich, and handsome now, and we are also a rare genius. After a long list of boastful words, Zhang Yu's face darkened slightly, and she didn't read it. Hey, I only want to marry you. Zhang Yu spat lightly. However, looking at the exquisite balance scale, Her heart still warmed up. This love, she remembered. 100 million is a lot, but after becoming a world lord, he will only earn more money in the future. But the concept of being rich in the future is different from being rich now. Now is the time to race against time to lay the foundation. Money is really an axe. This is the so-called timely delivery of charcoal and icing on the cake. And at this time, Yeqing's home. Yeqing naturally didn't think about how Zhang Yuqing would react. At this moment, there were light curtains in front of him that only he could see. Now, he is drawing 10 consecutive draws. Along with flashes of golden light, system notification sounds sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a containment card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 containment cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a divinity card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a green card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a blue card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a red card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got 1,000 yellow cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a white card. Divine cards. Yeqing's pupil shrank. At this moment, a smile appeared on his face again. Here comes another divinity. What is this? So far, in his containment world, there have been 3 divine existences, the gluttonous rabbit, the plague doctor and the gatekeeper. At the same time, there is a non-fire lizard waiting to be created. Among them, the gluttonous rabbit and the epidemic doctor became gods because of their huge consumption. The gatekeeper and the unholy lizard belong to the existence of divinity. Now get another divinity card. Very good. There are more cards in this hole. This is, possessed by the Emperor of Europe. Yes, it must be the possession of the Emperor of Europe, definitely not some guarantee mechanism. But the color card is interesting. Green, blue, red, yellow, white. One of each color? By the way, I still have a white card. Yeqing pondered, he still has a white card and a black card that he hasn't opened yet. Black definitely cannot be flipped. White words. Yeqing thought, it seems that it is time to turn out these white cards and use them. You have to know what you have turned out and what kind of whole cards you have. Thinking of this, Yeqing stretched out his hand to grab it, and the 2 white cards appeared in his hand. White card, good luck card. It is definitely his lucky day to be able to draw this card and another divine card today. Open. Without a word, he flipped over 2 cards at the same time. At this moment, surrounded by streaks of white light, different patterns gradually emerged on the 2 white cards. 2 white cards. One is a bottle of clear liquid. One is the tentacles of a starfish. Card title, Longevity Medicine. Description, you have obtained the secret treasure of the supervisor, and you have been cured. Effect, when used, it can completely cure all the ailments of the living beings. Card title, Starfish Caress. Description, one of the 5 arms of the universe sea brushes over you, you are strengthened. Effect, in the next 3 shots, increase 100% attack power / 100% defense power / 80% speed / 100% life value. Good things, all good things. Yeqing smiled, this is definitely a good thing. The elixir is the spring water numbered -006. And that starfish is actually a starfish of the Supreme Divinity Universe. It can be said that the white card is an absolute buff bonus. Especially the caress of the starfish. Increase 100% attack, 100% defense, 80% speed, 100% health. What the heck, the strength has been doubled properly. If it is used on the gatekeeper. Tut tut. Yeqing already thought of the scene where the gatekeeper destroyed time and space with a sword. Ahem, it's a bit crazy to destroy time and space, it should be to destroy the world. Ye Qing muttered. Although the bonus is only 3 shots, it's not bad. Then, next. Ye Qing looked at the remaining cards of various colors, and was a little tangled for a while. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the yellow card. I didn't turn over the yellow cards before, but now there are more yellow cards. The yellow card seems to be, the income is coming? No matter, let's open it first. With this in mind, Ye Qing stretched out his hand to grab it, and the yellow card appeared in his hand. Along with flipping it lightly, rays of light appeared in the yellow card, and patterns began to appear. Card title, Lost Aztec Gold. Description, you found the golden reward of a lost civilization. Enjoy your bloody money. Effect, receive 300 million blue star coins. Oh! Ye Qing looked at the effect of this card, his eyes lit up slightly. Yellow cards are income cards, and different money can be obtained according to different cards. Originally, most of these yellow cards were several hundred, and the most expensive ones were only 5,000. In the end, when it came to Ye Qing, it turned out to be 300 million. Good guy. Ye Qing called it a good guy. How many times has it doubled? Not bad. Ye Qing nodded, shook both hands, and used the card directly. Not long after, a text message from the bank came, and as expected, 300 million arrived in the account. The bank does not have any abnormal records, and no one will doubt the source of Ye Qing's 300 million. Ye Qing didn't even bother to think about where the 300 million blue star coins came from. Anyway, it's useless to think about it. If there are a few more yellow cards, hey! Ye Qing thought so. If there are a few more, wouldn't he get rich immediately? Although some things cannot be solved by money, money can definitely solve most problems. However, this is just a thought. Soon, Ye Qing looked at another card. The green card, the environment card. He had drawn a dimensional dark gap card before, but he still hasn't used it yet, so it can be regarded as one of the bottom cards. The blue card, companion card, he drew a bird with a broken beak before, which is actually one of the contained objects. He has almost no sense of presence in the containment world, and no one can understand his bird language when he is alone there. So far, it can be regarded as the most miserable containment object, and the creatures in the containment world regard him as an ordinary bird. To be honest, Ye Qing kind of doesn't want companion cards, it's really useless. The last red card. This card is undoubtedly the existence that can draw the artifact. With a thought, Ye Qing smoked green first, then blue, and finally red. Lay the mat first, then shoot into the soul, and pull out a god-killing gun. Ye Qing was very excited. Without further ado, he turned over the green card. The cards gather, and finally, a figure gathers among the cards. It was a huge tortoise that looked like an island. Card title, Island Turtle. Subtitle, Lazy Islands. Category, Land. Description, if you are in the sea, this card will generate an island turtle to help you cross the sea. If you are not there, this turtle will still be generated, and then die of dehydration. Ye Qing nodded, neither disappointed nor happy. This card is really useless. If it is useful, it is nothing more than adding a very large tortoise species to his containment world. He didn't expect anything good from this green card. Immediately, Ye Qing looked at the blue card again. For this thing, Ye Wei didn't think he could prescribe anything good. Those so-called companions are really not too powerful. He decisively turned out the cards. Buzz. At this moment, along with the turning of the card, streaks of golden light converged, and finally, a figure appeared in the blue card. It was a researcher-like existence in a white coat, with a top hat on his head and a shotgun on his back. Most importantly, his pair of eyes. His eyes, one green, one blue, are different pupils. What's more, he still had a weird Cheshire cat-like smile on his face. This is... Ye Qing's pupils shrank. He seems to have created something extraordinary. Is this guy really an existence that blue cards can draw? Card title, Dr. Clef. Subtitle, Agent Ukulele, Weapon Master Chowder. Category, Companion. Description, summon Dr. Clef, one of the legendary 4 Doctors of Apocalypse, as your companion. You can trust his ability, but you should never trust his mouth. Dr. Clef. Yes, that is the famous Weapon Master. With a thought, Ye Qing came to the containment world, and at the same time, with a shake of her hand, she directly chose to summon Dr. Clef. With 743 figures appearing in front of Ye Qing, at the same time, a corresponding attribute panel also appeared in front of Ye Qing. Name, Ukulele, Dr. Clef. Race, Human. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Divinity. Talent skills, Reality Distortion, Active, Hot Weapon Mastery, Passive, Liar, Passive, Mem Resistance, Passive. Description, one of the 4 Doctors of Apocalypse, a high-strength reality bender, or reality slot, may be the first bride of the Crimson King, and used to be a GOC agent ukulele. The standard equipment is a shotgun. Suspected Satan, the Crimson King in the periphery, the bass in the wind, and all things. Reg. At this moment, Ye Qing was really stunned. His understanding of Dr. Clef is limited to knowing that there is such a person, and what kind of abilities he has. But he never expected that this guy was also classified as a divine existence. And, what the hell is the description behind it? Possibly the Scarlet King's first bride? Suspected Satan? In the peripheral settings, he also became the Crimson King? Plus, how does this summon a boss? Yo, hello. My, creator. Just at this moment, the slightly teasing and frivolous voice sounded. Dr. Clef spoke first, looked at Ye Qing, and began to say hello. The moment he was summoned, he already understood a lot, at least Ye Qing in front of him was his companion and also his creator. Of course, his memory has also been revised. Still, it's the same as the original Dr. Clef. Yet. Ye Qing nodded, and immediately looked at Dr. Clef's neck. There is an existence that looks like a scar, which is a bit ugly. But Ye Qing knew very well that it was not a scar. Actually, it was an eye. Yes, Dr. Clef has 3 eyes. It is speculated that Dr. Clef's mimetic resistance and cognito-hazardous resistance have something to do with these eyes. Anyway, no matter what, Dr. Clef is very strong in battle, a master of weapons, smart in mind, a goddamn god, and a level 3 reality bender. FK, this is really against the sky. Don't look at his level as extraordinary, but if you give him a few guns and a few heavy weapons, he can turn the tables against the wind, and forcefully killing epic creatures is not a problem. So, creator, do you need me to do something for you? At this time, Dr. Clef asked with a smile. Well, go make trouble yourself. Ye Yi pointed to the containment area. He really didn't have much to order, it was up to Dr. Clef to figure things out. Just waiting for your words. Dr. Clef's eyes lit up, and he showed a weird smile. Immediately, he took off his top hat, put it on his heart, saluted Ye Ying very gracefully, and said slowly, follow your instructions, and I will lead the containment world to brilliant. Chapter 57. Lead the containment world to glory? Ye Qing looked at Dr. Clef, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. If you don't completely collapse the containment world, I'll thank you so much. Still brilliant? Brilliant a hammer. He shook his head and ignored it. After letting Dr. Clef go to the containment world to do things by himself, he looked at the last card. Red card. Dr. Clef was issued before, but this red card, can it still be a good one? Ye Qing took a deep breath. Slowly turning. Along with flashing red lights, finally, a figure appeared in the red card. It was an existence that looked like a slightly ancient pocket watch in the early days of the Industrial Revolution. Card title, Time Welding Repair. Subtitle, When you need to spend a few more seconds. Category, Ability, Timeliness. Description, allows you to control the terrifying cosmic time power. The user can go back in time for up to 10 seconds, and die after using it 3 times. Does not count as a paradox. Qing's pupils shook. Hey guys, of course it's this one? Go back in time? +3. This is such a proper god-defying artifact. Although it can only go back 3 times, even though each time is only 10 seconds at most. Even after using it 3 times, you will die. However, this is still an absolute artifact. He can be used by creatures in the containment world. At critical moments, this is definitely a god-defying artifact that can turn the situation around. Very good. Although he didn't draw the Spear of the Unbelievers, but he was really the Emperor of Europe if he won the Spear of the Faithless. Hey! After a long time, Qing let out a long breath, shook his hand, the card turned into golden light, and immediately, a retro pocket watch fell into Qing's hand. The pocket watch looked very ordinary, without any special date zone. But as the master of the world, Qing can clearly feel the mysterious power of time contained in the pocket watch. This thing. Qing put it away carefully and solemnly. This is a stronger whole card than the black card. In the face of the power of time, all unfavorable results are false. Not bad. Qing nodded with a relieved smile on his face. At this time, Qing looked at the remaining cards again. 4 containment cards, 1 divinity card. The storage card, of course, is to be flipped casually. Buzz. At this moment, Qing directly opened the 4 containment cards, and golden lights appeared. Finally, the 4 cards froze, and 4 completely different things appeared. A ceramic mask, a strange man covering his face, a group of squirrels dressed as knights, and a small iron rod. Qing's pupil shrank. At the same time, relevant information also appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Occupy Mask, No 035. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Containment. Talent skills, Seizing House, Passive, Spirit Corruption and Bewitching, Passive, Corrosiveness, Passive. Description, the mask that confuses living beings. Once you put it on, you will be brain dead in an instant, and it will become you. Until you become a whole body. Name, Shy Person, No 096. Race, Human. Level, Epic. Type, Containment. Talent skills, High Dimensional Perception, Passive, Indestructible, Passive. Description, when you see its face, whether it is a photo or a video, it will perceive it, and no matter where you are, you will be hunted down by 096, and you will never die. Name, Squirrel Crusader, No 2050. Race, Squirrel. Level, Intermediate. Type, Containment. Talent skill, Intelligence, Passive. Description, eliminate heresy and blasphemy. P.S. Heresy refers to mice. Name, Serial No 2711, Ding Gaishensen, Ruyi Golden Cudgel. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Containment. Talent skill, Ding Shui, Passive. Description, the Needle of Fuxi, recast by King Yu, fixes all waters, traps fierce beasts, genuine. 4 containments. But Qing's gaze was fixed on the 096 card from beginning to end. Even 096 has been drawn out? What the hell is it, an epic containment? Qing was delighted, really delighted. The characteristics of 096 are really against the sky, high-dimensional insight, immortality. Coupled with 096's own characteristics, that almost indestructible body, the combat power is absolutely against the sky. Moreover, he still has 173. Damn it! 173 posted a photo of 096 on his forehead. Isn't this God blocking and killing God, and Buddha blocking and killing Buddha? Laughed. Qing really laughed at this moment. Before, Little Peanut's mobility was very poor, and there was almost no sense of presence. Now that 096 is out, this wave belongs to Little Peanut's enhancement. Extraordinary with epic, directly throw Little Peanut to another world, invincible. This wave is absolutely invincible. As for other containment items? Well, occupying a mask is quite useful, and the Ruyi Golden Cudgel is just average, and it is equivalent to a large-scale sealing method for setting waters. As for the Squirrel Crusader, it is purely funny than funny. Soon, Qing saw the materials needed for these containment. To occupy a mask, you need a mask, no matter what material it is made of. You also need a soul essence, and a source of corrosion. It's nothing special, even if a mask is endowed with some special attributes, the price is only 10,000 yuan. The essence of the soul is also an ordinary substance, let alone bought outside, the world master can extract and create it himself. The source of corrosion is a bit expensive, but it is only a few million, or even less than 10 million. Compared to the hundreds of millions and billions of other contained objects, this is really cheap. Others, what Squirrel Crusade, what Wishful Golden Cudgel, the price of the required materials is also very low. The Squirrel Crusade simply needs to be wise, and then find a group of squirrels. Ruyi Golden Cudgel only needs a slightly harder iron rod. The most expensive, of course, is the 096. Shen Yuan, Immortal Golden Bone, and the third super sense. The price of this indestructible golden bone is about 150 million. Finally, there is the third extra sense. There is no specific object for this third super sense, whether it is the third eye, or any other extra bones or extra hairs, it will do. As for the price, according to different characteristics, the price is different. The cheapest one is only a few million, and the most expensive one is hundreds of millions or billions. Qing looked at his balance, and there was 517 million left. He did some calculations, and if he wanted to create all these 4 containment objects, it would cost at least 260 million yuan. Fine. He has enough money. Soon, Qing came back to the real world and started shopping online. As for the third super sense, Qing chose a sternum. The price is not expensive, only about 100 million. Finally, after everything was purchased, there were 257 million left in his account. The courier robot appeared again, holding a huge box. Kamikaze Express, your courier has arrived, please sign for it. The robot looked at Qing with a strange face. It was the same robot twice before. Can't you buy everything in one go? Once in a while, I'll be tired too, okay. The robot's unique cold mechanical electronic sound appeared from the speaker, and the electronic eyes looked at it strangely. Qing. You robot, are you still complaining? Qing looked at the robot with some amusement, and immediately signed for the delivery directly, no matter how much. Qing. The robot looked at the sign-in name of the courier in its hand, and the data flashed in the electronic eyes. Immediately, it looked at Qing, and there was a humanized expression on the mechanical face. Is there a problem? Qing put down the package in his hand and frowned slightly. Does this robot have human emotions? This humanized expression hesitates to speak. If you put a human skin on it, those who don't know it will really think it is a human being. Originally, this is customer information, but because it involves me, so, according to my analysis, it is still necessary to tell you. The robot said mysteriously, as if to reveal some big secret. Oh. Qing was a little surprised, subconsciously asked, what's the matter? Recently, it seems that a lot of people are checking you, and on our side, they bought your online shopping list. The robot said in a cold, emotionless electronic voice. However, these words, falling into Qing's ears, made Qing frown. Buy his shopping list? Isn't this just trying to understand his strength in disguise? The key is... He looked at the robot with a bad face. So, this is how you protect the privacy of customers. The house of the Lord of the world, as long as the money is in place, only you can't think of it, and if you don't, you can't buy it. The robot's electronic voice trembled, and it was ridiculously catchy. The corner of Qing's mouth twitched. Disclosure of customer privacy exists everywhere, whether it is in the past life or in the present life. If you play a game, your privacy will be leaked, let alone other things. But... buy my shopping list? Qing narrowed his eyes. It seemed that someone really started targeting him. How long has it been? It started? These guys are really... With a thought in his mind, he immediately said, then I want to know, can I know who bought my shopping list? This. The robot hesitated, and shook his head in a humane embarrassment. Those are all our most respected and beloved big customers. So. Qing looked at the robot blankly. Add money, the robot said quietly. Well, the business of your world lord's house is getting bigger and bigger, seeing. It's really handcuffed. Tell me, how much is it? Qing snorted coldly and asked directly. One customer needs 1 shenyuan, and there are 8 people buying your shopping list. Do you need the information of all customers? Or just a few of them? The robot said quietly. Oh? It's cheap, 80,000? Shenyuan. Qing opened his mouth and charged a shenyuan. Ugh. The robot looked at the shenyuan in his hand, a little confused, and immediately reminded kindly, it's 8 people, not 1 person, this shenyuan is not enough. Isn't it enough? How do I feel that it's enough? Qing looked at the robot, narrowed his eyes, and spoke quietly. Hey! The robot was taken aback. It seems that I have to follow the... You have discussed the matter of leaking customer privacy, of course. Before that, I don't mind dismantling a robot to practice. Qing saw that the robot still didn't understand, with a tone of voice more and more silent. 17. The data of the robot was in chaos for a while, and after a long time, the expression on his face changed into a humanized flattery, and he hurriedly said, enough is enough, 1 shenyuan is enough. This is what you need. The customer information you want. As the robot spoke, paper began to be printed on his shoulder, and soon, a list appeared on the paper. The robot handed over the list, turned around and ran away. Seeing that the portal disappeared, he silently dissipated the power of the world in his hands. If the robot says no, he will stabilize the space and forcibly dismantle the robot. Today's matter, no matter where he went, he was justified. Until then, Qing looked at the list in his hand. 1 list, 8 people. It's just that he doesn't know any of these 8 people. After thinking about it, Qing began to search on the internet again, and the results showed that there were only some plausible names, and none of them were related to major universities. Even, Qing called the old headmaster and asked again. Sure enough, the old headmaster didn't know the 8 people on the list. Trust me. Qing's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know who was buying his shopping list, he also knew that it must have something to do with those college world masters or principals. Everyone is in a competitive relationship, and mutual understanding is inevitable. Is it just your shopping list? Qing was silent for a while, recalling what he had bought online during this time. Well, some resource cards, and the creation materials for containment, obtained Zhao objects. Guess, if you can guess, I'll convince you. Qing smiled lightly, and in an instant, he came to the containment world with the purchased materials. In Jiangnan province, the principal's room of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. This Qing has sold so many things? His strength is extraordinary. At this time, on the sofa, a middle-aged man who looked 40 or 50 years old with a dignified face looked at the list in his hand. He frowned slightly. Holy Flame Sword, Angel Ring, Holy Blood. It seems that he should have created an angel species. In the previous simulation test, the sword that destroyed the world should be this day. Have you done it? Beside the middle-aged headmaster, a young man with a handsome face, wearing a suit, who looked like a rich young man said with a smile. Well, it should be. Angel species, among all systems, also belong to the ranks of powerful creatures. The middle-aged headmaster nodded. Didn't he create an independent system? In the end, he couldn't bear it and turned to another system? Suwei is ridiculous. However, if he only has an angel species. This is Qing, nothing to worry about. The young man said, with a look of contempt. It's definitely not as simple as an angel species. You see, he also exchanged for a drop of phoenix true blood that contains divinity. And this gluttonous stomach, gluttonous is also a powerful creature. Chang opened his mouth and pointed to two precious items with red indicators. The complexity of the system is nothing to worry about. The Wild World Master is the Wild World Master. There is no inheritance, no system, and no specialization. The young man still shook his head. However, it should not be underestimated. It can destroy a simulated world of 300 kilometers in one blow, which is enough to show its strength. If you match, you must be careful. The principal warned. It's something, but that's about it. The young man chuckled. In the first order world, he can move vertically and horizontally, but he can face me. He said, shook his head, no more words. And at the same time, in Jiangnan province, similar things almost happened in the principal's offices of major colleges and universities. Chapter 58. Phew! It's finally done. Inside the containment area, Qing looked at the figures in front of him, and let out a long breath. In front of him, there were two human figures. A slender, pale-skinned weird human figure covering his face, not daring to see people, this is naturally 096. And the other one is wearing a bronze mask with a strange smile. It has a normal body shape, but it is a bronze figure model. This is naturally the 035 occupying the mask. Yes, Qing not only created the mask, but also created a bronze statue to occupy the mask. Occupying a mask can occupy not only human beings, life, in fact, even a statue, as long as it has a face, it can occupy it. And two more. One is the Ruyi Golden Cudgel. The other is a group of squirrels, roughly estimated at least 1,000 squirrels. This group of squirrels belonged to the original species of the containment world, and they were picked up by Qing and became his test subjects. Now, each of these squirrels can talk, and each of them has a lot of wisdom. They are chattering, and it is really lively. However, being weak is really weak. Even if a group of mid-level creatures can speak and have wisdom, they are still the bottom-level creatures in the containment world. Of course, Qing didn't just create the containment objects. He also used fragments of the world law to make his containment world more perfect, and at the same time, the world area has also increased to 770 kilometers. On the surface of the sea, a huge island also appeared. However, that is not a land resource, but a huge turtle. This tortoise is also a kind of high-level creature. There is no strength against the sky, but the swimming speed is extremely fast. So far, he has finally finished everything. From now on, you should live well in this containment world. Qing urged. Then 096 didn't know whether he understood or didn't understand, covered his face, and fell straight into the containment world. Dear Creator, you are my God, you are my Lord God. I will definitely teach the creatures to be brilliant. That 035 smiled and said, and then came to the containment world. Another liar full of lies. I don't know what wonderful chemical reaction will happen when this thing meets Dr. Clef. For the glory of the Lord, destroy the heresy. Brothers, follow me. Among the Squirrel Crusaders, one of the Squirrel Crusaders was a little bigger. The number 350 was called the Marshal of the Northland. The big squirrel of the Squirrel Duke screamed, and raised the knight in his hand. Jian turned around and jumped back to Rongzi. The rest of the squirrels followed suit. A group of weak chickens, plus a group of funny ones. Qing looked at the back of the squirrel leaving, a little dumbfounded. He's not sure how long the squirrels live. Even if they become containment objects, they are still squirrels in essence, and they may be swallowed by other creatures easily. In front of the high-level ferocious beast creatures per capita in the current containment world, these seemingly normal squirrels really have no choice but to hide in the ground and linger on their last days. He didn't bother to take care of it, let them develop it themselves. A lamb can become the overlord of the world, and a squirrel might even build an underground kingdom. Shake your head and get rid of distracting thoughts. Until now, Qing looked at the last divinity card. To be honest, today's card has already given him too many surprises. Not only did we find Dr. Clef, but we also had time to repair cards, and 096. The last divine card. He pondered for a while, and finally, he gently opened the card in his hand. At this moment, with the gathering of golden light, one after another characteristics appeared, and streamers of light began to surround it. In the end, on the card, something similar to a coffin appeared. In that coffin, lay a strange figure. At the same time, a related panel appeared before Qing's eyes. Name, Abel, No 076 Hevel. Race, Demigod. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Divinity. Talent skills, Wormhole Transport, Active, Immortality, Passive, Madness, Passive, Cold Weapon Proficiency, Passive, Fighting Proficiency, Passive. Description, possess super physical fitness, a monster-like fighting will, the son of Adam, a Sumerian demigod in a battle-damaged state. Abel. Qing stared blankly at 076 in the card. Good guy, today's luck is against the heavens. It's just a pity. Qing looked at the coffin in the card and sighed again. Seeing the coffin, he knew that what he drew was not Abel at his peak. Abel in his peak state, that is the existence that sealed the Crimson King and slaughtered the gods, that strength, absolutely epic, and even a legendary figure. And Abel in his current state has actually belonged to a period of being played badly after sealing the Scarlet King. Abel has been sealed in the sarcophagus all year round and is in a half-dead state. However, after opening the sarcophagus, he will come back to life again. Once he walks out of the confinement around the sarcophagus, he will lose his mind and enter a state of madness. After entering the state of madness, he began to look for the surrounding humans, and when he found a human, he would fight with them and never die. Possess terrifying strength and speed, and even more terrifying fighting ability. Even if the head is pierced by a bullet, the killing can last for several minutes. Even without oxygen, it takes an hour to suffocate. Even, special black weapons can be summoned out of thin air. Of course, even after Abel was killed, it wasn't really death. His body will turn to dust, and when he dies, the lid of the coffin will be closed again, and then everything will start to restart, and Abel will regroup in the coffin and be resurrected again. This is Abel. Don't think it's just a transcendent existence, but in fact, in Abel's case, it's not a problem to kill epic creatures alone. And, most importantly, this is not yet Abel's peak state. With a thought in Qing's mind, relevant materials appeared in front of his eyes in the next second. Miniature wormholes. Particle reorganization devices. Demigod blood. Qing frowned as he looked at what he needed to consume. He quickly returned to reality and began to check the prices of these things. Miniature wormholes, worth 150 million. Particle recombination device, an epic creation in the world of science and technology, worth 300 million. Demigod bloodline, worth 30 million. *4.8 NIZ. It's really not cheap. Qing sighed, he looked at the demigod blood, and frowned slightly. Sacred blood doesn't cost much, so why does this demigod's blood cost 30 million? He still remembered that when he first bought the holy blood, it was only a few million. This demigod blood is more expensive than holy blood? He looked again, and finally understood. This bloodline is different from blood. Bloodlines can stimulate things at a deeper level, and as for blood, that's all. Just like his gluttonous rabbit, when he draws blood now, he can only draw out rabbit blood, not phoenix blood. But it's different when the blood is loaded, such as the blood of the demigod, the blood drawn out is the blood of the demigod. This demigod blood can even be sold for money. This is the difference between fish and fishing. However, this is not too expensive, only 30 million, he can still bear it. It's just that the others are a bit more expensive. The money is not enough. Qing looked at his account balance and sighed. Now only 257 million are left. He thought before that the height of this divine containment also needs a special material to create it. Just like the plague doctor. Therefore, he didn't save money, and thought about seeing what materials needed to be consumed before doing the task. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Qing pondered, resting for a day first, let the containment community recuperate first. Wait for tomorrow to return to the full state, and then, IFJ, to do the task. There will be mock exams the day after tomorrow. I don't know what the new mock exam is like. Thinking this way, Qing opened the hourglass of time again, and opened it at 10 times the flow rate, allowing the world to evolve again. Looking at the sky outside, before he knew it, it was almost evening. After a day of fatigue, Qing only felt physically and mentally exhausted, so he hastily cleaned up his dinner, washed up quickly, and fell asleep. Early the next morning. After Qing woke up, she slept until noon. Sleep until you wake up naturally. He naturally blocked the system messages, otherwise, he would really be fine. Sure enough, when he woke up, a series of system prompts appeared in his ears. At the same time, prompt boxes on the system panel also appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, the dragon race, the containment point plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Murlocs, containment point plus 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Tiger people, containment point plus 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Human Goat race, containment point plus 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Lizard Human race, containment point plus 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a new race has been born in the containment world, Winged Humans, containment point plus 6. New races, new hints. Hey, the evolution is so fast this time? Dragon people? Murlocs? Tiger people? Lizard people? Wing people? But, what the hell is this sheep family? Qing was a little surprised. The evolution and development of the major ethnic groups is so fast? This is impossible without the effort of 2 epochs, right? Also, what happened to the people and sheep? His containment world, before, obviously had the goat race? This goat race? Qing frowned, always feeling that today's reminder was a bit strange. Immediately, he opened the world log directly, intending to see what happened in the containment world during this time. Log, mid-second era, with the addition of various races and different creatures, the containment world has ushered in unprecedented prosperity. In the middle of the second era, the goat human race has been iteratively updated, and Wang Hong has been given the crown by the creator. The Tyrannosaurus rex family began to dominate the containment world. The dragon snail family, and the monitor lizard family also worked hard to become stronger and help the world lord. After 500 years of recuperation and development, the various ethnic groups gradually returned to their peak state. Middle of the Second Era, Drive. Clef walked in the containment world. During his long exile, he got acquainted with Occupy Mask, the plague doctor, and even recruited a group of squirrels as thugs, and took a scary rabbit as a mount. A new star force was born, and began to have a little friction with various races. Drive. Clef wants to dominate the entire containment world. Second Epoch. In the Middle and Late Yuan dynasty, Dr. Clef relied on self-made firearms, controlled heavy weapons, led the Squirrel Crusaders, and started the Eastern Expedition. The alien Tiger clan, under the ruthless suppression of Dr. Clef, chose to surrender. The mimetic characteristics of the leader of the alien Tiger clan, the alien cat, has no effect on Dr. Clef, and the magic moon silver bell has no effect on Dr. Clef. In the end, he became Dr. Clef's hand. A pet in Middle and Late Second Era, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex is dissatisfied, thinking that they are all veteran heroes and should not be treated like this, and intends to declare war with Dr. Clef until Ci. Drive F was hit with a gun and almost crippled him. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex chose to submit, and was willing to become Dr. Clef's mount. Under the leadership, I also submit to Dr. Clef. Middle and late period of the Second Era, after seeing the fate of all the elders, the goats couldn't sit still, and Xianxia was wearing the boots of the ghosts, planning to attack Dr. Clef. As a result, he was shot in the head by Dr. Clef, and almost died. The three-level miracle masters of the goat human race took turns to fight, and they planned to have a break with Dr. Clef. As a result, after Clef in front of a level 3 reality bender with a doctor, a level 3 miracle master is nothing at all. Headshots with guns and guns, heavy weapons play tricks, and one-person group wiped out 18 level 3 miracle masters. It was Wang Hong, a half-step fourth, who came out to be the peacemaker, and this battle that affected the entire containment world was over. Late Second Era, Dr. Clef became the king of the containment world invisibly, and began to research and integrate various resources. Dr. Clef established a laboratory, started to study lightsabers, studied some meme effects that appeared in the world, and counted all creatures, and gradually communicated with various races. They had some superficial exchanges. Dr. Clef successfully married Wang Hong's daughter, and the world's first human goat was born. Late Second Era, with a scientific and rigorous attitude, and Dr. Clef's love, through Dr. Clef's efforts, the world gradually gave birth to dragon races, fish races, human race, tiger race, lizard race, winged race, and Dr. Clef, also known as Venerable Father. His status is second only to the world's Lord Father God. Qing was stunned. FK, the dragon people, the murlocs, the tiger people, the lizard people, the winged people, the human goats, what the hell was made by ukulele? Qing looked at it incredulously. This world log. Immediately, the complexion became more and more strange, more and more surprised. Sure enough, he knew that Dr. Clef was definitely not a good person. Even Goddess Lily can be his wife, what creature can't be Dr. Clef's wife? With this kind of result, it can only be said that Dr. Clef has exposed his true nature. Is it okay to directly let the major races iterate with one's own strength? Number. He just knew that Dr. Clef was not a good guy. It's only half an era, and he has done so many things. If there are a few more epochs, Dr. Clef will not be able to help the lightning on the gatekeeper. Chapter 59. Off. Qing let out a long breath. Calm down first. When Dr. Clef was first summoned, he had thought of taking it over in a worse way. Now, although it's not good, it's not bad either. On the contrary, it's an improvement in the containment world. He continued to read. At the end of the Second Era, with the change of bloodlines, only the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex remained in the Tyrannosaurus rex clan and maintained its original body shape. Evolved into the tiger people and monitor lizards. Except for the leader of the monitor lizards, most of them have also become lizards. The new murlocs wandered in the ocean, and the new winged people established the city of the sky. The sheep people, after blood changes, birth, old age, sickness, and death, with the passage of time, more and more people have become human sheep. They have lost some curly white hair, and their bodies are more like human beings. Only the curved horns on the top of their heads indicate their former identities. They used to be sheep. The patriarch of the human race, Wang Hong, gradually felt powerless, and gradually handed over the position of patriarch to drive Clef, and also handed over the crown bestowed by God to drive Clef. And his lifespan was completely exhausted, and he was dying death. At the end of the Second Era, Dr. Clef completed the great unification and became the king of the new era, and began to deduce the progress of civilization, granting knowledge, imparting words, and storing objects. So far, the Second Era is over and is about to enter the Third Era. Take a deep breath. Qing took a deep breath. After a long time, he slowly spit out. After sleeping, all creatures in the world have evolved. With a thought, he descended directly to the containment world. The containment world at this time is really turned upside down. Once upon a time, the containment world was a row of primitive scenes, with towering trees everywhere, and an undeveloped red grassland full of wilderness. The ominous black land is clearly divided, and the blue sea water is yearning. Now, everything has changed. On the ground, there are many buildings, all of which are reinforced concrete buildings, and it is difficult to see the relevant barbaric atmosphere. The ground is clearly divided into 9 major urban areas. In the first city, the buildings are generally huge, and there are dragon people who are 2 circles larger than humans, and it is located in the east. In the second urban area, the buildings are fairly normal, and there are tiger people who are similar in size to humans, and it is located in the west. In the third urban area, the buildings are fairly normal, and there are lizard people who are a circle larger than humans, and it is located in the slightly cold northeast. In the fourth urban area, the buildings are normal, and the human goat people live more like humans. It is located in the center of the world. In the fifth urban area, there are fewer buildings, more plants, and a family of dragon snails. It is located in the south. In the sixth urban area, there are almost no buildings, and the trees are flourishing, like a primeval forest, where the squirrel crusaders live. It is located in the southeast. In the seventh city, there are almost no buildings and few trees, like a prairie, where the gluttonous rabbit clan lives, and it is located in the southwest. The eighth urban area is located on the huge island Tortoise. There are buildings on the island Tortoise. At the same time, there are buildings under the ocean, where the murlocs live. The 8 major urban areas, compared to before, seem to be in order. Of course, it's not just these 8 urban areas. In fact, in the sky, there is another 9th district that is not counted. That huge city was built in the north of the world, and the 9 huge concrete pillars propped up the city. The city is more prosperous than the ground, with tall buildings, and even plants, lawns, and waterfalls falling from the city in the sky. It can be said that it is flying straight down for 3,000 miles, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls 9 days. Wing people come and go, very leisurely. And that palace city, the highest palace, is Dr. Clef's residence. Of course, now he is no longer a doctor or a doctor. The moment he conquered the world, he was already known as the Apocalypse Emperor. He seems to be playing a story called Rebirth, I Am the Great. The promoter of the era, the great man of the Industrial Revolution, the Emperor of the New Era. Oh, it's not old age yet. Qing had a thought, and in the next second, Dr. Clef, who was enjoying his comfortable life in the palace, appeared in front of Qing. Hey! Dr. Clef was taken aback for a moment, and after seeing Yeqing's golden figure, he came back to his senses and hurriedly saluted. Emperor Apocalypse, have you played well these years? Yeqing looked at Dr. Cler in front of him with a half-smile. Ahem, academic research, academic research. Dr. Clef coughed twice and hurriedly said. The goats can understand. After all, they are about the same size as humans, but dinosaurs, lizards, birds, fish, how did you do it? Yeqing looked at Dr. Clef strangely, he really didn't understand. What the hell can't understand? Even if your hobbies are a bit special, it won't be like this, right? Ahem, it's actually the discovery of high-tech equipment left over from ancient times, which was bred with genetic samples from humans and various races. Dr. Clef hurriedly explained that this image cannot be ruined. Oh? High-tech equipment? Yeqing was taken aback for a moment, and soon he thought of the original Force world. At that time, the Xiaoyang people did grab the high-tech equipment there, but most of them didn't know how to use it. After so many years of research, they didn't understand it. Their scientific knowledge was too lacking, and many of them couldn't understand it. And Dr. Clef was different. In fact, he has modern thinking and advanced ideas, plus he is also a reality bender, and he is also the director of the 4th level department in the original containment universe, and one of the 4 doctors of the apocalypse. Although the high-tech equipment is special, although the system is different, it is not a big problem for Dr. Clef to figure out how to use it. Only then did the so-called dragon people, murlocs, tiger people, lizard people, and humans come into existence. However, the human goat race was really born from his daughter with Wang Hong. I can't say that Dr. Clef is abnormal, but I can only say that love is unstoppable. Yeqing nodded, that's fine. But has it been found that these new creatures have innate reality benders? Yeqing asked. After so many years, Dr. Clef used his own bloodline genes as samples to cultivate creatures. Although the various clans are technological and ruthless, the human goat clan has truly inherited the blood of Dr. Clef. Anyway, there are a few actual containments, or reality benders, right? Yeqing still clearly remembers that the daughter of Dr. Clef and Goddess Lily is also contained, number -166. But at this time, hearing Yeqing's inquiry, Dr. Clef raised his eyebrows, and began to happily explain the changes for Yeqing over the years. His first child is a congenital reality bender. When he was just born, he was able to induce water currents and manipulate the ocean. He named him, Art. Taken from the king of Atlantis. Later, Yate grew up and began to like the ocean more, and even became the master of the ocean. Now, he has become a level 3 reality bender, leading the Murlocs of the ocean, known as the Murloc King, the king of Yate. His second child didn't show any special abilities at first, but when he grew up, he discovered that his power was getting stronger and stronger. He was born with supernatural power, and he should also be a reality bender. Dr. Clef named, Herax. Taken from the name of the Greek god Hercules. And Herax has a close relationship with some dragon people, and even married a dragon girl as his wife, and became the new king of the dragon people, and was called the mighty dragon king Herax. His third child, a girl, was born with the ability to fly, and was born with a level 3 reality bender. Her strength was a little uncontrollable when she was born, and she made the city in the sky float out of thin air, rising 100 meters, almost inspired drive. Clef's fighting instinct, fortunately, he forcibly restrained, and finally, the third child was named, Qixia. Today, Qixia has become the leader of the winged human race, and is even called the Holy Qixia. This is all his children. The corners of Yeqingting's mouth twitched wildly. Do you want to be the king of the gods? Do you want to be like Zeus? Yeqing looked at Dr. Clef strangely. What kind of bad name does this get? Do you really think of yourself as the king of the gods? Moreover, the children born here are all born reality benders? Sure enough, worthy of being a divinity, worthy of being a reality bender, Dr. Clef is indeed against the sky. Ahem, we will spare no effort to strengthen the containment world. Dr. Clef coughed twice in embarrassment. The crown on his head is not a crown shining, and the ruyi golden cudgel in his hand is surrounded by black light, and the shotgun behind him looks out of place. However, Qing did not expect that the previous sheep-human patriarch died after his lifespan ran out. Normally speaking, as for Wang Hong's half-step level 4 miracle master, his life expectancy is tens of thousands of years, not to mention eternal life. As a result, how many years has it been? He died? Qing suddenly thought of the last battle. In the last battle, in order to break the flute sound of a certain dark elf, Wang Hong forcibly performed thaumaturgy, which resulted in a strong backlash. Perhaps, at that time, he was trying his best to consume his own lifespan, which finally became like this. Alas, what a pity! It was originally a person who was expected to become an epic existence. However, if you die, you will die. After worrying about the sheep people for so many years, it is time to rest. This containment world was handed over to Dr. Clef, although it was a bit of a mess, but for the creatures in the containment world, there is no doubt that it is correct. The name of Emperor Apocalypse was also spontaneously given to Dr. Clef by all living beings. 0. Seeking flowers. Let me meet your 3 children. Qing said, with a thought. The next second, 3 golden lights appeared out of thin air. After the golden light dissipated, 3 figures appeared out of thin air in front of Qing and beside Dr. Clef. 1. The sea is wet, bare-chested, with rough face, blonde hair and blue eyes, with a golden crown on his head, holding a golden harpoon, strong muscles, a burly figure, and every move is full of majesty. This is the current leader of the Murlocs, King Arthur. The other one next to him is also bare-chested, with thick muscles, a rough face, black hair and black eyes, full of wild aura, and even, on his head, there are 2 black ferocious thorns. This is the current leader of the Dragon Clan, the second son of Emperor Apocalypse, King Herux. The last one is blonde, bright and charming, with a graceful figure, wearing a gorgeous dress, surrounded by ethereal meaning, surrounded by strands of divinity, the 3 daughters of Emperor Apocalypse, the leader of the winged human race, the Holy Xianxia. At the same time, before Qing's eyes, a panel of attributes related to the 3 of them also appeared. Name, Lord of the Ocean Art. Race, Protoss, Dr. Clef claims to be. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Reality Bender. Talent Skill, Ocean Manipulation, Active. Description, Emperor Apocalypses. The eldest son, who has the innate ability to control the ocean, is called the Lord of the Ocean. Name, Great Dragon King Herux. Race, Protoss. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Reality Bender. Talent Skill, Strength, Passive. Description, the second son of Emperor Apocalypse, born with supernatural power, known as the Dragon King. Name, King of the Sky Holy Xianxia. Race, Protoss. Level, Extraordinary. Type, Reality Distortion / Divinity. Talent Skill, Control the Sky, Active. Description, the daughter of Emperor Apocalypse, who innately controls the power of the sky, known as the Lord of the Sky, Holy Xianxia. Good guy. Qing looked at it and called it a good guy. Especially that Holy Xianxia, who is still a divinity. Dr. Clef's genes are really powerful. 3 kids, all 3 are reality benders, and 3 are all superhumans. Ko Fan looks very low, but they are reality benders, fighting without consumption. It is so against the sky that it is unimaginable. Especially the Holy Xianxia, as a divine existence, even playing some epic creatures is not a problem. Abel didn't create it, but his containment world had 3 more generals. And at this time... Hey? Here is... What happened? Who? As the three of them were teleported out of thin air by Qing, the three of them became vigilant for an instant. After seeing each other's existence and seeing Xunfu standing in the center, they let down their vigilance a little bit. Vigilant. And when they saw Qing, their expressions became terrified again. They have been kings for a long time, but when they saw Qing, they only felt that they were no different from the most ordinary commoners. Qing seems to be in control of everything in the world, in control of everything. He is the creator of this world, the creator god of this world. Everything about them comes from Qing. A fear that came from the blood instinct filled my heart. At the same time, the moment they saw Qing, they also instantly understood who Qing was. Art and Hercules were a little confused. The holy Xianxia, however, was straightforward, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Meet the Holy Lord God. She is the Lord of the sky, and she has communicated with the gatekeeper more than once. Although the gatekeeper seldom pays attention to her, she also knows some secrets and some stories of this world. I have also heard the legend of Qing, the creator, and I yearn for plain wars to see the heavens and worlds." So, the moment she saw Qing, she directly lowered her head. And the other two? They looked at Qing in surprise. From their birth until now, I have heard a lot of legends, but I have never seen Qing. Years have passed, and they have long believed that the creator is just a legend, a lie created by their father, Emperor Tiankai, to fool the world. As a result, today, the creator Ye suddenly appeared. What is this? The faces of the two struggled, and in the end, they could only grit their teeth and bow their heads. Somewhat unwillingly, they said reluctantly, "Meet the Holy Lord God." Oh! Qing looked at Art and Hercules, looked at their reluctance, and suddenly smiled. "Have a problem with me, the creator? Hee hee, people." Chapter 60. Humph! Qing looked at the unwilling Ader and Hercules, and snorted coldly. Boom! At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, and a terrifying coercion shrouded Art and Heracles. God's power is like a prison, God's grace is like a sea. The terrifying coercion made the two of them feel their hairs stand upside down, and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. A suffocating pressure came, and both of them had difficulty breathing. Song felt as if they were going to die in the next second. Panic. At this moment, the two of them really panicked. The previous reluctance and previous displeasure completely disappeared at this moment. Qing is the god of creation, the real creator, and they are not something they can make mistakes. Even if you feel a little uncomfortable, that's okay. Not to mention them, even the so-called Great Emperor Apocalypse, in front of Qing, did not dare to really make mistakes. Naturally, Qing has to give it a good beating, otherwise, these two guys will be in trouble in the future. Lord God, calm down. Holy Xianxia hurriedly said, interceding for the two big brothers. The Lord God, calm down. The ignorant are not guilty. We must discipline them well in the future. At this moment, even Dr. Clef lowered his head and begged for mercy. Lord God, calm down, Lord God benefactor. Art and Hercules also hurriedly spoke, and had no intention of making mistakes anymore. That's all. Qing let go of his thoughts, and immediately, the terrifying coercion disappeared without a trace, and the world returned to its original peaceful state, as if there had never been any coercion. The cold sweat on Kate and Herax showed that the pressure was real, and everything before was not fake. They really offended the Lord God before. If the father and sister hadn't interceded, I'm afraid, 353 they are already a corpse now. It's like walking around before the gate of hell. May I ask the Lord God, is there a new plain war about to start with this coming? At this time, the clear voice of the Holy Xianxia sounded, and she hurriedly changed the subject. Qing looked at the Holy Xianxia in surprise, with a slight smile on his face, nodded and said, yes, in the next period of time, there will indeed be a new war of planes, so be prepared. Xianxia takes the order, draw the sword for the Lord God, and fight the heavens. The holy Xianxia hurriedly said, her eyes were sharp, and she was heroic. Heracles took the order to expand the territory of the Lord God and conquer all worlds. Heracles also hurriedly said, at the command, the ocean of the great sea will surely swallow up the heavens and the world. Arthur also hurriedly said, they are uniform and unanimous. The breath in the body is stirring, and each one is even more excited. From their birth to the present, they have gone through ups and downs and struggled all the way, and now they have finally become new. But they are all fighters. When they are free, they are really bored. They can't wait to find new enemies and new opponents. Otherwise, they will have no choice but to become kings in a foolish way. Finally, Qing is here, and it's really going to start a plain war. Go on, tell all the clans, the plain war is about to start. Qing waved his hand. The three bowed to accept the order, turned and left. At this moment, as the oracle issued, the entire containment world was filled with a chill. The storm is coming, the battle is about to start. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex that had been sleeping all year round also woke up, and the strange cat also stretched out and imprisoned. May I ask the Creator, how long will it be before the start of the plain war? At this time, Dr. Clef suddenly asked. What? Do you have an idea? Qing looked at Dr. Clef and asked. Is such that? Dr. Clef quickly explained, I found some powerful genes in the blood of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, which should be the legendary giant dragon creature. For a long time, I have been researching whether I can create a family of giant dragons. Oh! Qing became interested, and asked again, do you have a clue? Well, I have a certain idea. Once, I used the blood of the winged humans, the blood of the dinosaurs, and the blood of the monitor lizards to try to create new creatures, but in the end, it still ended in failure. I always feel that something is missing. Dr. Clef said, frowning. Fail? What's missing? Qing pondered, Dr. Clef is trying to create an ultimate Stitch monster? According to Dr. Clef's experiments, it is actually possible to create giant dragons, but Dr. Clef is different from his creator. He can stitch everywhere because he has cards, and in the end, even if there is a conflict, it will be balanced by the cards. But Dr. Clef didn't. He wanted to create a giant dragon, it was wishful thinking. Unless, there can be exact dragon blood. It's blood, not blood. The giant dragon clan is considered a powerful race. With the giant dragon clan, it will definitely enhance the strength of the containment world, and real dragon knights will appear. But there is no rush, just wait for the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus to evolve on its own, there is no need to intervene. Qing urged. Dr. Clef nodded, and immediately said, Creator, I think. As he spoke, he looked at the sun in the sky, which is the gatekeeper. Hey! Following Dr. Clef's gaze, the gatekeeper instantly opened his eyes and looked at Dr. Clef coldly. The corners of Qing's mouth twitched. My good fellow, is Dr. Clef really trying to get the gatekeeper's attention? However, this is also normal. After all, the gatekeepers are angels. If a group of angelic army can be created, it would be against the sky. Moreover, there are innate templates, such as the winged people. The winged people really look like angels. Moreover, Dr. Clef also wanted to create a family of angels from the very beginning. As a result, a little bit of a problem happened at the end. Those winged people are different from the legendary angels, they have wings but no hands, just like a group of bird monsters. Dr. Clef was thinking that if he added the gene of the real angel of the gatekeeper, maybe he could really create a group of angels. But the gatekeeper's reaction. Sensing the gatekeeper's gaze, Dr. Clef shrank his neck, he was really afraid of being hacked by the gatekeeper. Never mind. He muttered, looked at Qing again, and begged, if it's possible, I hope that the Creator will choose one with an angelic creature during the war between the planes, so that I can catch 2 of them. Well, it's best yes, there is still a family of giant dragons. Qing glanced. Dr. Clef's neck shrank again, not in the slightest way the Emperor Apocalypse should have. Immediately, he said with a glib attitude, then what, you are busy with your work. Don't worry about me, I just have a small opinion. With that said, Dr. Clef ran away in despair. Qing was a little funny. But angel, giant dragon. Qing pondered, it's not impossible. Anyway, his next goal is just to make money. It doesn't matter what kind of world it is. However, there are angels and dragons in the world. These 2 are also legendary mythical creatures. With the existence of these creatures, the world level is definitely not low. As for the containment world, Qing looked up and looked at the situation of each ethnic group. The dinosaur family, the overall group, should have a scale of 80,000, but most of them are still in a high-level state. Of course, because of the Dragon Balls, these dragon races have also been affected a lot, and their combat power is a little stronger than the Tyrannosaurus rex of the same rank. Moreover, the dragon people are born as middle level, and when they grow up, they are high level. If they are adults, they may be extraordinary. However, the dragon race has a very long lifespan, and none of them has reached adulthood yet. The only 2 superhumans are the former leader Tyrannosaurus rex and the new leader Hercules the Great Dragon King Herux. Of course, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus rex must be stronger. After all, it is a veteran Superman, and now it has become a high-level Superman. Perhaps, it won't take long for him to pass the plane war and advance to the epic. Of the Tiger tribe, currently only Yumao managed to become extraordinary by relying on his seniority. The other Tiger tribes are all high level, with a total of 60,000 tribesmen. As far as the lizardmen are concerned, the situation is not very optimistic. The development over the past few years has not been tepid, and there is no one who takes the lead. Up to now, there is still no extraordinary existence. Only a small part is high level, and the rest are middle level. The general level varies, and the ethnic group is only 30,000. After all, it was branched out by the dinosaur family back then, and it was not bad to be able to become an independent race without being annexed. And the satyr, oh. Now we can't say people and sheep, we should call gods. The current human goat race has changed the most. Basically, the appearance of sheep has faded away, and more people look like humans. With 2 curved horns on the top of their heads, they look more like dragons than the dragon human race. Of course, there are also some veterans left over from ancient times. Like Na Xiang. After suffering for so many years, Xianxia finally managed to become a supernatural being, and continued his life, otherwise, he would have died of old age long ago. The rest, the guys who have become Protoss, most of them have strong talents in thaumaturgy, and all of them are level 3 miracle masters, and there are even several half-step level 4 miracle masters. In general, it is much better than the goat people at the beginning. The ethnic group is also very large, more than 100,000 people, there are more miracle masters than ordinary people, and ordinary people have become a rare race. As for the Dragon Snail clan, they haven't made much progress, and their strength is still the same as before. Most of them are middle level, and the leader of the Dragon Snail is a high level one. The lifespan of the Dragon Snail is also very long, and the leader is still the original leader. Now the Dragon Snail group is also huge, second only to the Protoss, with a population of 90,000. There are also new races, the Murlocs and the winged humans. The scale of the Murlocs is also very large, with a total of 80,000. But the strength of the Murlocs is generally weak, enough to reach the middle level. Moreover, the Murlocs are also very restricted, and can only display their maximum strength in the water. Winged humans are not perfect after all, they are just a group of bird monsters, their strength is also very low, only intermediate level, and there are vicious ordinary creatures, there is no way, even if they are led by the holy Xianxia, they cannot become strong, it's a genetic restriction. As far as the total group is concerned, there are only a poor 30,000. Immediately, Qing paid attention to the plague doctor, the gluttonous rabbit and the squirrel crusader. As far as the epidemic doctor is concerned, his strength is still high level, and he has not made any progress. Perhaps his evolution conditions are a bit harsh. The words of the rabbit family. Because of the gluttonous rabbits, the rabbit family is no longer the original rabbit family. Now, it is officially renamed the gluttonous rabbit family. These rabbits have either inherited the food-eating ability of the gluttonous rabbit, or the rabbit's rebirth ability, but their strength is only average, and the intermediate level is not a bit worse than the epic level gluttonous rabbit. As for the last squirrel crusade, the squirrels are no longer the squirrels they used to be, and a large number of them have died of old age. However, the squirrels born later also have a certain degree of wisdom and can speak. The formed squirrel crusade almost wiped out the rats. The size of the ethnic group is also very large, but they are all middle level, and there is no high level existence. These squirrels are just a mascot. Qing shook his head, and immediately, with the thought, the next second, a world attribute panel appeared before his eyes. World, Containment World. World Area, 782 kilometers. Total population, 500,000. Races, gods, dragons, tigers, lizards, murlocs, wings, dragon snails, squirrels, gluttonous rabbits. Civilization level, 2. System, abnormal. Due to the development during this period, the world area has increased by another 12 kilometers. The world's total population is 510,000, and the world's area is 782 kilometers. To be honest, it was actually quite crowded. If it wasn't for the subsequent construction of a city in the sky, which relieved part of the population pressure, coupled with the construction of the town, with the second, third, and even higher buildings, I am afraid that people would have already crowded the containment area. But even so, the will of the world gave Qing an overwhelmed feeling. 2.9 In this case, either increase the world area, or clean up a group of people. If it is Qing people, it will definitely not work. If the area of the world is increased, the surrounding meteorites have brought him no use until now. Well, it is enough for the winged human race to try. See if you can fly into the void, because of mining meteorites. Of course, the easier way is to start a plane war. With his current strength, clearing some D-level rated world quests is easy, even if he clears C-level quests, he is confident. Even if it's a B rank. Forget it, B-level should not go to Huo. Hey, it's time to go to the Extraordinary Guild. Qing murmured. However, before that, he first ordered Dr. Clef to investigate the meteorite belt around the containment areas so that it could be converted into resources. At this point, he brought his consciousness back to reality. Nothing to clean up either. As soon as he thought about it, he planned to go out. However, at this moment, 0125012008 Fila 1503122290. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The knock on the door was urgent and dull, as if someone was looking for something. Okay. Qing frowned, and shouted, "Who is it?" In silence, the knocking on the door stopped. No one responded, and there was no action in the area. However, at this moment, in the void, chains rose one after another, and the space was blocked. The entire room connected to Qing was completely isolated by this blockade. Med. Boom. A terrifying, death-like light that seemed to be able to destroy the world instantly bombarded from outside the window. Qing's pupil shrank. Chapter 61. All-consuming power. What the hell is this? Qing looked at the sudden death light in horror. The death light carried a terrifying breath of death and annihilation. If it was really hit by this death light, let alone him, the whole room, the whole building might evaporate and disappear, completely annihilated into fly ash. Someone is doing something to him, and he is killing him. The most important thing is that with his current strength, he can't handle it at all. Qing's face changed wildly, and he wanted to escape, but found that the space on the first floor of his house was locked, and he couldn't escape at all. You can't prevent it, you can't escape it. FK him. This is definitely an unprecedented crisis he has encountered. Death. Absolutely a catastrophe. Who the hell wanted his own life? He couldn't figure it out. He thought to himself that he hadn't sinned in the past 3 days. Who was right? Lub? Impossible. In Lu's situation, it is impossible to invite such a powerful existence, so it is definitely not Lui. So, besides Lui, who else? Did I invisibly block someone's way? Well, it is also possible that some students from other colleges think that they are not their opponents, and because they have energy at home, they want to kill him in the cradle? This possibility is not impossible. It's just that it's pointless to speculate now. In the flash of his mind, he had already thought a lot. He watched the death light getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, he even saw the windows begin to annihilate, the walls began to collapse, and the invisible space blocked everything. The aftermath of the incident was stopped, so that the outside didn't even know what happened. The death light was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Qing calmed down instead. There's no way, it won't work if you don't stay calm. He was thinking, what cards did he have to survive? Time to solder your pocket watch. He immediately thought of this artifact. Can go back in time, up to 10 seconds. And, it can be used 3 times. 08 Although you will die after using it 3 times, the first 2 times are free. Use. Qing was already S1, the death light had already reached his eyes. He flipped his wrist, and a pocket watch appeared in his hand instantly. The death light had already broken through, and Qing could even feel that his body was beginning to annihilate, everything began to disappear, the power in his body was passing away at this moment, the golden light of the World Lord's body protection could not even last a second, everything was annihilated up. The only thing he can do is press the button on the pocket watch hard. Click. The crisp amplifier sounded. At this moment, the world seems to freeze. Da-da-da. In the void, a huge pocket watch appeared, and the hands of the pocket watch began to rotate. However, the pointer does not rotate clockwise, but counterclockwise. And as the pointer rotates counterclockwise, the whole world, even the whole universe, starts to go backwards in time. The death light that annihilated Qing began to recede, and Qing, who had been annihilated for most of her body, began to recover. The shattered furniture, walls, and windows are also restored at this moment. Time begins to turn backwards. In the community, the passers-by who were walking forward also started to retreat, and the death light completely left the room, as if nothing had happened. Qing's irony also blurted out, and at the same time, outside Qing's room door, there was another hasty and strange knocking sound. Qing started to retreat, Qing retreated into the room again, Qing started tidying up again, Qing sat on the bed again. Time, go back to before thousands of seconds. Slap. In the void, the hands of the pocket watch finally froze, and the time went back to 10 seconds ago. This is, going back in time. Qing felt the power of time before and was deeply shocked. Really back to 10 seconds ago. He just had the mentality of giving it a try before, and he never thought that welding and repairing pocket watches at this time would also work in reality. In other words, this thing itself is aimed at reality. However, now is not the time to think so much. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough for him to do a lot of things. There must be someone outside the door. However, Qing didn't have the idea of finding out these guys. In other words, he has no intention of finding out these guys now. There is a limit to his time going back, and there is a price. He didn't want to waste time on this, and when he escaped this disaster, he would have plenty of opportunities to investigate these guys. He glanced out of the window, wanting to find out who was emitting the death light. But obviously, no matter whether it was the direction of the previous death light emission or other directions, there was no shadow of a person at all. Stealth, or other means. I can't manage that much anymore, let's run for my life first. Wow! He stepped forward quickly, and opened the window directly. The next second, with a push of his hand, he jumped over the window and jumped out. Dong dong dong! At this moment, he heard a faint knock on the door. But Qing can't control that much anymore. The wind howled, and the ears were full of cold wind. His family lives on the 23rd floor, the floor is very high, but he said it doesn't matter. The current him is, after all, the Lord of the world, and there are also existences of extraordinary ranks. Not to mention the 23rd floor, even if it is the 30th floor or the 100th floor, he will be fine if he jumps off. Even if he has something to do, he should dance today. That annihilation death light is no joke. If you jump, you may still have a chance to survive, if you don't jump, you will definitely die. At this moment, Qing only felt that the ground was getting closer, his heart was beating wildly, and his adrenaline was rushing. The feeling of weightlessness made people panic, but he had to do it. From the 23rd floor to the ground, it takes about 3 seconds. However, these 3 seconds, Qing felt extraordinarily long. In his previous and present lives, this was the first time he jumped off a building, and it was the 23rd floor. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Finally. Boom! Qing suddenly fell to the lowest point, violent smoke and dust instantly covered everything around, Qing's legs bent, cracks began to appear on the ground under his feet, and the terrifying shock wave shook the surrounding car alarms. At this moment, Qing only felt numbness in his legs, and the terrifying shock force made him burn inside, his blood surged up, and he felt dizzy for a while. Fortunately, he saved his life. This internal injury is better than death. He quickly came back to his senses, without even looking back in the direction of his home, he quickly walked towards another building. The journey was safe and sound. Maybe it was because he jumped down from upstairs and made a big hole, which attracted passers-by around him to point and point. Qing didn't care about this, he quickly passed through the crowd and entered another building. Soon, he took the elevator and expanded by 30 floors. Dong dong dong! He knocked on the door. Here we come! A clear female voice came from inside the room. As the door opened, Zhang Yuqing, who was wearing pajamas and home clothes, with loose long hair and baby slippers, appeared in front of Qing. You! Zhang Yu looked at Qing lightly, and was taken aback for a moment, then looked at her own image, and then at Qing's appearance, her face turned red at that moment. You, why are you here? She asked back a little awkwardly, a little uncomfortably. Let me in first. Qing walked into the room without saying a word. Before Zhang Yuqing could say anything, Qing quickly closed the curtains. It was originally a sunny day at noon, but because the curtains were drawn, it looked a bit dark. What are you doing? Zhang Yu looked at it lightly, widened her eyes, covered herself subconsciously, and said with some doubts, Qing, don't act recklessly. Let me tell you, don't think that you can act recklessly just because you gave me a treasure worth 100 million yuan. Me? Qing rolled his eyes at Zhang Yuqing, but ignored him. He stood by the window, squinted in the direction of his home through the gap in the curtains. Yes. From the window of Zhang Yuqing's house, his house can be seen completely. Of course, he is not only looking at his house, he is also looking at the door of the unit. He wanted to see if there was any suspicious guy. The key is... He couldn't believe that those people didn't notice the big movement he made when he jumped off the building. I must have noticed it, but for some reason, I didn't dare to do it. Before recombining, the space on his floor was blocked. He had reason to suspect that because there were too many people, they didn't dare to do anything. Having reached this conclusion, Qing was slightly relieved. Fortunately, those guys are not crazy. Hey, Qing, what's going on here? Until now, Zhang Yuqing finally noticed something was wrong. Qing is full of travel and dust, and looking at the situation outside through the gap in the curtains now. Like a fugitive evading capture. Having trouble? The enemy came to the door? There are so many thoughts in her mind. Don't talk. Qing whispered, those eyes were still staring at Shanwu's door without blinking. Even though it was the 30th floor, with his current eyesight, he could still see the ground clearly. But he waited and waited, but he couldn't see the suspicious person appearing. Perhaps, it was the suspicious person who dressed up as an ordinary person and walked out swaggeringly. He recalled what he saw earlier, the people who came out from the door of the unit. The powerful brain starts to calculate and deduce. But obviously, those people were all he had seen before, and it could basically be concluded that they were residents living in his building. Either, the guy who knocked on them hasn't come out yet, or that guy also has some kind of invisibility, or that guy is one of the residents of his building. At this moment, Qing thought a lot. He must think a lot. This is related to his life and safety, so we must be cautious and most important. Qing, what are you looking at? At this moment, Zhang Yuqing's low voice sounded in his ear again. Before he knew it, Zhang Yuqing had already moved to his side, and also curiously looked in the direction Qing was looking at. But she didn't find anything, but she saw a big hole Qing made earlier. Did you jump off a building? Are there really enemies chasing you? Zhang Yuqing was stunned. Yeah. Qing nodded. Oh, you. Zhang Yuqing was just joking, but she didn't expect Qing to really respond. She opened her small mouth wide, looking at Qing in disbelief. What kind of enemy is it that made Qing choose to escape by jumping off the building? No, you made me repeat, it's a bit messy. Zhang Yuqing was a little confused. Fortunately, she is not stupid, and she quickly figured out the cause and effect. The unknown enemy should be very destructive, Qing even jumped off the building to escape. Who did you offend? Zhang Yu became anxious, even panicked. She is only 17 or 18 years old, and she is only a high school student. Where has she seen such a scene? Before becoming world lord. Who is not an ordinary person. But now, this kind of accident suddenly appeared, which caught her off guard and really panicked. However, facing Zhang Yuqing's question, Qing just shook his head, I don't know. Maybe I'm blocking the way of some people in 317, or maybe it's just because I'm unhappy. Are you serious? Zhang Yuqing was stunned. Qing nodded. Let's find the principal. If it doesn't work, let's call someone from the public security station. Zhang Yuqing hurriedly said. This was the only way she could think of. Even if the principal is really capable, do you think he can arrive in a short time? Not to mention the security station, if it wasn't for what happened, they would come as fast as the rush hour. Qing curled his lips. Then what should we do? Zhang Yuqing panicked and became even more nervous. Qing opened his mouth, just about to say something. Dong dong dong. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Short, rapid, familiar melody. Qing's scalp was numb, and her pupils constricted. Here we come. Zhang Yuqing said subconsciously and instinctively. However, at the moment Zhang Yuqing responded, the void began to tremble, and the chains of nothingness began to condense and began to wrap the entire space. The space is blocked again. The enemy has appeared again, at the door again. It's like a god of death is asking for his life. Qing's scalp was numb, and her heart was beating wildly. He can't figure it out, he can't understand. When exactly? As soon as I entered the door with my front foot, that person appeared behind me? Can that person jump off a building faster than him? Also, how did he accurately find his position? Oh shit! Qing looked at the faintly appearing seal chains around him, his eyes were tearing apart. This is... Zhang Yuqing was still ignorant, and some didn't understand what happened. However, in the next second, the familiar horror time comes. However, this time, not from the window, but directly from the roof. Boom! The roof was blasted through, the walls began to annihilate, and the chandelier ceiling began to dissipate into nothingness. Zhang Yu was shocked. Qing gritted her teeth. And again, and again, and again. Don't let me know who you are, or you're dead. With a thought, Qing planned to use the time again to weld and repair the pocket watch, and go back to 10 seconds ago. However, the moment the pocket watch appeared in his hand, he suddenly stopped. Facts have proved that even if he goes back to 10 seconds ago again, he still can't change anything. Enemies are like tarsal maggots, always following you. What can you do if you go back to 10 seconds ago? Run away again? But this time, where did he escape to? So, this time. Qing's heart trembled, his thoughts moved, and in the next second, a card suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a deep black, only a little scarlet. This is, Dimensional Gap card. Chapter 62. Yet. Qing. At this moment, with the advent of that terrifying time, Zhang Yuqing panicked and subconsciously looked at Qing. She never thought that the mutation came so fast that there was almost no time for people to react. However, at this moment, Qing gritted his teeth, and there was an extra card in his hand. Card? Zhang Yuqing couldn't understand, what's the use of taking out the cards at this time? Then, when she saw it, Qing pressed her fingers slightly. At this moment, I saw that the card turned into a little bit of golden light. The golden light gathered, and finally, the golden light gathered on the ground, and a machine like a vacuum cleaner appeared in front of Qing and Zhang Yuqing out of thin air. What is this? Zhang Yuqing stared blankly at the thing that looked like a vacuum cleaner, unable to react. At such a critical moment, what's the use of Qing summoning this kind of thing? Could it be that the vacuum cleaner can still swallow up those dead lights in the sky? Zhang Yuqing couldn't figure it out. Regarding this, Qing was very calm. Seeing the machine appear, Qing smiled confidently. Sure enough, the next second. Boom! The machine started to run, and a terrifying suction came from the machine. Hala! Accompanied by this terrifying suction, everything around him began to be sucked away, even Qing and Zhang Yuqing were no exception. In an instant, Qing and Zhang Yuqing disappeared completely. At the moment when Qing and Zhang Yuqing disappeared. Boom! The dead light slanting down from the ceiling completely flooded the entire room, and in an instant, everything was wiped out, leaving only the foundation of an empty room. It's like a sample room that hasn't been renovated yet. The space is blocked, and the death light will only erupt in this space, while everything else is safe and sound. Even the outside world doesn't know what happened here. The death light came too fast, from the beginning to the destruction, it only took less than 2 seconds. And at the same time, it's pitch black, you can't see your fingers, there is no concept of time, no concept of space, no distinction between up and down, left and right, only a little scarlet world. Qing and Zhang Yu are ups and downs. Qing, where is this place? Zhang Yu said lightly, looking around in a daze, she was still a little surprised and flustered. In the last second, I saw that death light destroying everything and devouring everything. But in the next second, she only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and she appeared here. There is a strange feeling, only the body feels light and light. If she hadn't been protected by the power of the world, she would have been in a daze and didn't know what to say. This is the dimensional gap. Qing explained, and at the same time, he was relieved. Because of the protection of the power of the world, his consciousness is still clear and his thinking is still clear in the dark gap of this dimension. This dimensional dark gap card can not only be used to kill enemies, but can also be used as a life-saving magic skill. The dark gap in the dimension? Then, how do we get out? We won't be trapped here for the rest of our lives, right? Zhang Yuqing looked around worriedly. It's really pitch black, nothing up and down, no concept of time, no concept of space, it's like entering chaos. Don't worry, I'll be out in a while. Qing chuckled, for this, he still believed in the system. What he drew was a consumable card, instead of actually drawing out the containment of the dimensional dark gap. Oh! Zhang Yuqing nodded half understood, then frowned and said, Qing, who is going to kill you? Who did you offend? How could I know? Qing was a little speechless, he still didn't understand the situation. Then, Zhang Yuqing wanted to say something else. Qing's expression froze suddenly, don't talk. Ah! Zhang Yu was at a loss. Immediately, Qing waved his hand, and a virtual light screen appeared in front of the two of them. The bright light of the virtual light screen slightly illuminates the dark gap in the dimension. However, this is not the point is the picture in the virtual light screen. In the picture, it is the situation of Zhang Yuqing's family. This is Qing's high-dimensional perspective. Is there a gap between the dimensions before the blue star and the small world? Qing murmured. He didn't expect that the high-dimensional perspective could be used in this. However, just right. He wanted to see who was killing him. ***. At this time, Zhang Yuqing finally recognized from the layout of the room and even the condition of the door that this room was her home. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Because, at this time, the well-decorated three-bedroom house in her house has become a rough house. What furniture and home appliances, what decorative chandeliers, all disappeared under the annihilation of the dead light. This power. Qing sighed, he had seen the terrifying power of the death ray before, but he didn't expect that the death ray would annihilate everything. If they didn't run fast, they might be no different from home appliances. Damn guy, don't let me know who you are. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth lightly and looked at the screen fiercely. Squeak! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a man with an ordinary face and a height of only 1.7 meters walked in from the door. Looking at the room that has become a rough room, he gently raised his hand to reveal the watch on his wrist, and immediately said softly, "Report, the target has been cleared. Be sure to find the key." A deep voice came from the watch. "Received," the man said, and immediately, his eyes were sharp and he began to search in the blank room. But this room is really like a rough house, there is nothing left, not even a single hair. Not to mention his so-called keys. After a long time, he stood in the living room, frowning, his face sank slightly. Immediately, he raised his hand and looked at the watch-like thing on his wrist. Soon, a virtual projection appeared on the watch, and the red dot that should have existed on the virtual projection completely disappeared. Disappeared. He was a little confused. It doesn't make sense, the key can't be destroyed by the death light. Could it be that the kid put the key of the Death Star in the small world? He murmured, feeling a little troubled. After a long time, he started talking again. "Report, I didn't find the key, and it seems that the kid put it in the small world." He reported truthfully. Apparently, he couldn't avoid being scolded. Finally, the deep male voice in the call remembered, "Investigate that kid's background, make sure to find his small world, and get the key." "Yes." The man turned and left the room with a serious expression. 0125012008 Fila 1503222050. Key. At this time, in the dark gap of the dimension, Qing and Zhang Yuqing murmured almost at the same time. All because of this key. If it wasn't for this key, these people wouldn't have come to the door, and if it wasn't for this key, they wouldn't have suffered from this unwarranted disaster. Qing, what kind of key is it? Whose key did you steal? Zhang Yuqing hurriedly asked. The key. Qing frowned, and for a while, couldn't figure it out, really couldn't figure it out. What key could he have? He carefully recalled everything that happened in the past 3 days. The key must be with him, and he got it by accident, but he didn't know it. So, have you gotten any strange things these days? Qing's expression suddenly froze. He figured it out. He really has a strange, incomprehensible thing that he got. He flipped his wrist, and in his hand, a badge that looked like a Death Star model appeared in an instant. This thing has been worn by him all the time. If it wasn't for the sudden attack today, he still wouldn't know what it is. Death Star key? Death Star. Qing's expression froze. This thing is indeed extraordinary. The Force world is destroyed, but this thing is fine. This is the Death Star. Even Zhang Yuqing recognized the small badge on Qing's hand. The Death Star is a well-known creation of cutting-edge technology. It is definitely a legendary star-defying star-killing weapon. Who doesn't have a Death Star dream for the world master who takes the technological route? Before, Zhang Yuqing had learned a lot about the systems of the major world masters, and had also studied the potential of the technological world. She recognized the Death Star at a glance. She's not stupid either, she got it quickly. CO author, did Qing get the key to the Death Star and was coveted by others? By the way, how did you get the Death Star key? Zhang Yuqing asked curiously, frowning slightly. Well, it's a long story. Qing thought for a while, and he was fine now, so he roughly talked about what happened to him at that time. The more Zhang Yuqing listened, the weirder he felt. You're so lucky. She couldn't complain, she didn't know what to say. I'm called Destiny's Child. Qing said with a smile. What about Destiny's son? Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly. Qing, which Destiny's Child have you seen being chased into the sky? Heaven will send a great mission to the people of Sri Lanka, and they must first suffer their minds and minds, exhaust their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, empty their bodies, and disturb their actions. Qing said jokingly. When are you still in the mood to joke? Zhang Yu rolled her eyes lightly, and immediately became a little worried. So, when can we go out? The surroundings were pitch black, and she always felt that there was some extreme horror of the abyss. I don't know. Qing shook his head. After entering the dimensional gap, you will either be saved by divine grace, or rely on Scranton's grapple to get out, otherwise, you will have to wait. Wait for a random time to teleport them out. This random time is uncertain, it may be the next second, it may be a few hours later, or it may be a day later. Anyway, the world is uncertain, but what Qing can be sure of is that both of them can go out safe and sound. B. Zhang Yu bit her lip lightly, and said again, in other words, what do you plan to do with the key to the Death Star? If this thing is still in your hands, it will definitely cause trouble. Moreover, those people seem to be investigating you too. Your identity background is gone. When the time comes, your world will definitely usher in an invasion. Put it in the small world first. I can't wait for them to invade. Qing narrowed his eyes, and the cold light in his eyes flashed away. He was extremely aggrieved by this matter today. Being hunted down, there is no way to go to heaven, and no way to go to earth. In the end, if it wasn't for a sudden whim, he really couldn't escape in a short time with the dimensional dark gap card. There must be hatred. There are also complaints. Hate more. Also, how dare these guys do it? How dare you lay down an assassin in the urban area? A bunch of desperados. It seems that it is necessary to investigate the existence of the Force world. To be honest, although Ye Qing knew the reason for being hunted down, there are still many questions that are not clear. However, it would be nice to wait until later to investigate slowly. In this regard, Ye Qing is not in a hurry. Put the Death Star key away. Even if this thing can be located, he doesn't care. This thing is a treasure. The Death Star key must be related to driving the Death Star. If he can fight back to the limit in the end, it is not impossible to obtain a legendary top-level technological creation. In the dark gap of the dimension, Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing waited boredly. Fortunately, there are two of us, so we won't be bored to the point of going crazy. I don't know how long it has passed, and finally. In the dark gap of this dimension, streaks of red light suddenly appeared. The red light enveloped the two of them in an instant, and an extremely strong suction appeared on the two of them, pulling them away in an instant. Accompanied by bursts of whirling, at the same time, a sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, when the eyes were wide open and the dazzling sunlight fell on the two of them, the two finally got rid of the dark gap in the dimension and were successfully teleported out. For some reason, my body is wet, as if I just picked it up from the water. The body is still a little weak. Ye Qing, she indeed, is okay, after all, she already has an extraordinary physique. Zhang Yuqing is different. At this time, she was lying on the ground wet, her pretty face was still blushing, and she was in a state of exhausted aftertaste. Tisk tisk. Ye Qing looked down and couldn't help being amazed. Ah! Zhang Yu came back to her senses, looked at herself, and immediately exclaimed, and hurriedly covered her face. Her pretty face turned even redder with embarrassment. Fortunately, there is no one around, otherwise Zhen Shi would die. Cough cough, change quickly. Ye Qing waved his hand, summoned some clothes styles from the small world and handed them to Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yu blushed lightly, and hurriedly put on her clothes. A golden light flashed all over her body, and immediately put on those clothes. Tisk tisk. Ye Qing looked at Zhang Yuqing who had changed her clothes, and was amazed again. This dress is the Holy Acacia style clothes, which outlines the exquisite curves with unevenness. The pure white gown with patterns outlined, crystal high heels, and long legs make her look like a royal beauty. Look! Zhang Yu lightly chopped peppers, his face was red to the ears. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that little girl to look so good. Ye Qing was amazed. Of course, he also chose a dress, which looked quite satisfactory, an inner suit and a white shirt, looking like a researcher. You're just a little girl. Zhang Yu pursed her lips lightly, then looked around and asked again, by the way, where is this? Xe. Ye Qing raised his eyes and saw a wide field of vision around him. It didn't look like the main road, but it looked like it was on the roof of a certain building. Then, he saw the extremely eye-catching character's supernatural guild. Extraordinary guild. Ye Qing smiled, let's go, just do some tasks and earn some money. Today, if I don't find out the person behind the scenes, my surname will not be yet. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. Today, those guys can't say anything. Chapter 63. Extraordinary Guild. Ye Qing and Zhang Yuqing came down from the roof. Soon, Ye Qing took Zhang Yu to take the elevator to the 83rd floor of the Extraordinary Guild. Immediately, Ye Qing took Zhang Yuqing, turned left again, and arrived at a small shop that didn't look very eye-catching. This small shop looks like it sells computers. No matter who it is, if you just look at it, it's just an ordinary computer store, and the audience is only ordinary people, not world masters. Hello, guest, do I need to choose a computer? As soon as I entered the door, a young lady stepped forward to ask, smiling and saying hello. I'm here to find someone. Ye Qing said suddenly. Oh, may I ask, who are you looking for as a guest? The young lady said politely with a professional smile. Find someone, I don't know who it is. Ye Qing said quietly. Okay, sir, this way please. The young lady brought Qing into the room with a smile on her face. On the other hand, Zhang Yuqing was in a dazed state the whole time, and didn't understand what Qing was doing at all. She could only follow Qing ignorantly, and was led into the inner room by the young lady. Entering the inner room, turning hundreds of times, the dark passage is dark and deep. Finally, at the end of the passage, an alloy door slowly opened, revealing the inner room. Seeing this, Zhang Yuqing almost didn't drop his jaw in shock, looking at the layout of the room in disbelief. If the small shop before was just an ordinary shop selling computers, then here is a hall with a sense of technology, just like the future world. The pure white space, metal reflections on the ground, and all kinds of monitors on the walls, all kinds of data are dazzling and dizzying. There is another person sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, drinking tea leisurely while staring at the screen. Oh! Come to live. The man turned his head, looked at Qing, and smiled slightly. Wearing glasses, he looked very gentle. He waved his hand to let the young lady back down. Immediately, he led Qing to the sofa and asked with a smile, "Want to find someone?" "Not bad." Qing nodded. "Is there a portrait, or a name or something?" The man said, and then said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have a portrait or a name, you just need to tell me a general idea, and I can find it for you, but time and money, you understand." As he spoke, he showed a knowing smile. "Go straight." "Can." Qing nodded, "There are portraits." "That's easy." The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately handed Qing a sketchpad. Qing reached out to take it, weighed it, and immediately, the power of the world was poured into it. I saw that a virtual 890 panel appeared on the sketchboard, and a portrait was quickly sketched and interwoven in the virtual panel. The man had an ordinary face and no specific features. And this person is the man who last appeared in Zhang Yuqing's house before. This is not just as simple as a portrait, but also for reading memory, and it is a part of related memories imported by Qing. Finally, when the portrait was fully formed, Qing handed the sketchpad to the person. "Okay, please wait a moment." The man nodded, took the sketchpad, went to the computer, imported the portrait information, and started the nationwide appearance screening. "Qing, what's going on here?" Zhang Yuqing read it in a daze, still a little confused. "Of course I'm looking for someone," Qing said with a smile. "I know I'm looking for someone, but I want to ask, how do you know about this place?" Zhang Yu asked softly, still in disbelief. "I saw it on the internet, and I had the mentality of trying it out, but I didn't expect it to exist," Qing said with a smile. "I saw it on the internet? I believe you." Zhang Yu muttered softly. Qing smiled and said nothing. However, he did see it online. Of course, it wasn't what he saw, but the original owner. Because of the accidental death of his parents, the original owner was depressed for a while, trying to find the murderer, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and he couldn't find it at all. Therefore, in the end, he saw all kinds of information at night, only to find out that there is a shop in the Extraordinary Guild that specializes in finding people. Of course, it's the kind of people who can't see the light. However, how could the original owner manage so much? It doesn't matter whether you are not visible or official, in the end, you resolutely ran to this store, paid a high price, and finally found the murderer. Drunk driving, hit and run, that person is still in prison. Because of this reason, Qing also knew about such a shop. Black is darker. Find someone, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, this is only for ordinary people. Putting it on the world lord, this money is nothing. Finally, just then. Found it. The boss's voice suddenly sounded. Qing and Zhang Yuqing stood up and looked intently at the virtual panel on the wall. Sure enough, the virtual panel on the wall has shown a person's file, and that person is the guy they saw before. AICA, Look, is it this person? The boss asked with a smile. Yes, this is it. Qing nodded, and Zhang Yuqing also nodded. Okay, 500,000 sincerity. The boss said with a smile. 500,000 is not much, but that is for the world lord. For those ordinary people, 500,000 is not enough. And the boss in front of him is indeed an ordinary person, but he is just a hacker against the sky, and he has connections to get some high-tech equipment from various worlds, which is why he has such a scale. As an ordinary person, it is not bad to be able to mix up to this point. Also transfer money easily. It wasn't until the money was transferred that the various file information on the virtual panel was unlocked. Qing and Zhang Yuqing looked intently. Name, Zhang Wen. S*X, male. Age, 35 years old. Alliance certification, Tier 2 World Master. Registration address, North Street District, Nanjing City, Nanya Province. Current address, number 367, Wenhua Street, Guangling City, Jiangnan Province. Education : Personal contact information. A very detailed file. What a boy! He's still a second-tier world master. Qing narrowed his eyes, and immediately he signaled the boss to click on the 10th column of World Masters. Soon, more detailed information will appear on the virtual panel. Tier 2 World System, Technological Force World. World Area, 2,100 kilometers. Currently the strongest known creature / combat power, epic, PS, there may be errors in the statistical data. Results: once in the college entrance examination, won the 3rd place in the province. D-level purification world mission, received evaluation, B. D-level purification world mission, evaluation, B+. D-level purification world mission, rating, B. D-level purification world mission, evaluation, A. C-level purification world mission, get evaluation, C. C-level purification world mission, get evaluation, B. C-level purification world mission, evaluation, B+. Veteran Second Order World Master. Qing's eyes flashed, my good guy, this record is not really rich enough. Even participated in the B-level purification world mission? Most importantly, there is still a world area of 2,100 kilometers. The strongest creature is epic? Well, this is just for reference, it doesn't mean that guy really only has epics. Maybe, he has a legendary creature? Who doesn't have a card yet? So strong. At this time, Zhang Yuqing also murmured. Such experience, for these trainee world masters, is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Although in this resume, there are only some D-level and C-level purification world tasks, and even the highest evaluation is only A. But it is still much better than these trainee world masters. Not to mention his achievements, but the size of this guy's world is not something they can shake. What should I do? Zhang Yu looked at Qing lightly and asked with a frown. Second rank world master? Don't worry, I'm almost there. Qing narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of cold light in his eyes. Now, he has a world area of 782 kilometers. He only needs to reach a world area of 1,000 kilometers, and he can be regarded as a second-order world master. Although the area of the world is still not as good as human beings, the outcome depends not only on the area of the world. The biological combat power in the world is the most important thing. Even if that guy really has a legendary creature, he is also confident that his gatekeeper can fight it, at least have the power to fight. Are you crazy? Zhang Yuqing looked at Qing in disbelief, a little anxious, and said in a low voice, he is a veteran second-tier world master, we are not his opponents. Don't worry, I'm sure. Qing chuckled. Zhang Yuqing was numb. Is this an absolute difference? Even if you really become the second-order world master, so what? You only have a world area of 1000 kilometers, but others have 2100 kilometers, which is twice as large as yours. Where does your confidence come from? Where does your confidence come from? Ye Qing, why don't we bear it? For a while, the weather will be calm and the sea will be calm, and the sea will be brighter. Wait until the college entrance examination is over this year, and turn resources into combat power, and then go find trouble with that person. If it doesn't work, we can also inform the public security station. This is not something we can face now. Zhang Yuqing was still there to persuade. She is quite sensible and knows the gap. 2100 kilometers, really a big gap, okay? But Ye Qing just smiled and didn't speak. Zhang Yu was speechless. It was the first time she saw Ye Qing so stubborn. She was dying of anxiety, but Ye Qing still acted like a normal person. Can't bear it anymore? Let's go. Ye Qing turned and left. Where are you going again? Zhang Yu asked with a slight frown. Of course it is to make money and improve my strength. I am not stupid, of course I know the gap with others. Ye Qing said with a smile. You still know the gap? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes lightly at Ye Qing. Looking at Ye Qing's appearance earlier, it was as if he wanted to kill that person immediately. But, by the way, how do you make money? Selling blood again? Zhang Yuqing looked at Ye Qing suspiciously. Ye Qing's face darkened. It's hard to get by with selling blood, right? Without saying a word, he led Zhang Yuqing downstairs. Soon, they arrived at the mission hall. Looking at the mission hall, Zhang Yuqing understood. Immediately, I was even more surprised. Are you going to purify the world? Are you crazy? The lowest level here is the D-level mission world. Even if it is just an ordinary D-level task, it is still a second-level world. Yes, in the mission hall, the lowest level is D-level missions, and the lowest level is the second-order world. Because the first-order world has almost no qualifications to survive in the void, and it won't take long for the first-order world to be blown away by the void storm, and there is no qualification for growth at all. Zhang Yuqing couldn't believe that Ye Qing didn't know this. She really can't figure it out, Ye Qing said. What are you thinking? It's only been a few days since we saw each other, and she feels more and more unable to see through Ye Qing. It's okay, I've already purified it once, I have experience. Ye Qing said with a smile. Immediately, instead of going to the counter, he found a nearby tablet and started looking for tasks on it. Soon, Ye Qing arrived at the D-level mission area. Zhang Yuqing came over curiously looking at the so-called D-level mission on the tablet. Unconsciously, the subconscious thought came out of his mouth, D-level purification world mission, the world of science and technology. Due to the infection of the abyss, the world's creatures mutated into zombie monsters. The distance has been reduced to 1,500 kilometers, and there are epic-level tyrannical zombies at the most. The mission is successful, and the reward is 1.5 billion. Epic. Zhang Yu lightly calculated, while substituting herself, except for the world area being crushed, she can make gestures for the rest. She also has epic creatures. If it's Ye Qing. She thought of Ye Qing's horrific results in the mock exam, and then her complexion became a little weird. It seems that it is not difficult. Zhang Yu looked at this task lightly, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. It's really not as difficult as imagined, except that the world area is crushed, the rest are very easy and simple. Epic to epic, extraordinary to extraordinary. She has the confidence to conquer the technological world. It's not difficult. Ye Qing smiled, and immediately said, however, if you think you can win with a 30% or even 50% weakening, you can try it. Try to purify this world. Weaken by 30%? 50%? Zhang Yu's face changed slightly when he heard that. This is equivalent to a half discount. Even if she has epic creatures, even if she is as powerful as the epic creatures in this world, she can't beat them. She smiled wryly, thinking of the oppression of the world. Sure enough, the world purification task is not so easy to do. She only has a world area of more than 300 kilometers, how can it compare to the world area of 1,500 kilometers? But changing to Yeqing is different. Yeqing should also have a world area of more than 700 kilometers. Although there is still a gap, the creatures in the world can definitely make up for this gap. She thought so. Just when she thought Yeqing was going to accept this D-level task, Yeqing scrolled down, shook her head in disappointment, and then turned to the C-level task chapter. C-level mission. Sure, there are tons of epic creatures. At the same time, the difference is 2,000 kilometers. Practice with this first, Yeqing said with a smile. He has even selected one of the C-level tasks that he is quite satisfied with, and is about to accept the task under Zhang Yuqing's unbelievable gaze. However, at this moment, did it die? The tablet in Yeqing's hand, and even the entire mission hall suddenly flashed a red light alarm. On the virtual projection screen on the wall, and even on the tablets of everyone present, warnings appeared one after another. Warning! Warning! The front line is urgent, there are a large number of fallen monsters invading. Here we recruit everyone to fight on the main front of the world. Chapter 64. The audience was shocked. Enlist. Yeqing looked at it and was slightly taken aback. What the hell is this call? Looking at the world masters around them, they all stood up suddenly, their eyes flickering, and the golden light flickered. Even, he has already seen quite a few world masters, accepted the recruitment mission directly, and went directly to the teleportation house. What is this call-up mission? Zhang Yuqing was inevitably curious, she was the first to hear about the call-up mission. Yeqing also frowned, and at the same time, he also saw a recruiting task area appear on the tablet screen in his hand. There is only one task in this call-up task area, which is the call-up task that was sent out suddenly before. Recruitment mission. Description: in the depths of the void, there are a large number of fallen monsters and abyssal monsters invading, and now we are recruiting the world masters to go to the void to kill. Area: Void World on the 18th, urgent call, the ladder to defend against the enemy, urgent call, and the front line of the far sky, urgent call. Number 18 Void World, front line supply and rear, need a large number of world masters to defend. No limit to the level of world masters. Enemy defense ladder, front line supply transportation line, defense line, a large number of world masters are needed to kill the enemy. Only the second level middle level world masters are required. Front line in the far sky, the front line of the battle urgently needs a large number of world masters to kill the enemy. Only the third rank world master is required. Reward: a lot of military achievements. A lot of contribution points. A lot of blue star coins. Achievement? Contribution points? Yeqing's light flashed. Contribution points, he knows, 10,000 points are worth 1 billion flowers. He also received 100,000 contribution points because he received an S-level evaluation before. And that military exploit? This is the first time Yeqing heard it. However, you don't need to think about it, this military merit is definitely more formal than contribution points. Go. Whether it's because of military merit, contribution points, or blue star coins, he will definitely go for this trip. All he wants is resources. Moreover, this is about fighting on the front line. As the World Lord and a member of Blue Star, he has no reason to be afraid of fighting, so he must go. He took the task directly and prepared to go to the teleportation room. I'll go too. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuqing suddenly spoke. You. Yeqing looked at Zhang Yuqing and was slightly taken aback. I'm also a member of Blue Star, and a World Lord. Even a trainee World Lord has an obligation to do something. Zhang Yu pursed her lips and said softly. Her voice was soft but firm. Moreover, the only place she can go is number 18 Void World. It's just defense, and there is definitely no danger. Qing was silent for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. This is the responsibility that they, the World Masters, need to bear. Although they are not yet certified by the Alliance, they are also trainee World Masters and members of Blue Star. Now that you've seen it, there's no reason to give up. The two quickly walked to the teleportation room. At the same time, the entire Extraordinary Guild also received the news. Each and every one of them looked terrified, put down their work without saying a word, and ran towards the teleportation room of the mission hall. Everyone is in wartime mode. Faced with such a recruiting task, countless people are obliged to do so. There are a lot of people in the teleportation room, almost to the point of crowding and pushing people. Even, a large teleportation room was opened, capable of teleporting hundreds of people at a time. But even so, the teleportation room is still very crowded. Finally, the golden light shone in the large teleportation room, and there were fewer and fewer people in front. Finally it was the turn of Qing and others. In the teleportation room with hundreds of people, everyone stood up. Teleportation also costs nothing. As soon as it is full, send it directly. It fills up quickly. TEBD. Rays of light surrounded everyone, streamers flickered, and in an instant, everyone seemed to have entered the space channel. At the same time, a deep and thick male voice sounded in everyone's ears. That's not electronically synthesized sound, it's someone specifically saying, "Let's go, fight for the protection of the family, and fight for mankind. Salute to all the heroes who have sacrificed for mankind. Triumph!" The sonorous and powerful voice sounded. At this moment, everyone seemed to see someone saluting them and saying goodbye to them. Ha ha ha, spin! I can't wait to cut off the heads of those dogs. Don't talk about triumph. I'm going to kill those dogs. At this moment, everyone was full of pride and ambition, clamoring one by one. But no one refuted and sang a naysayer. Now is the time when they are needed. Hero? That's right, a hero. Regardless of strength, as long as you fight for the country and mankind, you are all heroes. At the critical moment, they stand up without hesitation. What is this but a hero? Everyone was laughing, all of them were murderous and fearless. Just like the so-called abyssal monsters, the fallen creatures are just chickens and dogs. Even Qing was somewhat affected by this atmosphere. A little excited, a little passionate, and even more ambitious in my heart. Finally, Qing only felt a blur in front of her eyes, her vision completely changed, and it began to open up. Arrived. At this time, hundreds of people like Qing were standing in the square, with teleportation runes under their feet. Looking around, they seemed to be located in the depths of the starry sky, in a huge world floating in the sky and round the sky. Surrounded by stars, the earth stretches as far as the eye can see. It's just that, at this time, the land is covered in darkness, with military camps everywhere, and people everywhere. This is Shibachong Void Bean. It is the rear of the front line. The most important thing is that the world is beyond. In all directions of the number 18 Void World, there are steps similar to void ladders. Those steps are affected by the power of the world and lie in the void, forming ancient roads in the starry sky. There are 8 starry sky ancient roads, according to the directions of the 8 directions. The ancient roads spread to the deep space of unknown distance. The most important thing is that around the ancient road, there are dense light spots, bombarding and killing those ancient roads. On the ancient road, there were also world masters who, under the protection of the power of the world, blasted and killed those photoelectric lights. Even, it can be vaguely seen that in the depths of the starry sky and the depths of the ladder, there is a huge phantom with a terrifying figure surrendering. Boom! A deafening sound came from the void, and the light illuminated the void nebula, shaking people's hearts. On the battlefield, there is a group of chills, which makes people cheer up unconsciously. This is the frontline battlefield. At this time, Qing saw that the world masters who came with him quickly got off the teleportation platform and walked towards the surrounding crystal pillars. From time to time, a piece of information, a piece of data flow, appeared on those crystal pillars. This should be the place to report. Save manpower and material resources. The First Order World Masters and Second Order Junior World Masters certified by the Alliance will naturally defend themselves in the number 18 Void World. World Masters certified by the Alliance as second tier, mid-tier and above will be assigned to different ladders to fight depending on whether they are voluntary or not, as well as their strength. Everything is in order. In this Void Great World number 18, you can even see the World Lord directly summoning your own world, allowing your powerful world creatures to fight, even heal, and so on. Each has its own use. In short, no one is idle. Is this your first time in the Void World? At this moment, Qing and Zhang Yuqing heard a gentle voice. Qing and Zhang Yuqing turned their heads and saw a rough-faced, unshaven uncle wearing battle armor. There is still a scar on the uncle's face, which looks extremely hideous. There was a sense of ferocity and chill all over his body. It's indeed the first time here. Qing and Zhang Yu nodded lightly. I knew it. The uncle smiled and nodded. Qing and Zhang Yuqing, they can be regarded as the youngest two people present. After being teleported to the place, they still look around. Isn't this a rookie novel? Okay, you guys come with me, I'll take you to report. The uncle said with a smile. Obviously, he is also the officer of this void world. Immediately, he led Qing to one of the crystal pillars. He indicated that it is enough to only enter face information and palm prints. This crystal pillar is linked to the official brain database of the Human Alliance, and the information will not be wrong. This crystal pillar is divided into 3 sides, which can provide 3 different world masters to report. Qing and Zhang Yuqing stood in front of each other, and according to the instructions, first put their hands on the crystal pillar. Mead. Surrounded by streams of light, the palm print entry was successful. At the same time, a scanned reflection appeared on the crystal pillar, and the entry of Qing's appearance and iris and pupils was completed. At the moment when the recording was completed, messages appeared one after another on the crystal bead. Drip, successful recording. Apprentice World Master, Qing. Achievement, D-Level Purification World Mission, Evaluation, S-Level. Next to it, on Zhang Yuqing's crystal screen, similar characters also appeared. Drip, successfully entered. Apprentice World Master, Zhang Yuqing. Achievement : The entry was successful. However, the uncle next to him was stunned. See, Trainee World Master. He looked at Qing and Zhang Yuqing in a daze. He looked at the 2 young people, but he never thought that Ye and Zhang Yuqing were actually Trainee World Lords. What is Apprentice World Master? That is an existence that has not yet been certified by the Alliance, has not yet taken the college entrance examination, and has not yet officially become the Master of the World. Although the Trainee World Master is not much different from the First Order World Master, as long as the world area is less than 1000 kilometers, they are all First Order World Masters. 0. Seeking flowers. But an apprentice is an apprentice, and it cannot be compared with a First Order World Master in the true sense. One is formal, the strength may be weaker, but it is experienced. One is a rookie who has just been born, is equally weak, and has little experience. Can this be the same? However, seeing Qing's achievements, his complexion gradually became more exciting. Apprentice World Master? D-level task? S-level evaluation? What kind of monster is this? Even Zhang Yuqing was stunned when she saw the column of Qing's achievements. There are thousands of thoughts in her mind. Good guy, how much did you do behind her back? Did you do D-level missions before CO authoring Qing? Also received an S rating? She no longer knew how to describe her mood at the moment with her own words. Before Zhang Yuqing could say anything to that uncle. At this moment, a roar suddenly erupted in the distant barracks. FK. Who the hell brought 3 trainees? World Lord? What the hell are you going to die for, right? Fighting on the front line, what are the trainee World Lords doing here? Apparently, the information about the Crystal Monument was transmitted to a certain officer. No wonder the chief is so angry. But at this time, after hearing that roar, all the World Masters present were stunned. Apprentice World Master? What the hell, did they hear correctly? Which 3 young and ignorant boys actually came here? 000. Do you really want to die? Damn, you don't have enough strength, what are you doing here? Do you want to deliver food? Although there is no mandatory requirement for the level of the World Master in the defense mission of the Void World on the 18th, this is not a place where trainee World Masters can come, is it? And at this time, Qing was also taken aback. 3? And a third? Qing was a little strange. He and Zhang Yu count as 2, who is the other? Qing and Zhang Yuqing looked at each other. Damn it, hurry up and bring me here. At this moment, the officer's voice from before resounded in the large barracks. Forward. At this time, the uncle standing beside Qing gave a wry smile, but he had no choice but to take Qing and Zhang Yuqing to the barracks over there. Seeing this battle, the World Masters around are pointing and whispering one by one. Good guy, trainee World Master? Just a trainee World Master, dare to come to the front line. Tisk tisk, think back to when I was still preparing for the college entrance examination at home, it's true that people are more popular than people. A trainee World Master again? My good guy, are all the trainee World Masters like this? What? Haven't been back for a long time? Did something happen before? You guys don't know, I heard that 2 days ago, there was a trainee World Master who accepted the task of purifying the world with a D level. As a result, that kid not only came back alive, but also got an S level evaluation. FK, is it true or not? Damn it, are all trainee World Masters like this? My mother-in-law hasn't gotten an S level evaluation yet. Everyone whispered. The voice fell into Zhang Yuqing's ears, but it made Zhang Yuqing look at Qing frequently. Don't think about it, those guys must be talking about yet. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing felt unprecedented pressure again. She only felt that Qing's footsteps were getting faster and faster, and a gap had formed between them invisibly. She bit her lip and remained silent, she could only lower her head and follow along. And the uncle who led Qing and the others turned his head frequently to look at Qing. This kid is a bit against the sky, isn't he? Apprentice World Master, D-level task? S-level evaluation? No matter which one, it has nothing to do with the 5 characters of trainee World Master, right? However, such a person appeared in front of him. Crazy. The world is just crazy. He hasn't been back for several months, has Lan Xing become so curly? Finally. Amidst the pointing, guessing, and discussions of people around, Qing and Zhang Yuqing were quickly brought into the huge tent. At the same time, in the camp, apart from the man who could be known to be the officer at a glance, there are 2 other people. One, like that uncle, is a soldier officer similar to this place. And the other one, like Zhang Yuqing, is a young girl who looks very young at first glance. This little girl is wearing a red leather jacket with big waves, she is dressed maturely, looks rustic and majestic, but she can't hide the immaturity in her eyes. At this time, seeing Qing and Zhang Yuqing come in, her eyes were also full of curiosity, she looked Qing and Zhang Yuqing up and down, a little surprised. She didn't expect that there would be someone with the same mouth as her.